Yes, Ruto, the powers have been withdrawn from him by the executive, chief executive, who is the president. So he can do very little in terms of implementing all these ideas he has. It's very unfortunate for a member of parliament like me to say this. To get some of these policies and regulations through parliament so that they can impact on mwananchi, it's very frustrating. I'm a first-time MP. I have been very frustrated trying to push through very important policies, very important motions through so that they can impact on mwananchi. And you find you do your 5 years even before the process goes halfway. So also something has to be done to parliament. Most of the MPs are living a lie. You know, you are out there, you are in parliament, you are sent by people, very old people who cannot come to parliament, and you are there and you can do very little.
Okay.
Just tell me one MP who was taken through a bill which has impacted on mwananchi these 5 years, the way Mutudo had the illicit, the brew thing, the Mutudo laws. So there is a challenge there. Lastly is the bottom up and what is happening today. Today we have all these funds: Uwezo Fund, Youth Fund, Women Fund. The other day the whole thing was consolidated. But for any young man to get out there and they decide in the next 1-2 weeks, I would want 100,000 from Uwezo Fund or from Youth Fund, it's impossible. They will not access the money. So what we are looking at, reason they can't access the money, because the application form has to be brought all the way to Nairobi for approval. The money is here in Nairobi. So when we say bottom up, we are looking at the approvals not coming from Nairobi. The money not being kept in an account being controlled by somebody in Nairobi. We are looking at the account that is holding the money to go to the ward, closer to the market, and the approval to be signed by someone who is at the village, who is down there in the world. And lastly, comparing this model of empowering by people borrowing, providing the capital and people borrowing and the refunding with some interest, and now giving 6,000 shillings per family, which is non-refundable. You know, when you give out non-refundable money, yes, somebody has to be overtaxed for that to continue. But if you give out money that is going to be refunded with some interest, it means actually you are going to grow the tax base. You know, you will get more people having money, and by the end of the day, they are also paying some interest, and also they go ahead and pay taxes on the small businesses they are doing. So the better way, and we are very happy today, we are discussing politics of economics, not politics of who hates who and who hates who and who loves who and who tialala and TB, which you don't know what it means.
Okay.
We are talking about economics. So we can't go the 6,000 way for free, because that is money which is lost. That money has gone. It will never come back. But this fund which is provided at the very local village, and when you have access to the money, if you want it in 2 days, you can get your 3,000, go do your business on this market day, and that refund back the 3,000 with 3,200, then you've also paid taxes. Okay. Now the money is actually sufficient for itself. The kitty will keep itself rolling. You will not need to tax more people. Actually, you will get more money from the kitty. And my friend, look at very simple things. People, Kenyans would want to work. Kenyans don't want free money. 6,000 is not enough.
Okay.
But if I go to capital, if you ask another person out there in our country, their challenge is capital. Anyone who wants to do a side hustle, the challenge is capital. So why not provide the people capital with a policy that is not so difficult for people to access the capital? And the only way is do the bottom-up approach.
Okay, well noted, Mbai. I think your point is definitely across. And Kioko, as you come in as well, I was just listening to some of the promises during the earlier clips we were playing as we're listening to the stories, the OCA principles promising to end corruption and give free secondary education. But one of the principals talked about cutting taxes by 50% and equally giving free secondary education. And perhaps it begs the question how these promises will be implemented, not just the face value of them. Yeah?
Yep. I think the biggest problem is there's this conversation happening of distribution. This is just distribution economics. After money has been generated, after the economy has grown, then we'll give 2,000 shillings to each family. What is currently the Jubilee government tried giving the 65 and above 2,000, the indigents, poor of the poor. Then Raila's proposition of 6,000 again is dishing out redistributive after. That we will reduce secondary payments, tuition payment or free secondary education. Again, that is removing. The fundamental question is, how do you generate adequate revenues to meet these policy directives or these lofty ideas that you all have? The contradiction of what Oka is saying, that they are going to reduce taxes by 50%, that is a big hole in itself, and then you still give free education at secondary level. Where is the money to fund that free education, really? So the question that all of us and all Kenyans of meaningful thought must ask, how are we going to generate enough resources, enough revenues in order to fund these good ideas that we are talking about? Today, the biggest threat that has been quantified by a sitting president is that Kenya loses 2 billion shillings a day to corruption. Cumulatively, that's a big chunk of money that is lost. So for you to do these ideas that we are talking about, the fight against corruption must be real so that you stop wastage, you stop duplication, and you stop the thuggery within our economic system. That way you increase the base of money that is available. Secondly, and people seem to be running away from it, is the question of public debt. Today, for every 100 shillings that is generated, 45 for every 100 shillings that is generated, 45 shillings goes to paying debt. How do you deal with that question of 45 shillings vis-a-vis 100 bob? Yet you are increasing expectations of people. Which you're talking about creating an extra 150 billion fund to empower locals. So unless you address the issue of corruption, wastage and duplication of resources in government, plus the question of public debt, how are you going to address the question of public debt? And thirdly is access to credit. When the government is competing with us, local mwananchi, on who can be given a loan at the local level, what it does is that it crushes credit availability to ordinary people. So as you're addressing debt, you must address government appetite to local borrowing, and then address wastage in government. Once all those three factors have been reduced, then you will have enough money to give out handouts. You'll have enough money to empower Youth Enterprise Fund. You'll have enough money to undertake welfare programs that can help the vulnerable in the society. But without that, I can tell you for free, lofty ideas that won't be sustainable.
Okay, interesting. So we'll definitely, this is a conversation we're having time and time again. And since right now it's all about politics of the economy, thanks to the political class, we'll definitely continue highlighting this as members of the Fourth Estate. A lot more covered in today's dailies, including how varsity admissions are set to be reformed. You can get more details in today's dailies. But as we do that, let's shift focus, gentlemen, to the scramble for Ukambani vote. It was busy in the eastern region as Raila Odinga and William Ruto pitched camp this week in lower eastern region to rally support for their presidential bid. According to political pundits, Ukambani is one of the vote-rich blocks that will provide a swing vote for the presidency in next year's general elections. Raila and Ruto forays in the region could also be causing sleepless nights for Kalonzo Musyoka, one of the principals in the One Kenya Alliance, after three governors from Ukambani endorsed ODM leaders' 2022 bid. Our senior political affairs reporter, Patrick Amimo, has the details. Take a look.
Ukambani is considered to be Kalonzo Musyoka's stronghold where he calls the shots. This week, however, witnessed a scramble for the vote-rich Ukambani bloc when Raila and Ruto raided Kalonzo's bedroom while Kalonzo was away in neighboring Embu to woo voters in Upper Eastern.
There's a strategy issue here for both Raila and Ruto, trying to disperse and trying to make sure that the Ukambani vote is doubtful and questionable in terms of whether it wants to go to one side or whether it can go to any.
In the last 2 elections, they voted largely for Raila because Kalonzo Musyoka was Raila's running mate. So there is a scramble because the numbers are huge. You know, 2.5 million votes is not small. And anybody and everybody will want to have a share of the pie.
2013, Raila chose Kalonzo as a running mate from Ukambani. In 2017, Raila Odinga chose Kalonzo from Ukambani, which means that Ukambani becomes a fulcrum in the fourth question about politics of Kenya.
Deputy President William Ruto has often campaigned in Lower Eastern with a section of Ukambani MPs. Raila got a boost Friday when 3 Ukambani governors agreed to support his presidential bid.
So in my own view, they are positioning and angling themselves to be appointed either cabinet secretaries or running mate. A Kamba nation is a serious constituency for anybody going for the presidency. So Kalonzo loses in that onslaught, and he's being left an orphan, he's being left destitute. He will either be outfoxed to join William Ruto or to join Raila Odinga.
Raila is using the 3 governors so that in the event that Kalonzo is not playing ball, they see if they can get the votes direct. Of course, they will make some inroads, and it weakens Kalonzo, but they will not be able to get the block vote the way Kalonzo has been delivering.
What the strategists in both camps of Raila and Ruto are doing is to go and run away with the iron sheets on the house in Ukambani, run away with the iron sheets in Western, run away with some iron sheets, if at all, in Baringo. So you're leaving the rains start beating, political rains start beating the principals. And when the rains start beating them, no politicians can survive under rain. They always look for a shelter.
8 lawmakers from Amani National Congress drummed support for One Kenya Alliance in Matunda along the Eldoret-Kitale Highway. They want the Oka principals to decide on the flag bearer and running mate before Christmas.
Hatutaki Musalia awekwe kwa parking. Hatutaki One Kenya Alliance hiyo ndio chombo ya kuweka Musalia parking indefinitely. Tunataka tujue candidate wetu mara moja, twende kazi. Sisi kama ANC tunasema we are giving One Kenya Alliance up to 25th of December. Watupatie presidential candidate ambaye ni Musalia Mudavadi, we start marketing that presidential candidate. Tukimaliza 25th of December, kama One Kenya Alliance hatujapata presidential candidate, we shall look for other friends.
Which way, Oka?
They need to bombard this country. They need to make us believe that they are the alternative that we require. Otherwise, for now, the narrative is between Raila and Ruto. And if that's the narrative and that's the only options that Kenyans have, then One Kenya is delaying in coming and telling us, wait a minute, it's not a 2-horse race. It's actually, the race is, we are the people. We are the alternative.
The race has become a race of 2 horses between William Ruto and Raila Odinga. And if Oka is not careful, come January 1st, the names of Oka will have escaped the lips of Kenyans.
Patrick Amimo, KTN News.
Well, interesting analysis right there. So let's get right into it. So much focus in certain parts of the region, and Ukambani now hunted or sort of expected to be a swing region come 2022. Mbai, Mheshimiwa, let me start with you. Is the ground shifting in Ukambani? Because looking at the history, 2013, 2017, this is a region that has predominantly voted in favor of a Raila Kalonzo ticket. But right now, these 2 principles are pointing in different directions. Is the ground ready for a new entrant?
Thank you, my friend. You know, one of the things I like doing, I never like lying to myself as a politician. Because if you lie, the ballot box will come to prove you wrong. Because by the end of the day, the votes will be counted. One of the things is Raila has never been voted by the Ukambani people. The Ukambani people were voting for Kalonzo and because he was working with Raila. And immediately Kalonzo disembarks or divorces with Raila, Raila loses the fort. When what Uhuru and Ruto did, they came, asked for votes in Ukambani, and what they got was theirs. Whoever voted for Uhuru was voting for Uhuru, but not for Uhuru because of Mbai or for Uhuru because of someone. But Raila got the Kambani block because of Kalonzo. So when Kalonzo moves out, Raila forgets about the Kambani block. And today he is repeating the same mistake. You know, he's going to the governors and to see if they can help him. They endorse him. You know, we were in Kitui the other day, and the word was 3 governors have endorsed Raila Odinga. For heaven's sake, we have our mothers on the ground who have never even seen Raila Odinga. Some of these governors have lost ground. How do you expect a governor who has lost ground to endorse you? Actually, the governor is fighting for his political lifeline, and you say they have endorsed you. So that approach of getting some people who have influence within a region to endorse you, we are trying to discourage that. Go direct to Manainji. You know, that other mama at home and Mama Ngilu, they are all mamas. They need to be given an opportunity to listen to Raila and evaluate. Oh, this is a good guy. Oh, this guy can do well. Oh, this guy can't do well. Then the mama makes a decision without being influenced by someone else. The other thing is we can't wish away Kalonzo influence in Ukambani. Kalonzo, as we speak, is the kingpin in Ukambani.
Okay.
And if today Kalonzo decided what Ruto has done and what Raila has done, I will take it on within 1 week. Take it from me, he will take it on. So both guys will need to do more than they've done for them to shake Kalonzo in Ukambani. Kalonzo's politics, as we stand in Ukambani, someone to even think of like a smaller fraction of votes from Ukambani, especially the presidential vote, when Kalonzo is on the ballot, has to do more. Be it Raila, be it William Ruto, they need to do more than they are doing for them to get to a point of, like I had one of our friends there saying they want to get the iron sheets. Leave alone the iron sheets. Even the nails, they've not touched. The nails which have nailed the iron sheets. Because, you know, it's like going to Luo Nyanza and saying you will get votes there. Yeah? You need to do more than just saying it, than just going there. A lot of it, you need to do it even up to the last minute. So Kalonzo, by the end of the day, has some control of the Ukambani vote. If Kalonzo today decided to go and work with Raila, take it from me, the Kamba vote will move to the Raila side.
Okay.
If Kalonzo today decided to go and work with Ruto, the Kamba vote will move to Ruto's side. If Kalonzo decided to go it alone, the Kambas will vote as a block to Kalonzo. And all these other candidates may get some small votes here and there. And the person who will suffer most, actually in this, is the person who have always been voted because of someone else. But at least William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta had tried to go down there and made friendship and understanding with common wananchi who will always vote for them, even without having a friend in between here. Because, you know, if people are voting for Ruto because of me, so when I withdrew my support from Ruto, he has lost the support on the ground.
Right.
So that's why we are encouraging Ruto to go even talk to my people. Although I can tell him, the people of Greece will vote for you because of me. I don't know whether I will be elected in the first place.
Okay.
So we have to be realistic when we are doing our politics.
So Kioko, speaking about being realistic, so Kalonzo's influence cannot be diminished in one or the other, but all the chances of the Eastern region voting as a bloc, Ukambani voting as a bloc, if Kalonzo goes it alone, he'll go with a chunk of the votes. We have the 3 governors supporting Raila Odinga, and perhaps they'll carry a couple of votes with Raila. We equally have Ruto, who's been meeting the people directly, and he'll carry some votes. What do you foresee come 2022?
I think first one must appreciate the honesty with which Mheshimiwa Mbai has talked about here. Yeah. I think that is a lot of political maturity. And you must also appreciate that in Kitui County, there were 2 MPs that were elected with Jubilee. So Mbai speaking here, including Mbai, is a Jubilee MP. He took a risk. He got his vote as an individual within Jubilee and has done good work there at home. And he's now trying it again, UDA. And he knows that the political supremo is Kalonzo. He has no beef with Kalonzo. He wants his seat. What happens up there is for these people to manage their business. So that honesty, I take my hat off, Mheshimiwa. In terms of, again, political reality, of the 3 governors who are there, 2 are outgoing. 2 are outgoing, really. One, who is Ms. Charity Ngilu, she was the one who played real politics in that meeting that happened on Friday. And if you listen to her pronouncement, she said, all these people asking for presidency, including Professor Kibwana was there, including Governor Mutua, Mudavadi, Kalonzo, she wants to bring them all together and she wants to be the chairman to unify all these people so that they can support one person who is Raila, because ideologically they seem aligned to Raila. So she was playing high-level politics. She knows her constituency, she knows the truth, that for her to get re-elected, she cannot antagonize Kalonzo. These other 2 governors, because they're on their way out, they can commit political suicide without care for any other political career. So the politics in Cumberland, the net loser, these votes that people normally tout of Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga having 7 million supporters, in those 7 million supporters because of the votes, there is 1.5 million that came from Kalonzo Musyoka. There is about 500 or another 800,000 that came from Mudavadi. So if you remove this 1.5 million, this 1.5 billion from the politics, Raila starts as a limping dog in this mathematics. Now, that is the problem that Raila faces. And Raila, being the true politician, when he went into that meeting, when he was called to speak, the first thing he said, he brings greetings of Kalonzo Musyoka.
That was important, yeah?
Yeah, it was very important for him to acknowledge that I agree we are meeting here, but I also have blessings of Kalonzo Musyoka to come and conduct this meeting. Okay. He knows what is the political consequences of being antagonistic to Mheshimiwa Kalonzo. But net reality, if they all decide to go into a poll, I can tell you for clear, Kalonzo Musyoka will get majority of the Kamba votes. It might be 60%, it might be 70%. It might not make him a president because Kambas alone cannot make him a president. The next person who might get votes might be Ruto. Why? Because in the last election of 2017, they only got 5% or 6% of Kamba votes. If they move the needle from 6% to 15%, that means it's a net gain to UDA.
And where does that leave Raila in the
Raila will suffer because of a dent. He'll get his votes, maybe 10%. But again, the thing is, he'll have moved from the 100% that he got in 2017 to about 10%. He is the net loser in the mathematics of Kamba politics by ignoring Kalonzo, by appearing to show Kalonzo that I can flex my own muscle. I can meet your Kamba governors alone. I can negotiate a political deal with the Kamba governors outside of you. Now, here's the net loser. Is there a neater way of going about it? I believe there is a neater way of going about it. Ideologically, Kalonzo's thinking is closer to Raila than to Ruto, ideological. It makes sense to sell Raila candidature to Kambas than to sell it to Ruto. But again, politics is the art of the possible. Finally, when the chips will be put down, Kalonzo will want to look, where will the Kamba community be come 2022? He cannot afford to take the Kamba community. He cannot afford another 5 years of being outside power. He cannot afford to ensure another, now cumulatively with 15 years, of the Kamba community not being at the center of decision making. That is the dilemma he must carry. That is the problem he must resolve, be it in Oka, be it with Raila, be it with Ruto. He must resolve that problem.
Now, Dede, speaking of Oka, will the center hold from where you sit? There's so much pressure from within and without, and we've had some of the principles in terms of double speak. We're talking about Kalonzo Musyoka. Just recently, he sort of hinted to being open to discuss working with Ruto, and then later on we heard of him recanting that statement. What say you about One Kenya Alliance and the prospects, especially in the eastern part of the country?
Thank you, thank you. I think there is something we need to have clarity on here. Like Mheshimiwa here said earlier, Raila has never gotten votes in Cumberland. All the votes he got was simply because Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka was his running mate. But there is also part of the history that we are not supposed to delete, that there was a time in Cumberland, again, when Raila was running in 2007, when Kalonzo stood openly and said, we need to teach our sister, Honorable Charity Ngilu, a lesson. If any of you would want to remember that, you would remember. And at the same time, Ngilu still came back to Parliament with, I think, 2 other MPs in her ticket, party ticket. So that, again, tells that somebody like Ngilu next to Honorable Raila would be stronger, not stronger enough to beat Kalonzo, but stronger enough to bring something on the table, even however little it is. And the same scenario switched positions in 2013 when Honorable Ngilu went to join Uhuru and Ruto, and Kalonzo joined Raila. Ngilu did not afford to bring any member of parliament with her ticket, her party. So that tells that somehow the source of power somewhere was Raila Odinga, in a way, because when Ngilu was with her, she was warned, and Kalonzo was like, we are going to teach my sister a lesson, and she still came back to parliament with her party and 2 other members of parliament. And when they switched positions, Kalonzo was able to beat her hands down with no member of parliament in her party. So that tells me something, okay, if I was to analyze. And to move away from that to your question now, whether Oka will hold, I think there are some things, again, we must look at. Honorable Gideon Moi has not played opposition politics in his life. I don't know if he is going to maintain this space up to the end, but I think something tells me that he has a very cordial relationship with the president, and somehow he might want to discuss things. He might want to negotiate again once more. As to Honorable Musalia, there is so much heat behind him to run up to the ballot, but many people have said, many analysts have said that this is the same situation repeating itself like he did in 2013 when the likes of Honorable Halwale pushed him to go to the ballot, and then they get their positions and they don't care what happens to you after that. So the question Honorable Musalia would want to ask himself at this point in time is he better off as ANC leader to the ballot and then get some votes that he can get, and then it ends there? Or he is better off with the rest of the team working together? Okay. So this, again, is antagonizing the One Kenya Alliance, because the team from the other side of the country, the West, especially the ANC, are clearly thinking that One Kenya Alliance has nothing to negotiate. This thing belongs to Musalia. And I think the team behind Honorable Kalonzo started like that, but lately I can see they are toning down in making it look like there is no negotiation here. One Kenya Alliance will be led by Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. All right, all right. So finally, I think there is a possibility of them also running together as they are up to the ballot. And there is also a smaller chance that some of them might move away to discuss a larger coalition with these other 2 horses.
Okay, well noted. As we finalize in briefly 1 minute, you're open to working with Kalonzo Musyoka in the UDA camp, yeah?
You know, this is a hawker thing. Let's be realistic, and I would always want to be realistic. because I represent the people on the ground. Gideon Moi, the way my friend Odede said, cannot afford to be in the opposition. And one of the sure ways of not being in the opposition is sticking with Uhuru. And there is already a deal between Uhuru and Gideon Moi that Gideon Moi should be the deputy to Raila Odinga. So it's just a matter of time before Gideon Moi moved from Hoka to join Raila. And that because he has to be either the deputy president or the president. How Uhuru was fished from Nanyuki in the farms by Moi to come and become a presidential candidate is the same thing that Uhuru will get Moi, even though we think he can deliver, to be either a presidential candidate or a deputy president for preparation to be a future president.
All right.
Now the thing is left between the other two guys.
Okay.
The challenge these guys have is, you know, they need political value. Mudavadi can't afford to lose political value. And Kalonzo can't afford to lose political value because it's what keeps them there. Why would the president get his fall and call Kalonzo without not calling Nimrod or calling Kyoko? Because Kalonzo adds some political value. So he has to play it smart so that he doesn't lose political value. And the only option Kalonzo has in all this is going out and running directly, running for the presidency. Because Kalonzo now cannot go back to Kambane and tell people about Raila. That cannot happen. And as I know Kalonzo, it may be difficult for him, not unless pushed and maybe, you know, sometimes God opens someone's eyes. Not unless God comes down and opens Kalonzo's eyes to see it and know that the presidency is going to Ruto, so that he can go there and form a government.
Okay.
Mudavadi, we will do the same thing like Kalonzo.
All right, all right.
Yeah.
Okay. Nimrod, may allow me to cut you short due to interest of time. We'll have to leave that conversation right there, but it's all speculation right here. Let's see what December holds, because according to One Kenya Alliance, by December 25th, Azimio la Umoja, that's the ODM Jubilee camp, will have the way forward by, I think, December 9th during that particular meeting that has been touted. Thank you so much for your time. Mesha Kodede, chairperson of the Volunteer Involving Organizations. Joseph Kyoko, who's a regular right here, political analyst. It's always a pleasure to have your input. And our guest this Monday, Nimrod Mbai, Kitui East Member of Parliament. We equally appreciate your time. Thank you so much for the deliberations, and that's what you can expect, at least a hint of what you can expect in today's dailies. But since we're speaking about governance matters, and politics and governance go hand in hand, why not have a conversation with Kenyans in the diaspora in terms of their involvement, especially this close to the general election come 2022. We've heard of a couple of reports from IEBC in terms of expanding the number of countries that will be voting in the 2022 general election, and we want to have a discussion on what exactly this means when we take a look at Kenya's electoral democracy and the diaspora's participation in terms of the democracy right here in the country. So I'm joined virtually with our next set of guests. Allow me to introduce them. Muthoni Wachira, who is the president of Kenya Diaspora Forum Officials. She's joining us virtually, as you can see right there on your screen. And I'm equally joined by the secretary of the Kenya Diaspora Forum Officials. That's Maurice Ondele, who lives in California. Muthoni lives in Washington State, Seattle. Thank you so much for your time. I know it's quite early right there, so thanks for making time. Let's start with the discussions, and perhaps we can start with your involvement in Kenya's electoral process. Let's start with the secretary. What's your take on the diaspora involvement in Kenya's electoral process? Is there places we can tweak it in order to ensure that our democracy is actually withstanding, not just with the locals living in Kenya, but the expatriates as well? What's your take on this?
First of all, thank you very much for having me. And yes, the diaspora is a big component of the Kenyan citizenship. So it's very, very important to get us involved in the development of democracy in Kenya. And I'm hopeful that the constitutional amendment that was done in 2010 will get implemented and we'll start voting. I don't know how quickly we can get that implemented. Last time I saw the statement from Chebukati, he was talking about we might not be able to vote this time, but I see a need for us to move in that direction. And I'm hopeful that our organization is going to be able to play a partnership role with the IEBC to make that happen.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Let's cross over to the president. As I hinted, Muthoni Wachira is joining us from Seattle. Thank you so much for your time. So as we continue with the conversation, what exactly do authorities in the electoral process in Kenya tell you whenever the elections approach? Because maybe the communication might be wanting, but what exactly do you get from the IEBC?
Thank you, Jesse. Let me talk about what happened in 2017. We were told that we are going to be registered to vote. And they did a setup, and we got a bulletin through the leaders in the community or through the embassy. And we were told that we will have stations where we are going to be registered to vote. And the day came, only to find out that we were just being asked, have you lost your ID? Have you lost your passport? Do you want to renew your passport? So nobody else talked about it. Nobody else talked about why we were not registered to vote in 2017. And we are looking forward to be registered this time. We are looking forward to vote this time because it is every Kenyan right to vote. We want to vote this time, and we want to vote leaders that are taking us far, who have the thoughts that we have, and who is ready to work with diaspora.
And I think that's definitely the goal. Perhaps, do we have any statistics on the number of diaspora, of the Kenyans living in diaspora who have been registered so far, Muthoni?
Maybe those ones who came recently, but those ones who came a long time ago, I don't think they are registered yet. And we are almost 5 million, between 4 million and 5 million. Some people say it's 3 million to 4 million. Actually, we are almost, we are a whole constituency.
Okay. And that's quite wanting, bearing in mind the promises that have been given by the Kenyan government on this side. So, Maurice, that is one of the concerns that perhaps you as an organization have with Kenya's electoral democracy. What other concerns are there from outside looking in? What raises red flags this close to the 2022 general election?
So there are several issues. I mean, I wouldn't call them necessarily red flags because these are issues which have been outstanding.
Okay.
But for us, from our perspective in the diaspora, we want Kenya to be prosperous. We want Kenya to be successful. We want Kenya to be a place where we can come back to and maybe invest and retire and build a home that we can be proud of. And we don't see anything that the governments or the previous governments have put in place to make that happen. We are extremely concerned with how difficult it is to invest in Kenya, the bureaucracy, the corruption that goes on. So those are just some of the issues that we think that if we partner with the Kenyan government in one way or another, maybe have a Ministry of the Diaspora Affairs, I mean, we could be able to channel our views and be able to contribute positively.
Okay, well noted. So, Muthoni, let's talk about the contribution, especially in terms of Kenyans living in diaspora. What exactly do you contribute in Kenya? Because one might argue in order to be involved in the electoral process, there has to be something you're contributing despite living abroad or working abroad, whichever the state is. But what exactly would you say is the contribution of the Kenyan diaspora?
Oh, we have contributed a lot. Let's talk about the time the COVID hit. And we sent more than 3 billion Kenya shillings from all over, everybody who is in different countries, Saudi Arabia, China, Australia, UK. And I think we were the backbone of the economy of Kenya during the COVID-19. Why? Because Kenya did not have exports that time. We kept on sending money. Actually, like me, I I sent money to people even I didn't know. I paid school fees to people I didn't even know. So we have contributed a lot, and I think what we do now is that we have to be told which way forward by Chebukati. He has to be specific how he's going to do this, the registration of voters, how he is going to position us, to position voting stations. We can also vote by mail. Here in America, it has worked very well, and everybody has got a home address, and we have IDs and social security numbers. So when they say that it cannot be tallied well, that has never happened in the first world democracy.
Okay, so clarity. I think that's the message you're trying to put out. Registration of voters in terms of the logistics of voting come the election date as well. So let's continue with the conversation. And bearing in mind the election is this close, Maurice, I'd like to start with you on this. Your organization says you will support a presidential candidate or affiliate with a political party that protects and promotes the interests of Kenyans in the diaspora. What exactly does this statement mean?
So what that means is we are open to working with anybody who's going to be pushing for our interests. We are an all-inclusive organization. We're not tribal, terribly affiliated. So we are all-inclusive. We want to have a candidate who can represent the interest from all members of the diaspora. I mean, we've had so many issues in the diaspora that the Kenyan government did not address. I mean, remember the time when there was the COVID started in China, and there were Kenyans over there who were stranded, and the Kenyan government could not come to their rescue. So those are just some of the issues that we're talking about. So we want a government which is going to be responsive to those kind of issues. We want a government which is going to have a Ministry of Diaspora Affairs. That way we know if I have an issue in the diaspora, this is who I'm going to reach out to. I mean, it's good to have the embassy, but the embassy is so spread out thin that they might not be able to handle all the issues that we deal with in diaspora. And voting being a key factor of what we are pushing for, because if we have the power to vote, then we have a constituency that is well represented. So if we just start building from those little pillars and then have a candidate who can understand where we are coming from and have a candidate who's going to push our issues, we will be served very well. And just to add on to something about something that Modoni just talked about, she talked about the amount of remittances we are contributing to Kenya. I mean, she said 3 billion shillings, which is actually $3 billion. And that does not even start to scratch the surface. We're talking about so many Kenyans who would like to invest in Kenya, but they're scared of investing. So those are just the amount of monies that we are missing out because the economy is not set up right. We don't have the right government in place. And if you have a good candidate who's going to speak to those issues, you will see the connection between the partnership between the diaspora and the motherland becoming stronger. And that's going to be of mutual benefit to both members of the diaspora and the Kenyan government and the people of Kenya. At the end of the day, we are Kenyans, and we want everything to work out for Kenya, and that's what we are pushing for.
That's well noted. Let's cross over to Madam President. And Muthoni, as we continue with this discussion, I beg to ask, in terms of articulation of the agenda and issues these candidates want addressed, is there a proper communication means through which members of the organization actually get to hear the promises that are being handed over by these presidential candidates or members of parliament? And particularly, by the way, are you just interested in the presidential candidates? What about members of parliament and MCAs as well? Do you equally want to have a vote in that?
Yes, we want, because I have a member of parliament who is a settled member of parliament, and we need them. And then about the presidential, the presidential candidates, we have had so many promises come from them. And then we have people, like I was talking to people in Texas. Some people packed their bags last time because they were promised office jobs. after giving them money. We don't want to give them money this time. We want to start by ourselves, think what we want to do. If we will have a presidential candidate whom has interest like us, who is thinking like us, we can field that candidate from diaspora.
Okay, that's well noted, Madam President. Let's cross over to Maurice. And as we finalize on this particular conversation, what exactly is the agenda of the organization in terms of what you want met? Because you've mentioned earlier on you were handing over money with certain promises that perhaps were not kept. But right now you're approaching it differently. What exactly is the main concern of Kenyans in diaspora that need to be met by these candidates? And equally, we've heard of progressive ideology. What do you propose as a progressive ideology in Kenya? Bearing in mind you've been exposed to various democracies across the world, including the US. Well, what say you about this?
Yes. Yeah, thank you for that question. So progressive democracy is a democracy where we actually moving from a sense of not being static, okay? So what we're thinking about as an organization, we are thinking of having at least 3 pillars, okay? We're going to expound on it as we move along. But voting, having voting rights and creating some voting mechanism for members of the diaspora is number 1. Number 2 is creating avenues to invest in Kenya, making it easier, cutting down on bureaucracy, removing all those barriers that makes it difficult to invest, and to also make it secure, okay? That way, when we come over to Kenya, we know that if I'm going to invest somewhere, okay, I'm not going to be defrauded. And if I'm defrauded, there's going to be a mechanism to recover from that. So KEDFO is actually working towards that as a progressive ambition. Another ambition is security for our people, for people in the diaspora. I mean, I don't know if you know this, but there's been multiple incidents of a member of the diaspora going over to Kenya to visit, and then they get attacked, they get injured. Some of them have been killed. There was an unfortunate incident the other day. A gentleman went over there. He was actually going to invest in Kenya, build dispensaries, and he was attacked and killed. So we want those things to be addressed. We would like to see a partnership between us and the Kenyan government and IEBC where we can work together. And we're not just putting those things on the Kenyan government. We are going to play a role. So our organization wants to be a partner in such a way that we can reach out to Chebukati, and Chebukati can tell us, okay, this is what we are thinking. Okay, we can this work? Do you have people who can help us, maybe volunteer to help facilitate voting in maybe the United States or Seattle, where there's a lot of Kenyans over there? So we are looking towards partnership in a progressive democracy way. I know progressive democracy means different things to different people. If you come to the US and you talk about progressive democracy, you're talking about being a Democrat, a liberal, and stuff like that. But we're not talking about it in that sense. We're talking about it in terms of continuous development.
Okay, well noted, and thank you for breaking that down clearly. Muthoni, very final question as we finalize on all this. Representation in government is quite important. Does the Kenyan diaspora have representation in government, or is this in the offing in terms of some of the issues you want addressed?
We don't have representation, and we are expecting to have people nominated for certain seats in Parliament and also Senate, and also in the Kenyan government, especially on advising the president. There has been darkness. There has not been any bridge or platform that we are working on. Otherwise, we have been left in the dark, and then we'll be reminded that we are voting, about a presidential candidate or a member of parliament when they come. Maybe they are doing fundraisers. We want to be involved. We want to come and introduce some things. Let me point out some things like Kenyans. This is not the diaspora of long ago where we used to do odd jobs. Kenyans have gone to college. We have doctors working in hospitals. We have people working, especially like here in Washington.
Okay.
We have people working in Microsoft, in Amazon. We have computer engineers who can come and show you how it is done on computerized driving. And then we show you other things about cancer. We have some guys who are working at the UW Medicine here at the Research Center of Cancer, HIV, and COVID also. So we are part. We have the knowledge, we have the know-how, we want to give back, but how do we give back without a platform? The platform comes after representation in parliament.
All right.
The platform comes after representation in government offices, like parastatos, and also if we can have an office at the president's office where we can have people come and advise the president or the body that governs Kenya, I think we'll be very happy about it. We want to give back. There is not much that diaspora wants. We want to give back. We want to help people, especially this giant of unemployment of our youth. It is a disaster that needs to be dealt with immediately. And our youth are at stake, including my children. They have high level of education, and yet getting a job is a problem in Kenya.
Okay, so perhaps better deliberations between the government based here and the Kenyan diaspora. And at times people argue, you know what, Kenya's best export is not just the tea or the athletes. It's actually the manpower who are working abroad and contribute immensely, not just in terms of finances, but equally in terms of the democratic space within the country.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Gentlemen and lady, we're joined by Kenya Diaspora Forum officials, the president right there, Muthoni Wachira, currently in Seattle, Washington, and the secretary, Maurice Ndole, who lives in California. This is a conversation we'll definitely continue having, bearing in mind the importance the Kenyan diaspora have in terms of remitting finances and equally having a say in the democratic space. Allow us to take a short break on that particular note. You're watching Morning Express. As we come back, Toscan is locked and loaded to bring you up to speed with the latest sports intrigues happening in the country. It's been a busy week in FKF. More details on the other side of the break. Stay with us.
This is KTN News.
This is a board meeting, a business trip, a negotiating table. This is growing your assets, future-proofing, work attire, a social network. This is an apprenticeship, a business partner, the night shift. Discover business news that's relevant to you with Money Daily from the BBC.
Boniface Mwangi, Kenya's daring political activist,
topple the government,
runs for office.
My heart is made up that I'm going to buy.
But soon, he runs into trouble.
The letter was a threat to me, and the same that happened to Jacob Juma is going to happen to me.
And is torn between country and family.
I'm going to leave for my country. It means me there for going to be better for my kids than like that.
BBC Africa Eye, Softy.
7th and final annual Devolution Conference is back. The conference will take place from the 23rd to the 26th of November 2021 at Makueni Boys High School, Makueni County. The theme of the conference is multi-level governance for climate action with the sub-theme Sub-National Mobilization in Unlocking the Full Potential of Climate Action During and After Pandemics. The conference will be officiated by His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya. To register as a delegate or exhibitor, visit www.devolutionconference.cog.go.ke or call 0718 242 203. Be there.
When we started this show, News Hour, we wanted to create a platform where anybody and everybody would come and talk about whatever they wanted to say without their voices being silenced, except by the deep content of their brains. And we wanted to balance opinion. In a country where news flies faster than light, newsmakers need to be accountable. Policymakers need to be responsible. And that's what we do on NewsHour. We base the show on one core foundation of journalism, the truth.
A loved one is never easy. The lingering memories, the what-ifs, but in all the gloom, we find ways of celebrating them. And here at the Standard Tributes, we aim to give your loved ones that befitting send-off. Visit www.standardmedia.co.ke/tributes today and post your loved one's tribute. In addition, get access to funeral services from our trusted vendors. The Standard Tributes, keeping memories alive.
When we started this show, News Hour, we wanted to create a platform where anybody and everybody would come and talk about whatever they wanted to say without their voices being silenced, except by the deep content of their brains. And we wanted to balance opinion. In a country where news flies faster than light, newsmakers need to be accountable. Policymakers need to be responsible. And that's what we do on NewsHour. We base the show on one core foundation of journalism, the truth.
This is a board meeting, a business trip, a negotiating table. This is growing your assets, future-proofing, work attire, a social network. This is an apprenticeship, a business partner, the night shift. Discover business news that's relevant to you with Money Daily from the BBC.
7th and final annual Devolution Conference is back. The conference will take place from the 23rd to the 26th of November 2021 at Makueni Boys High School, Makueni County. The theme of the conference is multi-level governance for climate action with the sub-theme Sub-National Mobilization in Unlocking the Full Potential of Climate Action During and After Pandemics. The conference will be officiated by His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya. To register as a delegate or exhibitor, visit www.devolutionconference.cog.go.ke or call 0718 242 203. Be there.
This is KTN News.
Good morning and welcome. This is Sports Chat on a beautiful Monday when Kenyans are really anxious to know what is going to happen with the fate of football, because there has been a flurry of communication between Kenya and Zurich, where the World Football Governing Body, FIFA, is based. And we'll be talking about that shortly because there's quite a lot of activity going on, and because also Harambee Stars are supposed to play Rwanda in their last group match of the 2022 World Cup qualifiers. That and many other stories coming up, and today I'll also have my two guests, Milton Nyakundi as well as Fred Arocho, to talk to us about what is happening within FKF and if there should be a solution anytime soon. Welcome, I'm Robin Toskin, and we start with Formula One news, where seven-time world champion Lewis Hamilton hunted down Max Verstappen to win the Sao Paulo Grand Prix for Mercedes yesterday and slash his Red Bull's rival Formula One lead to 14 points in one of the greatest drives of his career. Verstappen finished second with Valtteri Bottas, third for Mercedes after a controversial roller coaster weekend in Brazil.
incident is under investigation.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Go ahead.
Michael, that is all about let them race. That's all about let them race.
Yep, no problems. That's why I'm just having a look at it. Jonathan, there is nothing further than that. Thank you for your input.
Thank you for your receiving it.
My pleasure. Looked at it all completely. It was one of those, and obviously had a good look at it. That's why we've gone for a no investigation.
And he's got a better exit. Hamilton with a much better exit down to turn 4.
I said, is it third time lucky? Hamilton pulls ahead of Verstappen. Before they get to the corner, the crowd go absolutely wild. It is third time lucky for Lewis Hamilton. He was 20th and last on the grid for the sprint. Here on lap 59 of the Grand Prix, he has gone from last all the way to first.
It's all getting interesting in Formula One because Verstappen's lead has now been slashed to 14 points, and that should really make for an interesting race for that title in Formula One. Now we move to football, where in a week that has witnessed a ceremonious change of guard at the local football governing body, Football Kenya Federation, Harambee Stars will take on Rwanda in their final Group E match of the 2022 World Cup qualifiers at Nyayo Stadium today. Despite the ongoing challenges with FKF, which have been seen the Ministry of Sports put together a caretaker committee, and also which has also suspended all local football leagues, the national men's football teams will seek to redeem themselves with a win against Rwanda starting at 4 p.m.
Oh, that's a good opportunity. It's in the back of the net, so there's a downward header, and it basically come off his teammates. Cross comes over, he didn't even see it coming. That's just how it is. Malunga with that left foot of his. Oh, takes the deflection off the wall. And what a fan, Malunga. Malunga, can he get a shot and gets past another defender? Oh, he's hit it high. And it was perfectly teed up. How he disposed of the two defenders was pure class. But after that, the finish. Now they're moving into position. Here's the delivery into the far post. Oh, that is fantastic. And he got into the right position. But the finish wasn't top notch. Finishes all square.
That was the action in their first leg encounter in Kigali. And so today at Nyayo Stadium, the fans have not been given the all clear to watch that game because of so many other issues that have come up. But we hope that Harambee Stars will do us proud, because in that group, Mali has actually picked the ticket to the final qualifying rounds after beating Uganda. Now, Andre Ayew also scored the game's only goal again as Ghana beat South Africa 1-0 to progress to the playoff round of the qualifiers for the Qatar 2022 FIFA World Cup. The result at the Cape Coast Stadium meant both sides finished the group phase with 13 points. They had to be separated by the finest of margins, Ghana going through to the next round by virtue of having scored 7 goals and 1 more than second place South Africa. Mali also progressed in the group that comprises Kenya by beating Uganda by a goal to 0.
Daniel Kofi Kere, who takes it, an out-swinging ball. It's just over the head of Andre Ayew. Ghana player goes down. It's a penalty. Daniel Amarte fouled in the box, and the referee reaching for his pocket. It's a yellow card for Rushin Daruk. Ayew scores. Coolly slotted home by the skipper. Ghana take the lead. And what a precious lead it is, because if it stays this way, then Ghana will top the group.
Ball comes in, it's headed on, the keeper's got out of nowhere and it's in. 1-0. Catastrophic goal. Koulibaly picking up where he left off on Thursday against Rwanda. Was the corner. This time they go for the far post, and it's just over the upright. Swung into the back post, headed in and down, but wide, I'm afraid, from Fahad Bayo. Over the wall, oh, and just past the upright. What a strike that was. Traore swings the ball in. Koulibaly with the header. Great save from Mwetenga. Swung into the header, and it's just wide of the upright. Well, that's as good a chance as they've had. Smaseku looks up. Nicely timed run from Koulibaly, cuts the ball back, and it's been scuffed at goal. Adama Traore couldn't sort his feet out. Mali 1-0 winners here at the Stade.
Well, I have my two guests, Milton Nyakundi as well as Fred Arocho, now joining me for this discussion. I just want to pick your brains quickly about Kenya versus Rwanda this afternoon at Nyayo Stadium. Maybe I should start with you, Arocho. Karibu sana, Fred Arocho.
Asante sana to Skin kwa kunipa fursa hii. I think the match today, Kenya versus Rwanda, is a dead rubber, if you ask me. It's just a match to make sure that the fixture has been played. Though, looking at it from the Kenyan point of view, I think there's a lot that is happening outside the pitch that might not necessarily be positive for Kenya in the pitch. The fact that the team played in Uganda under very tight kind of conditions. You remember that the Kenyan the Kenyan government took over the team while they were playing in Uganda, and then they came back. After that, there have been arrests. Nick Mwendo, the FKF president, was arrested, and all this for me is really distracting the Kenyan concentration in this match. But having said that, I think us as Kenyans, we just did ourselves in. Why am I saying so? Look at all the matches that we played. Other than the match that we played in Agadir, where we lost 5 goals, these other matches, for me, were matches that we could have picked good results. Look at the match that we played against Uganda about 4 days ago. For me, that was a match that we could have won. The match that we lost against Mali in Nairobi, for me, is another match that we could have won. If in any case I'm asked, I think in the last 20 or so years, this was the easiest way for Kenya to the World Cup. And we threw it out simply because of our own selfish kind of attitude, our own chest thumping and all that. Soccer for me is a game of bringing us together. It's not a game of bringing differences. So it's a rally call, if you ask me, to the FKF fraternity, to the government, and all stakeholders. Let's try and bring the pressure down. Let's try and bring everybody together. Let's converse. Let's talk to each other. We don't need to talk at each other as far as the game is concerned.
Profound thoughts there, Fred Arocho. If I may just ask Milton Nyakundi, the fact that this game is being played against the backdrop of all the shenanigans we've seen, the FKF president being taken to court this morning. Milton, I've also seen in the Standard newspaper the question that where did it all go wrong for Harambee Stars, because when we began, everyone thought that we had the best shot, chance to go to Qatar, but now that has gone up in smoke. Really, what should we say about this, Milton?
Well, I honestly think that we had the best chance, just like everybody else thought. But at the end of the day, we bungled it up. We didn't get the results that we expected we would get. Part of it has to do with fate, of course. At the end of the day, you cannot fight with that. But of course, the federation has to take a lot of the flak for it, changing coaches in between, bringing in Engin Firat, giving him a strange 2-month contract that expires in 2 days' time or thereabout. I think we had the best chance. At the end of the day, we are where we are. What we need to do is to realize that, and that we are in a hole. And the best way to get out of a hole is to stop digging. So I thank the government for what they have done, because they realized that we were digging ourselves so deep into the hole, and they have said, hey, we have to deal with it. So we stop digging, then we make things better. And I hope, I do hope that what the administrative decisions that have been taken will then give us the opportunity to turn the corner and be able to right things. But be as it may, I want to wish our boys all the best. All the time they are going out there, they are putting their best foot forward, and I hope that national pride will prevail at the end of the day. All may be lost in the context of the World Cup qualification, but I believe that nothing is lost in terms of our national pride, and the boys can play for the badge, and we will be there to support them and give them all that they need in terms of motivation, the morale boost that will at the end of the day give us the status and confirm that we are indeed the big boys of East Africa. It is a good thing that we've not lost to any of these small boys, as it were. And I really hope that they can win today. Winning today will be a new dawn, the beginning of a new journey, the beginning of a trajectory that will be good for the country, I hope. And it is the pride of our nation, if you'd say, Robin. If Harambee Stars wins, everybody is happy. We will be happy if they win tonight.
We just hope that game will bring back, the kind of smile you are saying. Sorry. Now, Embattled Football Kenya Federation President Nick Mwendwa and his Secretary General Barry Otieno will be heading to the courts this morning, and I want to believe that that process has started. And Fred Arocho, we didn't expect this kind of thing when Nick Mwendwa was elected president of the Football Kenya Federation. But now we are at this point, as Milton says, and as the reports are coming in, that Nick Mwendwa should be now heading to the court this morning. What does this say, Arocho, of us as a country?
Well, it's quite unfortunate. It's quite unfortunate, just to say the least. It is something that was not expected. I still believe that Nick Mwendwa was elected on a platform of change. He's someone who brought a lot of confidence back into the game. He brought a lot of steam, the youthfulness and all that. But unfortunately, what has happened has happened. And I believe that this should be a learning lesson to not only soccer, but all the other fraternities. Because I think sports in this country has been used, for lack of a better word, has been used to do other things other than sports. There are still allegations because it's a court process, and I really would like to keep off that conversation as at now, because it's a court process. But look at the fact that FIFA is also responding. Early today, FIFA, through the Secretary General, did a statement of the same, and FIFA feels that CS Amina has contravened some FIFA statutes and CAF statutes. If I may quote Article 14, Cap 1 of CAF statutes, and Article 19, Cap 1 of FIFA statutes, the good lady is explaining herself, and she feels that the fact that the minister has appointed a committee is contravening all that. But I'm going back. The Minister of Sports, CS Amina, did communicate with Infantino about a month or so back, informing Infantino of what was happening in Kenya. And in fact, the CS wanted to have a session with FIFA then, and FIFA did not respond. And I think CS Amina's action has prompted this response. Because initially when she communicated to FIFA and told FIFA that things were not right, some malpractice, financial malpractices were being observed in Kenya, FIFA did not respond. So I think this is a catch-22 for FIFA, for both FIFA and the government, because conversations must begin. And I'm so happy that she indicated that she would like to communicate to Kenya as a country and start the process of healing the game in this country. But all said and done, I think as a fraternity, we need to come together. Time has come where we must sit and converse as a fraternity. That is FKF, the guys who have been given the mandate to run the game, the referees, the coaches. The fact that even the players have not even attended an SGM. The players' representative in this country has not, even in the election, they didn't vote. So this can tell you that there is a problem. The referees' representative did not vote in the previous election. Even the coach fraternity in this country did not vote. For me, this is an ample time for us to even start something I called a constitution review. I believe that the FKF constitution is part of this problem because a lot of powers have been vested in the president. Look at the fact that even the committee, the FKF committee, they rarely meet. I was with one of the committee members, and I'm not going to mention his name. He told me that the last time they met is about 2-3 months ago. They have not been meeting, and yet money has been moving left, right, and center from the federation. This tells you that the checks and balances within the federation coming up with being formulated by the constitution are not there. So me, I'm championing for something I call a constitutional review. The current constitution of FKF has vested a lot of powers onto the president. He can make decisions without consulting anyone, and time for that to happen is long gone.
Yeah, and Milton, maybe the rest of the country is, grappling to understand FIFA's stance on this, because FIFA have written to say that Kenya should reconsider, and the sports minister should reconsider the stand she took by appointing that caretaker committee. Now, Kenyans feel that this is a corruption matter, but FIFA are saying this is a management matter, and that Kenya have actually contravened the FIFA statutes. Could you please just draw a line between the two, if they should be one?
First of all, Robin, I have maintained the position that FIFA has no reason whatsoever to prefer sanctions against Kenya, because due process has been followed, and if you read Article 2, 3, 4, and 5 of the FIFA statutes, they talk about the same values that the Kenyan people have entrenched in Article 10 of the Constitution. So in terms of FIFA taking a decision, I believe, and that is the basis upon which you've seen the correspondence from FIFA, even when they try to suggest that the Kenyan government is overacting and going beyond what it is supposed to do. At the end of the day, the letter that we have seen this morning and what we saw last week still speaks to the same thing, that they are saying we are willing to engage, and that should be the spirit. That is the spirit of the FIFA principles of governance, and the principles of governance that the Kenyan people have given themselves under Article 10. So that being said, I have no fear, I have no doubt in my mind that FIFA will engage with government, and there is no sanctions that will come Kenya's way. But that said, Robin, I think we must be able to put everything in the right context. What are we talking about? FIFA is, and I say this without fear of contradiction, Robin, FIFA is an international NGO registered under Swiss law. So to that extent, FIFA has to subscribe, just like FKF, to national laws of the country where they are domiciled, just like FKF are domiciled in Kenya. So what takes precedence, and we have a decision from the case in Ghana, I think sometime in 2018, and our High Court made a decision in sometime last year when Justice Pauline Nyamoya said that FIFA is not a state. And that is what we must be able to understand. The matters that Kenya is dealing with are criminal by nature. And criminal matters can only be dealt with by institutions of a sovereign state. Even if FIFA were to find today that there is a problem with the finances, issues to do with movement of money, issues to do with corruption, issues to do with embezzlement of funds are criminal by nature, and only states have the capacity and the ability to deal with those issues. So FIFA cannot therefore now turn around and say that when Kenya, which is a state, a sovereign state, is investigating matters that are within their jurisdiction, FIFA cannot interfere, because by dint of their existence, they are an NGO which is subject to laws of state. Robin, today, if I'm accusing you of killing anybody, I will not be the complainant. When that charge sheet is done, it is the state versus Robin Toskin on matters of criminal nature.
Yes.
So that must be understood very well so that we get the context right. And that is why I still maintain anybody fear-mongering, anybody who thinks that this country is under trial, Kenya is not under trial. It is the individuals who are facing criminal charges. And I welcome what my friend Fatma has done, saying that she's willing to engage with the CS, her colleague and friend for many years. They're both diplomats, worked for the United Nations, and in diplomatic circles they have been together. They are going to engage in a video conference to ensure that the issues at hand are resolved, so that at the end of the day, it is not Kenyan football that will suffer. It is the individuals who are culpable for the malfeasance that we have seen, the bad governance we have seen, so that they are brought to justice. And I want to reiterate, even when I have been on the front line advocating for Nick Mwendwa leaving FKF, I still believe in the rule of law. And Article 27 of the Constitution talks about everybody being entitled to equal treatment before the rule of law. And so, I mean, at the end of the day, Nick Mwendwa and his colleagues, including Barry Otieno, they are in custody. They are going to court today. My expectation is that they are still innocent until proven guilty, and they will be given the opportunity to defend themselves, and they will be treated fairly before the rule of law, as Article 27 of our Constitution guarantees.
But
at the end of the day, Robin, it's about due process.
Even if that happens, still Kenyans are struggling to get that difference between FIFA and the sports ministry, what they have said. Because there's some information here. Somebody just commented here saying that that while he understands the concerns about government interference, FIFA's concerns about government interference, that in Kenya we are also increasingly getting concerned about FIFA's interference in good governance. And when you look at the press release that was issued by CAF yesterday, they made a very interesting comment, and they said this, that CAF is committed to good governance in African football administration. This is a press release they were talking about. They were weighing in on the developments in Kenya. Now, Arocho, if all of us are talking about the need or the desire for good governance, then why are we here? Why is it that we can't agree with FIFA?
Well, I think I talked about it. For me, it lies with our constitution. That is the FKF constitution. It is the document that helps govern the game in the country. And I think the authors of this constitution, I beg to differ with them. Why am I saying so? Look at that constitution. 70 to 80% of the constitution is talking about the president. The president of the federation has been given a lot of powers. The checks and balances in that constitution are not there. The fact that the executive has not met for the last 2 or 3 months, for me, says a lot. There must be checks and balances. Now, referring to your initial analogy, I'll give you an example of Egypt. The entire executive of the Football Association in Egypt resigned in 2019. What happened? FIFA, in collaboration with the government, formed a normalization committee. The moment that the executive can no longer execute their mandate due to one reason or the other, like for what I'm talking about in Egypt, where they all resigned, what happened? FIFA, in collaboration with the government, comes in and comes up with an executive or something to help govern the game. And if you look at that executive in Egypt, it has been, the mandate of the executive has been renewed twice. Since 2019, we are in 2021, they were given the first 1 year, they performed, they're doing some sort of a review of their constitution, and they requested for more time to make sure that that happens. So in our case, I think FIFA is just trying to make sure that they are also involved in whatever kind of committee that is coming up. Because going by what Fatma has said in her letter, I think she feels left out in this process, because FIFA believes that any football process that is done in any member state, they have to be involved. So I think the conversation...
But then that letter was way back there. That was October 18th. That's what they are saying. That
which letter are you referring to?
Letter from...
I'm talking about the letter that has just come in about few hours
yes,
in the morning.
I've seen that. But the fact is, the sports CS, Ambassador Amina, actually wrote the letter way back October 18th.
Yes.
But there was no
response
to that until this morning.
That is what I talked about earlier. I talked about the first letter that Madam Amina sent to FIFA. There was no response. After Madam Amina has constituted a committee is when FIFA came in. For me, it was just a way of prompting FIFA to react. Because FIFA at times, they feel that they don't communicate. In fact, they don't communicate to anybody else other than the federation. I think something is happening. It's good that the conversation has begun. The conversation, and I believe that Fatuma will come back to Kenya. I was so disappointed when she came to Kenya about a month ago. Nyakundi, you'll help me there. And Fatuma never met any government official.
It was baffling, actually, because
she never met any journalist. And this is why I feel that FIFA is not being told exactly what's happening in Kenya. Because Fatuma was here when Vihiga Queens emerged winners in the regional tournament that was held here about a month or so back. But it was quite surprising that Madam Fatuma never met the journalists. Madam Fatuma never met the government.
She was shielded from the journalists. Of course, you know, we have so many questions.
And you see, Robin, that has been the one-sided conversation that we are talking about. The Secretary General of FIFA cannot be in the country and not even have a press conference. I mean, it was baffling, like you said. But that is water under the bridge. And I want to believe that right now we can be able to get ourselves to have a proper conversation. We have been, and I have said this, and tomorrow we are going back to the Senate. Senator Mutula Kilonzo, the questions that we have even had from our politicians, the ideas, the sentiments, are because they only have one side of the story. Nobody has listened or seen or acquainted themselves with the facts. And that is why I have sounded like a broken record. But until the report has come out, and I hope Kenyans will be able to read and see the issues as they are, then you get ashamed that this has been happening, and people have been thinking that all was good at Kananda House. It was not well. So what is important? And that is my clarion call. It is my mantra. Let us have a conversation with ourselves. Let us right the wrongs that are happening. And I'm glad that, like Fred has pointed out, that for the first time, the Secretary General of FIFA has written to the CS. Initially, we were seeing letters addressed to the CEO of FKF. But today, the letter that has come out is addressed to the CS, and that is what we want to see. Nobody wants to throw, the baby with the bath water. We are saying, let us have a conversation, let us fix our football, let us talk as people who know what is right and what we are supposed to do. The interest here must be Kenyan football. The interest here must be the Kenyan player.
Then, Milton, how would that interest be resolved or the problem solved when just over the weekend we saw a flurry of political comments, and the whole thing has now been turned into a political contest. Some politicians say
Robin, I have to say this, and I had to issue a statement myself and say politicians must keep off.
Yes.
They have to.
Yes.
And I say this, and we are not missing our words. And Fred agrees with me. Politicians, please, when we have been fighting, you have not been there. When Fred has been running his voice hoarse on the airwaves, you guys have not been commenting. Today, just because you feel this matter is now becoming a national issue, you want to comment about it.
Yeah, please. But they have the role. The politicians have the role.
Allow us.
Let me hear from Marocho.
Allow the CS to do her job. Allow the Kenyan people to speak. We sent you to parliament. You passed laws. When they are being implemented, please give us a break. Don't comment about this now. Well, in the manner that you're doing it.
I might share his sentiments, and Nyakundi's sentiments, but I'm toning down. I think our leaders deserve also to talk about issues, but they must be conversant.
They should be able to.
They must be conversant with what is happening.
Exactly. Let them speak to facts.
Yes, let them speak to facts. I saw the Senator of Nairobi talking about football. He did have his facts. I saw Mutula Kilonzo talking in the Senate. You don't have your facts. Guys, before you speak about football, get the facts. Because you cannot wake up and say that the moment the CS puts up a committee, FIFA will ban us. It is a process. It's not an event. FIFA will not just wake up one early morning. And Toskin, the current FIFA is not the FIFA for Blatter. FIFA, when Blatter was there, was giving instructions. They were giving you 7 days to comply or else they ban you. But the current FIFA, Infantino FIFA, is an engaging FIFA. It's a FIFA that listens. And that's why you see that the letters from FIFA are somehow, for some of us who have seen letters from FIFA, when Kasuves were the head of football in this country, the late Hatimi was the head of football in this country, they were quite very strong sentiments. Guys, committees running football, this is not the first committee. We've had several committees running football because of the chaos that have been there. We had Adams Karauri, the former assistant minister. There's a time that he headed a caretaker committee. Yes. We had Kipchoge Keino. He's headed a community in this country.
But
we
it hasn't helped anything.
No, the point I'm trying to bring here is this. You know, when I saw it in the Senate, when somebody wakes up and say football will stop simply because order is being brought, surely you need to... I'll give you an example, Toskin. These senators who are talking should go to the ground and make a conversation with clubs down there. Money was given. I'm not going to mention the company that gave money. For football, for clubs to be financed in a one way or the other, in counties, millions were given. Not even a coin has gone to Elgeyo Marakwet. Not even a coin has gone to Kisumu or even Voi. The point I'm trying to bring is, before you as a senator wakes up and make a conversation on TV, you need to talk to your people. Have they received money that is meant for those clubs down there?
And Robin, and this informs why
as you make your final comments.
I made a request to appear before the Senate committee, and I took the evidence. And we are saying this cannot be a one-size-fits-all jacket. So that everybody, just because football is popular, when a matter comes up and senators and members of parliament are talking about it, we must be able to look at the facts for what they are. Robin, I want to say this categorically, that let everybody play their role. Let everybody do so from a point of information and with the best interests of Kenyan football at heart.
Thank you, Milton.
And at the end of the day, Robin.
Yeah.
I do not need to be rewarded. Fred does not need to be rewarded. You do not need to be rewarded as long as you are doing the right thing. This, and I'm going to use your platform to say very, very stern words, let everybody play their role.
And
we must stop the monkey business. We must stop the monkey business that we have become accustomed to as a people. Robin, CS, do your job. Members of Parliament, do your job. Robin, do your job.
The media has done, Milton, the media has done its part, and that is why we are seeing all the movement.
Precisely, Fred. Continue talking about it.
I want just to quickly take Arocho, your final word, just in 10 seconds.
My final word is just to plead to our leaders. Before you talk, get your facts. I've not really prosecuted anyone on this. For me, I feel that Kenyan soccer is bigger than anybody else. Kenyan soccer will be there, all of us will go. But you have to speak to facts. Once again, nobody wants anybody anybody who is innocent to be prosecuted or go through the legal process. I believe that the legal process in this country is quite able to handle what we are seeing at the moment.
Okay.
My last call, Harambee Stars, I believe in you. I have always believed in Harambee Stars even when we lose. I know today we are going to win. And for me, it's a new beginning. We are championing a new beginning for the team. Because this is not the end of the game. Once we are done with Rwanda, I believe that we will not have a lot of assignments between now and the end of the year. But subsequently, we are going to get friendlies and we'll pick up once again Harambee Stars, Olunga and group. I know you're going to do it today.
Thank you very much.
Kudos to the boys. Let them
Milton
do it for
Nyakundi
us.
and Fred Arocho. Those really profound thoughts on Kenyan football. We just hope that a solution will be found any time from now, because FIFA have started engaging the Kenyan government, and we are happy that Fatma Samura finally has reached out to the Kenyan government so that they try to break this impasse. So we hope all will be okay with Kenyan football. But then this afternoon, Harambee Stars will be taking on Rwanda. I would like to call upon all Kenyans to really rally behind that team so that they get their footing back, because there are so many other assignments that will be coming ahead of them. This has been Sports Chat, and I'm Robin Toskin. Until next Monday, please always keep it KTN.
This is KTN News.
Express Sawa Sawa. Sawa na Sawa Liquid Hand Wash inapatikana katika variant tatu: original, strawberry na aloe vera. Sawa Liquid Hand Wash yenye harufu ya kuvutia, uhakikisha mikono yako inabaki kuwa laini. Bidhaa bora kutoka Pwani Oil Products Limited.
Kenya is a superpower in the world of sport generally. We have first-class athletes. There is absolutely no reason why Kenya should also not be a superpower in soccer. We eat the same food, drink the same water, go to the same schools. What has been lacking is just efficient, transparent management.
But we are aware that violence will definitely happen. As a matter of fact, this year, one of my supporters was beaten up, senseless, for saying that I don't support this candidate. And so this guy just brought up people to beat him up, senseless. And unfortunately, our security systems don't act very quickly, and they don't, take those issues seriously. And because they don't, they continue to recur. And I don't know when men will learn that that will not deter women from buying. We will still buy. They can be as violent as they want, but it will not stop women from buying. And what I want to say is that for women, It doesn't matter how violent the situation is. We are here not just to fight to win, but to change that narrative. And we're changing the narrative that women can indeed be leaders with or without the violence that are perpetrated against them. So yes, we are. It's trying to do two things at the same time: seeking to lead, but to also create transformative spaces where we have an equal opportunity. And when we are talking about equal opportunity, means that you are elected on merit. When you go into elections, especially during campaigneering, you will not dress the way I dress. We must be realistic about the spaces around which you are engaging. If the government was able to give protection, that would be different. But because the government doesn't give protection, you must always either have trousers or wear bikers. I wear trousers all the time when I'm in the constituency. And why? Because you may have to run all of a sudden. And sometimes, even if it's not about violence, very recently I was talking to one of the women who is vying, and she was asking me, how do you cope? I come from a community where I can't wear trousers, so I have to wear long kitenges. And when our presidential candidate comes, I'm expected to jump on the bonnet of his car, and then everything then is seen. So I said, you just must make sure that you either have a biker or you wear a leotard under, so that even if you jump, they'll not see your panties, they will be seeing something else. So it's a reality that women have to deal with, that you have to take into account those issues, which men don't have to take into account. Men are in trousers all the time, and people are not judgmental about how they dress. But as women, there are communities that are very strict. Women will vie, whether you are violent or not. In the last election, my house was burnt, my bodyguard was killed, and I am here vying again. You will not deter women by those archaic and backward tendencies. What I would actually encourage is that the government should make an example of one aspirant. Whether the aspirant is a member of parliament or whatever, make an example, prosecute and jail such a person. But when you actually encourage impunity, that we have actually normalized violence in political spaces, then you're making it much harder for other women to come forward and vie. But I want to encourage women that nonetheless, we are the ones who must change the narrative, and we must come out and we must vie and tell them with or without violence we will vie. So you might as well look for something else.
This is the Opportunities Are Here Project X. This is the third and final live selection. I'm going to remember so many words. Let me hold you. But today was really amazing, and thank you so much, contestants, for showcasing what you have.
This is a board meeting, a business trip, a negotiating table. This is growing your assets, future-proofing, work attire, a social network. This is an apprenticeship, a business partner, the night shift. Discover business news that's relevant to you with Money Daily from the BBC.
Kenya is a superpower in the world of sport generally. We have first-class athletes. There is absolutely no reason why Kenya should also not be a superpower in soccer. We eat the same food, drink the same water, go to the same schools. What has been lacking is just efficient, transparent management.
Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, in conjunction with the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, and the County Government of Laikipia, welcomes you to the Africa Industrialization Week celebrations to be held in Nanyuki Town, Mount Kenya Road, from 15th to 18th November 2021. The theme is Industrializing Africa, Renewed Commitments Towards an Inclusive and Sustainable Industrialization and Economic Diversification. Come all, let us celebrate our micro, small, medium enterprises, MSMEs, innovations together.
This is KTN News.
Hello, good morning. It is grey and overcast here in Nairobi, and welcome to News Center. Our focus today is on the state of football in Kenya following the move by Sports Cabinet Secretary Amina Mohamed to form a caretaker committee to run football affairs. The decision followed a week of investigations by an inspection committee into alleged misappropriation of funds at the Football Kenya Federation. In battle, FKF President Nick Mwendwa and Secretary General Barry Otieno are today expected to be arraigned in Kiambu on corruption-related charges. Mwendwa and Otieno spent their weekend behind bars after being arrested at the weekend and locked up at the Gigiri police station. Good morning once again. This is News Center, as I've mentioned, of course, where we give you an inside scoop of what is happening in the country. Now, it is a reprieve for Kenyans for the second month in a row after the Energy Regulatory Authority, EPRA, maintained fuel prices at 129 shillings and 72 cents for second month in a row. This after the government opted to utilize the Petroleum Development Levy to cushion Kenyans against high international oil prices. The pump prices were set to go up by 13 shillings and 76 cents for super, 15 shillings and 68 cents for diesel, and 11 shillings and 57 cents for kerosene. In the latest price review by EPRA, the regulator has slashed fuel marketer margins to 0 shillings, with the government expected to compensate them through the Petroleum Development Levy. As a result, motorists in Mombasa will pay the lowest price of 127 shillings and 46 cents for super, 108 shillings and 36 cents for diesel, and 101 shillings and 29 cents for kerosene. Motorists in Mandera will pay the highest price at 142 shillings and 75 cents for super, 123 shillings and 64 cents for diesel, and 116 shillings for diesel. Right, President Uhuru Kenyatta visited Ethiopia on Sunday in a shuttle diplomacy mission and held private talks with the Ethiopian leadership led by Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed and President Sahle Zawedi amid growing international efforts for a cessation of hostilities in the country's war. As African Union envoy Olusegun Obasanjo expressed hope dialogue can end the conflict, but warned such talks cannot deliver without an immediate ceasefire. More than 12 months of fighting between federal troops and Tigrayan forces have cost thousands of lives and displaced more than 2 million people, with hundreds of thousands facing famine-like conditions. Diplomatic sources privy to the meeting told KTN News that President Kenyatta is trying to broker a truce between the protagonists of Ethio-Tigray conflict, His visit to Addis Ababa came a day before the arrival of the U.S. Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, who is expected to jet in the nation today. And still on the international news, U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken begins his week-long tour of Kenya, Nigeria and Senegal today. According to the U.S. State Department, Blinken is expected in Nairobi today, where he will meet with President Uhuru Kenyatta to discuss topics including cooperation on ending the COVID-19 pandemic and regional security issues such as Ethiopia, Somalia and Sudan. Blinken will travel next to Abuja to meet with Nigerian President Muhammadu Buhari to discuss cooperation on global health security, expanding energy access and revitalizing democracy. In Dakar, Blinken will meet with Senegalese President Macky Sall to reaffirm the close partnership between the U.S. and Senegal. Right, back to the country where the drama surrounding the management of football in the country continues to play out after suspended FKF officials maintained they are going nowhere. The Ministry of Sports last barred Football Kenya Federation from running football activities. Sports CS Ambassador Amina Mohammed says the government is in talks with world governing body FIFA with hopes of avoiding a ban. Jeff Mogiro has more.
The Ministry of Sports has appointed a 15-member caretaker committee to run football activities in the country as Football Kenya Federation officials step aside, awaiting conclusion of investigation. This follows recommendation by a prop committee appointed by the sports registrar. The report pointed out massive misappropriation of funds at Football Kenya Federation. The committee will be led by Justice Retired Aaron Ngera.
Following these recommendations and in order to preserve the sport of football in our country, I have agreed to appoint a Football Kenya Federation Caretaker Committee comprising of the following for a period of 6 months.
The Sports CS was expected to appear before the Senate's Labour and Social Welfare Committee to respond to queries on FKF audit. Amina was nowhere to be seen. Rather, a letter addressed to the committee's chair, Johnson Sakaja, requested for more time.
It's a letter that seems to assume, as though she doesn't know that she's supposed to be here, that the Constitution requires that she shows up when she's called by the committee. It is not okay. It is not acceptable, Chair.
I want to direct that the Cabinet Secretary of Sports and Heritage, Sports, Culture and Heritage, be issued with summons to appear on Tuesday at 10 a.m. Number two, I want to reiterate the Speaker's directive that was given earlier.
While the members of the committee were discussing her absence, Amina dropped a bombshell, disbanding FKF from running football activities in the country.
I'm hoping that, in fact, we can now engage very seriously with FIFA to make sure that not just the laws of Kenya, but that their statutes, including their values and principles in terms of ethics, that all those are adhered to.
The report recommended investigative agencies to come on board to investigate the extent of the rot at the Kandanda House. Further, it recommends those found guilty to be held to account. FKF has responded to the ministry's action, insisting they are legally in office.
What do you envisage, David, honestly? I don't even want to discuss it. It's unacceptable, it's rubbish. It's rubbish, they don't understand what they're doing. They need to wait for the elections and then they remove us.
The current football stalemate does not only hurt the sport, but also puts players' careers in jeopardy. World governing body FIFA is yet to respond to the latter. Jeff Mogire, KTN News, Nairobi.
Now, admiration for the government continues to pour in as football stakeholders and fans in the country welcome the suspension of the Football Kenya Federation, replacing it with the Interim Caretaker Committee. The stakeholders are now urging the government to extend similar efforts to the grassroots in a bid to create a corrupt-free sporting environment.
Napenda kumshukuru waziri wetu wa michezo, Ambassador Amina Mohammed, kwa hatua ambayo amechukua ya kuleta sanity katika mpira wetu.
Tuna imani ya kwamba Aaron Ngera kwa uzoefu wake, tajriba alionaye na busara alizonazo atatenda haki na washikadau wa kandanda watapata yale yote wanayostahili.
Changamoto tuko nayo kwa mpira ni uongozi pale juu. Sasa vile chairman ametolewa, nafikiri wataweka uongozi mzuri na wabadilishe mpaka kwenye branches, tuone kwamba mpira imechezwa vilivyo na vijana wamepata tuzo vile inavyofaa.
Mabadiliko yanayofanyika katika FKF yatasaidia michezo katika nchi ya Kenya, kwa sababu mpira wa kandanda ulikuwa chini kabisa na haukuwa na watu ambao wanausimamia kuijua vizuri kabisa. Kwa hivyo mabadiliko yatasaidia.
Well, here more reactions on the move by CS Amina to age out Nick Mwenda and his team at FKF and forming a caretaker committee to run football affairs.
Tumeitana hapa leo kujulishana kuwa tutataka pongezi zetu nyingi sana kwa Madam Amina, na hii ndio mwelekeo mpya ambao ulikuwa tuutarajia kwa muda mrefu sana. Kwa hivyo sisi ambalo tuamwambia tu Nick Mwendwa kidogo akae kando, ambao sasa nasikia amewekwa korokoroni, ajiadjust tu, yani kuwa approve kuwa is not guilty, alafu after 6 months kama anavyosema Madam Amina kwa kutakuwa na new election.
Natuma appeal kwa shirikisho la kimataifa FIFA li accept hichi kijembe kilichofanywa na Mama Amina. Hii mtu mmoja hawezi kuumiza watu milioni 47 ambao tumeumia kwa siku nyingi sana katika hili jambo la ufisadi, na isichukuliwe ni siasa kama nilivyoona leo katika magazeti yetu ya hapa nchini. Hii si siasa, bali sisi wana michezo tumeumia kwa muda mrefu, na hii ilikuwa tunatarajia sana waziri atafanya mambo yake na uwajibikaji mzuri, na Wakenya tuungane pamoja na hii komiti iliyoundwa tuwasaidie kwa miezi 6 ili kuitwe uchaguzi wa haki na uhuru. Kila mtu ajivunie mpira urudi kama kawaida katika nchi yetu ya taifa la Kenya.
Right, and of course, those stories, they form a segue into a discussion today looking at the state of affairs in the country as far as football is concerned. And I'm joined this morning by Dan Shikanda, who is the chairman of FC Lopet, to tell us more about this development, what he thinks. Is this now a spawning ground also to really salvage the football fraternity here in the country? A very good morning to you, Dan. Good to see you.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Fantastic. Right, let's just get down to it, and first of all, look where Nick Mwendwa is coming from. In 2016, he dethroned Sam Nyamweya as Football Kenya Federation president after securing an overwhelming majority in the national elections held at Moi Stadium, Kasarani. But it seems from that particular victory, it's been, you know, a free fall for the football fraternity here in the country. You yourself, I think, also you suffered in the hands of Nick Mwendwa. You were suspended and you moved to the Sports Dispute Tribunal to challenge the decision by FKF, this president, Nick Mwendwa, to provisionally suspend you from all football activities. But you're here today. So did you see from your crystal ball something was really amiss with this leadership?
A lot of things were amiss, a lot of things. And I think it's very unfortunate for football in this country that each time we try to move forward, we get a leadership that is not interested in football. I remember when Nick was being elected for the first time, some of us were in the opposition. We really tried to talk to the nation and tell them that, look here, this is the same team. Nyamweya's team and Nick's team were more or less the same team. So to me, he was a best student of his master's. And when Nick started running football, it was, it gave us an impression that, yes, I'm here, young and energetic, I'm here to change things. But unfortunately, things just started going haywire. Each time he could get the confidence that he has been elected, he's the federation chairman. And maybe just going into what you said as being suspended, I will not want to go much into what is happening between the federation and the government, but I'll just talk directly on what has been happening to our football. You see, in any institution, you'll have some parameters. And key parameters in football will be Harambee Stars, the top-tier league. And the top-tier league will never be vibrant if FC and Gor Mahia are under siege somewhere. And to be honest, it was just fight after fight against AFC and Gor Mahia, more so AFC Leopards. And as we speak, before even the suspension and after the suspension, AFC Leopards is currently at its, we are on our knees because of a rogue federation, because of a rogue leadership.
But where is the disconnect between, yes, you, the football club, and FKF, you know, the regulatory body?
FKF took over the running of the league.
Yes.
And when they took over the running of the league, first they duped the country that the league will be run by the stakeholders, that is the chairman of the league.
Oh, duped is a big word,
yeah,
Shana.
Yes, they duped the country. When they were leaving KPL to come and run the league under the umbrella of FKF Premier League. He formed a committee. I was a member of that committee, of a 5-member committee. And then within that 5-member committee, the 5-member committee was actually elected by the other chairman of the top-tier league.
Yes.
Then after we put down a constitution, after we put down a framework on how the league will run, I think there is where they saw the committee will be firmly in charge of the sponsorship of the league and the sponsorship and any monies that come into the league. And we were not pushovers. We were not yes sir people. We actually wanted the money to run the league and make sure that the teams will benefit. Hence, it will be very competitive and the country will start now seeing football moving forward. Of course, KPL had not done any mistake. It's just him being the custodian of Kenyan football.
Yes.
He decided KPL will not run the league. So we had first and foremost to midwife a situation whereby the president of the federation does not want the league run under Kenya Premier League, which is the normal practice all over the world, that there's a body running the league so that there's no interference from the body that is from the federation that's managing the league. So we had to come up with hybrids and make sure that there's a win-win situation. Initially, there was a split. There are people who had refused to become from KPL. And I remember taking some suicidal missions to talk to both sides, to talk to FKF and tell them it is important to have the other people in the league, and go and talk to the so-called rebels who had said they are remaining in KPL. We agreed that because there's a sponsor and we've played a league the whole year without sponsorship, let's just respect the federation head and go and play under FKF and manage it and make it watertight and make sure that the teams benefit.
All right, suicidal mission you mentioned there. And,
it was very suicidal.
Okay, let's just hark back a bit to his election as well. From the chairman of Nairobi Super League, when he was also leading Kariobangi Sharks as well. Do you think maybe democracy, even within football fraternity, could be the undoing of football? That yes, maybe someone is still wet behind the ears, you don't really experientially, risen to the ranks of that particular seat that warrants experience. Could we say he was inexperienced to actually hold such a position? But because of democracy, it's the people's voice. Well, he has to sail through.
Yeah, I know democracy at times can take toll in terms of qualifications and credibility.
Yes.
But what I can emphatically say, yes, I think experience is key. And when the federation was constituted after the elections, we started seeing some, I can use teething problems, which we thought will go with time. But it happened to be that the people running the league, per se, the people running football per se in this country, you can say they lacked some oomph, which can be brought about by maybe your qualifications, which can be brought about by maybe who you have been interacting with. There was a lot of inexperience in their decisions. For example, when we formed the FKF Premier League and we started moving forward, we laid a sound foundation to make sure that the league can even attract any sponsorship. But unfortunately, it was disbanded, and the federation returned the management of the league under a committee, which, when it was under the committee, it was being run actually by the federation itself. We started seeing unilateral decisions being made. You tweet that today I've given Gor Mahia the league. We ask him, what rules are you using? No rules being followed. The next time, the team which is on top of the league by this date will be the champion? Who sat down to make those decisions? Who actually, what rules are we using? You see, football is a game governed by rules. You cannot just sit in your bedroom or sit somewhere in a boardroom and decide, today we are doing this, tomorrow we are doing that. No, that is not leadership. That is not, everything must be governed by rules and regulations. And that's why we can sit here to agree or disagree. But let us follow the basic rules which have brought us together. So when the federation threw all that out of the window and started making unilateral decisions to run the game, it definitely killed the game. And when some of us stood up to say no to such decision, it was now us versus them, us versus the federation. At the moment, we are on our knees as AFC Leopards because the federation was saying we are fighting them. We are fighting you because you are making wrong decisions which are not helping football in this country.
Right. Shikanda, maybe if I may also just go back, well, for us who grew up in the 80s, and I was an avid fan of AFC, still I am today, despite the fact that we know it's checkered with so much challenges as well. But I remember my uncle taking me to Kasarani to watch FC Leopards as well. The likes of Wilberforce, Mulamba. We had also JJ Masiga, Francis Kadenge. We are talking about people who had a good dab or a good hand, you know, at football, what they knew football fraternity to be, the management of it as well. When you are in office, you as a chair of AFC Leopards, why can't we consult these people? Where are they? JJ Masiga, I know he's a practicing dentist right now. Wilberforce Mulamba, where are they? These are the people that we should be consulting. We've got Mohamed Abbas as well. Mohamed Abbas, who was the, you know, very good goalkeeper with a very good sleight of hand on the goalpost as well.
We consult them and we consult them.
But why aren't they in the management? Despite the fact that you're consulting them, why aren't they? Why aren't they? These are the people who should be now actually leading the country in terms of running the football matters.
I'm telling you, to reach into the leadership of any institution, it will take quite some push and pull, and maybe some of them would not like to go through this mud. For me to sit here as FC chairman, or maybe former Nairobi branch FKF chair, you have to go through a lot of mud. But whether they could be there or not, the basic thing here, and you see, what's unfortunate or what's happening to our football now, like now we are all focused on maybe money has been embezzled. That is just a tip of the iceberg.
Yes.
I can tell you the entire infrastructure of the football in this country under this federation was actually dismantled. For example, why is FC and Gor Mahia not performing well? Somebody goes down to our catchment areas and goes and lures the teachers and the would-be our future players and tells them, if you go to AFC or if you go to Gor Mahia, you will not be called to the national team. But if you come to this and this team, we shall give you an opportunity to play for under-23, then to play for the national team. These are things which have been happening, but people don't know. And they have actually killed the fabric of football in this country. Because you go down there, you dupe our best young talent growing. You take them to areas where they will not explore their talent. And at the end of the day, you realize that one or two things, you again kick them out. Because you're telling them that to pull them into your establishments, and once they're in your establishments, you want to do business with them, personal business, which is conflict of interest. Then you tell them, now you'll play for this, we will call you to the national team, so that your chances for going out professional will be high. Because once you've played for under-23, once you're in the national team, it will be easier for the European market to look at you as a better player. Yet, you are suffocating the other areas, the other bigger, better infrastructure. For example, whether you go to heaven or hell, you jump up and down, AFC and Gor Mahia remain the major pillars of football in this country. You will not hide from that. So if you deny them the basics that they can tap into the best players from their regions and make sure that football in this country can give the best opportunity to the best players, you're actually killing the infrastructure which was there. If you deny players from the coastal regions, players from other regions to come up and show their talent, because if you look at Kenya, and you've mentioned the Mahmoud Abbasis, you've mentioned the Abbas Magongos, the regions they come from. And those regions, by default, they're regions which produce good goalkeepers, good midfielders. If you go to Western, you'll get better strikers. If you go to Central, you'll get maybe a good fullback or a good... It is a structure which has been there. But today you are coming, because of personal interest, you are dismantling that, and you are making sure that you are killing some clubs in this country. You will kill football. So I know everybody is focused on money has been embezzled, money has been done. But people have forgotten what disaster, what killing of Kenyan football through the dismantlement of its infrastructure has done to this country.
So, as it were, right now we don't really have a proper structure. How then are you operating? Amorphously, without any, you're groping in the dark as far as infrastructure is concerned?
I can tell you for free, it has been everybody for himself, God for us all. For example, we have been playing football, our league, for the last... I came to Leopards 3 years ago. The first year I came as a rescue team member. We were 18th on the log. We tried, finished 11th. Then I was elected chairman. We fought our way out. We finished 6th. Then last year, we finished 4th. What has actually been happening, and where I say that the structures have been dismantled, you find that you are playing in a league which you do not have a say, which no one knows what will happen tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll wake up and tweet and say, Leo League imeisha, let's do this. You are playing in a league whereby the refereeing, you do not sit down with the referees, the referee committee, to even learn new rules. They just come, and tomorrow you find that the referees can do whatever they want. FIFA suspended 5 key referees just the other day. And these referees had reffed the entire league. So it just tells you, was that league competent enough to be used as a measure that this team has won the league? No. And I know eyes will be shifted towards the money direction. But some of us who've been in football, we are shifting our eyes towards the infrastructure which have been there. For example, today we play in a league whereby it is just about honoring fixtures. It is not about the experience the fan will have. I play at 1 o'clock on Friday. 1 o'clock on Friday.
With a searing, scorching sun.
Scorching sun.
Yes.
Fans are in the offices. Fans are what? But no one cares. We have raised this issue. We want to play football where our fans can come and watch us. We want to play over the weekends. We want to play in our stadiums. But at the end of the day, the federation will not even fight to have you play at the stadium. For example, FC Gor Mahia reached the finals of the Betway Cup finals. This was an opportunity to build our football, to showcase to the corporates that football is starting to recover. But the memo we got from the federation, the final is being played at Ruaraka. I said, no, we will not play the finals at Ruaraka. I got a communication from one of them.
Yes.
Whether you like it or not, it will be played at Ruaraka. I told him, I am Dan Shikanda, chairman of FC Leopards. I can assure you, we shall not play the final at Ruaraka. After 2 days, I got a memo. The final will be played at Utali. I repeated, AFC and Gor Mahia and our leadership will not play at Utali. And again, I was told, remember, this final will be played where the federation chooses. The third time I got a memo was FC and Gor Mahia will play the final at Thika. We refused. We told them, if you cannot get Nyayo Stadium, we shall get Nyayo Stadium. And I'm proud to say I got Nyayo Stadium for that final.
Wow.
Because I've been trying to build a team.
Fantastic.
And I want to attract corporate sponsorship.
Right. Tell you what, Dan, I think we've got a lot to discuss here, but I'm pitched for time a bit. We need to just take a short break, and then we'll circle back with this conversation. It appears, yes, this is a pure slugfest between the football clubs and FKF. And under the leadership of Nick Mwendo, things have been going, asunder and going down the tubes as far as football is concerned. Remember, also Mwendo's first time in office was marred by a set of controversies. It is during his tenure as well that former Harambee Stars coach Bobby Williamson was dismissed and replaced by Stanley Okumbi in 2016. From that, things have been going down the tubes as well. So we discuss this more with Dan Shikanda on the other side of the break. You're watching News Center.
We are aware that violence will definitely happen. As a matter of fact, this year one of my supporters was beaten up senseless for saying that I don't support this candidate. And so this guy just brought up people to beat him up senseless. And unfortunately, our security systems don't act very quickly, and they don't, take those issues seriously. And because they don't, they continue to recur. And I don't know when men will learn that that will not deter women from vying. We will still vie. They can be as violent as they want, but it will not stop women from vying. And what I want to say is that for women, it doesn't matter how violent the situation is. We are here not just to vie to win, but to change that narrative. And we're changing the narrative that women can indeed be leaders with or without the violence that are perpetrated against them. So yes, we are, it's trying to do two things at the same time. Seeking to lead, but to also create transformative spaces where we have an equal opportunity. And when we are talking about equal opportunity means that you are elected on merit.
This is KTN News.
Seventh and final annual Devolution Conference is back. The conference will take place from the 23rd to the 26th of November 2021 at Makueni Boys High School, Makueni County. The theme of the conference is multi-level governance for climate action with the sub-theme Sub-National Mobilization in Unlocking the Full Potential of Climate Action During and After Pandemics. The conference will be officiated by His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya. To register as a delegate or exhibitor, visit www.devolutionconference.cog.go.ke or call 0718 242 203. Be there.
Express visawasawa. Sawa na Sawa liquid hand wash inapatikana katika variant tatu: original, strawberry na aloe vera. Sawa liquid hand wash yenye harufu ya kuvutia, uhakikisha mikono yako inabaki kuwa laini. Bidhaa bora kutoka Pwani Oil Products Limited.
This is KTN News.
Welcome back. You're watching the home of the whole story. This is KTN News, and this is a news center where I'm holding court with Dan Shikanda, the chairman of AFC Leopards. We're slicing and dicing what is happening with the football fraternity here in the country, looking at the sorry state of affairs with the current state of play. We have a caretaker committee right now who actually they're running the affairs of football here in the country. So when did the rain start beating us? Dan, back to you. We want to talk about also self-interest. Maybe Nick has been self-serving himself at the expense of FKF, especially when it comes to selling of players as well, so to speak, to other big clubs in the country. outside the country, I should say, and most of the youthful players being channeled to, Kariobangi Sharks. Would you just kindly tell us what was happening with that particular scenario, and how was he using his office to try and game the system?
Yeah, it's a very sorry state when there's conflict of interest and you are the head of an institution. It will definitely not go down well, both as a both professionally and maybe I can say even in ways that you can actually help the youthful players. We have seen a scenario whereby a lot of uprising, key promising youthful players are moved towards one direction. And at the end of the day, once they go there, you find that the dynamics of any organization, of any institution, you find that they will struggle a lot when they're down there with maybe a small team like Kariobangi Sharks. Not with any due respect to them, because they are big guns in this country who, if these youthful players could have come to them, definitely there could be a lot of change in their direction of how their career progresses.
Yes.
We have seen youths being cheated that, or being told, if you come this direction, you will be called to the under-23, you will be called to the national team. And they disregard each and everything and go there. So you find yourself with so many talent, so much talent, at the expense of other teams, and then you start saying that you actually lose focus on these players. There's this business of selling players outside this country. And for a player to go outside the country, mostly those European countries look at call-ups, look at how many call-ups you've had in the national team.
Yes.
It's absurd when you tell me that FC and Gor Mahia, we lack talent and we lack members, players in the national team. You call two goalkeepers from one team, goalkeeper 1, goalkeeper 2, to take them to the Cup of Nations. And those two goalkeepers are not, in fact, the ones who kept the most clean sheets. No. So it just tells you clearly.
Meritocracy is not there at all.
There are other vested interests.
Okay.
And this is actually what has been killing our football. This is actually what has been making our football not grow. We need to be fair. Football is all about fairness, fair play. If goalkeeper Saruni of Ulinzi has kept the most clean sheets, that tells you, he is the best goalkeeper. Let him go to the national team. If Wanga is the topmost scorer in the national team, there's no way you'll drop him at an expense of a player you are telling us, this is a youthful player, we want him to go and have the experience. We are not going to get experience from the Cup of Nations. We are going to play. We are not going just to participate to give some players experience. We are taking our best to make sure we get results so that our country can be somewhere on the map. We dropped Alan Wanga as our top scorer to get some names or some players simply because they went the Kariobangi way. No, that is wrong. And we condemned that, and we will still condemn that, because that is how we kill our football. It's not just about the monies. Money is critical for football management and running of these teams. But there are things which this federation has killed that has actually buried our football.
So it seems morale is at an all-time low within these particular clubs because of the management that we are experiencing right now, if this is what is really happening. But aside from that, let me just ask you, do you think then the FKF has generated more revenue, has lost more money during the tenure of Nick Mwendwa as opposed to other years, other tenures that we've had before? It seems people are greatly shy to associate with FKF, even from the betting clubs, as it were, because of the management that is under Nick Mwendwa.
Yes, I can say that one for free. I have been at the helm of FC Leopards, and for the last 2 years, I've been trying to get corporate sponsorship to come and sponsor FC Leopards.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I have, if you look at my laptop, we have almost 40 proposals, which are actually just at the brink of saying yes or no. But when they look at our football leadership, when they look at what has been happening, you find somebody, at the moment, I don't want to go into this murky water of football. Give me some time. We have lost quite a number of those would-be partners. And I can say, if we opened up our football, and I have reached a stage where I told myself,
yes,
I will not kill myself with corporate sponsorship, because there's still a lot to be done for corporates to start looking at football as an industry, not just as pastime. We have lost so much goodwill under the past federation because it has been a unilateral decision maker by somebody sitting somewhere and deciding this is the best for me. Because for anyone to come and sponsor football in this country, they will definitely ask people, what do you think? Can I put my 60 million into FC, into Gor Mahia, into the league? And they will definitely get answers.
Yes.
No, don't put because of A, B, C, D. And for us to get corporate sponsorship and get the government fully backing us, we have to put our houses in order.
Yes.
We have to be honest. And this one, I want to be honest with our members, with stakeholders of football. The federation has openly been fighting FC and Gor Mahia. The problems we are going through, the FIFA issues, has been the federation, because you deny us our money. You let our players suffer because we cannot pay. For example, federation now owes FC Leopards 3.3 million. From April, we have been their flag bearer in the matches they've been showing, but they have not been paying us. So how do you expect Dan Shikanda to pay players, and yet you are not giving us our money? There are deals that the federation signs on our behalf, which we are supposed to be part and party of them, but we don't see them. At the end of the day, you find that, yes, the buck stops with us, the clubs, for maybe running our clubs in a prudent manner, in a way that we can attract also sponsorship. But if the environment is not conducive, I can tell you, you will not attract any sponsorship.
But Dan, let me ask you, also we can just sit here and bellyache, raise accusatory fingers, but also within these particular clubs, AFC Lopez and Gor Mahia, well, we can say that even you're squeaky clean. You're not having all that halo, shimmering and shining on your head as well. Why is FKF also on your case? Maybe because, first of all, of your mismanagement of this particular funds that comes from FKF in the first place. So you've not been squeaky clean as well from the beginning in running the affairs of these, clubs as well.
I can tell you for free, and I'll talk on behalf of AFC Leopards, any monies we've been given. For example, Sports Pesa, when it was there, it used to give AFC Leopards 57 million. And at that time, there was gate collection. So FC was making about 70 million, because gate collection, you can say maybe 10 to 13 million. 70 million to run FC Leopards at that time. When we came in, the sponsor left. We ran FC Leopards for the first season without sponsorship. And we played 27 league matches and 4 cup matches without any sponsorship. Come second year, I got sponsorship of 40 million. Remember, if the 57 million plus gate collection was not enough to run the club, what is 40 million? It is definitely not enough. Then come the third year, this year.
Yes.
I am running AFC Leopards at half the budget that we started with BetSafe, because we are actually being given 1.6 million per month. My salary cap, my salary for the players is about 3.7 million per month. So when I'm getting 1.6 million, it tells you I have to top up to reach the 3.7 million to pay salaries. The federation is supposed to be giving me money monthly. It was supposed to be giving us 800,000 monthly. But since April, they stopped. They stopped giving us money. Up to the other day is when they gave us 300,000 after they suspended us. For example, when they suspended us, why did the federation suspend us? The federation suspended us because we refused to honor a match between AFC and Gor Mahia. And the reason being, somebody was being used to tell our players that the money we were to be given after playing the final of the Betway Cup the 1 million which was due to FC and the 2 million which was due to Gor Mahia had been given to the club officials, which was not the truth. And the players were actually planning to boycott the game and embarrass the leadership of AFC and Gor Mahia. So we talked to our players and we told them, the federation has not given us this money. That was 1 month down the line. And we told the players, we have even contacted the sponsor who says he has given the money. But the money has not been given to the clubs. So we told them, instead of boycotting the match, let us, as the leadership of AFC and Gor Mahia, let us jointly write to the federation and tell the federation, we are not going to honor this match because you are saying you have given us the money and you have not given us. So if you have given us the money, we will honor the match as leadership of these clubs. But if you have not given us the money, we will not parade our teams to honor this match. And that was it. So when we didn't honor the match, that is when the players realized the federation was lying. It had not given us the money 1 month down the line. So instead of now us sitting down and sorting that, the federation comes up, suspends us indefinitely, and fines FC 6 million and Gor Mahia 4 million. So if that match can generate 6 million, and you've been giving us 200,000 per match, when you broadcast our matches, which means you've been stealing from us, because these clubs can only grow if the revenues that they generate, they are given. But if you're not giving us our rightful revenue that we generate, how are we going to grow this match, these clubs?
Dan, considering also that we've been living in COVID times with the COVID-19 pandemic around us as well, economy has been tanking, things have been contracting as far as finances is concerned. Could that also be a good, valid reason that, yes, money has not been flowing to the clubs? Football was not played anywhere in the world because of COVID-19 pandemic. That is not an exception.
That is not a valid reason, because on this case of the federation with us, the sponsor gave the money on time. For example, BetKing and StarTimes, they tell us, we remit your money, but we haven't been getting the money. And it became very difficult, as you say, in these tough economic times where COVID has been ravaging all over. It was even hard for us to run these clubs because we are not getting the money that we are entitled to. Remember, the money we are getting from the betting companies is not gate collections. It is money they are giving for us to showcase, to market their product. We have actually played. The federation showed 86% of our matches. We are the team they showed the most matches. But I am disappointed to tell you, we got the least amount of monies. Teams like Western Steamer, whose the federation showed, I think, less than 6 or 7 of their matches, got more money than AFC Leopards, where you showed almost all our matches, apart from 5 or 6. But the scenario was, when Dan Shikanda asks for the money we are rightful due to, I am told I'm fighting the federation. Exactly the same thing they were trying to do to the CS, sponsor some keyboard warriors to fight the minister, the CS in social media, has been done to me, has been done to Rachel. Why? Because we are asking for our money. So if you are given our money in April, how come by September you have not remitted the money? Is that good governance? Is that proper management of finances in your league? And we are the best brand of your league, because why are you showing our matches day in, day out? We are not gaining from you broadcasting our matches. For example, we have written to StarTimes now, and we've told them clearly, we will not honor these matches we are playing at 1. Because now the government has opened the stadiums, funds will be coming in. We want to play at 4 so that we can get some little money from gate collections. So when you tell me to play on Friday at 1, and then at the end of the day, I'm not gaining anything. You as the federation, you are gaining. You have a sponsor who is broadcasting the matches. The sponsor who is broadcasting the matches, he is gaining. But me as AFC Leopards, I'm gaining 0 because I'm not getting that money. So we cannot hide under COVID. Yes, COVID has been there, But this federation will not hide under COVID in regards to the money that the sponsors were actually giving them to give to the teams.
All right. So was that also, you mentioned start times, and I remember there was a contentious deal with the FKF where most of the clubs, I don't know if you were included, we had Gor Mahia, we had Ulinzi, who felt they were shortchanged with this particular deal. Something was not very clean with that particular broadcasting deal with start times as well. Right? Are you privy to this information? What really happened now that you're actually mentioning them? Was that resolved?
Yes, I'm privy to this information.
Yes.
And maybe today I'll let the cat out of the bag. It was very unfortunate because as chairman of AFC, first and foremost, I didn't sign that thing. It was signed long time ago. For AFC, I don't know. It was signed long time ago. It was just brought on the table. AFC has signed.
And
when
you did not, hold on, you did not append your signature on it?
I did not append my signature.
So was this a forgery?
It was not a forgery. You see, in a leadership, like for example, in AFC Leopards, we have the chairman, the treasurer, and the chairman, the secretary, and the treasurer in that picking order. Somebody took advantage. I was sick, isolated somewhere with COVID, and I was told AFC Leopards had signed. But I realized, by the way, we didn't read these things, and that's why I'm saying that was poor governance in terms of you are setting people against each other. If I stood up and said, FC has not signed this, FC has not done this, I could have opened a Pandora or a can of worms, which was difficult with the prevailing circumstances that we were going through as a club at that time. What I decided to do, now that this thing was out, FC was a key player in those decision-making, key player. And it was unfortunate. My colleagues felt we had let them down. But I told myself, there will be no two leagues. I will do whatever diplomatic skills I have to have one league. And I thought the federation will actually thank me for having one league. And I had to talk to my colleagues who were on the other side, who had refused to sign, and tell them, let us have one league. Let us not sign this. And even I talked to the federation. It was important for us to start playing football. Now that the government has opened, we play, and we play under one umbrella. I will bring the rest on the table. I remember when I was negotiating with the rest, the CEO called me and told me, Shikanda, tunasikia umetusaliti, umeenda kuongea na wale. I told him no. As an elder and as somebody who has been in football, we have to play one league. And I thank God it came to pass. We all came under one umbrella. Gor Mahia, Ulinzi, Mathare United, and Zukericho had reservations, which we agreed, because of the reservations they have, let us see how to go forward. Remember, Rachel also didn't sign. It is his secretary who signed. So we realized what was happening, but we focused on the bigger picture. The bigger picture was, can we put our house in order? We play one league, we try and attract corporate sponsorship so that we can move forward as a country, as a footballing nation, because it was affecting everyone. And I didn't want a scenario whereby we get all messed up in these murky waters of who is not playing, who has signed, who has not signed. But honestly speaking, it was very wrong to twist clubs to sign those deals, which up to date, I wonder, and I think a lot of clubs have not seen those contracts of BetKing, those contracts of start times. It's very unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. It appears to me that the issue of corporate governance is not running, athwart when it comes to football fraternity here in the country. We are not seeing that being exercised. I think that will also bring a sense of and a modicum of organization and sobriety in running the affairs of football here in the country that is woefully inadequate within these particular clubs and the federation.
I can tell you, I wouldn't want to talk about other federations. I would just like to focus on football. It's an opportunity, maybe...
Yes. Football, this is what we are particularly intent on. And I'm talking about the corporate governance that should be streamlined within, FKF, as it were.
Yeah. I think it should be streamlined. And I am happy with the caretaker committee. I know there's been a lot of cries that, these are not football people. We don't need football people to run football. We need proper governance, proper corporate governance to make sure that we have systems that run. Because without systems, for example, the last 2 years, AFC Leopards, we have made huge strides in building a football team that can compete for the league and win the league. And I'm proud to say, last year I finished 4th behind 3 corporate clubs, Tusker, KCB, and Bandari. If I had half of the money these clubs use to run their leagues, their teams, I could have won the league in the first leg.
But Dan, let me ask you, why should we always be navel-gazing? Fans should be the source, all the way coming from FKF only. Why can't you diversify your portfolio, so to speak, in terms of, revenue generation, that it doesn't really necessarily come from FKF, that if that money doesn't trickle down to you, then you're awfully inadequate to operate as a club. There are many partners, I would believe, that would want to associate with the FC Leopards. There are many, clubs out there. There are many people who are fans, and they want to subscribe, to FC Leopards, to get the merchandise, to be the fan clubs. How then are you also using this opportunity to just think outside the box on how you can generate revenue to run the club?
Interesting question, and I can assure you, first and foremost, before you can dive into all that and maybe make some revenue out of that, people will always be looking at where you are on the table, what kind of football you're playing. For the last 2 years, I've focused on the team on the pitch. We've done a little in terms of revenue generation outside the pitch and the rest.
Yes.
But I can tell you for free, I have decided, I have 6 months in the office.
Yes.
I am swapping that. For the next 6 months, we want not to build FC in the air, but we want to build FC on a physical infrastructure. It's unfortunate. We were incepted in 1964, but we do not have our own training ground. There's a day I remember my coach fighting with the former president of the federation because they clashed on a training pitch somewhere in Karen. Kariobangi Sharks were training from 7 to 9. We were training from 10 to midday, but they extended. By 10, they had not finished. And my coach, Patrick Osem, said, time is time. I think just went straight to the pitch and told them to get out. And yes, I am not here to wholly blame the federation on our ooze. The ooze that we have now is that there has been monies owed to these clubs which has not been coming to make sure that critical functions in the club can actually run. What I decided, especially now that God has given me a second chance, and I'm saying God has given me a second chance because there was Shikanda must go by December. I could not have had the time to build the structure that I'm going to build in the next 6 months. We have been looking for certain issues to make sure that we can have our own training field, we can have our own offices where we will start from, and we are working hard so that come next month, we can all realize this and just focus on revenue generation. We have tried to build a team that we have given it to the technical bench and make sure I will tell them whatever results they get, we must finish top 3, if not winning the league. And I'll tell our fans, don't write us off. We are in this league to still compete. But as a leadership, who we are now having 6 months, we want to put a physical infrastructure where we shall build the team from and make sure that this team can be, this time can be a turning point in Kenyan football.
Right. Dan, I'm a little bit disappointed because all I hear is here you're looking for an office and you're looking for a training ground.
Yes.
I'm wondering then, how then do we continue to nurture also the youthful, young children that we have in this country who they are very passionate and they're impassioned, on anything to do with football. You're not even talking about, FC Leopards Football Academy, right? You just want the running of the office and you just want the training ground. That should be the big vision, sir.
The vision is this. First and foremost, first things first, it's unfortunate, and maybe apologies to members of AFC Leopards and maybe football fraternity at large. Since 58 years ago, we don't have our training ground.
Yes.
We are trying to work our best to have somewhere where we can train. And if it were not for COVID for the last 2 years, we have actually lost a whole season because of COVID. Seriously, challenges that we could neither do much nor try and salvage one or two things. But what is in our program now, we want to get somewhere where we can actually house the FC. What you're talking about, academy, yes, we have plans, and there's some land also. We've been chasing 2 parcels of land, one in Nairobi, one up country, but it all depends with us getting the one in Nairobi and getting our training field, then getting the one in up country, because we want to go back to Mashinani where our base is and actually build an academy.
Thank you.
All those 2 are in progress, and I'm sure they will come to pass before my term expires in June next year.
Thank you. Thank you. Dan Shikanda, the chairman of SC Leopards. Thank you for coming through this morning and fully articulating on what is happening on the football fraternity. You know, the current state of play. We have a caretaker committee who is trying to salvage the affairs of football in this country. We're still waiting and putting our eyes peeled on that to see how that really develops. But nonetheless, I want to thank you, sir, for cogently discussing this morning on this particular matter. Right, I just want to probably, before I take a short break, yes, you're watching News Center, and right now, when we come back, we'll be heading to Meru, where Alan Ochanda is standing by, and he will give us, you know, an update of what is happening. Deputy President William Ruto is kicking off his 2-day campaign tour there, and his visit, I should say, comes with amid loud murmurs from some leaders in the region who claim regional parties are threatened. So we'll give you the full gritty details of this on the other side of a break.
This is KTN News.
Express visawasawa. Sawa na Sawa liquid hand wash inapatikana katika variant 3: original, strawberry na aloe vera. Sawa liquid hand wash yenye harufu ya kuvutia, uhakikisha mikono yako inabaki kuwa laini. Bidhaa bora kutoka Pwani Oil Products Limited.
Kenya is a superpower in the world of sport generally. We have first-class athletes. There is absolutely no reason why Kenya should also not be a superpower in soccer. We eat the same food, drink the same water, go to the same schools. What has been lacking is just efficient, transparent management.
Seventh and final annual Devolution Conference is back. The conference will take place from the 23rd to the 26th of November 2021 at Makueni Boys High School, Makueni County. The theme of the conference is multi-level governance for climate action, with the sub-theme Sub-National Mobilization in Unlocking the Full Potential of Climate Action During and After Pandemics. The conference will be officiated by His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya. To register as a delegate or exhibitor, visit www.devolutionconference.cog.go.ke or call 0718 242 203. Be there.
This is a board meeting, a business trip, a negotiating table. This is growing your assets, future-proofing, work attire, a social network. This is an apprenticeship, a business partner, the night shift. Discover business news that's relevant to you with Money Daily from the BBC.
This is the Opportunities Are Here Project X. This is the third and final live selection. I'm going to remember so many words. Let me hold you. But today was really amazing, and thank you so much, contestants, for showcasing what you have.
When we started this show, News Hour, we wanted to create a platform where anybody and everybody would come and talk about whatever they wanted to say without their voices being silenced, except by the deep content of their brains. And we wanted to balance opinion. In a country where news flies faster than light, newsmakers need to be accountable. Policymakers need to be responsible. And that's what we do on News Hour. We base the show on one core foundation of journalism, the truth.
This is KTN News.
Welcome back. Right now, Deputy President William Ruto, we understand, is kicking off his two-day tour campaign of the Meru region. Ruto's visit comes amid loud murmurs from some leaders in the region who claim regional parties are threatened, a situation they fear will stifle democracy and affect the quality of leaders to be elected. Alan Ochanda is putting tails on this particular tour in Meru and is standing by. Alan, over to you. Good morning. Good to see you.
Well, Dibal, good morning to you. Yes, indeed, we are in Meru, of course, at Githongo grounds here. And you can see the friends here. The DP is already making his way here, and he will be in Meru for 2 days. Remember that it's today and tomorrow, Tuesday, and then on Wednesday, he will be in Tharaka Nithi County. And so, remember that he's coming in the backdrop of complaints from local leaders that maybe they feel that, yes, they are going into UDA, but they are feeling that maybe the nomination exercise will not be fair. But remember, the DP has assured them that there should actually be a fair exercise. Remember that he said that there will be no preferential treatment for any person, because the new entrants say that those who actually been seen as veterans in the party, actually just to term them as veterans in the party. Yes, it's a new party, but we have people who actually began the journey with the DP. And so the new entrants really feel that the nomination exercise may not be fair, but the DP has been assuring them. Also remember, yesterday we saw the former agriculture CS Mwangi Kiunjuri saying that as a region, they really want the DP to concentrate on the presidential polls only, but leave the other elective seats for the local leaders, of course, for the party leaders. Remember that we've had several political parties mushrooming up in Mount Kenya, also the TSP led by Mwangi Kiunjuri. And so such leaders saying that they really want the political space for their political parties to also have what they term as a free political space. But the DP is already here, he's addressing, and so we shall also be catching up later. Let's just go and listen in so that we cannot really miss anything from his speech here. Dibal.
Mambo namna gani? Very good. Tunaona hasla kwa area. Kwanza wacha nimwambie huyu MCA wenu aseme maneno kidogo.
All right, Donald Lonchand there, who is putting tails on Deputy William Ruto's tour in Meru. Remember also, last week we had IBC, who had actually made sure that, trying to just put my ducks in a row there, they had rejected nomination rules submitted by dozens of parties because they supposedly violated the law, and exposing how primaries are bungled and subsequently compromised the general election. And that also was inclusive of the UDA party, as Alan was mentioning there, the nominations which are coming up right now. Right, we want to just move on right now and keep you up to speed. We find out what is happening in the North Rift right now. Which way north? My autocue has just failed me, so we shall go straight to it.
Of all the northern communities, including Samburu, including Isiolo, including everywhere, that have come to this function to support each other because of the pool that Waziri has created amongst us. I think this is very, very important.
Nilisema ule mtu alitubeba kutoka chini, alitushikilia, alificha aibu yetu, akakuja Wajia, akatuchangia pesa. Hatutaweza kumwacha, tutakufa na yeye maisha na milele.
We must get the politics right. When you get the politics right, you also get the other bits right. Kwa sababu Moi alisema leo hatutazungumza siasa, lakini mzee Moi alisema kwa jumla siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. Let's all think collectively together. Let's put our small difference aside. Kwa wakati huu tunashukuru serikali na hii wale kamati walisimamia hii.
Because God and Uhuru Kenyatta trusted us with that responsibility. We want to pay back to Kenyans. We want to pay back to our region. And we want to remain grateful to Uhuru Kenyatta for what he has done for us. Na utaratibu ni tumeamua tu, we are blind to any other stories. Story yetu ni gani? Uhuru Kenyatta akisema right, sinaenda right. Mambo mengine tutauliza baada ya election. Tukisema left, sisi hatuulizi, we'll go that direction.
All right, let's turn our focus now on the drought situation in the country, where the drought being experienced in 10 of the country's 47 counties continue to ravage parts of the Tana River and Kilifi counties. Pastoralists are losing their livestock by the day due to lack of pasture. They're now calling on the government to implement the off-take program to cushion them from further losses.
The struggle by this cow to get back on its feet paints the picture of the struggle for survival by both animals and people in Tana River. Dozens of cows have died due to lack of pasture in what locals term as one of the worst drought seasons yet.
Haya kiangazi ambapo tuliopata mwaka huu hatujawahi kuona katika Tana River ama Magarini. Ng'ombe zinakufa na hata kuna mahali ya malisho, ni kuomba mashamba za watu ama kuzinunua.
It has been a long journey in search of pasture by pastoralists who trekked from Hola in Tana River County to Marereni in Kilifi County 3 months ago.
Tumetoka Hola tumefika Kurawa. Tumekaa karibu mwezi mmoja hivi. Tumekula nyasi, tumepata nyasi kidogo. Nyasi imeisha, hakuna nyasi chochote.
A journey that has not been successful.
Nimekufa ilikuwa ni 30. Nimebaki na 10 sasa.
Hasara kubwa sana. Kusikia ng'ombe zimekuja zaidi ya 200 hapa na zinaregeshwa zikiwa chini 50.
Here in Marereni in Kilifi, locals who had welcomed the pastoralists are not comfortable anymore.
Hapa ni ajili ya mzoga haikaliki. Hii mji wa Marereni watu wameshindwa kukaa sababu ya mzoga.
Watu wa Marereni pia tumewasumbua sababu hii harufu imeingia kwa masoko mpaka watu wameshindwa kukaa kwa masoko kwa sababu ya mizoga imejaa area hii.
With no hope of finding pasture for their livestock, they have no option but to return home to Tana River.
Turudishe huko nyumbani. Kama ni kukufia wache zikufie mahali zimekoka.
Ng'ombe hizo hata zikirudi nyumbani hakuna mahali wataenda kuuza, hakuna soko, hakuna mwenye anataka kununua. Ng'ombe ilikuwa shilingi 70,000 kwa dume ambayo ilikuwa inauzwa hapa, saa hii inauzwa shilingi 5,000.
They're now asking the government to step in.
Unaona ng'ombe zetu zimekufa, tunasema serikali tusaidie, tufanyie fidia.
Tunaomba serikali kwa hali na mali utusaidie sisi kama watu wa Tana River na Kilifi County.
Serikali ya national ifanye ile kitu inaitwa animal offtake.
In Isiolo, Interior PS Karanja Kibisho led the distribution of food to affected residents.
Tuko na 1000 bags ya 50 kilogram ya mchele. Tuko na gunia 200 za maharagwe.
Rita Tinina, KTN News.
And that story by Rita Tinina also will act as a segue to our next session where we discuss the climate situation in the country. And I'll be joined momentarily by Nixon Otieno, who is an environmental expert, to tell us more about the COVID-19, not really COVID-19, but the COP26, of course, the conference that was happening in Glasgow. But right now, the latest surge of arson cases in schools countrywide has prompted one school within Elgeyo Marakwet County to come up with innovative ways to arrest the wave of unrest. Even though school fires and students' unrest now are not new, Tembach High School organized student-led extracurricular activities dubbed Fun Day to ease the current tension among students. According to Tembach Chief Principal Michael Cheruyot, school games, entertainment, life and leadership camps are vital in instilling discipline among students.
I've actually maintained the high level of discipline which is actually expected from us, from the county, and we are also encouraging the other students from other schools that they copy our example and take us as their actual role models, because what we are doing is actually not done in almost all schools.
Students have been under pressure since we began the term, because with a lot of academic programs, because the term has been shortened. And we decided that we have it today so that we can also ease that pressure from academic and even discover ourselves in terms of the talents that we have. Through such events, we normally discover that our students are very endowed with a lot of talents, and when we get the opportunity, they actually explore them and for their future. So I think this is very important activity that most schools should embrace, so that we discover the talents of our young students when they're in high school before they go to the field of work. They are outside there.
Right, we want now to drill deeper to more on climate change talk, and I'm joined by Nixon Otieno, who is an environmental expert, to tell us more about the COP26. They came up with the first draft, as it were, right now, and as curtains closed on climate change summit COP26 in Glasgow, Scotland this past weekend, it is curious that the discourse on this issue of global importance is yet to gain traction in Kenya, even during a busy campaigning period. We are yet to hear any politician bring up the issue of climate change or even conservation of the environment. In fact, the biggest discussion in as far as climate change summit is concerned is conserved, or Kenya is conserved, and was the size of Kenya's delegation to the conference. And we want to take this matter seriously and discuss with Nixon. Nixon, over to you. First of all, I want just to thank you for joining us this morning here on News Center. And I'll begin by asking you, first of all, what was your overview of the entire conference in Glasgow before we drill deeper?
Yeah, thank you very much. Indeed, the conference was important for not only the global community, but also us as a nation, and even the local communities, because it brought over 200 world leaders together to discuss and prioritize the agenda of climate change, and to come up with actions and commitments that can ensure that we arrest the issue of climate change, to ensure that we don't really expose our communities and people to the adverse effects. So this is a very relevant summit, and especially to shift the political commitment and focus towards this issue, which is an existential threat to our communities and the people who are mostly vulnerable. Thank you.
Right, and it brings to question the fact that we have also parties within this particular country that they're gravitating towards environmental social governance. I'm aware of Green Party, even as we're talking about the general election in 2022. People also are running with the idea that, yes, it's a reality check that climate change is here with us, global warming is here with us. But how do we then, you as an environmental expert, how then do we make sure that these parties, they are particularly intent on climate change as an action point?
Yeah, thank you very much. There are two ways of looking at that issue of aligning the political parties' manifesto with the climate change and the larger environmental conservation agenda. First, of course, you mentioned the Green Party that that is really encouraged that we have a party that is exclusively committed to the conservation agenda as a key topic, as a key philosophy in their political governance structure. But I have to say that, of course, you are aware that this Green Party still does not have necessarily the significant following, political following that it needs to be able to galvanize a critical mass of people and citizenry to support the environmental agenda. So that brings us to the second issue, that we really don't need to think of climate change and environmental agenda as an issue that is championed by a particular party. Rather, the climate change and environment agenda should be mainstreamed into all facets of the society. So all political parties, and especially the major political parties we have in this country, really need to mainstream this issue into their manifestation, into their manifesto. And not only as a climate change and environment agenda, but also to look at the possibilities of mainstreaming the issue in different sectors. For example, if they're looking at their agriculture priorities, then we need to look at how to be able to look at our agricultural sector being protected from the vulgarities of weather, changing weather and the climate, to ensure that we're able to guarantee our farmers, we're able to, productivity even in the light of the changing climate, to ensure that the construction sector or the manufacturing sector or all other sectors have the mechanisms to integrate environmental conservation and climate change mitigation and adaptation actions in the items. So this is a very important issue that we need to actually empower the parties not only to be dedicated to an environmental or climate change agenda, but to mainstream, looking at the sectors critically. That is my point of view as far as environmental governance is concerned.
Yes, thank you. And of course, I know by now you're privy to the COP26 draft agreement that had some very seminal points and was addressed at the conference of parties, as it were. We'll drill deeper into that momentarily. But I think also for Africa and Kenya, for that matter, was a big win that we had some funding coming from the World Bank, close to $150 billion. That this will, 150 billion shillings, I should say, that will go to the counties. And we know that with the advent of the Climate Change Act 2016, it recognizes the subnational county government as key implementers when it comes to climate change actions, as it were. Tell us more about this particular fund. And I spoke to His Excellency Dr. Wilbur Otichilo, who is the governor of Vihiga, and also he happens to be the chair of Environment and Climate Change Committee at the Council of Governors. We know there will be a big conference of the Devolution Conference, which is coming up very soon, I think next week. And they will be also focusing on climate change as a theme.
Yeah, thank you. Indeed, as you rightfully said, climate finance was a major issue of discussion at the COP26 conference in Glasgow. And this particularly is premised on the fact that most of the nations, which the conference of parties called parties, so the parties in the UNFCCC climate change agenda are called parties, recognize that many of the countries that are adversely affected by climate change, who are bearing the greater impact of climate change, are often the least contributors in terms of the greenhouse gases that exacerbate climate change. But also they are under-resourced in terms of their capacities to be able to put in measures to protect their populations, to help their populations who are vulnerable adapt. So it is in that context that climate finance was looked at as a very important agenda, that we have to ensure that we create equity in the environmental climate change agenda, that such that the nations, the developed nations that are polluting most, who are contributing a lot to the increasing greenhouse gases and the changing climate significantly, also contribute financial resources to support the nations and the communities that are most vulnerable, but also contributing little to be able to take up actions to help them adapt and build their resilience towards climate change. And it is in that context that, as you have mentioned, a lot of commitments were being pushed, and World Bank, you have given an example, that the developed nations are committed themselves to really ensure that every year that they commit at least $100 billion flowing to the developing nations to help them implement climate change adaptation and mitigation measures. And of course, that World Bank financing is welcome, but also, as you rightfully mentioned it, as a country also, we have one of the very progressive climate change laws in the world. We have the Climate Change Act of 2016, which in itself provides a mechanism for climate change funding. So we have the Climate Change Fund that is not only at the national level, but also the counties are empowered to come up with their mechanisms. And we have some of the counties, for example, the Vihiga County, which is headed by the governor, Otichilo, whom you mentioned. We have Makueni County that have already enacted their climate change acts, and they're already creating climate change funds, so that part of the funding that the county is receiving, they have dedicated finance to support climate change actions at the local level. At the national level also, I am aware the Treasury has been doing a lot of work to be able to track, provide instruments for tracking all the resources that are coming into the county, and look at how are these funds aligned to help address the climate change agenda. So you would understand that, for example, in the last year, this the country Kenya received about $2.5 billion in terms of climate change finance flows, either coming from the development partners or coming from the private sector. Of course, the private sector contribution was still insignificant, with about only less than 25% coming from the private sector. So we need to look at not only the funds that are coming from the development partner, the international community, out of that pocket of $100 billion that have been committed by nations out of the COP26 conference. But also we need to look at ourselves locally. How do we spend our budget? You know, the money that comes from the exchequer, the money that we commit from the revenues that we collect at the national level. Are we investing them into those priority programs that will help cushion our communities, our vulnerable populations, from the adverse impact of climate change? So that is really where the counties become really important. We do need not only to talk about the 35% of the budget that we have nationally being pushed to the county, but even that 35%, we should ensure that is prudently spent to ensure that our communities that are vulnerable are protected from the effects of climate change. So again, I would emphasize the agenda of a mainstreaming, that we don't need only to look at dedicated climate fund, but we also need to look at the mechanisms of integrating climate change into the stream of funding. I give you an example. Most of us are currently inconvenienced by the road works that is ongoing. Infrastructure is a major project that we are undertaking as a country. We need to ensure that out of those billions that are spent also in the infrastructure, we include climate change component into it. For example, we would look at our road infrastructure that we are building to ensure that they are built to be resilient to the impact of climate change. For example, recently we had a case where part of the road, like Suswa, if you're traveling through to Narok, that was cut off at a certain time by the floods. So we need to ensure that even the infrastructure funding that are going into these major projects should provide mechanisms to ensure that those infrastructure we are building are designed, are constructed to ensure that they are able to withstand the most extreme weather events that we may foresee in the near future, so that we don't put 10 billion into an infrastructure that in the next 10 or 20 years would be swept off by floods or would be really swept off by other extreme climate events. Thank you.
Right. Nixon, maybe just to be educated by you, the fact that we had the Climate Change Act 2016 that also brought to office the National Climate Directorate, I wonder what is the role of this particular directorate in line of what we're talking about when we have the implementation of these policies that we are looking forward to, how the 47 counties also have their own climate change policies and the implementation of it. What is the role of the directorate?
Yeah, thank you. Indeed, the Climate Change Act established the directorate as one of the key governance institutions that are pivotal in driving the agenda of the climate change. Of course, you also have the other institutions like the Climate Change Council, which is chaired by the president himself. So the role of the directorate, if I may not really quote directly, but I would just give an overview, is to be able to coordinate the climate change actions across the sectors. You understand that climate change and environment agenda is a cross-cutting issue. it is not purely an issue of the Ministry of Environment or just the environment sector. As I mentioned, for example, you look at agriculture, and just before we came on air on this show, you are featuring the impact of climate change on agriculture. We are looking at other sectors like the tourism industry. We have basically all sectors of the economy that are affected by climate change and need to take action. So the role of the Climate Change Directorate is to provide a coordination mechanism to bring all these key sectors together to ensure that they are able to make commitments that are aligned with the national commitment that the government of Kenya has made. We have commitments that are outlined in the Act. We have commitments that are aligned in the other plans. For example, what we call the National Adaptation Plan. We have the Climate Change Action Plan that are committing the country to take certain actions to ensure that we reduce the emissions that we are generating and ensure that we protect our communities from the effects of climate change. So the role of the directorate is to ensure that all these different sectors come up with actions that would help them address it will help the country address the climate change agenda. And I would give examples of some of the actions that the directorate has undertaken in the past. For example, I talked about the climate funding. So what the directorate was able to do through mobilizing resources from the international community like UNDP, the directorate was implementing a project called LECRE that helped to come up with mechanisms to help the counties and the national government be able to track and monitor climate finance. So the Treasury has developed tools to be able to code climate change funding in the budget and be able to track it and monitor so that you have an accountability mechanism. Number two, the directorate also has supported a mechanism to develop reporting and verification tools so that even as we go back to the Conference of Parties, or when we go to the conference like we had in Glasgow recently, the country can be able to have very clearly well-set science-based targets of our emissions so that they are not really just figures we are quoting from nowhere. They are informed by real data. And we will also be able to track them and be able to say that this is the extent to which we are developing in terms of the climate change actions. Number three, the directorate is also responsible to support education. Many people, the citizenry, the different sector needs to be aware of the issue. Their capacity needs to be strengthened so that they know how they can take action in their different sectors to be able to contribute to the climate change action. So, for example, the directorate over the past 2 years, towards late of this year, came up with a climate change learning action and strategy. And the purpose of this strategy is to ensure that the climate change agenda and environmental agenda is mainstream into all levels of learning, both formal and informal, and starting even from the lowest level as low as the primary school level, so that our young people know what the climate change issue is and the actions that they need to take. The different sectors also know what their role could be in addressing the climate change agenda. There are many other issues that we could highlight, but in the interest of time, I could just flag out some of those as the key actions that the directorate is supposed to help us address. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Nixon. We want just to take a short break right now and of course, run the commercials. Then we circle back. We continue with you, Nixon. I think you have a rich repository of your knowledge to teach us on climate change and the way forward, as it were. When we circle back, Nixon, maybe this is what you should be also marinating on, because everywhere, even from the corporates, the entire world now is focusing on environmental, social, and governance. And we're talking about corporate governance. We're talking about the integrated reporting that even financially we can see they're calling for, corporates to have in their balance sheet accounting on how they're actually also conserving the environment. As much as they're extracting, how much are they giving as well? We'll take a short break right now. Don't go away.
This is KTN News.
Express visawasawa. Sawa na Sawa Liquid Hand Wash inapatikana katika variant 3, original, strawberry na aloe vera. Sawa Liquid Hand Wash yenye harufu ya kuvutia, uhakikisha mikono yako inabaki kuwa laini. Bidhaa bora kutoka Pwani Oil Products Limited.
This is a board meeting, a business trip, A negotiating table. This is growing your assets. Future-proofing. Work attire. A social network. This is an apprenticeship. A business partner. The Night Shift. Discover business news that's relevant to you with Money Daily from the BBC.
Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, in conjunction with the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, and the County Government of Laikipia welcomes you to the Africa Industrialization Week celebrations to be held in Nanyuki Town, Mount Kenya Road from 15th to 18th November 2021. The theme is Industrializing Africa, Renewed Commitments Towards an Inclusive and Sustainable Industrialization and Economic Diversification. Come all, let us celebrate our micro, small, medium enterprises, MSMEs, innovations together.
When we started this show, News Hour, we wanted to create a platform where anybody and everybody would come and talk about whatever they wanted to say without their voices being silenced, except by the deep content of their brains. And we wanted to balance opinion. In a country where news flies faster than light, newsmakers need to be accountable. Policymakers need to be responsible. And that's what we do on News Hour. We base the show on one core foundation of journalism, the truth.
Looking for a business starter pack to get your business off the ground? Spread the word on your product or service offerings, reach a wider audience, and recruit clients and customers with bulk SMSs courtesy of Standard Group value-added services. For only 10,000 Kenya shillings, you get a sender ID plus complimentary 10,000 bulk SMS units with an option of a free API integration to enable you to grow your client base and expand your business through effective targeted messaging. Visit vas.standardmedia.co.ke to sign up and find out more about how you can add value to your business with Standard value-added services.
This is KTN News.
Welcome back. Now, Kenyans have taken to social media to wish retired President Mwai Kibaki happy birthday. As he turns 90 today, Kibaki has maintained a low profile since he handed over power to his successor, President Uhuru Kenyatta, in 2013. He was last seen in public in February last year when he was driven to Parliament to view the body of the late President Daniel Arap Moi. The public hasn't been informed how the 90-year-old retired president is doing, with the state and office of the former president remaining secretive on the whereabouts and the health status of Kibaki. Among those who have shared birthday wishes for the retired president on Twitter is Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka, who says, quote-unquote, whatever different views people across our country have, it is clear that the vast majority share the opinion that Mwai Kibaki served our nation with unparalleled dedication, a clear sense of public service, and duty. Happy birthday, happy 90th birthday, President Mwai Kibaki. I think this is a good place also to sing for him. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Right, we drill deeper and continue pace with the conversation with Nixon Otieno, who is a climate expert. And Nixon, maybe I can give you also a sporting chance to wish former president happy birthday as well.
Yeah, great happy birthday, 90th birthday to former President Mwai Kibaki. Indeed, he served the country with a great dedication, and we are witnesses. May he continue to have good health and inspire the next and current leaders to follow in his footsteps, especially as far as development is concerned.
Fantastic.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to him. Right, as I mentioned earlier, and I think also you're marinating on it, environmental, social and governance is taking preeminence in many corporates right now, people focusing on the whereabouts about the environment and how also even the corporates are extracting from the environment, they have to give back to the environment. We have the issue of the integrated reporting as well, which has come to the fore, that requires also those corporates to be accountable on how they're taking care of the environment. It's not just about corporate social responsibility right now, but integrated reporting as well. How do you think this augur well with what is happening with climate change right now? Is it getting any traction?
Yeah, thank you very much. Indeed, as I said earlier, climate change and environmental conservation agenda requires the intervention of all facets of the society. And we cannot ignore in that light the role of the private sector, the corporate industry, in terms of taking action. And in Kenya, of course, also globally, we're seeing the corporates realizing that climate change and environmental sustainability agenda is not just an issue for them to take as a PR exercise, but it is a core component of their business, that if they don't take seriously the social and environmental issues, then they cannot guarantee themselves their third bottom line, which is the profit.
Yes.
So there is need for that responsibility for them. And in Kenya, I would give as an example, while we were having the COP26 conference ongoing, there was an effort at the national level with the corporates in these countries coming together in a conference that happened last week. They called it Corporate Climate Change Commitment. And we had over 50 corporates in this country coming together to sign a charter that commits them to 10 key action points to be at the leading seat to be able to take actions to address the climate change agenda, of course, including reporting. When you talk about reporting, I think it is important for us to ensure that we have proper instrument not only to report, but that we first have clear commitment in terms of the actions we want to take.
Yes.
And we have a clear way to track these actions and then report on them transparently, so that we don't end up into an age of greenwashing where people take action for the purpose of photos, and then they report just to be able to pacify the public and make it appear that they are taking action that is good for the society and for the environment. And so you rightfully mentioned that we have to go beyond the CSR. I don't think we need to go beyond the CSR, but we really have to go deep into the corporate social responsibility, or some call it corporate sustainability responsibility, to ensure that the CSR is the core part of the business, that the business exists to address the social needs and environmental needs, and while doing so, they generate profits for the shareholders. So the shareholders need not to be at the center of the business for now and going forward, but they should be addressing the business needs, which are, of course, the customers' needs. Unless the customers are happy, the corporates will not have the business. So it is important that these corporates are taking action, but we need to encourage them more. We need not only to look at a scenario where it is only the top 50 corporates or the top 100, but how do we also sensitize and empower the medium and the small enterprises, many of the business people who may not necessarily have big budget, they may not be able to hire more knowledgeable people. How can we encourage them and empower them also to be part and parcel of the corporate commitments towards sustainability to ensure that the last customer, the consumers that they are serving, enjoy these social and environmental benefits that they are committing themselves to do.
Right, Nixon, maybe also something that you've mentioned that orients my thinking towards incentivizing people when it comes to carbon trading as well.
Yeah.
That can be another forum that people can, really also eke out a living from. But how do we really have the capacity? Because also there's a good talk about the carbon sequestration capacity and how we can actually develop that in the country. We store all this carbon dioxide, and we see how we can trade with that as well. I don't know. Let me just take your turn of thought on this and enlighten us in terms of how can we boost this particular trading and incentivize even the young people on carbon trading.
Yeah, thank you. You're bringing a very important point on looking at the opportunity of the carbon market. Indeed, the conference that ended, the COP26 conference, one of the issues that they were looking at is to be able to provide a recognizable and credible market for carbon. So the science of carbon market is simple. If I may just help our viewers understand, it is the sense that we're talking about climate change is caused largely by carbon gases, and these carbon gases they are different. Of course, we have greenhouse gases that are coming from carbon, we have methane and different gases. So the idea of carbon market is that people, while they are doing their business or they are running their operations, they end up emitting carbons which cause climate change. And it may be impractical for some of them to be able to take certain action to completely eradicate the emissions of those gases or to reduce them. So the idea of the carbon market is to allow opportunity for people who are releasing a lot of carbon into the atmosphere, who may not be able to take very rigorous action to reduce that, be able to invest in other people who are either affected by the climate change agenda, the emissions they're releasing, or are able to take action to reduce carbon. So for an example, if you would refer to the youth you are talking about, or the women who are vulnerable, we know our country wants to achieve 10% forest cover because forestation is one of the opportunities for reducing carbon emission because the trees act as carbon sink. They absorb that carbon. Now, many youth would be able to make a living if they were involved in tree planting, of course, from generating these trees and maintaining them that they ensure that they grown. But for them to do this activity, they need some money, resources to invest in. So corporates who are producing, for example, if I would take the case here of the Standard Media Group, maybe because you're using a lot of server, you consume a lot of energy in your emissions, and your crew have to travel across the country to be able to cover the news. So you use a lot of fuel in your vehicles to cover the news. So what the carbon market, even locally, would help you to do is that Standard Media Group would look at its operation and say, because in our operations, we emit this amount of carbon, and our core business is not to plant trees, or our core business is not to provide clean energy. So we, as a corporate entity, we know we are emitting, say, 1,000 tons of carbon. We are going to commit this equivalent of money to invest into groups that are doing activities that can sequestrate that carbon. So, for example, youth groups that are basically raising seedling and planting trees, so you adopt a certain part of the forest to plant the trees that would offset the amount of carbon you are emitting. Or, for example, you could also choose to invest in women groups, for example, who are cooking with dirty fuels, so they are relying on wood fuels that is cut from the forest, that continues to increase the contribution to climate change agenda. So the Standard Media Group could invest part of that money to those women groups to ensure that those households are given cleaner cooking stoves, which are using cleaner fuels like ethanol, like LPG, that reduce the carbon emissions. So in that case, we are looking at an opportunity which is win-win, that they corporates on this side who are contributing to carbon, high carbon emissions are able to invest money in the market to allow the vulnerable members of the society, to allow the other sectors of the society take actions that can offset the emissions they're generating. So in that way, we begin to unlock the opportunity in climate change and translate translate it from a boardroom conversation to something that is of reality to the people within the community. And I would give you lastly on this matter an example that I'm involved in as also, I'm an architect also practicing, and within the sector we've come up with an instrument we call Endelavo Africa to allow the corporates contribute some of the waste material constructions waste that they are generating, which are dumped, ending up contributing to climate change. We divert this, they contribute this, and we repurpose them and use them to construct social infrastructure facilities. For example, lactation facilities in learning institutions, in public spaces, schools that our people, children need so that they have better environment. And in that way, we are not only contributing to diverting waste from the environment, but also we are contributing to provide better social facilities that can protect our people while creating jobs. So the carbon market is a very essential part, and I must say we don't need to only think about it as international carbon market. While that is important, we have development partners, developing nations and corporates bringing in money to the country. We also need to go beyond and look at the carbon market opportunities within our country, within our counties, and working together with the stakeholders in other sectors so that we can unlock this potential, and especially to make climate change agenda a reality for Wanjiku. Thank you.
Thank you, Nixon. You've spoken quite compellingly on the issue of climate change, and I think also, yes, the policymakers are listening to you as well, and they can take that particular action going forward. Were you aware, briefly, as I give you an opportunity also to just wind up all the COP26 draft agreements, just to highlight just 2 or 3 from those particular agreements, in a nutshell, as we're closing, what was your view?
Thank you very much. I think there were 4 key action areas I would highlight. Number 1, of course, is to deal with the issues of funding, which we have talked a lot about, and there is a lot of interest on that, so that is a good thing. We need to fast track. Number 2, there is the issue of the key sectors of intervention, and I think you earlier on was aware that one of the areas that attracted commitment of all the parties earlier was the forestation. Mm-hmm. So we need not only to look at government planting trees, but also we need to look at how we also safeguard the trees that we have planted. So agriculture sector, which has to grow, need not to continue degrading the forests that we have. The construction sector, which also consumes a lot of timber, needs to look at their intervention role to support afforestation. For example, looking at alternatives of how to get responsibly harvested timber, encourage plantation of other materials like bamboo, which grow fast and are very good sustainable materials. So we need to look at such opportunities. There was also a lot of commitment around reducing methane, and this has to do with waste management. For example, as Nairobi, as a city, we know we have a lot of challenge with our waste management. So we need to sensitize our public more and more to be responsible in how we manage waste so that we are not dumping them and we end up releasing a lot of emissions. And for your information, Nairobi is one of the few cities in the world that have committed to a climate action, with Nairobi launching a Nairobi Climate Action Agenda that commits to take certain actions towards reducing climate change. Now, these have to be moved from paper commitments to realities that are backed with funding, are backed with actions in the community. And of course, all of us, if I'm concluding, is we really need to play our little role wherever we are, whether in terms of education, whether in terms of shifting to better technologies, or in terms of supporting others through, CSR commitment to ensure that we are able to address climate change agenda. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Nixon Otieno. You've spoken quite articulately on this issue today, and I want to thank you for that rich repository of information you've given us today. Remember, they say that we've not inherited this earth from our ancestors, but we've borrowed it from our children. Let's take care of our environment. Thank you for your valued company. I'm Dibala Nair, paving way for Leo Mashinani, which is up next.
Precision, design, attention to detail is what it takes to create an Arani product. The brand's founder, Bran Ondicho, has a taste of finer things and decided to create two.
In my search for a good man's wallet, I've never found one. I usually get the ones that do 300 bob. I'm the ones that are super pricey, like Gucci, Versace, 30,000. So initially I decided to just deal with original crocodile skin and snake skin and just make a very fancy wallet and sell it for like 50,000 or something. But then I came to realize that this is a very controlled trade, and you have to get a lot of documentation before you can even touch a crocodile skin. So I decided that I'll venture into the best quality of leather, just to make an absolutely beautiful product, not considering the price or anything, and just give you the wallet of your dreams.
In fact, he says that Arani is simply responding to the market demand.
I've come to realize that luxury has become a basic need these days, you know. There's some people who can starve just to get the iPhone 12 or something, you get. So that's the same mindset I have of bespoke goods in Kenya. So I wouldn't say that most people have ventured into it because most of the leather brands that I've seen, they mostly focus on just bulk production. You see, I've not seen people venturing into 100% hand stitching.
To make leather products that are high-end, the raw materials have to be top-notch and of global repute.
The things we import is just the money clip and the dyes and finishes. Otherwise, our leather is 100% sourced in Kenya. The thread as well is important because we don't have the wax thread in Kenya. So we usually import the wax thread from Tandy leather because it's 10 times stronger and it also has wax, so it sinks into the leather nicely, unlike the ones we have here.
Initially, the target market was created around men with wallets and watch straps, but this is changing.
Men could stay with even one wallet for 10 years, you know. So I didn't get the repeat customers as I wanted, you know. I wanted to get some people upgrading to the next version and the next version and the next version. So just recently, about a week ago, we had a great breakthrough by launching the new Arani ladies tote bag, and we look forward to this approach because we know ladies always buy stuff, and we're looking forward to upgrading better and better versions of it just to get the ladies market.
With a massive global shift of activities onto the digital world, for Arani, e-commerce has been a cornerstone.
It's amazing. Someone doesn't know you. They don't know even where your location is. Maybe you don't even have a physical shop. And you know, in my company, when you buy a product, you usually send a deposit. Someone sends a deposit. And you're just in your bed, you're making money, you're doing business. So it's amazing. E-commerce is amazing. I'm trying to imagine how it would be 10 years ago, because I'd have to walk in with the wallet. Now with COVID, someone doesn't want to touch it. It would have been so tough.
Ondicho is optimistic that his products will soon grace the stores across Africa. This is thanks to the Africa Continental Free Trade Area coming into effect.
With the opening of the trade barriers, that would be a great breakthrough. It will give a chance for other African countries to enjoy our products, for us to spread our wings and venture and just make us footprint in Africa.
With the products costing on average 5,000 shillings, the vision is even bigger.
From the start has always been to be an outstanding African luxury brand that can stand the likes of Gucci and Versace and have a conversation. I've always made a joke that I would like to meet Gianni Versace and tell him, yo, this design, I think you failed on it, kidogo. You see, I want to get to that point that I can sit with such people. We want to start by targeting other countries of East Africa. Like we've targeted Congo for starters. We got an order there to send a couple of pieces. And we just want to slowly ooze into East Africa, then Africa, then finally get brand recognition worldwide.
This is KTN News.
Boniface Mwangi, Kenya's daring political activist,
topple the government,
runs for office.
My heart is made up that I'm going to fight.
But soon, he runs into trouble.
The letter was a threat to me, and the same that happened to Jacob Juma is going to happen to me.
And is torn between country and family.
I'm going to live for my country. It means me there for getting to be better for my kids than like that.
BBC Africa Eye, Softy.
Seventh and final annual Devolution Conference is back. The conference will take place from the 23rd to the 26th of November 2021 at Makueni Boys High School, Makueni County. The theme of the conference is multi-level governance for climate action with the sub-theme Sub-National Mobilization in Unlocking the Full Potential of Climate Action During and After Pandemics. The conference will be officiated by His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya. To register as a delegate or exhibitor, visit www.devolutionconference.cog.go.ke or call 0718-242-203. Be there.
This is a board meeting, a business trip, a negotiating table. This is growing your assets, future-proofing, work attire, a social network. This is an apprenticeship, a business partner, the night shift. Discover business news that's relevant to you with Money Daily from the BBC.
A loved one is never easy. The lingering memories, the what-ifs, but in all the gloom, we find ways of celebrating them. And here at the Standard Tributes, we aim to give your loved ones that befitting send-off. Visit www.standardmedia.co.ke/tributes today and post your loved one's tribute. In addition, get access to funeral services from our trusted vendors. The Standard Tributes, keeping memories alive. We value your feedback and welcome any comments, queries, or complaints regarding our news content. You can get in touch with us on SMS 22155, call 0719 012 450, or you can send us a letter on Post Office Box 30080-00100, or deliver it to our offices at Standard Group Center, Mombasa Road, Nairobi.
Express Visawa Sawa. Sawa na Sawa Liquid Hand Wash inapatikana katika variant 3, original, strawberry na aloe vera. Sawa Liquid Hand Wash yenye harufu ya kuvutia, uhakikisha mikono yako inabaki kuwa laini. Bidhaa bora kutoka Pwani Oil Products Limited.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
Barabara ni tarehe 15 ya Novemba mwaka 2021. Matumaini yangu kwamba wikendi yako imekuwa vyema popote pale ambapo unaitegea KTN News. Karibu sana. Hii ni Leo Mashinani. Tuandamane kwa takriban saa 2 za kukupasha taarifa za habari kutoka maeneo mbalimbali ya taifa hili la Kenya. Lakini kwanza tupate vidokezo. Wanafunzi wa shule ya upili ya Kakamega wanarejea leo shuleni baada ya shule hiyo kufungwa moto ulipoteketeza bweni majuma kadhaa yaliyopita. Kilimo cha viazi vitamu kaunti ya Turkana kinasaidia kina mama wanaonyonyesha pamoja na watoto wadogo. Wananchi washauriwa kubadilisha mitindo ya maisha na haswa kuhusu lishe, huku visa vya ugonjwa wa kisukari vikionekana kuongezeka eneo la Pwani. Barabara, ni furaha iliyoje kuungana nawe asubuhi hii ya leo teule mtazamaji. Karibu sana, tuandamane kwenye safari hii ya saa 2 kukupasha habari kutoka maeneo mbalimbali ya taifa. Mimi ni Suleiman Yeri. Wanafunzi wa shule ya upili ya Kakamega wanarejea leo shuleni baada ya shule hiyo kufungwa moto ulipoteketeza bweni majuma kadhaa yaliyopita. Mzozo umezuka baina ya muungano wa wazazi wa shule hiyo na usimamizi wa shule hiyo baada ya wazazi kutakiwa kulipa jumla ya shilingi milioni 21.6 kulipia uharibifu ulioshuhudiwa. Wazazi wanataka kufahamu ni nani aliyekadiria gharama hiyo na kudai kuwahusishwa na shule inataka kuwafilisi. Tuungane naye mwanahabari wetu moja kwa moja kutoka shule ya upili ya Kakamega, Willy Lusige. Habari ya leo, Willy Lusige.
Salama Yeri, kama ulivyoweza kutaja, ndo matukio ambayo yamekuwa yanashuhudiwa katika kipindi cha miezi kadhaa iliyopita, ambapo tumeona shule mbalimbali zikiweza kuteketezwa, na shule hii ya upili ya Kakamega, hususan shule hii ya wavulana, iliweza kuteketezwa mwezi Novemba, mwezi huu tarehe 6, na wanafunzi wote wakaweza kutumwa nyumbani. Lakini tarehe 11 mwezi huu wa Novemba, wazazi wakaweza kupokea barua ambazo zilikuwa zinasema lazima kila mwanafunzi ambaye angekuwa anarejea shuleni siku ya leo alifaa kulipa shilingi 9,833. Nakumbuka shule hii ina takriban wanafunzi 2,265. Kwa hivyo ukiweza kufanya hesabu za haraka takriban milioni 21.6 zitakuwa zinakusanywa kabla ya wanafunzi hawa kuweza kurejea. Kwa hivyo leo ndio imekuwa siku maalum ambapo wanafunzi wa kidato cha kwanza wanarejea, manake kurejea kwao kumeweza kuwekwa katika ile awamu kwamba kidato cha 4 wataweza kurejea leo, wataweza kufuatwa na kidato cha 3, alafu kidato cha 2, alafu mwisho ambao wataweza kumaliza shughuli hiyo watakuwa ni wale wa kidato cha kwanza. Lakini hatua hii iliweza kuibua hisia nzito sana kutokana na kwamba wazazi walikuwa wanatakiwa kulipa zile hela ambazo nimeweza kusema takriban shilingi 10,000 kwa kila mwanafunzi, na jumla ya fedha hizo ikiweza kuwa takriban shilingi milioni 21.6. Kwa hivyo kumekuwa na vuta nikuvute. Siku ya Ijumaa kulikuwa na mkutano ambao unajumuisha wazazi ambao waliweza kukongamana hapa katika mji wa Kakamega na kuibua maswali tofauti, wakisema wanataka kufahamu ni vipi usimamizi wa shule hii uliweza kufahamu kwamba gharama ya vitu vyote ambavyo viliweza kuteketezwa, manake ni bweni moja tu lililoweza kuteketezwa, jumla ya fedha ambazo zinahitajika kuweza kufanya marekebisho ni milioni 21.6. na ndiposa leo hii baadhi ya wazazi walikuwa wameapa kwamba hawataweza kulipa fedha hizo, na wengi wao wameweza kufika hapa kama hawajaweza kulipa. Lakini kile ambacho kinafanyika katika lango kuu kama unavyoona kwenye kiwambo chako, mwanafunzi anafika hapa na mzazi wake, na ikiwa amelipa zile shilingi 10,000 anaruhusiwa kuingia, ila mzazi haruhusiwi kuingia, ni mwanafunzi tu, na wale ambao hawajaweza kulipa fedha hizo wote wameweza kurejeshwa nyumbani. Na baadhi ya wazazi ambao labda hawakuwa wamelipa lakini walikuwa wamebaki hapa nje kidogo, wameweza kutimuliwa na maafisa wa polisi ambao wameweza kujenga kibanda hapa, na ambao wanahakikisha kwamba hakuna mzazi ambaye anaruhusiwa kusimama, anafika tu na kumleta mwanafunzi pamoja na kile kijikaratasi cha kuweza kuonyesha kwamba ameweza kulipa fedha hizo kwenye benki na kuweza kuondoka. Kwa hivyo kumekuwa na vuta nikuvute baina ya wazazi ambao wanaonekana baadhi yao wamesema hawataweza kulipa fedha hizo, manake wanaimani kwamba labda usimamizi wa shule hii unataka kuwafilisi. Lakini usimamizi wa shule unasema katika zile shilingi milioni 21.6, milioni 12 zitaweza kutumika kuweza kufanyia marekebisho bweni hilo liloweza kuteketezwa, alafu shilingi 700,000 kumradhi zitaweza kutumika kuweza kununua kamera za siri almaarufu CCTV, alafu shilingi milioni 4 zitaweza kutumika kununua vitanda vya chuma ambavyo vile tunavyoviita vitanda vya gorofa ambavyo vitaweza kuweza kuweka kwenye bweni hilo, alafu milioni 4 ambazo zinasalia ili kuweza kukamilisha ile jumla ya milioni 21.6 zitakuwa zinaweza kufanya marekebisho madogo madogo. Kwa hivyo kile tunachosubiri ni kuona ikiwa wale wanafunzi ambao hawajaweza kulipia shilingi hizo 10,000 na ambao wanarejeshwa nyumbani moja kwa moja itakuwaje ikiwa wazazi hawataweza kutoa pesa hizo. Baadhi ya wazazi tumejaribu kuzungumza nao, wana uoga, wanasema huenda wakizungumza na vyombo vya habari na sura zao kuonekana labda watakuwa chanzo cha kusumbuliwa na usimamizi wa shule, lakini kama jinsi unavyoona ulinzi ni mkali ambaye yuko kwenye kiwambo chako. Huyo ni OCPD Kabena wa kaunti ya Kakamega ambaye ameweza kuchukua jukumu hili la kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna mzazi ambaye anaweza kusimama hapa, unafika tu na kuweza kulipia zile shilingi 10,000 na kuondoka mara moja. Na wale wazazi ambao walikuwa wamejaribu kusababisha purukushani kidogo waliweza kutimuliwa na maafisa wa polisi. Kwa hivyo Yeri pamoja na watazamaji wetu, ni swala ambalo limeweza kuibua hisia nyingi, manake wazazi wanasema huenda wasimamizi wa shule wanatumia nafasi hii ambapo tumeweza kushuhudia visa vya moto vikiwa vingi katika shule mbalimbali, labda huenda wanatumia nafasi hiyo kuweza kuwafilisi wazazi, na tumeona pia viongozi wakiweza kuingilia kati, wa karibu zaidi akiwa gavana wa Kakamega Wycliffe Ambetsa Oparanya ambaye alitaka Wizara ya Elimu pamoja na wale washikadau katika sekta ya elimu kuweza kuingilia kati na kuhakikisha kwamba wazazi wanatakiwa kugharamia kiwango cha fedha ambacho labda kinakubalika na ni ambacho kinaonekana ni cha kweli, manake anasema huenda walimu wakuu wanatumia nafasi hii kuwafilisi wanafunzi. Lakini pande mwingine usimamizi wa shule hii unasema umeweza kuwahusisha wale ambao wanafaa, ikiwemo Wizara ya Ujenzi ambayo iliweza kuja hapa na kuweza kutoa ule ukadirio kwamba huenda shilingi milioni 21.6 zikahitajika. Kwa hivyo kile ambacho tunasubiri ni kuona labda ikiwa usimamizi wa shule hii utaweza kuzungumza nasi, manake kufikia sasa hivi hawapokei simu zetu, hawajaweza kusema lolote. Ni sheria tu ambazo zimewekwa hapa nje ya lango kwamba kila mwanafunzi ambaye atakuwa anaingia aweze kulipia shilingi 10,000 na wanafunzi wote wakiwa 2,265, jumla ya takriban shilingi milioni 21.6 shule hii itakuwa inaweza kukusanya kutokana na kisa hicho cha moto ambacho kiliweza kushuhudiwa tarehe 6 mwezi Novemba. Yeri
na Lusige, umezungumzia baadhi ya wazazi katika eneo hilo kufurushwa, labda wale ambao umezungumza nao kando na kamera wanasema wanahisi vipi? Je, watalipa ama hawatalipa? Wao watabaki tu nyumbani hadi pale watoto wao watakaporuhusiwa kuingia shuleni?
Asilimia kubwa wanasema hawana la kufanya, ni maji makuu, maji ya shingoni. Wanasema kwamba itawabidi tu kuweza kulipa hela hizo, maana wengi walikuja kama hawajaweza kulipia, lakini walipoona kwamba sheria ni ile ile, ilani imeweza kusimama vile ilivyokuwa imetajwa kwamba lazima ulipie, baadhi wameona ni kheri waende walipe, na wengine pia tayari washalipa. Lakini kwa wale ambao wamesalia, wengi wao wanasema huenda hawana uwezo, wao wamesema wako tayari kuweza kukaa na watoto wao nyumbani hadi wakati ambapo wataweza kupata fedha hizo. Nilizungumza na mzazi mmoja ambaye aliweka wazi kwamba yeye hakufurahishwa na kwamba kile kiwango ni cha juu, na licha haya anasema hawajaweza kupewa muda wa kutosha, manake zile barua Yeri ziliweza kutolewa tarehe 13 kama sijakosea, ama tarehe 11, siku chache tu zilizopita, hazijaweza kufika siku 7, wakiweza kutakiwa kuweza kufika leo pamoja na wanafunzi wao na kuweza kulipia. Kwa hivyo kile ambacho wanasema hawakuweza kupewa muda wa kutosha, na pia wanasema kiwango kile cha fedha kiko juu. Kwa hivyo kuna wale ambao wanalipia, manake wanasema hawana la kufanya, waweze kurejea na watoto wao nyumbani, hususan na hawa ni watahiniwa, ni wanafunzi wa kidato cha 4, lakini wale wengine ambao hawajaweza kupata fedha hizo hawajakuwa na lingine ila kufungasha virago vyao na kuweza kurudi nyumbani na watoto wao, wakisema watasubiri hadi kipindi ambacho wataweza kupata hizo shilingi 10,000 ndipo waweze kuja kulipia. Na pia wengi wamekuwa nasema wazazi ama ule muungano wa wazazi unaojulikana kama PTA haukuweza kuhusishwa, na muungano huu uliweza kufanya mkutano siku ya Ijumaa hapa katika mji wa Kakamega, ukiweza kuongozwa na mwenyekiti wake, na wakaweza kuandikia usimamizi wa shule hii ambao unasimamiwa na Profesa Igara Kabacha kwamba hawakuweza kuhusishwa katika ujumuishaji wa fedha hizo, na pia hawakuweza kufahamishwa kwa undani ni vipi hizo fedha zitaweza kutumika na ni kiwango gani ambacho kinafaa kufanya marekebisho katika shule hii. Kwa hivyo wengi hawana furaha, hawana upendo na ule uwazi ambao wanasema haukufanywa kwa uzuri, lakini wengine wamesema hawana la kufanya, hawawezi kurudi na wanafunzi wao nyumbani, hususan kwamba hawa ni watahiniwa kidato cha 4, imewabidi kuweza kulipa. Lakini wale ambao hawana fedha wamesema itawabidi waende kukaa nyumbani na watoto wao hadi wasubiri wakati ambapo wataweza kupata fedha hizo takriban shilingi 10,000. Hapo ndipo watakuwa wanarejea hapa kuweza kuleta fedha hizo na pia kuweza kuwarejesha wanafunzi wao kuweza kuendelea na masomo.
Tunafahamu kwamba kuanzia tarehe 19 Lusige kutakuwa na likizo fupi. Je, hekima iko wapi? Hawa wanafunzi wanaporudi shuleni leo watatoka tena ama wao wanakuja kuendelea na juma lililobaki ama muhula uliosalia?
Ni swala ambalo nadhani tungeweza kupata nafasi ya kuweza kuzungumza na usimamizi wa shule, ingekuwa bora zaidi, lakini tunavyofahamishwa ni kwamba kutokana na mpango wao na ratiba ya shule hii ni kwamba wataweza kusalia hapa kwa muda mfupi, na likizo itakapokuwa inaanza pia wao watakuwa na kwenda nyumbani. Lakini usimamizi umeonekana kujificha sana kuweza kuzungumzia suala hilo labda na vyombo vya habari. Kwa hivyo kile ambacho wazazi wanasema wao wanasubiri tu watoto wao waweze kurudi shuleni, alafu wataweza kufahamishwa ikiwa wataweza kuendelea na masomo au wakati likizo itakuwa inaanza basi pia wao watakuwa wanarudi nyumbani. Na pia bado tunasubiri kuona ikiwa wale wanafunzi wa vidato vingine, manake wanafunzi wa kidato cha 3, wanafunzi wa kidato cha 2, wanafunzi wa kidato cha kwanza hawajaweza kurejea shuleni. Kwa hivyo kile ambacho tutakuwa tunafuatilia ni kusubiri. Naweza kuzungumza na mzazi mmoja hapa. Mama, njoo kidogo kwa sekunde 30 uweze kuzungumza na sisi. Unaonekana umekasirika, songa nyuma kidogo. Labda umeweza kufika na mwanafunzi wako, ni kipi kimefanyika? Takushikia tu.
I'm very annoyed because I'm one of the parents who pay full fees as from the beginning of the year. I'm just from Mwalimu Cooperative to find the 10,000 shillings, and we have to wait a bit, just less than a week. The cash will be ready, but I'm told I have to go back with the child, and yet they have my fees for the 3rd term.
So ulikuwa umelipia kila kitu?
Yes, exactly.
Na wanasema lazima,
just telling them to be patient. In less than a week's time, the money I've placed requisition on in Mwalimu Kopu, even I have the notification. And the deputy is not listening to me. I'm even asking for the number of the head because I was told that the head teacher, I was told by the head teacher that in case I have any snag, I can go and see him. I'm denied to see the head. I'm denied the number of the head. Now, how do I solve the problem if I have to wait for a few days before the cash is ready?
Maybe how many days had you requested them to give you before
Normally,
you pay?
The head knows. It doesn't even go for a week. Yeah. Our Mwalimu Cooperative is very perfect. Yeah.
Are you comfortable with the amount of money because they're charging you approximately 10,000?
Because I see my fellow parents complaining a lot, and even the county government, Mr. Paranya was even also querying about the exact thing. Yeah.
Sasa utafanyaje? Unarudi na mwanafunzi nyumbani?
Narudi na mtoto. Because if I'm blocked to see the head who knows how I handle my situations here, there is nobody ready to listen to me.
Do you think something should be done by the ministry?
Be done. Actually, Kakamega School is very rude to parents. There is no touch, and I want to believe maybe that touch is also not there on our children, because I believe in my son. My son was in St. Joseph Webuye Primary School, and it's a school of total discipline, and we have not recognized any anomaly in the entire family. In fact, this is my last born. Yeah.
Were you involved during the approximation of the 21 million?
No, I think no parent was involved at all, just the bomb. Yeah.
Do you think maybe principals are taking option in these cases?
That leakage of information is in the air, that they are out to enrich themselves, and maybe that's the case.
So you're going back now?
I'm going back.
For how long?
Maybe if I go to push with the Mwalimu, but even there's no need of going to push at the COP, because I've been told even notification they don't want. All they want is cash, bank slip.
Sawa, asante sana. So Yeri na watazamaji wetu, kama mzazi alivyoweza kusema, ni wazi unaona kwamba hakuna mwanafunzi yote ambaye anaweza kuruhusiwa kuingia hapa ikiwa hajaweza kulipia zile shilingi 10,000. Na kama unavyoona mama huyu amesema ameweza kujaribu kuzungumza na usimamizi wa shule kuwaomba radhi kwamba wampe juma moja mwanafunzi aweze kurejea shuleni, alafu atazitafuta zile hela kwa sababu anatafuta mkopo, alafu aje alipe. Lakini ameambiwa hapa kinachoruhusiwa tu ni ikiwa una ile karatasi ya kuonyesha kwamba umeweza kulipa zile shilingi 10,000. Ni baadhi ya changamoto ambazo wazazi wanapitia, hususan kipindi hiki ambapo tumeona wanafunzi wakiweza kuteketeza shule mbalimbali, na mzigo huo ni wazi kwamba unaenda moja kwa moja hadi kwa wazazi ambao sasa imewabidi kuchakura mifuko yao kuweza kutafuta hela kuhakikisha kwamba wameweza kulipa ili wanafunzi wao waweze kurejea shuleni.
Naam, shukrani sana. Huyo ni mwanahabari wetu Willy Lusige akiwa katika shule ya Kakamega kule mjini Kakamega. Kama ulivyosikia, mzazi yule amefedheheshwa, hajaridhishwa na hali ilivyo, huku akitakikana kwamba aweze kutoa shilingi 10,000 ya gharama ya kuteketezwa kwa bweni katika shule ile. Lakini tukisalia katika swala linalofungamana na taarifa hiyo, lakini kwa uzuri, huku shule za humu nchini zikiendelea kushuhudia utovu wa nidhamu miongoni mwa wanafunzi, ambapo shule kadhaa zimeteketezwa, shule moja katika kaunti ya Elgeyo Marakwet imebuni mbinu ya kuleta utulivu miongoni mwa wanafunzi wake. Kwa mujibu wa mwalimu mkuu wa shule ya upili ya wavulana ya Tambach, viongozi wa wanafunzi wametafuta siku mahususi ambapo wanajishughulisha na burudani, matembezi, michezo na hata kupata fursa ya kutangamana na wasanii wa humu nchini kama njia moja kutafuta dawa ya mujarabu ya kupunguza joto linaloshuhudiwa shuleni.
I've actually maintained the high level of discipline which is actually expected from us, from the county, and we are also encouraging the other students from other schools that they copy our example and take us as their actual role models, because what we are doing is actually not done in almost all schools.
Students have been under pressure since we began the term, because with a lot of academic programs, because the term has been shortened. And we decided that we have it today so that we can also ease that pressure from academic and even discover ourselves in terms of the talents that we have. Through such events, we normally discover that our students are very endowed with a lot of talents, and when we get the opportunity, they actually explore them and for their future. So I think this is very important activity that most schools should embrace, so that we discover the talents of our young students when they're in high school before they go to the field of work. They are outside there.
Naam, tukitoka shule hiyo ya Tambachi nataka nikupeleka hadi moja kwa moja katika kaunti ya Meru, ambapo naibu rais William Ruto yupo katika eneo lile akiendeleza kampeni zake za kutafuta urais mwaka 2022. Hebu tumsikilize.
Tuko na mpango ya bottom up. Tumejipanga, hatujajipanga. Hebu ndio wale wanasema tumejipanga. Kwa hivyo nikisema harambee, tunasema UDA. Harambee! 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 Nikisema UDA, tunasema kazi ni kazi. UDA! UDA! Bwana, please. Tafadhali. Sijui kama tunaelewana ndugu zangu. So tumekubaliana. Tunatembea pamoja. Tunatembea pamoja. Wapi kura ya hasla hapa, nione kura ya hasla, kura ya hasla, kura ya hasla. Basi niko na viongozi wengi hapa. Mnajua huyu muungwana hapa? Haya, Mheshimiwa Gathuri Murungi. Haya bwana, haya. Harambee! Harambee! UDA! UDA! Sasa naibu rais, sisi hapa South Imenti, hapa Nkobo, leo tunataka kukuhakikishia sisi hapa tumejipanga na hasara 100%. Wacha nione mkono ya hasara. Naibu rais, sisi hapa South Imenti, mimi nakushukuru binafsi nikiwa mjumbe wa hapa, sababu ya kukuja leo kuona watu wako mahasara pamoja na kuwasaidia kuendeleza haso zao. Mimi nashukuru sababu wewe ni kiongozi ambaye tunataka, na niwaambie watu wetu.
Naam, huyo ni kiongozi wa UDA ambaye pia anatafuta urais mwaka 2022, naibu wa rais William Ruto, huyo akiendeleza kampeni zake katika eneo la Nkobo kule katika kaunti ya Meru. Tukiachana na siasa, sasa tuangazie masuala ya ukame, ambapo zaidi ya kaunti 11 zinaendelea kuhangaishwa na ukame, hali iliyosababisha wakazi wa kaunti za maeneo ya kaskazini mashariki na pwani kuingia hasara ya mifugo wao kwa sababu ya kiangazi. Ifuatayo ni taarifa ya Clement Masombo anayetujuza zaidi jinsi wafugaji walivyoathirika kote nchini.
Huku hali ya ukame ikiendelea kushuhudiwa nchini, wafugaji wa kuhamahama wanaendelea kushuhudia hasara kubwa baada ya mifugo wao kufa kutokana na makali ya ukame. Wengi wamelazimika kuhama majumbani mwao kwa ajili ya kutafuta maji na nyasi za kulisha mifugo. Baadhi ya wafugaji walioathirika pakubwa ni wale kutoka kaunti ya Tana River ambao walihamia kaunti ya Kilifi, lakini mambo bado hayajakuwa sawa licha ya wao kuhama.
Tumetoka Tana River Hola ajili ya ukame. Sasa ng'ombe tumekuja hapa, nimekufa ilikuwa ni 30, nimebaki na 10 sasa.
Hadithi ya Osman ni sawa na ya mwenzake Abdul Rahman Hassan aliyekuwa mmiliki wa zaidi ya ng'ombe 100. Zaidi ya ng'ombe wake 70 wamekufa kutokana na hali hii ngumu ya kiangazi, na alichosalia nacho kwa sasa ni kusafirisha walio hai kuwarejesha nyumbani.
Ng'ombe zinakufa na hata hakuna mahali ya malisho, ni kuomba mashamba za watu ama kuzinunua. Kweli watu wa Kilifi wenyewe walitusaidia kiwango wanaweza, lakini kila mahali ukame imejaa. Ng'ombe zimekufa nyingi sana, ambaye kiasi nafikiri mliona pale. Sasa tumeona hakuna namna, na kule tunakorudi mvua hata haijanyesha, lakini ilibidi tuchukue mifugo yetu, tukodishe magari, turudishe huko nyumbani. Kama ni kukufia, wache zikufie mahali zimekoka.
Lakini si wao tu, mambo ni vile kwa wakazi wengi kutoka maeneo yote yanayokumbwa na ukame nchini, huku serikali ikionekana kujizatiti kutoa misaada kwa waathiriwa.
Hali imekuwa ngumu sana. Kwa hivyo tunaomba serikali kwa hali na mali utusaidie sisi kama watu wa Tana River na Kilifi County. Katika hizo kaunti mbili ambapo zilitajwa ndio waliathirika pakubwa sana.
Na huku hayo yakijiri, Katibu mkuu katika Wizara ya Usalama wa Ndani Karanja Kibicho alizuru kaunti ya Isiolo ambayo ni moja kati ya kaunti zilizoathirika na ukame. Akitoa msaada wa chakula kwa wakazi wa Isiolo, Karanja aliwahakikishia kwamba serikali iko mbioni kuwanusuru kutokana na makali ya njaa iliyosababishwa na ukame.
Tuko na 1000 bags ya 50 kg ya mchele. Najua hapa nyinyi ni watu wa mchele. Tuko na gunia 200 za maharagwe, na ni vile tumechelewa kidogo, tutaleta pia cooking oil ndio watu wakipoa hiyo chakula ikuwe complete meal.
Hofu walionayo wengi wa waathiriwa wa ukame huu kwa sasa ni iwapo mifugo wao watasitiri ukame hadi mvua itakaponyesha, huku wengi wakitumai kwamba serikali itaingilia kati na kuwapa suluhu jinsi ya kukabiliana na majanga kama haya nchini. Clement Masombo.
Shukran sana Clement Masombo kwa taarifa hiyo. Huku kiangazi kikiendelea kuathiri wengi katika kaunti ya Turkana, kundi moja la wakulima katika mradi wa kunyunyizia mashamba maji wa Nanye eneo la Loima wanajivunia kilimo chao cha viazi vitamu. Wakulima hao ambao sasa wanavuna zao lao la viazi vitamu wamefanikiwa kupata hata ya kuuza kwenye soko lililo karibu. Zao hilo lina manufaa mengi haswa kwa kina mama wanaonyonyesha pamoja na watoto walio na umri wa chini ya miaka 5, na wataalamu wa lishe bora wanasema kuwa manufaa yake yatakabiliana na utapiamlo katika kaunti ya Turkana.
It's really assisted the children in terms of enrollment, in terms of health, because sweet potatoes, children are really gaining a lot of nutrients, and we want also to urge the partners to come together with the child fund and at least to assist children in food.
We harvested over 256 bags, and this has been sent to the market. On average, one bag would fetch about 6,000. And the few people have sold the potatoes, tubers, have been able to get money, and some of them have already said they use that to pay school fees. It's also good for ensuring that digestion is done well. It is also good for people who have diabetes because it reduces diabetes. It has sugars which are very low, it cannot affect you. It is also good in putting up weight, especially for children. When you want to put up weight to increase your growth, you can easily do it by eating this potato, and many other health benefits which are associated with it.
Na taarifa hiyo kutoka upande ule wa Loima katika kaunti ya Turkana inanipa mimi fursa ya kupata pumziko letu la kwanza. Usiende mbali mtazamaji, tukirudi tuna nyingi taarifa ambazo tumekuandalia hapa.
This is KTN News.
Kenya is a superpower in the world of sport generally. We have first-class athletes. There is absolutely no reason why Kenya should also not be a superpower in soccer. We eat the same food, drink the same water, go to the same schools. What has been lacking is just efficient, transparent management.
This is the Opportunities Are Here Project X. This is the third and final live selection. I'm going to remember so many words. Let me hold you. But today was really amazing, and thank you so much, contestants, for showcasing what you have.
This is a board meeting, a business trip, a negotiating table. This is growing your assets, future-proofing, work attire, a social network. This is an apprenticeship, a business partner, the night shift. Discover business news that's relevant to you with Money Daily from the BBC.
Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, in conjunction with the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, and the County Government of Laikipia, welcomes you to the Africa Industrialization Week celebrations to be held in Nanyuki Town, Mount Kenya Road, from 15th to 18th November 2021. The theme is Industrializing Africa, Renewed Commitments Towards an Inclusive and Sustainable Industrialization and Economic Diversification. Come all, let us celebrate our micro, small, medium enterprises, MSMEs, innovations together.
When we started this show, News Hour, we wanted to create a platform where anybody and everybody would come and talk about whatever they wanted to say without their voices being silenced, except by the deep content of their brains. And we wanted to balance opinion. In a country where news flies faster than light, newsmakers need to be accountable. Policymakers need to be responsible. And that's what we do on News Hour. We base the show on one core foundation of journalism, the truth.
This is KTN News.
Visa vya kisukari vimeonekana kuongezeka humu nchini. Ndio mada ambayo tutakuwa tukizungumzia leo hii kwenye Leo Mashinani, na wataalamu wetu kuweza kujua hali iko vipi katika taifa la Kenya, na je, ikiwa ni miaka 100 tangu kuvumbuliwa kwa dawa ya insulin, imesaidia vipi wagonjwa wa kisukari? Hiyo ndio mada yetu ambayo tutakuwa tukiivalia njuga baadaye kidogo, lakini kwanza tuangazie taarifa hizi. Baada ya mvua za vuli na masika kukosa kunyesha katika kaunti ya Kitui na kaunti jirani, maeneo hayo sasa yanakabiliwa na makali ya njaa, huku baadhi ya familia pia zikikosa pesa kutokana na makali ya COVID-19 yaliyosababisha watu wengi kupoteza ajira. Hata hivyo, ili kuastiri wakazi hao kutokana na makali hayo, shirika moja lisilo la serikali limezigawia chakula zaidi ya familia 2,000, vile kuwalipia karo wanafunzi. Familia kutoka vijiji vya Kiulungwa, Mivukoni, Mutumo ni miongoni mwa familia ambazo zimenufaika na msaada huo, vile wakigawiwa mbuzi na mifugo mingineo ili kuimarisha hali yao ya kifedha kupitia ufugaji.
Leo tulikuwa na mkutano Mivukoni, tukapatiwa chakula, lakini Mivukoni tuko na njaa nyingi, lakini tumeshukuru kwa ile tumepata. Kwa muda wa miaka 2 hivi mvua inanyesha, lakini tunapatanga chakula kidogo. Chakula ile mlikuwa mmepatiana sisi imetupikia, lakini haijatosha. Tunaomba serikali muendelee na kutupea chakula.
Drought in Kenya is a disaster, and the NGO, which is Fisher Together Foundation, has come timely to help us, to help our people, to help the flock in the church, to get the donation, food donation, which they have now received. We are glad to the NGO. We are glad that they have heard our call, and now we are responding to the government, the central government and the county government, to reciprocate what the NGO has done and come also in place to help this area.
Na tukitoka katika maeneo hayo ya Kitui, sasa tuelekee hadi katika kaunti ya Kisii, ambapo wakazi wa eneo bunge la Bobasi wanalalamikia hali mbaya ya barabara inayounganisha vijiji vya Nyamache na Nyagusu. Wakazi hao wakisema kuwa barabara hiyo ya kilomita 25 imetatiza usafirishaji wa bidhaa zao za shambani, uwezo wao wa kufika hospitalini na usafiri wa kawaida. Aidha, wanadai kuwa mwanakandarasi alianza ujenzi wa barabara hiyo kutoka kijiji cha Nyamache aliyoachia katikati, swala lililofanya barabara hiyo kuwa mbaya zaidi.
Na ndizi ninataka nipeleke soko, lakini hakuna njia ya kupeleka. Mheshimiwa Innocent, tunakuomba, tumelia, tumesumbuka, aswa wa mama wenye wanaenda hata kuchifungua kama mimi, tunasumbuka. Wakati mama anaanza kuumwa, anazalia hata njiani, kupitia barabara hatuna. Tunakuomba ukuje utumalizie barabara, tuweze kufainika na sisi pia watoto wetu na hata maisha yetu si wenyewe.
Hii barabara ipitiki kabisa. Tunateseka sana. Sijui serikali itatusaidia namna gani. Ombi yetu ni kuambia serikali itusaidie kwa hii barabara. Itengeneze ndio hata sisi tufaulu kupita.
Kama mama mboga analeta mboga kwa barabara, anataka kuchukua Nyangusu, hakuna barabara mahali atapanda. Bwana bota hapana pita wakati mvua inanyesha mingi. Wanakwama kwa njia. Ndizi ile mama anatoka kwa shamba na kuleta kwa barabara hapa. Hakuna barabara ile atachukua mpaka Nyangusu ili auze ndizi yake. Hata miwa ile inalimwa sehemu hii zaidi. Hakuna gari itafika huko kuja kubeba hiyo miwa.
Na kundi moja linaloshughulikia wagonjwa wa kisukari cha Coast Diabetes chenye makao yake mjini Mombasa kinatoa wito wa wananchi kutilia maanani vyakula wanavyokula pamoja na kubadilisha mitindo ya maisha ili kukabiliana na ugonjwa wa kisukari. Kundi hilo limeelezea wasiwasi kutokana na kuongezeka kwa wanaougua maradhi hayo haswa katika eneo la Pwani.
diabetes is manageable. Watu wameishi miaka mingi wakiwa na diabetes. Hata hivyo katika ulimwengu mzima watu wengi sana wamekufa. Kufikia statistics za sasa, around 537 million people have died of diabetes. And kulingana pia na utafiti ni kwamba kila 1 out of 10 people wako na diabetes. 44% of people, the population in the world, hawajajidiagnose na hawajui kama wako na diabetes. Na katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, kulingana na utafiti ambao umefanywa, ni kwamba around 4% ya watu wamekuwa diagnosed na diabetes, na ukicalculate 4% of 40 million, around 40 million, hao ni watu wengi sana. Worldwide wanasema kwamba 1 person dies every 5 seconds of diabetes and related diseases. So wetu kwa serikali ni kwamba tunataka watengeneze policies ambazo zinaweza kufanya kila mmoja access dawa ya diabetes. Kama vile serikali yetu ilivyochangamkia wakati wa HIV mpaka ikafikia mahali ambapo watu ambao wameathirika wanaweza kupata dawa for free. Tunaomba pia hizo policies, tunaitisha Parliament itengeneze policies ambazo zinaweza kusaidia watu wa sukari.
Ni muhimu watu wajitokeze ili tuweze kupigana na kisukari. Maana kisukari si maradhi ambayo umeambiwa sasa ni death sentence, kwa umepatikana na kisukari sasa ndio basi tena wafa. Kwa hivyo watu wajitokeze, tukutane, tuwe kitu kimoja, tuweze kupigania haki zetu, tuweze kupigania matibabu yawe chini, na tuweze kusaidiana ili ambao hawawezi kujiinua tuweze kuwainua.
Na taarifa hiyo ndio inaofungamana na gumzo letu asubuhi hii ya leo hapa studioni, tukiwa tunazungumza naye Daktari Profesa Mohamed Karama ambaye yupo katika studio zetu za I&M katikati ya jiji la Nairobi, na vile vile hapa katika studio zetu za Mombasa Road tutakuwa tukizungumza naye Eric Omonde ambaye ni mwathiriwa na vile vile anayehusika na wananchi wa ngazi za chini kuweza kuwahamasisha jinsi wanavyoweza kutumia insulin, kutumia dawa mbalimbali za kukabili ugonjwa huu wa kisukari. Ugonjwa wa kisukari ambao umekuwa na athari kubwa sasa hivi. Zamani wengi wakihisi kwamba ugonjwa wa kisukari ungewapata wale ambao wamefika umri wa miaka 40 na kusonga mbele, lakini hali imebadilika. Ugonjwa wa kisukari hata sasa hivi unakuta vijana wadogo wakiathirika na magonjwa haya. Hali imebadilika. Kwa nini Daktari Profesa Mohamed Karama, habari ya leo?
Nashukuru sana, salama. Naam.
Hali sasa hivi tunaona imebadilika.
Naam.
Naona hali imebadilika. Kitambo tulikuwa tunaona wale wanaougua ugonjwa wa kisukari walikuwa tunaweza sema ni wazee wenye umri wa miaka 40 kusonga mbele. Lakini sasa hivi hali unapata hata kijana wa miaka 28 anapatikana kwamba anaugua ugonjwa wa kisukari. Kipi kimefanya maradhi haya sasa pia kuingia katika vijana?
Asante sana kwa swali lako hilo. Nafikiri jambo muhimu kufahamu ni kuwa maisha ya watu pia yamebadilika. Kuwa watu wanakuwa zile hatua nyingi watu wakifanya zamani zimebadilika. Watu maisha yao pia vyakula vimebadilika. Watu hawali sana vyakula ambavyo wazee wetu walikuwa wakila, na hata hivyo maradhi yenyewe yalikuwa ni chini sana siku za nyuma, kwa sababu watu walikuwa wakienda hatua nyingi kwa miguu, kulikuwa hakuna magari. Leo ukiangalia kuna mabodaboda kila pahali, kuna watu, kuna Uber, kuna mashirika tofauti ambayo wanashughulika katika kusafirisha watu. Zamani tukiambiwa watu walikuwa wakienda hatua nyingi kwa miguu na wakishughulika sana mashambani na vitu kama hivyo. Kwa hivyo kubadilika kwa maisha yetu na vyakula vyetu na namna tunavyochukulia maradhi pia kunachangia sana katika kuongezeka kwa maradhi haya katika jamii. Na pia ningependa kueleza kuwa yako maradhi ya kisukari ya kwa aina mbili. Kuwa kuna type 1 ambayo mara nyingi huwa inawaathiri watu wa umri mdogo, na pia huwa inamalizika baada ya miaka fulani. Pia kuna hiyo type 2 ambayo ndio inakuwa ni nyingi sana katika jamii. Na pia inaathiriwa sana na urithi pia na namna maisha yetu yalivyobadilika. Kwa hivyo si ajabu kuwa tuna maradhi haya ambayo si ya kuambukizwa tutayaona naongezeka katika jamii.
Naam, huyo ni Daktari Profesa Mohamed Karama ambaye yupo katika ofisi zetu za jijini hapa Nairobi. Nikirudi hapa studioni pia yupo Eric Omondi. Eric Omondi, habari ya leo, labda utueleze kwa sasa hivi hali ikoje miongoni mwa wananchi, kwa sababu wakati fulani wengine walikuwa wanasema kwamba ugonjwa wa kisukari ni ugonjwa wa matajiri, lakini sasa hivi ugonjwa wa kisukari uko miongoni kwa kila mtu.
Niko salama na nashukuru kwa nafasi ya leo. Vile tu umesema na daktari vile ametuelezea kuwa kesi ya ugonjwa wa kisukari yameongezeka type 1 na type 2 kwa watu wazee na pia watoto wachanga. Nimesikia ukisema kuanzia miaka 28, lakini imekuwa tumeona kesi mpaka miezi 3 kuzaliwa. Mtoto mchanga mpaka miezi 3 anapata ugonjwa wa kisukari. Mwaka moja na nusu anapata kisukari. So tumeathirika mno na wanakisia kuwa itaendelea kuwa hii gonjwa itaendelea kukua kwa mwendo wa kasi sana haswa tutakapofika mwaka wa 2023 na 30 itakuwa imeongezeka kwa muda wa kasi mno haswa kwa nchi zinazokuwa kiuchumi.
Kwa nini labda kuna hayo makisio kwamba tukifika mwaka 2030 ugonjwa huu utakuwa umekuwa kwa kasi zaidi?
Ida wanasema ni kulingana na vile hali ya maisha inaendelea kubadilika, ambayo wanasema ni industrialization. Tunaacha ile maisha yetu ya jadi, tuna adapt maisha ya kisasa ambapo tunakula vyakula vya viwandani ama vimekuwa package, vimekuwa processed. Tupate nafasi ya mazoezi, kila kitu imekuwa kisasa, kutafuta chakula, kutembea, kila kitu imekuwa kwa urahisi sana kufanya bila kupata nafasi ya kufanya mazoezi ama kutumia nguvu za mwili. Hii inafanya tunakuwa predisposed kwa haya magonjwa.
Naam. Nikirudi kwako Daktari Profesa Mohamed Karama, umezungumzia kwamba umri ambao mtu anapata magonjwa haya, lakini namkuta Eric anasema kwamba hata mtoto mwenye miezi 3 anapatikana kwamba pia yeye ameathiriwa na maradhi haya ya kisukari. Je, kipi ambacho kinafanya huyu itakuwa amezaliwa nayo yeye mwenyewe ama imetoka kwa wazazi wake?
Asante kwa swali lako. Jambo muhimu kuelewa ni kuwa wamama wakiwa wajawazito pia wanaweza kupata tatizo la sukari katika damu kuwa juu kidogo, na hii type 1 diabetes ambayo tunasema ni juvenile mara nyingi inawaathiri watoto wa umri mdogo mpaka miaka 5, miaka 6, lakini hii mara nyingine humalizika na huwa inatokana pia na katika uzazi na katika familia. Lakini tunapozungumzia kuwa maisha yamebadilika ya watu, hata vijana wa umri mdogo miaka 20 kuendelea wanaweza kupata maradhi ya sukari, kwa sababu maradhi haya yanachangiwa na miili yetu kuwa mikubwa. Kwa kizungu tunaita obesity. Watu wana mafuta mengi mwilini, na pia watu wanakula vyakula visivyokuwa vya asili, na wanakula vyakula ambavyo vinachangia sana nishati na hawatumii ile nishati wanayojenga katika miili yao. Na hii kwa mfano vyakula vya wanga kama vile carbohydrates, yani vyakula vya starch, vyakula kama ugali, chapati, viazi, vyakula hivi, mchele na kadhalika, huwa vinabadilika kuwa sukari katika mwili wetu. Na ikiwa mwili huu ikiwa mtu hafanyi kazi ya dharubu sana, basi utakuta ile sukari inabadilishwa inakuwa ni mafuta katika mwili, na ikiwa namna ile mara nyingine inachangia katika ile kemia inayojulikana kama insulin kuwa inashindwa kuweza kuisaga ile sukari. Kwa hivyo unakuta ndio mtu anapatwa na maradhi ya sukari. Na kwa hivyo hii itaweza kumpata mtu yoyote, si lazima watu wazima wa umri mkubwa. Kwa hivyo hata vijana wa umri mdogo wanaweza kupata maradhi haya, na kama alivyosema mwenzangu Omondi, inatarajiwa kutokana na hali ya watu kwenda sana mijini na miji mingi kuwa urban, yani kuwa miji inabadilika, inakuwa maisha ni ya kimji sasa. Watu wanakula fast foods, vile vyakula vya haraka haraka, vyakula ambavyo vina mafuta mengi. Haya yote yachangia katika maisha yetu. Na utakuta pia kwa mfano starehe zinakuwa nyingi, watu wanakuwa pia ulevi ukizidi sana na matumizi ya madawa, na kuwa watu wanakaa muda mrefu bila kuwa na taharuki nyingi. Na kama tunavyoona katika nchi yetu kuwa hata kule vijijini sasa watu wana pikipiki, unangojewa. Wewe ulikuwa ukishuka kwenye gari labda nyumbani kwako ni kilomita 2 au 3, lakini siku hizi utakuta mpaka kwenye hizo stage kuna mapikipiki yanangojea watu. Kwa hivyo hakuna tena ile namna ya kutumia zile nishati mara nyingi. Kwa hivyo na watu hawana wakati, ni watu wachache ambao wanakwenda kwenye zile gym ama kufanya exercise wao wenyewe, kwa sababu hata hiyo kwenda kwenye hizo gym ni gharama ambazo watu wengi hawezi kumudu. Kwa hivyo kwa sababu hii ndio maradhi haya yanazidi kuongezeka na yanatarajiwa kuongezeka katika jamii katika siku zijazo.
Naam daktari, tumeona kwamba hali hii itazidi kuongezeka katika siku zijazo. Watu watafanyaje sasa kuweza kujikinga labda tusijipate katika hali hii? Na athari ya kula vyakula ambavyo vimetayarishwa ni vipi? Kwa sababu vikiingia kwenye mwili vinafanya nini na ndio inafanya kwamba sukari inaongezeka kwenye mwili?
Asante sana kwa swali lako hilo. Kwanza ni kuwa vyakula tufanye nini, swali lako. Tufanye nini ili kuzuia maradhi haya? Maradhi ya kisukari ni maradhi ambayo yanahitaji watu wenyewe kushirikishwa, wale wagonjwa na jamii kwa jumla. Kwanza kabisa ni kuweza kutambua ule ugonjwa kwa haraka. Tunapochelewa kutambua ule ugonjwa mpaka ukawa na athari, basi huwa ni kuchelewa. Kwa hivyo jambo la kwanza la kufanya ni watu kuweza kuchunguzwa mara kwa mara ili kujua hali zao za sukari na kujua hali zao nyingine. Kwa hivyo hilo ni la kwanza. Jambo la pili ni mtu kuwa na taharuki nyingi, uweze kujishughulisha kama wewe wafanya kazi ya ofisi, uweze kushughulika kwa kuweza kufanya mazoezi. Hakikisha unapata dakika 45 ama saa nzima kwa kutembea. Ikipungua sana mara 3 kwa wiki itaweza kukusaidia wewe kuchoma yale mafuta ambayo yana accumulate katika mwili wako. Na pia uwe na tabia ya kuhakikisha mwili wako haui na uzito mkubwa sana, kwa sababu hiyo pia yachangia katika kupatwa na maradhi haya. Ama wale ambao maradhi haya yako katika ukoo wao, ni muhimu wao kujitambua kwa haraka ili waweze kuchukua hadhari na kuchukua kuchukua hatua ambazo zinaweza kuwasaidia kukinga maradhi haya. Na ama wale ambao labda maradhi haya hayapo katika jamii zao, wanaweza pia kurekebisha maisha yao. Wewe ukijijua kuwa kazi zako ni za ofisi mara nyingi na haushughuliki, hakikisha unatumia wakati kila siku kutembea, hata kama ni kutembea kwa mguu nusu saa. Hii itakusaidia kuhakikisha kuwa mwili wako haui mkubwa na haupati ile athari ya kupata ile sukari kujiunga kwa wingi katika mwili wako. Na nafikiri kama tukiendelea tutaeleza athari ya maradhi haya ili kuwa watu wale ambao wamepatwa na maradhi pia wanaweza kuishi nayo kwa njia nzuri bila kubadilika maisha yao na kuweza kufanya kazi zao za kawaida kama ilivyohitajika.
Naam. Shukran sana. Nikirudi kwako Bwana Omondi, umezungumzia kwa mapana. Sasa hivi tunaona kwamba maradhi haya mtu anapopatikana anatakikana kumeza insulin. Sasa hizi tukiadhimisha miaka 100 tangu kupatikana kwa insulin. Labda unahisi upatikanaji wa insulin nchini Kenya ni rahisi?
Naam, kwanza wacha nianze na kurekebisha, sio kumeza insulin. Insulin huwa inadungwa.
Naam.
Yes, sio kumeza insulin. Insulin dawa yenye inatumia kwa mwili kwa njia ya kudunga. Na insulin kwa nchini Kenya tumeona kumekuwa na progress kuanzia miaka ya 10-20 huko nyuma. Lakini bado kuna changamoto mwingi sana, kwa sababu pia tumepata new generation of insulin ambazo bado bei yao ni ghali mno na pia hazipatikani kwa urahisi kote nchini. Unapata tu hapa jijini na Nairobi ndio ni rahisi kupata insulin aina yoyote ile inahitajika. Lakini ukitoka nje ya Nairobi, hata ukifika hapa Thika unapata changamoto. Na pia kuna bei ya insulin bado iko juu sana, na unapata mikakati zingine kama NHIF bado haiwezi kugharamia ile insulin vizuri, na pia zile private insurance bado hazikavi insulin. Na hizo zote zinafanya insulin ikiwa ni changamoto kubwa, ilali kuwa ni dawa kingo muhimu sana kwa kudhibiti kisukari, haswa kisukari type 1 diabetes.
Umezungumzia gharama yake iko juu. Ukizungumzia gharama iko juu, unazungumzia labda kima cha pesa ngapi, na kwa nini labda hata tukitoka tu jijini Nairobi kilomita chache hapa mjini Thika hakuna dawa hizo ambazo ni za kujidunga?
So bei huwa ina kwa tofauti kubwa sana kwa kuwa tuko na aina mbili ya insulin. Kuna zile tunaita old generation ambayo tunaita kama human insulin, then kuna new generation ambayo tunaita analog insulin. Unapata kati ya baadhi ya hizo insulin mbili difference ya bei ni mpaka mara 6.
Haya Bwana Eric Omondi, kidogo nitakukata, tutakuwa tunarudi kwenye kauli yako. Nataka tuelekee mahakamani ambapo tusikilize kesi inayoendelea inayomkabili rais wa shirikisho la FKF Nick Mwendwa ambaye saa hizi yuko mahakamani. Tuangalie taarifa hiyo.
Mzuri. Nick.
Naam, huyo unayemwona hapo kwenye runinga yako ni aliyekuwa mwenyekiti wa shirikisho la kandanda humo nchini FKF, Nick Mwendwa. Na mwana yupo na wakili pale Mutula Kilonzo Junior, akiwa ndo labda ndio wakili wake anamwakilisha katika kesi hii ambayo inahusisha utumizi mbaya wa fedha zile ambazo zimetengwa na serikali kwa shirikisho hilo. Madai hayo ambayo yameibuliwa na serikali, kwa hivyo mahakama itakuwa inaenda kuyadhibitisha kama ni ukweli au la. Na ukumbuke kwamba kumekuwa na mvutano kati ya shirikisho hilo na serikali, hususan waziri wa michezo Bi Amina Mohamed, baada ya yeye kuivunja ile shirikisho na kuweka kamati simamizi ambalo litasimamia shirikisho hilo. Lakini kwanza tupate pumziko fupi, tukirudi tutakuwa tunaangazia taarifa hiyo kule mahakamani, tujue kinachojiri, iwapo ataachiliwa au la, manake aliweza kukamatwa siku ya Ijumaa.
This is KTN News.
Express visawa sawa. Sawa na Sawa Liquid Hand Wash inapatikana katika variant 3, original, strawberry na aloe vera. Sawa Liquid Hand Wash yenye harufu ya kuvutia, uhakikisha mikono yako inabaki kuwa laini. Bidhaa bora kutoka Pwani Oil Products Limited.
Looking for a business starter pack to get your business off the ground? Spread the word on your product or service offerings, reach a wider audience, and recruit clients and customers with bulk SMSs courtesy of Standard Group value-added services. For only 10,000 Kenya shillings, you get a sender ID plus complimentary 10,000 bulk SMS units with an option of a free API integration to enable you to grow your client base and expand your business through effective targeted messaging. Visit vas.standardmedia.co.ke to sign up and find out more about how you can add value to your business with Standard value-added services.
This is a board meeting, a business trip, a negotiating table. This is growing your assets, future-proofing, work attire, a social network. This is an apprenticeship, a business partner, the night shift. Discover business news that's relevant to you with Money Daily from the BBC.
7th and final annual Devolution Conference is back. The conference will take place from the 23rd to the 26th of November 2021 at Makueni Boys High School, Makueni County. The theme of the conference is multi-level governance for climate action, with the sub-theme Sub-National Mobilization in Unlocking the Full Potential of Climate Action During and After Pandemics. The conference will be officiated by His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya. To register as a delegate or exhibitor, visit www.devolutionconference.cog.go.ke or call 0718 242 203. Be there.
When we started this news hour, we wanted to create a platform where anybody and everybody would come and talk about whatever they wanted to say without their voices being silenced, except by the deep content of their brains. And we wanted to balance opinion. In a country where news flies faster than light, newsmakers need to be accountable. Policymakers need to be responsible. And that's what we do on News Hour. We base the show on one core foundation of journalism, the truth.
KTN News.
Barabara kabisa, karibu tena kwenye leo mashinani. Mimi ni Suleiman Yeri, na kama ndio unaingia tunazungumza masuala ya kisukari. Hali ya kisukari katika taifa la Kenya iko vipi? Je, kupatikana kwa insulin miaka 100 tangu kuvumbuliwa kwake. Je, nchi ya Kenya kuna urahisi wa kupata kwa insulin? Vile vile tumeona kwamba maradhi haya ya kisukari hayajaacha nyuma wanawake. Tutakuwa tukizungumza naye Daktari Yubrin Moraa aweze kutueleza, je, katika kuangalia upande wa wakina mama, je, kunaonekana kwamba wengi wakiwa wajawazito pia hupatikana wakiwa na kisukari. Je, kile kisukari kinachowapata kina mama wakiwa wajawazito ni cha kudumu ama kinaenda baadaye kinaondoka? Daktari Yubrin, tunazungumza naye kupitia mtandao wa Zoom, mtandao wa video. Daktari Yubrin Moraa, labda utueleze kuhusiana na swala zima la kisukari miongoni mwa kina mama wajawazito. Je, kisukari kile ama ugonjwa ule ni wa kudumu ama baada tu ya kujifungua maradhi yale huondoka?
Sana kwa kuangazia swala la kisukari ambacho kinahusishwa na ujauzito, manake ni ugonjwa ambao tumeanza kuona ukitokea mara nyingi zaidi ama kwa wanawake wengi zaidi. Tukiangalia na kitambo, wakati wanawake walikuwa si sana kupata shida hiyo wakati wakiwa ujauzito. Na swala ambalo umeulizia kwamba je, ni ugonjwa ambao unadumu, utaona kwamba kuwa na kisukari ukiwa mjamzito ni unaongeza ule uwezekano kwamba unaweza kuwa na kisukari, ugonjwa wa kisukari ambao utadumu na ni sugu hapo mbeleni. Lakini isipokuwa mara nyingi utapata hadi 50% ya wanawake wakishajifungua kile kisukari cha ujauzito kinapotea. Lakini wengine kinaweza kubaki, lakini bado kama ulikuwa na kisukari wakati uko mjamzito, baadaye mbeleni maishani ni uwezekano kwamba utapata kisukari kama ugonjwa sugu ambao utakaa na hautaisha, unaongezeka zaidi.
Na labda kwa nini kiwe na ongezeko la wanawake wajawazito kupata kisukari? Ni kwa sababu ya kula sana, ama kuamka usiku kula chakula chochote, ama wanasema wanataka vyakula vile vya haraka ndio vinasababisha kisukari miongoni mwa kina mama wajawazito?
Uzito wenyewe unaongeza uwezekano kwamba mtu atapata ugonjwa wa kisukari, manake utapata kwamba vile nyumba ya mtoto na ile placenta inafanya kuna kemikali ambazo zinatokea ambazo zinaongeza uwezekano. Lakini kumbuka kuna mambo mengine kama siku hizi utapata kwamba kuwa na uzito mwingi sana tukiwa wajawazito upo sana. Utapata kwamba pia watu wakiwa wajawazito wanajitendekeza, kwa hivyo hawafanyi zile kazi mama zetu kitambo walikuwa wakifanya, kwamba wameenda shambani, wamelima wakiwa ujauzito. Kwa hivyo kwamba ni watu kwa kimombo inaitwa sedentary, kwamba wameketi tu hawafanyi mambo mengi. Na pia kula venye umesema kwamba utapata kwamba watu wengi wanaongeza kilo nyingi sana wakiwa ujauzito kwa sababu ya mienendo na tamaduni zetu za kula, na pia mienendo ya maisha. Utapata kwamba watu wamekula vile vyakula umevitaja, fast foods, vyakula venye vina carbohydrates nyingi na starch nyingi ukilinganisha na kitambo venye watu walikuwa wakifanya, na pia walikuwa wakifanya kazi nyingi wakiwa na ujauzito. Na sio hivyo kwa hivi sasa, taswira imebadilika.
Na tiba yake ikoje? Tiba yake ni kama tiba ya kawaida? Wao pia wanatumia insulin ama wanameza tembe zile ambazo zipo madukani?
Tiba ya kisukari cha ujauzito ni tofauti kidogo, manake dawa ambazo zinaweza tumika na ziko salama kwa mtoto ambaye yuko katika tumbo la mama ni tofauti sana. Kwa hivyo lazima dawa ambazo zinatumika ziwe salama. Utapata kwamba ni dawa aina mbili ambazo zimeonyeshwa na takwimu za kisayansi kwamba zinaweza tumika mtu akiwa mjamzito, na iwa ni pamoja na insulini na pamoja na kuna aina moja ya tembe ambayo ndio imeonyeshwa peke yake kwamba iko salama kutumika katika wanawake ambao wana ujauzito na wana kisukari.
Naam. Shukran. Wacha tumsikize naye Daktari Profesa Mohamed Karama. Profesa Mohamed Karama, nataka tuangazie swala hili la kisukari, hususan kuzungumzia dawa ya insulini ile ambayo ndio katika kuadhimisha sherehe hii ya siku ya kisukari duniani ambayo iliadhimishwa hapo jana tarehe 14, ni kwamba imekuwa ni vigumu kuipata dawa hii. Na je, katika athari za kupata ama kukosekana kwa dawa hii inamaanisha nini kwa wagonjwa?
Asante kwa hilo swali lako. Nafikiri wale watu ambao wanatumia insulin ni muhimu sana waipate ile insulin yao, kwa sababu wanapokosa kupata ile insulin huwa ile viwango vya sukari katika damu yao inapanda juu sana, na inapopanda sana ndipo inapoathiri baadhi ya viungo katika mwili, kama vile inaathiri bongo letu, inaathiri kuona, macho, inaathiri figo zetu, na pia inaathiri mishipa yetu ya damu na kadhalika. Kwa hivyo pana hatari kubwa ya watu ambao viwango vyao vya damu, sukari katika damu iko juu sana, wakikosa ile insulin ni hatari. Kwa hivyo inaweza kusababisha kuongezeka kwa maradhi, inaweza kuchangia kwa maradhi mengine kuzuka kama vile maradhi ya moyo, na mara nyingi huathiri sehemu fulani za mwili, na ikawa ni shida. Kwa hivyo ni muhimu sana serikali yetu ihakikishe kuwa hii dawa inapatikana kama inavyohitajika. Na kama tunavyoona kuna uzembe mwingi katika hali ya kushughulikia matibabu ya wananchi. Madawa hayapatikani, kuna mambo mengi ambayo hayafurahishi katika maradhi kama haya, na kwa hivyo ni hatari kubwa maradhi haya kuwa hayawezi dawa hizi za insulin haziwezi kupatikana kwa watu ambao wanazihitaji. Hiyo ni tatizo kubwa, kwa sababu itawaathiri vibaya waliohusika na maradhi haya.
Labda tuangazie zile aina za dawa hii ya insulin. Ziko aina ngapi? Maana unapata mwingine anadunga takriban dawa tofauti za insulin, na zote tunaambiwa ni insulin, na zote kwa viwango tofauti, kwa masaa tofauti. Kwa nini iwe hivyo, Dr. Karama?
Nafikiri swala muhimu sana hilo, kwa sababu tatizo moja katika maradhi haya na maradhi mengine ni watu kujitibu wenyewe, wakachagua. Kuna watu ambao wanatumia dawa za tembe, na kuna watu ambao wanatumia insulin. Sasa hii inatokana na yale maradhi walionayo. Tunapozungumzia kuwa mtu ana maradhi ya kisukari, yaweza kuwa labda ile insulin inayopatikana katika mwili wake haifanyi kazi, labda yapatikana au ni kidogo, au yaweza kuwa ipo lakini zile cells za mwili hazishirikiani katika kuivunja ile sukari, yani kunakuwa na resistance, kunakuwa na ile insulin haifanyi kazi inavyohitajika. Kwa hivyo madaktari wanapomchunguza mtu huwa wanaangalia ile sukari yake ni ya aina gani. Na kuna dawa za sukari ambazo ni za muda mrefu, unatumia mara moja kwa siku au mara 2 kwa siku, na inategemea vile maradhi yako yanaendelea. Saa ingine unaweza hata kutumia mara 3 kwa siku ikiwa una tatizo kubwa. Kwa hivyo ni muhimu sana watu kuangalia mafundisho ya madaktari wao, na waweze kuwa watachunguzwa mara kwa mara, ili waweze kujulikana aina gani ya sukari na waathiri wao, na ni dawa gani itakazofaa. Na nataka kukupa mfano pia, kwa sababu wakati wengine Waislamu kwa mfano huwa wanafunga mwezi wa Ramadhani, au wanafunga zile siku za Jumatatu na Alhamisi. na wanakaa muda mrefu bila kutumia dawa. Ni muhimu wao pia kushauriana na madaktari wao ili waweze kupawa dawa ambazo zitaweza kuwamudu kwa muda mrefu, masaa 12 kwa mfano. Ikiwa yeye alikuwa anatumia dawa mara 3, akiwacha kutumia pia yaweza kumwathiri kuongezeka ile sukari. Kwa hivyo ukosefu wa insulin ama dawa zingine zozote ni shida kubwa. Ama kitu ambacho pia Omondi alichosema ni hizi bima zetu za afya. Ni muhimu kuhakikisha kuwa maradhi haya yanaongezeka katika jamii, na hivi sasa tunatarajia kati ya 4 hadi 5 kwa 100 ya watu wameathiriwa na maradhi haya. Kwa hivyo si sawa kuwa mashirika haya ya bima hayatolipa matibabu ya kisukari. Kwa hivyo hili ni jambo serikali wanafaa pia waangalie, kuhakikisha kuwa kupitia kwa njia ya huduma hizi za pooling resources insurance watu wanaweza kupata zaidi kwa urahisi insulin na dawa zingine zozote. Asante Yeri.
Shukran sana Daktari Karama. Nikirudi kwako Bwana Ouma, nataka umesikia wito wa daktari. Wewe unaishi na watu ambao wanaugua maradhi haya kule mashinani, kule katika vitongoji. Wito wako kwa serikali ni upi, na changamoto iko wapi, na unahisi inaweza kutatuliwa vipi?
Kabla kupenda wito wangu na changamoto, ningependa kutilia mkazo aina za insulin. Tuko na aina 6 za insulin. Aina 6, 3 ambazo ni za kisasa ambazo tunaita analog, na 3 ambazo ni za zile za awali. Na kwa hiyo aina ya insulin unapata mbona mgonjwa mmoja anapatikana akitumia nyingine na mwingine anatumia nyingine, na kwa mbona masaa pia huwa haziambatani kwa mgonjwa mmoja hadi mwingine, ni kuwa sasa unapata insulin ni hormone. Unapata kwa mwili mwingine mwili yake inaambatana na aina fulani ya insulin peke yake. Nimeona kesi though sio chanzo ya kawaida ama mara nyingi, but nimeona watu wanapopewa aina fulani ya insulin wanakuwa na kind of reaction, hawezi kuitumia tena mpaka wanakuwa wagonjwa zaidi. So hiyo ndio inafanya mgonjwa mwingine anapewa ama ana prefer kutumia aina fulani ya insulin. Sasa tuko na aina 6 za insulin, na bei zao pia huwa zina vary sana. Ni dawa moja insulin, lakini bei inaweza kuwa na difference hata maradufu 10 kutoka kwa aina moja hadi aina nyingine. Ilhali mtu anapodhibitiwa kuwa anafaa kutumia insulin, vile daktari ameelezea, lazima aitumie. Akikosa hata shindano kudunga mara moja, atakuwa amekuwa mgonjwa in the next 2 hours. So inafanya insulin inakuwa dawa ya muhimu sana kwa mwenye anahitaji hiyo insulin. Na masaa huwa inaambatana na aina ile ya insulin, pia aina ya maisha ya mtu ama mtindo wa maisha ya mtu ambayo tunasema ni lifestyle. Hizo ndio maneno makuu ningependa kutilia mkazo. Sasa kwa changamoto ni kuwa kwanza ni bei. Bei ya insulin haijakuwa standardized, ina vary. Ukitoka hapa mjini uende Kisumu, Mombasa, bei sio ile moja. Ukienda vijijini kwa county, bei sio ile moja. Ilhali mgonjwa ni yule mmoja. So inafaa bei ikwe sawa kwa kila mtu kila mahali nchini Kenya. Ndio mwenye ako Garissa anaweza kuafford kama mwenye ako Nairobi. Na pia hakuna nafasi ya kuweza kutumia ile dawa ambayo mwili yake inahitaji. Sio akiwa Nairobi ako na uwezo wa kupata dawa yoyote ile anahitaji, lakini akienda Siaya ama Busia hawezi kupata ile dawa. Changamoto nyingine ni kuwa nimeongea bei na kupatikana kwa ile dawa, ni kuweza kukuwe na forum ya kuweza kuhamasisha wanauma ama mgonjwa na pia wahudumu wa afya waweze kuwa na ile confidence ya kuweza kujua na uwezo wa kujua aina hii yote ya madawa inapatikana, na mgonjwa fulani anaweza kufanya vyema kwa dawa fulani. Wasikuwe tu watu wamejua tu dawa moja peke yake yenye iko available ambapo mgonjwa huenda afanye vizuri. Wajue kwa kama mgonjwa afanye vizuri, kuna dawa zingine, kuna aina zingine 5 ama 4 ambapo mgonjwa yule anaweza kutumia pia. Na
wito wako sasa kwa serikali ni upi?
Wito wangu ni kuwa serikali ichukulie maanani, kwa sababu hii insulin ni dawa muhimu kwa kudhibiti maisha. Tunasemanga ni life saving drug. Na mtoto wa miezi 3 akipatana na diabetes leo type 1 atatumia hiyo dawa mpaka kama ataishi miaka 100 atatumia ile dawa. So serikali inafaa iko kwa mstari wa mbele kuhakikisha kuwa inapatikana na kwa bei nafuu, na kwa kila mtu. Pia serikali ihakikishe kuwa kuna ile mikakati mzuri ya kuhamasisha wanaume kuwa watu wengi sana wanaogopa insulin sana kwa sababu njia ya kuitumia ni kwa kudunga shindano. So watu wengi sana wanaiogopa, na hiyo inafanya ina delay initiation of treatment. Unapata type 2 maybe imefika wakati anafaa jidunge, anaogopa sana sababu hakuna ile uhamasisho, hakuna njia ya ku make sure that kila mtu ana appreciate kuanzia wahudumu wa afya na wanaume pia wote.
Shukran sana Bwana Uma. Nataka nirudi kwake Daktari Yubrin Mura. Tumesikia malalamishi ambayo yameibuliwa hapa kutoka kwa wakazi. Eric Omondi huyu ambaye anazungumza ama anahusika sana na wananchi kule mashinani kuhusiana na utumizi wa masuala haya ya insulin, vile vile upatikanaji wa dawa. Amezungumzia takriban aina 6 za insulin, lakini kuna hili swala ambalo lipo hapa. Watumizi wa insulin, kuna sehemu ambazo wanatakikana kujidunga ile insulin, alafu kuna wale bado wakitumia insulin wanapata wanaongezeka mwili wao ama kiwango ama uzani wao unaongezeka. Vipi mtu anayetumia insulin anaweza kuhakikisha kwamba uzani wa mwili wake hautaongezeka, Daktari Yubrin?
Hilo ni swala la muhimu sana umeangazia, manake kila dawa tunajua kwa sayansi kwamba kila dawa iko na side effects, na moja ya side effect ya dawa ya insulini ni kwamba mtu ataongeza kilo. Na mara nyingi mimi huhamasisha wagonjwa wangu, kila mara ukimuona unamueleza kwamba hii dawa yenye unaitumia, yenye unajidunga nayo inaweza fanya uongeze kilo. Kwa hivyo jambo la muhimu ni kuhakikisha kwamba unatumia dawa, manake lazima tushughulikie na dhibiti ile sukari katika kiwango fulani ambacho kinahitajika katika mwili, ambacho nafikiria wagonjwa watu tunawaeleza na wanajua. Lakini pia lazima uhakikishe kwamba ile mikakati ya kufanya mazoezi na kuangalia kwamba kile chakula umekipima katika kile kiwango ambacho umepewa mashauri na daktari wako ama na yule daktari wa chakula kwamba hivi ndio unafaa kula ili usiongeze kilo nyingi. Kuna aina ya exercises ama mazoezi ambayo wagonjwa wataambiwa wafanye, ambayo yanaruhusiwa katika mtu mwenye ako na kisukari, ambayo watafanya na waweze kuhakikisha kwamba hata kama moja ya zile side effects za dawa ni kwamba ni kuongeza kilo, kwamba si hazitakuwa za kiwango kikubwa ambacho mtu atakuwa ameongeza. Maana zile kilo pia zikiongezeka na maanisha kwamba kudhibiti kisukari kitakuwa ngumu zaidi. Kwa hivyo ni kama unafanya ka balance cha mizani fulani, kwamba unahakikisha kwamba kilo haziongezeki, bado umeshughulikia kisukari, na umehakikisha kwamba wagonjwa wamechukua lile jukumu la kwamba jukumu 60% ya kuhakikisha kwamba ugonjwa wa kisukari umethibitiwa vizuri ni jukumu la mgonjwa. 30% ndio utapata kwamba ni daktari ya kuambia kwamba fanya hivi, fanya kile, lakini ila 10% kubwa kuanzia chakula, mazoezi na mienendo ya maisha, utumiaji wa pombe kupindukia, kutumia sigara, mambo hayo yote lazima yaje kwa pamoja na yahakikishe kwamba yule mgonjwa amefuatilia yale maagizo amepewa, ili hakikishe kwamba kilo haziongezeki, anafanya mazoezi na tumetibiti ugonjwa wa kisukari.
Nataka nikuulize swali la mwisho na swali la kizushi ambalo wataalamu wengi wanatofautiana. Je, kisukari kinaweza kurudishwa, yani kikamalizwa mwilini na mtu akarudi katika hali yake ya sawa? Wazungu wanasema reversible.
Siku hizi hakuna tashwishi siku hizi kwamba ni kweli kwamba kisukari cha aina ya pili, na nafikiri hapo mbeleni lazima mmeangazia kwamba kuna aina tofauti ya kisukari. Inaweza kwamba aina ya kwanza ni ile kwamba hakuna insulini mwilini, aina ya pili ni kwamba ipo na haifanyi kazi vizuri, na utikia mara nyingi kwa watu ambao wana uzito mkubwa mara nyingi. Na kisukari cha ujauzito na kisukari ambacho kinatokea na mambo mengine kama kuwa na ile pancreas imekuwa haifanyi kazi vizuri kutokana na pombe ama kutokana na madawa fulani ambayo yanatumika ambayo yanapeleka sukari juu. Kama ni kisukari cha aina ya pili na kimepatikana na mapema na bado na ile homoni ya insulini bado inatengezwa na kile kiungo ambacho kinatengeza homoni ya insulini, mtu akipoteza kilo afuatilie maagizo ya kwamba apoteze kilo, afanye mazoezi. Kuna venye anaweza kuwa atatibiti ugonjwa wa kisukari wake kwa mienendo ya maisha bila kutumia dawa, na hiyo ndio inaitwa diabetes reversal, kwamba utarudishwa, na kimombo inaitwa kwamba unaenda into remission, kumaanisha kwamba kisukari kipo lakini umekidhibiti na mienendo ya maisha, chakula, mazoezi na hata mitindo mingine ya maisha na uraibu fulani pia umeweka kando, umeweka pending, ukasema sasa kilo nimepunguza, kisukari tumekidhibiti, na sasa kwa kimombo tunaita you go into remission. Remission inamaanisha kwamba ukirudi pale pale kisukari sasa zile sukari katika damu ya mwanadamu itapanda juu. Kwa hivyo hakuna tashwishi. Nafikiri watu walikuwa wakisema kwamba je, umepona ama hujapona. Kwa kimombo na nafikiri jambo la muhimu sana ambazo ningependa Wakenya waelewe ni kwamba kwa kimombo tunasema kwamba umeenda into remission. Kumaanisha kwamba ugonjwa umetibithiwa na mienendo ya maisha na umerudi katika ile hali ambayo unahitaji dawa, lakini unatumia ile mienendo ya maisha yenye itahakikisha kwamba kisukari kimetibithiwa na uhitaji kutumia dawa. Na nimesema ni aina ya pili, si cha aina ya kisukari cha kwanza ama nyingine, ni kisukari cha aina ya pili, na mara nyingi watu ambao ni watu wana uzito mkubwa na watu wa umri mdogo, si watu wa umri ambao umesonga kidogo.
Asante sana Daktari Yubrin Mura. Huyo nikirudi kwake kwa swali hili nikimuuliza Profesa Daktari Mohamed Karama. Je, Daktari Karama, inawezekana? Manake kumekuwa na tofauti za wasomi kuhusiana na swala hili.
Kwa hakika yawezekana sana, kama alivyosema daktari mwenzangu, ni kuwa watu wakifuata yale mafundisho na wakaweza kuchoma ile sukari kwa njia ya mazoezi, wataweza kuimudu ile sukari katika damu yao na wakaweza kuishi bila kutumia dawa zozote. Kwa hivyo yategemea mtu mwenyewe na hali yake vile alivyo, na hii itakuwa ndio njia bora zaidi ya kuweza kuitumia hii kusimamia. Ikiwa wewe utakuwa na maradhi yale, ukiwa bado uko na nguvu, uweze kuchoma kwa kufanya mazoezi, kuwa na taharuki nyingi, na kuweza kuhakikisha unapata kula vyakula kwa mpango unaoagiziwa. Unaweza kurudi hali yako ya kawaida, japokuwa utakuwa bado unasemekana wewe ni mtu ambaye unaweza relapse, ukarudi tena katika hali ile ukiwacha zile mienendo ambayo, na tunajua wagonjwa wengi ambao sasa hawatumii tena dawa kwa kuwa wameweza kuimudu ile sukari yao katika damu. Kwa hivyo si hali ya kuwa utasema ni reversible kama ulivyosema, lakini ni kuwa mtu anaweza kuishi na akaweza kuimudu ile maradhi yake, ile sukari yake katika damu, na akaweza kuishi bila kutumia dawa, akatumia tu mazoezi, akatumia na lishe ya sawasawa, na akaishi maisha ya kisawasawa.
Nikuulize hapo kwa lishe. Lishe ya kisawasawa ni ipi? Manake sisi wa Kenya tunajua lishe ya kisawasawa ni ugali mkubwa na mboga kidogo.
Hapo ndio pana matatizo makubwa. Kwa sababu kwa hakika kama nilivyoeleza, vyakula vingi ambavyo ni vyakula vya wanga, yani carbohydrates na starch, hivi ndio vyakula ambavyo vinaathiri sukari katika mwili. Na namna inavyofanya ni kuwa ile unapokula sima kubwa na huli vyakula vingine, unakula mchuzi au mboga kidogo sana, inakuwa kwanza huna roughage, huna kitu cha kusukuma kile choo, unapata choo kigumu sana, inakuwa ni shida. Na kisha ikiwa hautumii, hufanyi kazi ya sulubu, unakuwa wewe una accumulate zile sukari ambazo ziko converted kuwa fats katika mwili, unakuwa mwili wako unakuwa mnene, unakuwa na mafuta mengi katika, na haya mafuta huwa yanawekwa katika ile mshipa ya damu, ambapo sasa huwa yanachangia ile kuwa moyo wako lazima upige kwa nguvu sana ndipo damu iweze kuenea kila sehemu, na hii ndio husababisha maradhi mengine ya blood pressure. Kwa hivyo tunapozungumzia vyakula vya sawasawa katika watu ambao wako na maradhi ya kisukari, ni kutumia carbohydrates kwa kidogo sana, kutegemea na vile kazi mtu anayofanya, lakini zaidi uwe na grains, zile mboga, uwe na legumes vile kama maharagwe, na hata nyama pia utumie kwa uchache sana, kwa sababu nyama, haswa nyama nyekundu, tunajua pia huweza kuathiri. Na Wakenya tunajua saa nyingine utakuta mtu atakula kilo 2 za nyama mara moja, amekwenda amechoma nyama na vitu kama hivyo. Sasa unakuta mwili wetu hauna uwezo mkubwa wa kuhifadhi proteins, kwa hivyo pia zinakuwa converted kuwa fats, na ikiwa fats sasa inachangia kuongezeka kwa maradhi ya sukari. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri kula vipande vichache vya nyama kama gramu 50 au 100 kila siku, na kupata protein za majani, yani za mimea kama vile maharagwe, pojo na vitu kama hivyo, kunde. Hizi ni protein ambazo unaweza ukatumia badala ya nyama, na ukawa unatumia carbohydrates kwa kidogo, alafu unatumia mboga za majani kwa wingi. Hivi ndivyo watu wanaokuwa na matatizo ya sukari wanafaa kukula. Mara nyingine wanasema ni gharama ya chakula cha mwenye sukari ni juu. Kwa hakika si kweli, kwa sababu bora uwe unatumia majani kwa wingi, majani na legumes, zile mimea kwa wingi, kuliko kutumia carbohydrates na wanga kwa wingi.
Shukran sana Daktari Mohamed Karama kwa kutupatia ufafanuzi huo kuhusiana na lishe bora na lishe ambayo inakufaa wewe na yule ambaye hata pia hajaanza kuugua, kuhusiana na chakula ambacho unastahili kula ili kulinda mwili wako dhidi ya maradhi haya ya kisukari ambayo yameonekana kuongezeka pakubwa. Na vile vile umesikia kauli zao wataalamu kwamba iwapo una ile aina ya pili na umri wako bado uko chini, basi bado na nafasi ya kwamba ukawa katika mahali kwamba umedhibiti ugonjwa ule. Si ati umeuondoa, umedhibiti kwa kubadilisha maisha yako na vile vile kufuata mienendo ile ambayo umepewa na daktari. Nifikia hapo inanipa nafasi mimi kwenda kwenye pumziko lingine fupi. Tukirudi tutakuwa tunakuja kuangazia taarifa ambazo tumekuandalia hapa mchana huu wa leo. Usiende mbali.
This is KTN News.
Express visawasawa. Sawa na Sawa Liquid Hand Wash inapatikana katika variant 3: original, strawberry na aloe vera. Sawa Liquid Hand Wash yenye harufu ya kuvutia, uhakikisha mikono yako inabaki kuwa laini. Bidhaa bora kutoka Pwani Oil Products Limited.
A loved one is never easy. The lingering memories, the what-ifs, but in all the gloom, we find ways of celebrating them. And here at the Standard Tributes, we aim to give your loved ones that befitting send-off. Visit www.standardmedia.co.ke/tributes today and post your loved one's tribute. In addition, get access to funeral services from our trusted vendors. The Standard Tributes, keeping memories alive.
This is a board meeting, a business trip, a negotiating table. This is growing your assets, future-proofing, work attire, a social network. This is an apprenticeship, a business partner, the night shift. Discover business news that's relevant to you with Money Daily from the BBC.
Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, in conjunction with the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, and the County Government of Laikipia, welcomes you to the Africa Industrialization Week celebrations to be held in Nanyuki Town, Mount Kenya Road, from 15th to 18th November 2021. The theme is Industrializing Africa, Renewed Commitments Towards an Inclusive and Sustainable Industrialization and Economic Diversification. Come all, let us celebrate our micro, small, medium enterprises, MSMEs, innovations together.
Boniface Mwangi, Kenya's daring political activist,
to topple the government,
runs for office.
My heart is made up that I'm going to fight.
But soon, he runs into trouble.
The letter was a threat to me, and the same that happened to Jacob Juma is going to happen to me.
And is torn between country and family.
I'm going to live for my country. It means me die for going to be better for my kids than like that.
BBC Africa Eye, Softy.
When we started this show, News Hour, we wanted to create a platform where anybody and everybody would come and talk about whatever they wanted to say without their voices being silenced, except by the deep content of their brains. And we wanted to balance opinion. In a country where news flies faster than light, newsmakers need to be accountable. Policymakers need to be responsible. And that's what we do on News Hour. We base the show on one core foundation of journalism, the truth.
This is KTN News.
Naam, karibu tena mtazamaji, ikiwa ni dakika 33 zimekatika baada ya saa 6 adhuhuri. Sasa tuangazie taarifa ambazo zinajiri. Ni kwamba huku uchaguzi mkuu ukiendelea kukaribia, wito unaendelea kutolewa kwa wanasiasa kuhubiri amani na kutochochea ghasia. Wakizungumza katika eneo la Namanga, viongozi mbalimbali wamewashauri wanasiasa wenzao kujiepusha kutoa matamshi yanayoweza kuvuruga amani nchini. Aidha, wananchi wameshauriwa kuwa makini kwa kuchagua viongozi walio na maoni ama maono ya maendeleo.
Kajiado ni cosmopolitan, vile mnajua kabila zote. Kajiado ni sura ama ni uso ya Kenya. Kabila zote ziko hapa. Na mimi nahubiri amani. Hata tukitafuta hii kura, tutatafuta na njia ya amani, kwa njia ya heshima, sababu lazima wa Kenya tuishi na amani. La pili ni umoja. Ndio tuweze kuwa na umoja, lazima amani exist. Lazima tuwe kitu kimoja. Hakuna mtu kubaguliwa, unaishi ukijisikia uko nyumbani.
Sisi ndio tunazaa mtoto wa kiume na mtoto wa kike. Kajiado mtoto wa kiume, gavana wa kwanza situliza. Gavana wa pili mtoto wa kiume tukazaa. Kwani kuna nini mtoto watatu akiwa ni mtoto wa kike? Kuna shida? Sasa ni wakati ya kuleta mama, asafishe nyumba, aweke order, aweke organization, soko, maji, mabarabara. Nimepitia mabarabara hapa. Namanga is the face of Kenya. Tuko hapa na ndugu zetu wa Tanzania, wakiona eti our streets in Namanga haina lami, haina kabro, bado ni vumbi. Alafu ukienda huko kwao unaona kumepangwa vizuri. Hata sisi tunahitaji mpangilio safi. Tunaelewana?
Namanga, nataka nikupeleke moja kwa moja hadi katika mahakama za Milimani, ambapo aliyekuwa rais wa shirikisho la FKF yuko pale mahakamani, ambaye alikuwa kizuiliwa toka siku ya Ijumaa akikabidhiwa na mashtaka mbalimbali ya utumizi mbaya wa rasilimali za umma. Tusikilize.
Cannot be punished for taking that course of action. The last one is being said that since the deponent of this affidavit was part of the inspection committee, that is what they are saying. The deponent of this affidavit says since he was part of the inspection committee, he knows that the respondent attempted to prevail upon employees not to disclose information. As we'll be demonstrating shortly by decision of the court, the prosecution is not, or the state is not at liberty to make unsubstantiated sweeping statements of this nature. There must, and that is what the courts have held and will demonstrate, that there must be concrete, tangible evidence of interference. Jonah, allow me now briefly to go to the second test of good faith. I said there are two tests, whether they are compelling reasons, which I've said there are none. Even if there were compelling reasons, the Oscar Sudi case, which I'm happy that my learned friend President Avi argued, the Oscar Sudi's case provided a second test, which is good faith. The Sudi case provided or held that even if the reasons could be compelling, if there is bad faith or the state does not demonstrate good faith, then the application must collapse. Sorry. No. Even if there are compelling reasons and the state is unable to demonstrate that the application for pre-trial detention is brought in good faith, then the court ought to deny the state that extension. I said that is what the case of Oscar Sudi held. Will provide the court shortly with the decisions. Sorry.
You know, the decisions are all there.
Oh, they are there. Oh, okay, sorry. Yes, thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Jonah, allow me to submit that the conduct of the police and the state in a manner in which the respondent was arrested, detained, and now produced before the court demonstrates bad faith. Because of the three following brief reasons. Donna, it is in public knowledge, and the media is here, they are actually aware of it, that when the respondent was arrested, the public was informed that he has been arrested on account of mismanagement of a sum of 513 million. That is what was in the headline in the mainstream media. 513 million, the figure, but 513 million and some amounts. If you look at this affidavit, which has been brought before Jonah for convincing you that the respondent should be detained for a longer period. That figure of 513 million does not feature anywhere at all. I would refer the court to paragraph 6. Paragraph 6, Your Honor, discloses that in that report, the purported fictitious transfer is for a sum of 8.5 million. Your Honor, the second paragraph in terms of the amounts is paragraph 7, which discloses what is termed as withdrawal by unauthorized signatories. Withdrawal by unauthorized signatories, and the amount disclosed is 29,502,302.
Nam, huyo ni aliyekuwa kiongozi wa chama cha wanasheria nchini Eric Mutua, leo hii akimtetea pale Nick Mwendwa katika mahakama za Milimani, wakipinga lile ombi la upande wa mashtaka ambalo linataka Nick Mwendwa na wenzake waweze kuzuiliwa kwa wiki 2 zaidi ili kuweza kutoa nafasi kwa uchunguzi kukamilishwa, wakisema kwamba haiwezekani kwa sababu upande wa mashtaka haujaonyesha nia njema katika kutaka ombi hilo la kutaka kuongezewa muda kumaliza uchunguzi. Itakuwa tunarudi kule mahakamani kuweza kusikia uamuzi huo iwapo utaidhinishwa na jaji ama utakataliwa. Tukiangazia taarifa nyingine ni kwamba baadhi ya viongozi wa vijana wa chama cha ODM katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu wameanzisha zoezi la kuhamasisha wakazi kuhusu umuhimu wa kudumisha amani wakati wa kampeni za uchaguzi wa mwaka 2022. Viongozi wa kidini wakiwataka wanasiasa kuendeleza kampeni za amani wakati wanapotafuta uungwaji mkono kutoka katika maeneo mbalimbali ya taifa. Wakizungumza mjini Eldoret wakati wa sherehe za Maulidi kwenye msikiti wa AP, viongozi hao wamewataka vijana wasikubali kutumika na wanasiasa kuzua rabsha, huku wakikashifu rabsha zilizoshuhudiwa wiki iliyopita katika eneo la Kondele, kaunti ya Kisumu wakati wa ziara ya naibu rais.
La kutukera sisi kama viongozi wa kidini mambo yaliyotokea Kisumu, Kondele. Wanasiasa wetu wanakuwa na ngome. Hii ni ngome yangu. Kwa hivyo mwingine akija inakuwa ngumu.
Na turudi katika mahakama hiyo ya Milimani tuzidi kusikia kile kinachojiri katika mahakama hiyo.
Of demonizing the respondent with a figure which cannot be justified in a court of law, so that for some reason the public opinion can be shaped otherwise. Your Honor, could I continue, Your Honor? Yes. Your Honor, the other reason that we are advancing to show bad faith relates to violation of provisions of the Sports Act. Your Honor, it is demonstrated by way of this affidavit that what triggered the investigation by the police and the arrest of the respondent is an inspection report. Your Honor, I'll state this from the bar on my feet that on Saturday when we visited our client, we required to be shown the said inspection report. Your Honor, we were denied access to the said report. The respondent was also denied a copy of the said report. Your Honor, without going into the details of the act, the court can look at it. The law provides that the report by the registrar, before it is actioned or implemented, in particular, thank you, Junior. Yes, regulation 19, sub-regulation 7 and 8. The report must be provided to the Federation or the entity subject matter of the investigation. Yes, or the entity under investigation. And the Federation is given an opportunity to speak to the report by making presentations. By making presentations, in relation to the contents of the report. Your Honor, it is only after that process has been undertaken that the Cabinet Secretary may take a decision Now, Your Honor, the bad faith in these circumstances is that the report has been acted upon by appointing a caretaker committee which report, as I've said, the President of the Federation has not seen or provided with. In our submission, any act which clearly contravenes the law is an act in bad faith. I can repeat that, Your Honor.
Na huyo ni wakili Eric Mutua anayemwakilisha rais wa FKF Nick Mwendwa dhidi ya kukamatwa kwake, wakati upande wa mashtaka unaomba kwamba aweze kuzuiliwa kwa wiki 2 zaidi ili waweze kukamilisha uchunguzi wao dhidi yake kuhusiana na ile kesi inayomkabili ya ufujaji wa fedha. Lakini katika zile nafasi ambazo amekuwa akitoa matamshi yake pale, wakili huyo Eric Mutua amesema kwamba kuna baadhi ya madai ambayo yako kwa umma lakini hayajaweza kuwasilishwa katika kesi ile, akisema kwamba upande wa mashtaka haujaonyesha nia njema katika kesi hii, hivyo basi kuipa wiki 2 itakuwa ni kama kumnyanyasa mshtakiwa. Kufikia hapo sina la ziada, ile kutamatisha leo mashinani Jumatatu ya leo. Ni kushukuru sana mtazamaji kwa kuandamana nami kuanzia mwendo wa saa 5 hadi sasa hivi. Zimesalia kama dakika 8 hivi iweze kuingia saa 7 adhuhuri. Kwa heri, ubaki na heri. Mimi ni Yeri.
After treating it as a side hustle for a while,
I used to make wall arts for like animals, things like those, but not on these mounts. It's on a normal. It looks like a canvas. It's a normal frame with a paper around. So I used to make them. People used to want them. Demand was not high, but at least people used to buy. That's when I realized there's something you can do about that. But in the process, I had a friend, he's called Deno. He used to do these mounts. I became interested in the mounts because the mounts actually are looking more refined than the normal frames. So I went to the guy, he taught me. It took like only two hours. He taught me the basics. That is how to mount everything, and then connected me with where to buy the materials. Experience, jitaftie. I was in Embu, so it was a bit challenging because orders I would get like 10. I'm working, so in the evening after work I would come and make them at the balcony of my house. Then because most of the customers are actually from Nairobi, I would go to the
This is KTN News.
Kenya is a superpower in the world of sport generally. We have first-class athletes. There is absolutely no reason why Kenya should also not be a superpower in soccer. We eat the same food, drink the same water, go to the same schools. What has been lacking is just efficient, transparent management.
Seventh and final annual Devolution Conference is back. The conference will take place from the 23rd to the 26th of November 2021 at Makueni Boys High School, Makueni County. The theme of the conference is multi-level governance for climate action with the sub-theme Sub-National Mobilization in Unlocking the Full Potential of Climate Action During and After Pandemics. The conference will be officiated by His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya. To register as a delegate or exhibitor, visit www.devolutionconference.cog.go.ke or call 0718 242 203. Be there.
This is KTN News.
You're right on time for the latest news updates from KTN's news desk. My name is Freddy Ndimuli. Let's take a look at the highlights. Embattled Football Kenya Federation President Nick Mwendwa and Secretary General Barry Otieno arraigned over corruption allegations. Trouble looms in Kakamega High School as students return to school after a fire incident, with parents asked to pay for damages. ODM leader Raila Odinga campaigns in the coastal region as Deputy President William Ruto heads to Meru. Let's head straight to Kiambu, where Embattled Football Kenya Federation President Nick Mwendwa and Secretary General Barry Otieno this morning are being arraigned, this afternoon being arraigned before a magistrate's court there. And let's listen in to the part of the court proceedings.
On that, President of Sudi Oscar Kiptumba versus the Republic, 2020 E-Kenya Law Reports, which has discussed the leading case of Michael Rotich, and it has also discussed the Kenneth Ochieng case, which is popularly known as KRA pretrial detention case. And I'm very happy that Professor Tom Ojenda, Senior Counsel, was the lead counsel in that case. Your Honor, we wish that this application be declined and the respondent be set free on terms if the court is minded. Your Honor, I'll hand over to my senior professor, Agenda. Sorry.
Your Honor, may I address you? I'm required in a murder trial in court number 18. May I say just a few words, Your Honor? One, I'm not a football fan myself, but I know that the football fans throughout the world are shaken by the arrest of Mr. Mwendwa. And that may explain why I'm in this court. Your Honor, I have a copy of a letter from FIFA dated 14th October 21. The Secretary General dated 18th February.
14th after.
Yeah, 14th, sorry. Thank you. 14th November 2021, from the Secretary General of FIFA, Ms. Fatima Samora.
I would wish that the court has a copy, as Madam French. It's good so that the court has.
Thank you.
It's a powerful letter.
Thank you. A powerful letter. This is a letter I have, stating very clearly that FIFA is opposed to what has happened and has issued a firm threat to the Kenya government that unless things are put right, there will be consequences. Mwendwa has to be set free. In default, there will be consequences. Your Honor, football is not part of government at all. Football is a free enterprise venture. And for some of us who read widely, we are in possession of law relating to football. There is sports law here, Your Honor. I'd better give you so they may probably write them down. There is sports law here. There is sports betting law and policy. There is a court of arbitration for sports and dispute students. This is an area that is governed by private enterprise. The government has no hand in it at all.
Leave it for the court.
Finally, thank you very much, Professor. The effect of banning football or interfering with the freedom, liberty of Mwendwa is that all football stakeholders, including players, coaches, staff in football clubs, etc., will by dint of that ban be rendered jobless. Including players, coaches, staff in football clubs, etc., will by dint or that of that ban be rendered jobless. Numerous people, including women, children, who earn their livelihood because of football industry, will be rendered zero unless Nick Mwendwa is released before 5 p.m. this evening. FIFA Secretary General moves very fast. It will give our country a dirty image to the entire world. May I emphasize, my lady, I am not a football fan, but I've come into this matter because of forces outside this country, which include FIFA here, and in a letter dated 14th November 2021. And I have instructions to bring to your notice the wealth of international law relating to football, which is in books here. The Kenya government has no hand in it. Football is managed by private individuals like Nick Mwendwa. Not by people like Professor Ojenda. Not by people like President Eric Mutua. And not by people like President Nelson Havi. I'm learning now.
Let's now link up with our reporter, Linda Rotuno, by way of phone, who's in Kiambu. Linda, good afternoon. How is the crowd like? Because there were indications that there could be some disturbance as FKF President Nick Mwendwa is presented before court. Did that happen?
Of course, we expect quite a crowd regarding Nick Mwendwa, but everything is calm right now considering the proceedings are going on. And just as you've heard, that is one of the members of Nick Mwendwa's defense counsel there stating as to why rather defending whatever has been asked by the applicant, and that is the DPI to the DPP seeking more time to conduct investigations upon claims of fraudulent acquisition of public property by the respondent, which is Nick Mwendwa. Now, according to the applicant, Nick was arrested on Friday, that is 12th November, so that is why investigations were not able to be done over the weekend. Task force as to why they're asking for 14 more days to detain Nick in order to conclude their investigations. Now, the reason is that there are certain documents that are of interest to the investigation, which are currently in the custody of the respondents who had been arrested. Thereby, they could not be able to access the offices over the weekend. Now, also, since the respondent, Nick Mwendwa, was the president of the Football Kenya Federation, it meant that he was in a position of authority and influence, and that he was also in control of public funds, which were meant to be used in the interest of the public, particularly in the development of...
Yes, we do apologize for that poor quality of a phone call. We were talking to our reporter, Rotuno Konyike, who's present at the Kiambu Magistrates Court, where Embattled Football Kenya Federation President Nick Mwendwa and Secretary General Barry Otieno are appearing on corruption allegations. Let's move on to other stories. Kakamega High School students have resumed school today amid protests by parents who are now required to pay 9,800 shillings per student to cater for damages caused by arson. The school's dormitory was razed on the 6th of November. Police were called in to provide security today as parents threatened to protest the huge amount of money they are now required to pay. Will Lusige is there for us. Lusige, kindly tell us more about what's happening at the Kakamega High School.
So today is the day that the students of Kakamega High School are returning back to school after the case of arson that was reported here on 6th of November, actually a few weeks ago, when one of the dormitories behind me in this school was touched, and that led to all the students being sent home on that 6th of November. And then on 11th of November, parents received letters from the school management demanding that once the students go back today, on 15th of November, they have to pay approximately 9,833 each student for a total of 21 million shillings, because the total number of students here is 2,265. If you multiply simply by 9,823, that comes most probably to 21.6 million shillings. And that's why we have seen leaders, parents being up in arms, demanding to understand how the school computed that total amount of money to 21.6 million only for restoration of one dormitory, which most probably the school management is saying they need 12 million to refurbish it, and then they also need 700,000 to buy CCTV cameras. They also need 4 million to buy the metallic beds for that dormitory, and then they also need 4 other million to be able to manage and control and repair a few of the things. That is being the total going up to 21.6 million. So the parents who came here today, if they did not have that payment slip from the bank showing that they have paid the 10,000 shillings, all of them have been returned home with their children. And this is what they had to say, because most of them are very angry. They're saying they are not involved in that part of computation to be able to come up with that figure. They're saying the school management is trying to fleece them using that arson case as a way of getting money from the parents.
Jina langu ni Kenneth Ndangazi. Mimi ni mzazi wa hapa.
Nimeona umeshukishwa kwenye gari la polisi. Nini kimefanyika?
Shule imechomeka, alafu wamehaya askari wakuja kupelekea kuangalia mambo ya shule. Na sisi hatukutarajia ati mahali mtoto wangu anasoma inafaa asome kwa mazingira safi. Sasa askari ndio tunaona. Tukiona askari tunashindwa ni nini mbaya, na mtu wa shule yenyewe hakuna watoto.
Labda kule ndani mmeambiwa nini?
Hakuna chochote chenye nimeambiwa. Tumeangalia tu na askari. Alafu tunatoka bure. Hakuna mkutano, hakuna nini. Tumeona nyumba ya juu ndio imeharibika, lakini wanasema tulipe kutoka juu mpaka chini.
Unadhani labda wanataka kuwanyanyasa, kuibia fedha?
Wanataka kunyanyasa sisi mzazi wa chini.
Labda wanataka pesa. Wanataka pesa ngapi?
Wanataka shilingi mingi, elfu karibu 10. 9,800. 9,823.
Uko tayari kulipa?
Hii pesa hata mimi mwenyewe sina kitu ya kukula nyumbani kwangu. Kitu kitokea saa hii ilikuwa natakana hata kama wanataka kulipa nilipeko nusu. Alafu waache mtoto yangu afanye nini? Asome.
Sasa wanalazimisha mlipe zote.
Wanakulazimisha tulipe zote.
Utafanyaje? Utakaa na mtoto nyumbani?
Sasa itabidi nikae na mtoto nyumbani kidogo nikitafuta pesa.
Ujumbe wako wa mwisho labda?
Ujumbe wangu wa mwisho, wenye walikaa kwa pote ilikuwa natakana kuite meeting ya wazazi. Tuangalie madarakani yenyiko kwa shule. sio wanakuja alafu wanakufukuzia kwa gate.
Kenneth Muyera, a parent of Jace Care from 4A, Kakamega School. It's unfortunate that this happened, and we understand that a few of the students of Form 2 are the ones who set the dome ablaze, and it's unfortunate that all of us have to pay the cost. And when I brought my child this morning, I didn't have the whole amount. I have completed the whole fees. I have paid even for remedials, as we agreed together with the parents. And I was told I have to complete the whole amount for my child to be allowed. So I had to go back to town and borrow the extra 6,822 that I had a balance of. So my child, fortunately, has been allowed in after clearing the whole amount. So it's unfortunate that this happened, and the parents have to bear the consequences of the mistakes of a few.
So this is clear from the parents that they were not involved in that computation of the money, and apart from that, they're saying they cannot be able to afford. Only those ones who have been able to do that, they have been paying here, and then there are students being allowed in, because those ones reporting today are Form 4s. The other Form 3, Form 2 and Form 1 will come a few weeks later. So we'll be waiting to see what will happen. Will the school subsidize the amount of money? If not, those students who have gone home, especially their Form 4, their candidates, what will happen? Well, when will they come back? And if they won't come back, what will transpire? So let's wait and see what will unfold.
Well, with that report by Willie Lusige, we take a break. News Desk will be back with more.
This is KTN News.
Ngeni, pole, imejaa.
Nini? Tunakujua kwa nini wazee wetu wanapotelea kwako.
Ndio tulikuwa tunataka kujua siri yako.
Siri ndio hiyo. Salad Salad Oil mpya yenye kifuniko maalum kinachokusaidia kumimina bila tashwishi. Mafuta haya hayana cholesterol kwa afya tele. Isitoshe, bei yake nafuu ajabu. Bidhaa bora kutoka Pwani Oil Products Limited. Ijaribu leo.
Leo utakula nyumbani.
To answer, Mary.
Mary has a toothache.
Oh, I see. And who knows why?
Because the tooth is too big.
No, it might be a hole in her tooth called a cavity. That's why I brush twice a day using Colgate. Imagine this is your tooth and these are food acids that cause cavities. Colgate with calcium and fluoride helps prevent cavities. Who protects our teeth? For maximum cavity protection. Introducing Colgate's Double Action Charcoal Toothbrush with charcoal-infused bristles.
Be sure, check out for a KDIC sticker in your banking hall. KDIC, protecting your deposits. Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, in conjunction with the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, and the County Government of Laikipia, welcomes you to the Africa Industrialization Week celebrations to be held in Nanyuki Town, Mount Kenya Road, from 15th to 18th November 2021. The theme is Industrializing Africa, Renewed Commitments Towards an Inclusive and Sustainable Industrialization and Economic Diversification. Come all, let us celebrate our micro, small, medium enterprises, MSMEs, innovations together. Looking for a business starter pack to get your business off the ground? Spread the word on your product or service offerings, reach a wider audience, and recruit clients and customers with bulk SMSs courtesy of Standard Group value-added services. For only 10,000 Kenya shillings, you get a sender ID plus complimentary 10,000 bulk SMS units with an option of a free API integration to enable you to grow your client base and expand your business through effective targeted messaging. Visit vas.standardmedia.co.ke to sign up and find out more about how you can add value to your business with Standard value-added services.
Welcome back. Deputy President William Ruto has taken his campaigns to Meru County today. Let's cross over and listen into the goings on at one of the stopovers that the Deputy President is making. Okay, we'll come back there momentarily, but first let's move on to another story. And a section of leaders from Kajiado now want politicians to desist from hate speech and incitement that could trigger instability as the country heads towards a general election. The leaders who were speaking in Namanga also say there is a need for Kenyans to vote for progressive leaders.
Kajiado ni cosmopolitan, vile mnajua kabila zote. Kajiado ni sura ama ni uso ya Kenya. Kabila zote ziko hapa. Na mimi nahubiri amani, hata tukitafuta hii kura, tutatafuta na njia ya amani, kwa njia ya heshima, sababu lazima wa Kenya tuishi na amani. La pili ni umoja. Ndio tuweze kuwa na umoja, lazima amani exist. Lazima tuwe kitu kimoja, hakuna mtu kubaguliwa, unaishi ukijisikia uko nyumbani.
Sisi ndio tunazaa mtoto wa kiume na mtoto wa kike. Kajiado mtoto wa kiume gavana wa kwanza situliza. Gavana wa pili mtoto wa kiume tukazaa. Kwani kuna nini mtoto watatu akiwa ni mtoto wa kike? Kuna shida? Sasa ni wakati ya kuleta mama, asafishe nyumba, aweke order, aweke organization, soko, maji, mabarabara. Nimepitia mabarabara hapa. Namanga is the face of Kenya. Tuko hapa na ndugu zetu wa Tanzania wakiona eti our streets in Namanga haina lami, haina kabro, bado ni vumbi. Alafu ukienda huko kwao unaona kumepangwa vizuri. Hata sisi tunahitaji mpangilio safi. Tunaelewana?
A section of youth leaders from ODM party in Uasin Gishu County have embarked on sensitizing locals on the importance of peaceful campaigns. Speaking in Eldoret, the leaders who were speaking at different functions emphasized the importance of peaceful campaigns and elections, urging the youth not to be used by politicians to cause chaos. During the Maulid celebrations at Masjid AP Mosque in Eldoret, Muslim leaders urged politicians to shun tribal and regional politics that have taken center stage in the campaigns.
La kutukera sisi kama viongozi wa kidini mambo yaliyotokea Kisumu, Kondele. Wanasiasa wetu wanakuwa na ngome. Hii ni ngome yangu. Kwa hivyo mwingine akija inakuwa ngumu. Tungeomba hizi ngome zivunjwe, ziwe zote Kenya iwe ni moja. Haina ngome. Wa Kenya wawe wamoja, tuendelee na utaratibu uliokuwa mzuri.
Si Waislamu, tuwaomba viongozi wa kidini na wengine wote viongozi wajaribu kuzungumza na wafuasi wao vipi wadumishe amani baina yao. Zile siasa ziendelee za kushindana kisiasa, lakini amani ibaki pale pale, watu wasichafuane.
Mimi nataka kuwaomba vijana kwamba tuwe na kitu inaitwa free society. Sisi ni Waafrika, sisi ni watu weuzi. Hakika nisiamini kama Kenya ina Mjaluo, ina Mkikuyu. Mimi naamini ndugu zangu Wajaluo, ndugu zangu wa Kalenjin, ndugu zangu wa Luhya. Tuwe na moyo ya undugu na tuwaje fujo. Tusitumiwe kufanya fujo. Mimi kile nimesema vijana, kama upendi mkutano ya Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, hakuna haja uende, jipe shughuli zingine. Kama uhitaji kumuona naibu rais, kama naibu rais akienda Kisumu, mimi ni mwana ODM, lakini ninakashifu kitendo hiyo. inanyima watu uhuru wa kujieleza, inanyima watu democracy. Wacha watu waombe kura. Sisi vijana tumependa sera za Raila na tumesema Raila for justice. Raila ataleta haki katika taifa la Kenya. Na hiyo ndio sisi tumeona na hiyo ndio sisi tutauza. So kama mtu ameona atoke Sugoi, haenda auze wheelbarrow kwa Wajaluo, let him have a freedom. Kuna mtu atake majungwa, anataka wheelbarrow. Wacha apewe.
Now, ODM leader Raila Odinga has pitched tent in the coastal region in a charm offensive to woo the residents to support his presidential bid come next year. The ODM leader this morning received defectors in Malindi who joined his party and vowed to support him. To Busia County now, where Governor Sospita Ojamong and his Bungoma counterpart Wycliffe Wangamati say they are throwing their hearts into the political race in 2022. The two say their stint at the helm of the counties has given them enough experience to be able to serve Kenyans in other capacities.
Mambo ya national politics, angalia penye serikali itakuwa. Sisi watu wa mkoa wa Magharibi tunataka tukue ndani ya serikali. Angalia penye serikali itakuwa. Kiti yoyote yenye Odegi, Sospita, Ojamong anataka, waachilia yeye apate hiyo kiti. Kama anataka kwenda Nairobi, aende Nairobi, atasaidia huu kaunti ya Teso South.
Watu wananijua vizuri. Kwa hivyo kama kuna mtu ana network, connections, ana uwezo pia, locally, internationally na nationally, ni Ojamong tu. Suliona vile nilivurutia watu wa chini. Paka saa hii baada hapo chini tu. Iko mwingine anaweza kweli? Kwa hivyo kama ni kutafuta, mimi ni mtakuwa mtumishi wenu. Na ile president ambaye atakuja, tunasema sisi watu ya Busia pia tuwe ndani ya serikali hiyo. Saa hizi tuko nje. Hata ile baba ambayo tunao saa hii hapo tu kwa corridor huko. Busia yote kwa jumla kuna mtu. Ndio tunasema wale ambao wameionja hizi vitu, tuende huko juu tusaidie Raila kazi.
And that's why we wrap up this edition of KTN's News Desk. Do stand by for more news updates in our subsequent bulletins. My name is Fred Ndimuli. Good afternoon.
Boniface Mwangi, Kenya's daring political activist,
Topple the government.
Runs for office.
My heart is made up that I'm going to fight.
But soon, he runs into trouble.
The letter was a threat to me, and the same that happened to Jacob Juma is going to happen to me.
And is torn between country and family.
I'm going to live for my country. It means me there for going to be better for my kids than like that.
BBC Africa Eye, Softy.
A loved one is never easy. The lingering memories, the what-ifs, but in all the gloom, we find ways of celebrating them. And here at the Standard Tributes, we aim to give your loved ones that befitting send-off. Visit www.standardmedia.co.ke/tributes today and post your loved one's tribute. In addition, get access to funeral services from our trusted vendors. The Standard Tributes, keeping memories alive.
This is a board meeting, a business trip, a negotiating table. This is growing your assets, future-proofing, work attire, a social network. This is an apprenticeship a business partner. The Night Shift. Discover business news that's relevant to you with Money Daily from the BBC.
When we started this show, News Hour, we wanted to create a platform where anybody and everybody would come and talk about whatever they wanted to say without their voices being silenced, except by the deep content of their brains. And we wanted to balance opinion. In a country where news flies faster than light, newsmakers need to be accountable. Policymakers need to be responsible. And that's what we do on News Hour. We base the show on one core foundation of journalism, the truth.
Seventh and final annual Devolution Conference is back. The conference will take place from the 23rd to the 26th of November 2021 at Makueni Boys High School, Makueni County. The theme of the conference is multi-level governance for climate action with the sub-theme Sub-National Mobilization in Unlocking the Full Potential of Climate Action During and After Pandemics. The conference will be officiated by His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya. To register as a delegate or exhibitor, visit www.devolutionconference.cog.go.ke or call 0718 242 203. Be there.
A very good afternoon to you. Let's now take a look at what is happening in the world of sports. My name is Robinson Okenya. We begin with court matters, and Embattled Football Kenya Federation President Nick Mwendwa and Secretary General Barry Otieno were this morning arraigned over corruption allegations. Mwendwa and Otieno spent their weekend behind bars after being arrested on Friday afternoon and Saturday night, respectively. Let's listen to part of the court proceedings.
Lastly, I'd like to comment on the authorities elected by my senior counsel. Your Honor, I must state that they are based on sound principle of law. However, circumstances are not the same. Professor Odienda has said that a similar application was argued by Mr. Odimu, and now Mr. Lunga. The difference is a mashi and is a he. But both appear for the state. In Oscar Sudi case, Your Honor, the Honorable Member of Parliament surrendered. I think he took himself to the police station. And what the police sought to investigate were not within his custody. And therefore the court rightly held that there was no way it was going to interfere with such exhibits. Pardon, Your Honor? What the police thought to investigate are not within his custody. Yeah. They could as well investigate without having his custody.
He doesn't have anything. He doesn't even have access to the offices.
Of course, the proceedings at the Milimani Law Courts. Rotuno Konyike is there. She will be telling us what transpires before the day ends. And remember, the police are seeking to detain Football Kenya Federation President Nick Mwendwa for 14 days to complete investigations. Now, let's move away from the courts. Let's get to the pitch. And Kenya and Rwanda will battle for pride when they meet in a CAF second round 2022 FIFA World Cup qualifier match at the Nyayo Stadium this afternoon. Both East African nations have yet to register a win after 5 rounds of Group E matches and head into the final round of fixtures, having already been eliminated out of running for the World Cup qualification. Kenya head into this afternoon's fixture in Nairobi, having accumulated 3 points from 5 matches. The Harambee Stars drew home and away against Uganda, but back-to-back defeats against Mali in October ended their Qatar 2022 hopes. Amavubi's solitary points from their allotted fixtures came against Kenya in reverse fixture back in September. Now, this afternoon's match will reportedly be Kenya's head coach Engin Firat's final match in charge of Harambee Stars. He's set to leave his role at the expiry of his 2-month contract, having only taken over the reins in late September. We'll be waiting to see whether Harambee Stars will play for pride and win the final game of the season. Now, from there, let's go to the World Cup qualifiers matches that were played yesterday. And the Uganda Cranes ended their World Cup qualification campaign with a 1-0 win, 1-0 loss to Mali at the Adar Stadium in Morocco last evening. Khalifa Koulibaly scored the all-important goal for Mali, who already secured qualification to the next round before the game.
Ball comes in, it's headed on, the keeper's got out of nowhere and it's in, 1-0. Catastrophic goalkeeping from Ishmael, where Tanga ended up all at sea. And it's Khalifa Koulibaly picking up where he left off on Thursday against Rwanda. Nice ball in. Bit of a stretch on the defence, and then the shot across goal and just wide of the upright, fizzed across there by Ibrahim Orit. Here comes the corner. This time they go for the far post, and it's just over the upright. Well, where was the marking? Swung into the back post, headed in and down, but wide, I'm afraid, from Fahad Bayo. Over the wall, oh, and just past.
Now, aside from that, Ghana beat South Africa 1-0 at the Cape Coast on Sunday to pick the sole ticket in Group G of the Africa FIFA World Cup qualifier Qatar 2022. Captain of the team, Andre Ayew, who won his 100th cap on the day, scored the only goal of the match in the 31st minute to give Ghana the edge over South Africa in the final group game.
Jordan Ayew to the edge of the 6-yard box, and you have to say big credit to Terence Mashego for coming across to help put off Jordan Ayew there. The South Africans wanted the free kick. Daniel Kofi Kere, who takes it. An out-swinging ball. It's just over the head of Andre Ayew. Ghana player goes down. It's a penalty. Daniel Amarte fouled in the box. And the referee reaching for his pocket. It's a yellow card for Rushin Daruk. Ayew scores. Coolly slotted home by the skipper. Ghana take the lead. And what a precious lead it is, because if it stays this way, then Ghana will top the group.
With a win in that tie. Now, already qualified Senegal finished the group phase unbeaten. Ismail Assar helped the host Lions with a brace to beat Red Devils of Congo 2-0.
Bring you up to date with that in a second. The Senegal come forward, lovely strike, and in off the crossbar for the opening goal for Senegal. Ismail Assar He's been in good goal-scoring form for Watford in the English Premier League. Goes for goal, actually, and it's off the woodwork. Fairly sure he was going for goal. Was not too far away. Saliou Ciss. Maybe a great opportunity for a second, it is. Almost walked it by Ismail Assar. 2 for him, 2 for Senegal. Good run from the Nancy left-back. Diallo gets it back to Dia, and Dia's there. And he got the shot away, and Mafumbi with his legs. Might be an opportunity for Congo. Opened up for the shot, and then Benza's there. Forced a little bit wide. Congo unlucky. Now Ismail Assar. Maybe a chance for a hat-trick for Ismail Assar. Well, it certainly was a chance, but one that he didn't take.
Now, Tanzania registered the second draw in the 2022 World Cup qualifier after 1-1 scoreline against Madagascar on Sunday at the Mahamasina Stadium.
Fantastic opportunity is in the back of the net. They found their goal. Simon Stuber does the damage there. The through ball just ripping up the Madagascan defence. And there he is, the Wydad Casablanca forward scoring. Plenty of movements in the penalty box. Anybody on the end of it? There's the header. Oh, it's a wonderful save there. Parried away by Matasha. It will be a corner. They're still moving constantly. Ball comes across. Is there a chance for a shot? The shot comes in. It's in the back of the net. They've scored their goal. There it is. Finally, Madagascar are jumping with joy. The fans are enjoying this in a big, big way. They needed to get a goal. And look out, Msuva's about. He's very fast, he's very dangerous. That will be a free kick. He's already got a yellow card. It's a red card. It is a red card, and that is a big blow for Madagascar. It's Novatus who takes it. Oh, it comes off the crossbar. I think it was tipped by the goalkeeper, Melvin.
Now, still on the results from matches that were played yesterday, Zimbabwe and Ethiopia wrapped up their 2022 World Cup qualifying Group G campaigns with a 1-1 draw at the National Sports Stadium in Harare yesterday afternoon. Both teams were playing only for pride after being eliminated for contention for the playoffs.
Ethiopia look to break, and this is dangerous. Well, would have been if Utesa had had a little bit of support. Bebo under pressure from Wadi. Belcher did well, but maybe there's an opportunity here. Great strike, lovely goal. Well, he was played into trouble, was Belcher. Got to the ball first, but couldn't direct his clearance. And it fell beautifully. Tessa. And the strike comes in, it's off the bar from Kabere. That's well done, very well done indeed. Great opportunity for a leveler here, and Nasir will grab it. They've been threatening in the last few minutes of Ethiopia, and they finally got their reward. A point apiece for Zimbabwe in Ethiopia.
For the two sides. Now DR Congo reached the playoffs when beating Benin 2-0 in Kinshasa, bidding to reach a first World Cup since 1974. The Congolese took an early lead through Diume Simbokani penalty before Ben Malango sealed the win when heading home from close range after 74 minutes.
Decent ball in. Referee pointing at the infringement and a yellow card. Well, it's more than that. It's actually a penalty, would you believe? Jamerse Mbokane. And he does, brilliantly. Perfectly placed penalty. The home fans are delighted. Good head up. Oh, my word. Goalkeeper was at full stretch and still couldn't get near it. That could so easily have been 2-0. With 10. Good delivery. Over the bar. Well, they went to sleep there, did the DR Congo defence, as I'm sure Kia Sombo is reminding them. Rimus's stab control, still comes to a teammate, goes wide, trying to get the shot into the side netting. Dosu. Well, he's their danger man, in my book. Good ball in, and that's it. 2-0. That could well be game over. And DR Congo, well, they're not going ecstatically wild with joy.
Of course, the results from matches that were played yesterday. So let's take a look at the fixtures that we have for the day. That is on Monday and Tuesday. Kenya will be in action against Rwanda at 4 p.m. Namibia takes on Togo. Niger will be in action against Djibouti. And Guinea-Bissau hosts Sudan. Those are the fixtures that we have for the day. Now, tomorrow, we have a couple of fixtures. Egypt will be taking on Gabon. Mozambique will be at home against Malawi. Libya hosts Angola as Algeria takes on Burkina Faso, and Nigeria host Cape Verde. The other fixtures that we have and one to watch out for the week: Cameroon will be in action against Ivory Coast. Morocco will be taking on Guinea as Mauritania host Equatorial Guinea. Tunisia battles Zambia as Central African Republic takes on Liberia. Those are the fixtures that we have when you talk about the CAF 2022 FIFA World Cup qualifiers. So let's continue with the qualifiers, but now not CAF, but UEFA. And Cristiano Ronaldo's hopes for the 2022 World Cup took a setback as Serbia clinched an automatic berth to the tournament in a comeback 2-1 win over Portugal in their Group A qualifier on Sunday. A 90th minute header by halftime substitute Aleksandar Mitrovic lifted Serbia into the group's top spot on 20 points, 3 more than second-placed Portugal, which only needed a draw to finish on top on a goal difference and qualify.
Not really with the formation. Very much a back three side. Goodell nearly caught in possession. Play on, and that's what Renato Sanchez will do. Serbia complain as Portugal celebrates. As perfect starts go, that is right up there. Renato Sanchez. Vlahovic had a swing. Now Tadic. Oh, Tadic! Rui Patricio's felt it! And Dusan Tadic has levelled it up for Serbia. But he was off target. Look at them all queuing up in the middle for Serbia. Mitrovic! In the last minute of the 90, Serbia look to have snatched a place at the World Cup from under the noses of Portugal in their own backyard. Aleksandar Mitrovic, who did not start the match, but goodness me, has he finished it.
Now, still sticking with the qualifiers, Spain qualified for next year's World Cup finals in Qatar by beating visitors Sweden 1-0 thanks to a late winner by a substitute Alvaro Morata. Spain, who won the 2010 World Cup in South Africa, finished top of the Group B with 19 points, 4 ahead of second-place Swedes, who could still qualify through the playoffs in March.
The bar, Morata knocks it in, and that will seal it. Almost certainly. Turning into another magical Spanish night in Seville. Sweden crushed. And the best part of 57,000 fans in Seville can see the peninsula of Qatar coming into view. Well, there is a goal check. Dani Olmo gives it a right old whack. Now Morata seemed to come from an onside position.
Spain qualify for next year's FIFA World Cup. Sweden head to the playoffs. Morata with the only goal. Spain.
Now, North Macedonia sealed a World Cup qualifying playoff for spot with a 3-1 home win over Iceland that secured them the runners-up spot in Group J, with midfielder Ejif Elmas scoring twice in the second half.
He's drilled it into the near. It is the perfect start to a potential night of history for North Macedonia.
They began the evening with 9 points from their 9 games, but they have a chance for an equaliser and they've got one. Well, that's the party spoiled. Torsteinsson celebrating, Dmitrievski perplexed, and it was a slender lead. As Olofsson clears, it's back in by Alioski, and then a third time, and Elmas, and again Elmas, and he's put it in! And North Macedonia are back in front! And it's the darling of North Macedonian footballers. Here's Elmas, still Elmas, he's got it! Victory assured, playoff place secured, and again it's Elif Elmas.
To some cricket now, David Warner fired another shot at his critics, and Mitchell Marsh scored a quick-fire half-a-century as Australia cruised to its maiden T20 World Cup triumph, beating New Zealand by 8 wickets. Let's take a look at that final.
Takes one, no, he puts it down. There's a chance. Slower ball, just chipped back to Bolt. You'd be disappointed, but it's a great spell. 14 from 18 required, 159 for 2. Has he hit that well enough? I don't think so, but it's going to evade Jimmy Neesham and into the boundary for 4.
The desperation from Jimmy Neesham. What a great effort out there.
Maxwell looks to finish it, and he might have done it as well. 5 times 50 over men's World Cup champions, a team that can never, ever be written off. And they've finally got their hands on a men's T20 World Cup trophy, and it is richly deserved. Improved with every game, have Australia. They are now a champion team.
The Aussies! Glenn Maxwell finishes off with a switch it too. Mitchell Marsh, the Aussies. The elusive title. It's coming back to Australia.
Brilliantly captain. Aaron Finch throughout the tournament has done a superb job.
Of course, congratulations to Australia for winning the T20 World Cup that took place in Dubai yesterday. That is how we wrap it up right here on Inside Sports. But remember, the biggest story of the day in sports, Battle Football Kenya Federation President Nick Mwendwa and Secretary General Barry Otieno were this morning arraigned in court over corruption allegations. Mwendwa and Otieno spent the weekend behind bars after being arrested, and police are seeking to detain them for 14 days to complete investigation. So we will be waiting to hear how that pans out. That is one of the biggest stories that we are looking at for the day. My name is Robinson Okenye. Enjoy the rest of your viewing. But remember, at the top of the hour, Fred Muli comes back on Bottom Line Africa.
This is KTN News.
The center of Nairobi, Game Masters, a video gaming service provider, has created a market for avid video gamers. Its owner Ezekiel Mungai, a former financial analyst, quit his well-paying job and invested his savings in this enterprise.
So far, so good. I think we have been able to break even. I don't think there is a month that we have gone without, or basically that we haven't broken even.
Ezekiel acquired the business in 2019. He says the potential in the gaming industry is yet to be fully tapped.
I would say gaming is a multi-billion industry. And it's something that not many people are doing it. And the level of gaming that is in Kenya at the moment, it's not up to the international standards out there. So I would encourage investors to put even a big establishment so that we have so many things under one space. Because, for example, we have a maybe plan to scale up where we would have console gaming at the same time, PC gaming, we have a cafe, we have board games, so that at any given time when somebody is walking in, has a gaming experience like no other.
Data shows with over 2.7 billion gamers globally, the video games market was worth $159.3 billion in 2020. This market is divided into PC gaming, mobile gaming, and console market. In the console gaming market, Ezekiel says scale is everything.
The secret with this business, as much as most people wouldn't be in a position to go big, the more consoles you have, the more revenue that you get. Basically, economies of scale. So, but if you're able to, especially in the CBD, if you have maybe 2 or 3 stations, because of the rent, you're not able to operate. But for people who are starting out small, especially who come mashinani, I would tell them, I would encourage them to maybe start with 1 console, 2 consoles, because at least the expenses on that other side, especially for mashinani, rent is quite friendly. But for in the CBD, somebody who wants to start out, unless you want to, minimum I would say 10 stations, then you're going to make good money.
What then is the investment cost for someone coming into the business?
Because when we started out, we started with the PlayStation 4 console. And at the moment, maybe one was retailing at, say, 30 to 35,000. That's the console alone. And you need to have a TV set as well. A good TV set maybe is going to range from 40,000. You have to have seats. You have to have the games themselves, because you can't have the console without the games. So basically, to set up one station, we're talking about 150,000, just one station. Of course, there are other things that hidden cost. Maybe there is internet, the service provider, the other service providers. Maybe there are people who collect our garbage, and the other elements like beverages.
On a good day, he can hit 30,000 shillings, and on a not so busy day, he rakes in around 10,000 shillings.
What we used to do until the last customer leaves, that is when we used to close. But now we are doing 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. So from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., we normally have discounts where people can play at 100 bob per hour. Then from 1 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m., we normally charge 180 per hour. But with the introduction of the PS5 now, the rates differ kidogo, because we have to look at the return on investment. So for the PS5, we normally charge 150, which is from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Then from 1 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. we charge, at the moment, prices can change any time. So we normally charge 250.
But running this business is no walk in the park.
Especially being in the CBD. Rent, I think in the CBD is quite on the high side. Because one, before even you setting up this business, there's that element of goodwill. Not many people are able to pay the goodwill, because like for me, I've taken up the whole space. So you might find that the goodwill is a challenge, because you'll find many establishments, many landlords are asking for goodwill up to 1M, 2 million. So before you even set up anything, 1 million is gone, which is non-refundable. So I think that is one of the challenges in the CBD, not just for me, but for many business owners. There are people, maybe clients who come, people who do not have the best of interest. They will come, maybe want to steal your controllers, steal your consoles. So we have to be on the lookout. As much as we have CCTV footage, we also have to be on the lookout, because not all, I would say, not all people have good interest. So security as well is a challenge, but of late it has improved because we know who our customers are.
Kenya is a superpower in the world of sport generally. We have first-class athletes. There is absolutely no reason why Kenya should also not be a superpower in soccer. We eat the same food, drink the same water, go to the same schools. What has been lacking is just efficient, transparent management.
This is a board meeting, a business trip, a negotiating table. This is growing your assets, future-proofing, work attire, a social network. This is an apprenticeship, a business partner, the night shift. Discover business news that's relevant to you with Money Daily from the BBC.
Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, in conjunction with the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, and the County Government of Laikipia welcomes you to the Africa Industrialization Week celebrations to be held in Nanyuki Town, Mount Kenya Road from 15th to 18th November 2021. The theme is Industrializing Africa, Renewed Commitments Towards an Inclusive and Sustainable Industrialization and Economic Diversification. Come all, let us celebrate our micro, small, medium enterprises, MSMEs, innovations together.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
Very good afternoon and many thanks for joining us on this edition of Bottom Line Africa as we take a look at the latest news updates of importance not just within Kenya's borders but also beyond. My name is Freddie Ndimuli. Now, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says he is concerned that Ethiopia might implode unless all parties stop military action and engage in political dialogue. As VOA's senior diplomatic correspondent Cindy Sain reports, Blinken is headed to Africa this week for talks in Kenya, Nigeria and Senegal at a time when many worry that Ethiopia's year-long war in the Tigray region may be worsening into a deeper conflict.
Tensions in Ethiopia have risen following reports that Ethiopian authorities have rounded up hundreds of Tigrayans, including some who are United Nations and African Union staff members, days after the government declared a state of emergency. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken spoke about the situation Friday at the State Department.
I am very concerned about the potential for Ethiopia to implode, given what we're seeing, both in Tigray, but also as we have different forces and different ethnic groups that are increasingly at odds.
In the Ethiopian capital, Addis Ababa, where officials have urged residents to take up arms to defend themselves, Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson Dina Mufti had this to say about the detained UN and African Union staff members.
Ethiopia's state of emergency. There is a force that is undertaking measures to ensure the rule of law prevails in Ethiopia. A resident UN staff should respect the law of the country. They are not in space, they are in Ethiopia. They have to respect Ethiopia's law one by one. If they don't respect the law of the land, they will be legally held accountable, whether they are a UN or African Union staff.
Blinken said Friday the United States is working closely with the African Union envoy for the Horn of Africa, Olusegun Obasanjo, who is shuttling back and forth between Ethiopia and Kenya to help broker a ceasefire in the conflict that has left thousands dead and hundreds of thousands facing famine. Persuading the parties to hold talks is the only good path forward. Former Ambassador Makila James tells VOA.
Dialogue is the only long-term solution because this is a war that could drag on for a long time with no winners and lots of losers.
Ethiopia is likely to be high on the agenda as Blinken makes his first in-person trip to Africa as Secretary of State next week, visiting Kenya, Nigeria, and Senegal. Former U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo traveled to Africa in February of 2020, including a visit to Ethiopia. Competition between the U.S. and China for business and influence in Africa was a major theme during that visit. This time, the State Department says the Secretary is focusing on African solutions for African problems. Cindy Sain, VOA News.
And for more discussion on this, what's happening in Ethiopia and the kind of concern that it's receiving globally, we're now joined by regional affairs expert John Gashie by way of phone. A very good afternoon to you, John. And we've seen the kind of reaction. President Uhuru Kenyatta is actually in Ethiopia, was in Ethiopia yesterday. We've seen a U.S. Secretary of State coming to Africa today, part of his agenda being what's happening in Ethiopia. And the question is, why is Ethiopia such a concern?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ethiopia is perhaps one of the most important nations in the Horn of Africa and the Great Lakes region. And perhaps whatever happens in Ethiopia, the capacity for that to spill over into neighboring countries of Kenya, Somalia, Djibouti, Eritrea, and Sudan, and South Sudan. So Ethiopia is a key anchor state within the region. And remember, it is the second most populous nation in Africa after Nigeria. But also, Ethiopia has a very long history in the African affairs, and its involvement in Somalia, Eritrea, Djibouti, Sudan are very pivotal in setting the peace agenda. So if Ethiopia then was to unravel, so to speak, or Ethiopia was destabilized, the impact of that destabilization will be felt far and wide within Africa, and most certainly within the Horn of Africa region. So it is very important that Ethiopia is, so to speak, maintains its stability for the sake of the region because of the spillover effect.
Okay, and if at all Ethiopia and its placement within the region is that important, don't you think therefore that allowing the conflict to go on for close to a year now, 12 months, that the international community has left it a bit too late to decide to intervene?
Yes, but perhaps everybody, and to a large extent a lot of regional experts, had hoped that the Ethiopian conflict, so to speak, though internal, would have been resolved a little bit faster, that they had placed so much high hopes on the Ethiopian Prime Minister and the Ethiopian government that they'll be able to handle this. I think everybody, to a large extent, misled or perhaps were rather too slow to look into the situation And what has happened in the ensuing period over the last 1 year has had the impact of people having to sit up and look and say, well, this is not good enough, and perhaps Ethiopia as we knew it is perhaps unraveling, so to speak, internally. And remember, Ethiopia, even though it is one of the oldest states and non-colonized states in Africa, has a lot of, what shall I say, internal contradictions within its nation-state structure. Remember, Ethiopia is still is a federal state, but over the years, since possibly the 1970s, Ethiopia has had cycles of instability, violence, and has had 3 regimes changed in the last 40 years.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and of course the wrangling has been simmering for quite a while. The differences between the leadership and the Tigray People's Liberation Front, this is not a new conflict really. Don't you think that in that kind of respect that probably there would have been intervention even by just neighbors, including Kenya, much earlier?
Everybody, and I would like to imagine that a lot of the analysts and, policy, or advisors within the region had hoped and believed that it was more of an internal issue. But I think it was an oversight on a lot of other advisors and policy analysts to have forgotten that the issue in Ethiopia was really a question of the Tigrinya and Eritrea. Remember, they were cousins, so to speak, in the fight against the government of the then military strongman Mengistu Haile Mariam, whom they forced out of power in 1991. And then, of course, the issue then immediately after that, the falling out between Ethiopia and Eritrea. Again, that was something that hadn't been resolved, so to speak, until then. And now then we have the new prime minister who is coming in and trying to kind of, shall I say, contain, displace the so-called the Tigrinya hegemon within the Ethiopian political situation. Now, in all those issues, the variant was that whether Ethiopia itself would be able to address the salient issues over regional autonomy and issues of ethnic nationalism revolving around the Tigrinya, revolving around the Oromo, revolving around the Eritreans, and also revolving around the key dominant group, the Amhara in Ethiopia.
Mm-hmm. Now, you've talked about Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed is a Nobel laureate for peace. What would you say about his handling of this situation, this wrangling with the Tigrayan forces?
I would say this is one of the lowest moments within his political career. Remember, the Prime Minister is of dual parentage, and remember, he also cast his teeth as a member of the EPDLF. He was a member of the intelligence community during the war to oust the then Mengistu regime. And he was a fairly key operative within the government of Meles Zenawi, the then Tigrinya prime minister who had ruled Ethiopia since 1991. But I think the way he handled the power transition, the way he managed the transition has been a weak point, and perhaps there was a lot of expectations on him that he would be able to handle this. Unfortunately, it hasn't turned out that way, and I think his relationship within the Tigrinya and the military security establishment within Ethiopia was rather below par.
And Bwana John, of course, a picture speaks 1,000 words. President Uhuru Kenyatta was in Addis Ababa yesterday, and from what we can see on Twitter, of course, the President Kenyatta and the Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed have a personal relationship. They've been friends for a while. But the pictures we've seen of the two walking together on the red carpet, holding hands, hugging, smiling, and laughing, do not necessarily portray the kind of image that of exactly what's happening on the ground. Do you think that if President Uhuru Kenyatta left Ethiopia without talking to the other side in this conflict, and I'm talking about the Tigrayan forces who are also in this conflict, do you think that would have a negative effect?
Yes, but let me perhaps put it on record that of all the neighboring countries, Kenya and Ethiopia's relationship, and indeed security arrangements and security cooperation has been one of the most enduring features. Remember, regardless of the power or the regime in power in Ethiopia, Kenya and Ethiopia have a very functional defense cooperation agreement that is one of the oldest between Kenya and Ethiopia, because of our joint issues with what we call Somali irredentism and Somali expansionist issues. So, for President Kenyatta, then I believe, and for Kenya in particular, it would be very tricky and very, what shall I say, very difficult to be seen to be perhaps dealing with another institution other than the state, or rather the political power in Addis Ababa. Now, does that mean that President Uhuru shouldn't have perhaps met? I think that would have been counterintuitive, because as of now, the Ethiopian government has said this is an internal issue. And therefore, for Kenya, perhaps to meet the Tigrinya group would have been misread. Now, does that mean there are no overtures being made? I am sure certainly there are back-channel engagement going on. Whether this will be made public at this particular time, I think that would be an interesting issue.
Of course, I asked the question because there have been a lot of calls for mediation. So any internal intervention would include both sides in the conflict. We have the U.S. Secretary of State Blinken coming to Africa. Part of his agenda is trying to resolve the issue there. And we've seen even retired President Olusegun Obasanjo as the AU envoy trying to talk to both sides of this. He had indicated that there exists a very short window to resolve the stalemate. Don't you think that any intervention right now should be to bring both sides to the table?
That should be and ought to be. I think what I was trying to say is that perhaps for President Kenyatta, yesterday's tour into Addis, I think that would have been improper if then he had met with the Tigrinya in that situation. Okay. Having said that, there is the IGAD, remember? And remember, Kenya is also part of the African Union Peace Committee. And also Kenya is again a member of the UN Security Council. So I would like to imagine that at this particular moment, there are a lot of behind the scenes and backdoor engagement, because it is apparent that you cannot and will not resolve the Ethiopian issue without bringing in the Tigrinya. The question is what structure, what means will be used.
Thank you so much, John Gashie, Regional Affairs expert, trying to help us understand more of what's happening in Ethiopia and why the conflict in Ethiopia is such a concern to the region and also to the globe. Moving on, several young African climate activists traveled thousands of miles to Glasgow, Scotland, to be part of the COP26 Climate Summit and to convey their sense of urgency to world leaders. Henry Ridgewell spoke with some of them about their climate change experiences and what COP26 must deliver to help their communities back at home.
Africa is at the front line of climate change. The Lake Chad Basin covers almost 8% of the continent. It supports tens of millions of people. The UN says it has shrunk by 90% since the 1960s because of drought driven by climate change. The resulting competition for resources has caused poverty and conflict. Over 10 million people are dependent on humanitarian assistance. 27-year-old Oladosu Adenike is a prominent campaigner on climate change in Africa. She started the Fridays for Future campaign in Nigeria, joining the global movement launched by climate activist Greta Thunberg in 2018.
The peace and stability in this region, in the Lake Chad region, the Sahel, it depends on when we are able to restore the lake and able to see that people get sustainable livelihoods for them not to be vulnerable to join armed group of people. And this will likewise improve democracy in the region.
Adenike is an official Nigerian youth delegate at the COP26 summit and says she is frustrated by the slow progress.
We are still in the talking phase. We have not yet transit into the action phase, which is needed right now, this moment, and not postponing it into the future, because that is the most dangerous thing you can do right now, because delay now is now a denial of the climate change crisis.
Kaluki Paul Mutuku is a youth delegate for Kenya. Like Adenike, he's another prominent young voice in the fight against climate change in Africa.
We are constantly in the fear of losing our family members, losing our communities, because the climate is dry. It's worsening by the day. There are droughts, there is extreme rainfall, and communities cannot bear with it.
Mutuku says climate change-driven disasters like the locust plague of 2019 are becoming more common in his home country. He says that climate finance, the money that rich countries have agreed to pay to poorer nations to help them adapt to climate change and decarbonize their economies, is the most vital outcome of COP26. Their 2009 pledge to pay $100 billion a year still has not been met.
We cannot afford to lose hope, and as long as young people, grassroots and our frontline communities are leading the decade of change, then we are in the right trajectory. For me, any delayed financing is a shame to leaders.
For young activists from around the world, it has been a long journey to COP26 in every sense. They say they will continue to fight for climate justice long after they return home. Henry Ridgewell for VOA News at the COP26 summit in Glasgow, Scotland.
Now, nearly 200 countries signed the Glasgow Climate Pact at the end of the COP26 summit, pledging to speed up action on tackling climate change. However, last-minute pressure from China and India saw key pledges on phasing out fossil fuels watered down. Henry Ridgewell reports from the summit.
Hearing no objections, it is so decided.
The gavel came down on 2 weeks of intense and sometimes emotional negotiations. 197 nations finally agreed on a deal aimed at preventing catastrophic climate change. The summit president described it as a fragile win.
History has been made here in Glasgow. And what we now need to ensure that the next chapter charts the success of the commitments that we have solemnly made together in the Glasgow Climate Pact. Thank you.
The goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, first laid out in 2015, remains a key pillar of the Glasgow Agreement. And for the first time, the Climate Pact included a reference to ending fossil fuels. But to the dismay of many delegates, last-minute pressure from India and China forced a watering down of the language.
How can anyone expect that developing countries can make promises about phasing out coal and fossil fuel subsidies? Developing countries have still to deal with their development agendas and poverty eradication.
So what was signed off in the final text? All countries agreed to come back next year with improved targets on cutting emissions, much sooner than the previous 5-year cycle. They agreed to phase down, rather than phase out, coal and fossil fuels. Rich countries agreed to increase their commitments on climate finance, the money they will pay to poorer countries to adapt to climate change and decarbonize their economies. And there's new recognition of the need for richer nations to compensate developing countries for loss and damage from climate change. There was an agreement on international carbon markets whereby CO2 emission quotas or credits can be traded between countries. And there were separate deals on reducing deforestation and slashing methane emissions. The deal was a compromise, a text that all 197 parties signed, some reluctantly. Is it enough? Opinions differ widely.
We are, in fact, closer than we have ever been before to avoiding climate chaos and securing cleaner air, a safer water and healthier planet.
The approved texts are a compromise. They reflect the interests, the conditions, the contradictions, and the state of political will in the world today. They take important steps, but unfortunately, the collective political will was not enough to overcome some deep contradictions.
Well, I think it's meek and it's weak, but it does send a signal of the end of coal. So that is a good thing, but it doesn't meet the moment.
Outside the summit, climate activists made their feelings clear. Some were arrested as they tried to scale the summit barriers. After 2 weeks of intense negotiations, delegates are now heading home. The next big milestone is the COP27 climate summit, scheduled to be held in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, in 2022. Henry Ridgewell for VOA News at the COP26 summit, Glasgow.
Now, America is emerging from the pandemic, facing its biggest inflationary spike in decades, as startling and persistent price hikes threaten to undermine the recovery while posing an entirely new kind of economic challenge to the Biden presidency. Policymakers are facing the devilish and unfamiliar quandary of booming consumer demand and dramatic supply disruptions, combining to push higher the cost of necessities such as food, gas, and housing.
Groceries, gas, cars, even houses. Consumers are paying more as the U.S. economy tries to emerge from the coronavirus pandemic.
Well, inflation is high and it's affecting Americans in their pocketbook and their outlook.
The Biden administration says higher costs are due to struggles to get people back to work amid the pandemic. The situation, the White House says, underscores the need for passage of the Democrats' nearly $2 trillion social spending package that includes climate initiatives. The House of Representatives may vote on the legislation this week.
We want to improve the productive capacity of our economy, which will actually reduce price pressures. We want to get more people to work, which will actually reduce price pressures.
Republican leaders who oppose the spending package say it is too costly and will only fuel inflation.
The reason I think prices are going to go way up is because of some of the things that they have put into the bill on energy and on climate, which are going to raise energy costs considerably in the year ahead at a time when the American people are already paying sky-high prices to heat their homes, to drive their cars, to buy groceries.
Economic discontent is fueling some people's frustrations with Biden. Only 39% of Americans approve of how the president is handling the economy, according to a recent Washington Post ABC News poll. Michelle Quinn, VOA News.
The White House is setting low expectations ahead of U.S. President Joe Biden's virtual summit with Chinese President Xi Jinping, saying the meeting will focus on managing the terms of competition between the two rivals, but unlikely to end with resolutions of differences. VOA White House Bureau Chief Patsy Windakuswara has this report.
The virtual meeting between U.S. President Joe Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping is scheduled for Monday, a follow-up from their phone call in September. The White House is already downplaying results.
Part of the discussion was about the importance of that leader-to-leader engagement, not because we are seeking, and we're not, specific deliverables or outcomes, more because this is about setting the terms, in our view, of an effective competition.
The U.S. sees China as its strategic competitor, with Beijing seeking to grow its military and economic influence around the world. In the lead-up to the meeting, however, rhetoric from both sides has softened. In another positive step at the COP26 climate summit in Glasgow, Scotland, the U.S. and China, the world's two biggest CO2 emitters, unexpectedly announced they would work together to slash emissions and meet regularly to address the climate crisis.
Xi Jinping
and President Biden both want to find some stability from which to work, to cooperate where possible, to compete, and even to confront where necessary. None of that's going to stop going forward, but I think the tone is going to be better through the Olympics.
Still, differences over human rights for the people of Hong Kong and Uyghur minorities will likely remain unresolved, as will issues of trade, freedom of navigation, and Beijing's military buildup in the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait.
We can expect President Biden to say that America still abides by the One China policy, and Xi Jinping to say that America has been trampling all over that policy. So neither leader, as I said, has changed his goals. Each seems to be searching for a formula, the words, that will convince the other that all of their own actions are okay. And that is unlikely to happen.
Ahead of their meeting, the two leaders attended a Friday virtual summit hosted by New Zealand, the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Forum, or APEC, where Xi warned against letting tensions in the region relapse into a Cold War.
We should be forward-looking, move ahead, and reject practices of discrimination and exclusion of others. Attempts to draw ideological lines or form small circles on geopolitical grounds are bound to fail.
Xi was referring to U.S. efforts to strengthen its partnerships in the region, including the Quad grouping with India, Japan, and Australia. Patsy Widakuswara, VOA News.
That we wish to focus on to ensure that our peoples can realise everything they would have for themselves.
Well, Bottom Line Africa takes a break, but do stand by for the conversation about the impending visit by U.S. Secretary of State to 3 countries this week, including Kenya. Antony Blinken will be arriving tonight in Kenya, and Kevin Osido, regional affairs expert, is on standby to help us with that conversation.
This is KTN News.
Express visawasawa. Sawa na Sawa liquid hand wash inapatikana katika variant 3: original, strawberry na aloe vera. Sawa liquid hand wash yenye harufu ya kuvutia, uhakikisha mikono yako inabaki kuwa laini. Bidhaa bora kutoka Pwani Oil Products Limited.
This is a board meeting, a business trip, a negotiating table. This is growing your assets, future-proofing, work attire, a social network. This is an apprenticeship, a business partner, the night shift. Discover business news that's relevant to you with Money Daily from the BBC.
7th and final annual Devolution Conference is back. The conference will take place from the 23rd to the 26th of November 2021 at Makueni Boys High School, Makueni County. The theme of the conference is multi-level governance for climate action, with the sub-theme Sub-National Mobilization in Unlocking the Full Potential of Climate Action During and After Pandemics. The conference will be officiated by His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya. To register as a delegate or exhibitor, visit www.devolutionconference.cog.go.ke or call 0718 242 203. Be there.
When we started this show, News Hour, we wanted to create a platform where anybody and everybody would come and talk about whatever they wanted to say without their voices being silenced, except by the deep content of their brains. And we wanted to balance opinion. In a country where news flies faster than light, newsmakers need to be accountable. Policymakers need to be responsible. And that's what we do on NewsHour. We base the show on one core foundation of journalism, the truth.
Looking for a business starter pack to get your business off the ground? Spread the word on your product or service offerings, reach a wider audience, and recruit clients and customers with bulk SMSs courtesy of Standard Group value-added services. For only 10,000 Kenya shillings, you get a sender ID plus complimentary 10,000 bulk SMS units with an option of a free API integration to enable you to grow your client base and expand your business through effective targeted messaging. Visit vas.standardmedia.co.ke to sign up and find out more about how you can add value to your business with Standard value-added services.
This is KTN News.
Welcome back. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is expected to arrive in Kenya today. Blinken will meet with President Uhuru Kenyatta to discuss topics including cooperation on ending the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as regional security issues such as Ethiopia, Somalia, and Sudan. I want us to speak to Kevin Osido, who is a governance expert on the significance of this visit to Kenya and the region. Kevin, a very good afternoon. Kevin is joining us by way of Zoom. Very good afternoon. And quickly, this is the very first visit by the U.S. Secretary of State since President Joe Biden took over office at the beginning of this year. And the choice of countries where he's coming, Kenya, Nigeria, and Senegal, what does this mean? Because we understand Blinken, when he moves, he carries the foreign affairs policy of the President of the United States.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you so much for having me this afternoon, Fred and Tim. It's quite interesting to note the kind of countries that have been selected by the highest ranking official from the President Joe Biden's administration. Now, Kenya presents a very significant focus in terms of, if you look at the entry points into Africa, and the kind of policy, US-Africa policy that President Joe Biden expects to probably pick up and borrow from the former president, and indeed from part of his governance, which is from the Democratic wing of the US politicals. If you look at Nigeria, really presents quite a lot of lessons that can be derived from security perspectives to conflict management, and even the entry perspectives when it comes to resource to economic development and resource-based issues. If you go to Senegal, the expectation in my view is that probably the US president is looking at 2022, where it is expected that President Macky Sall will be inheriting the AU presidency, and so they are much more looking at how they can be able to galvanize the kind of support that the US government expects from African states. So from my way of looking at it, that really is what might be the answer in terms of the choice of the three countries, but also looking at the manner in which Africa is set up in terms of regions. Probably the US government is also keen to look at how to make influence from East Africa, where you have Kenya, to Central Africa, and of course West Africa, where you have Nigeria. And looking at those three countries, then the focus would be how to instill and gain support from what has been done from past governments, particularly President Barack Obama's government, and also how to instill that kind of Africa continent's perspective, not forgetting the kind of engagement that China has in these three particular countries, Frederick.
Okay, and of course a lot can be said about Kenya's position regionally and the kind of conflict that goes on around us with Somalia, Sudan, and Ethiopia. But again, Kenya's temporary seat at the UN Security Council, does that bear into this? Is there a lot of expectations on Kenya from other global players in acting in as far as the regional conflicts are concerned?
Yeah, that really is another reason. But if you look at the kind of vote that Kenya has in the United Nations Security Council, is that Kenya is a non-permanent member that is supposed to exercise this responsibility just for 2 years. But the beauty of it, Frederick, is that Kenya has had a very close relationship and interaction with the U.S. for many, many decades. And probably President Joe Biden, in sending the U.S. Secretary Blinken, is banking on this kind of relationship to also be able to influence certain policies. For instance, climate change policies that we have just seen, taking place in, of course, in Glasgow. And so the question then that begs is how to be able to use that position that Kenya has to be able to influence some of the American policies and also push the interests that the American government could have. So yes, indeed, the seat that Kenya has speaks a lot, and also the kind of lessons that Kenya has been able to learn from our own personal experiences based on, the kind of peace and security mechanisms, the investments that the U.S. government has had in our country, and much more of, even sitting at the AU, the Africa Union, and also the East African community, where Kenya also has quite a lot of say and goodwill that is derived from our neighbors and from the African continent at large. So those are some of the issues that probably the coming of the U.S. Secretary of State would be, would present closer low-lying fruits for Joe Biden's presidency and his administration to be able to influence and present the position that the U.S. government has insofar as engaging with Africa is concerned.
And of course, just hours before the arrival of the U.S. Secretary of State in Kenya, President Uhuru Kenyatta made a dash to Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, for a quick meeting with Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed. That could be seen as an attempt to be prepared in terms of reporting on what is happening there to the U.S. Secretary of State, don't you think?
Of course, I agree with you. And, the interest of the U.S. government is a ceasefire, that they are able to have, TPLF speaking with the Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, and so that they can be able to deal with the issues of humanitarian, engagement, the lives of the Ethiopians that are being lost every day. And I don't think there is any other, there is any higher power, that would be interested in seeing the number of lives that are being lost over there and the degree of conflict that is spiraling even across, the borders of Ethiopia. And if you look at Ethiopia, just closer home here is Marsabit, where we also have experience as a country of hosting, thousands of refugees. And if you look at the numbers that are also creeping in and crawling into our country, then that's really a matter of concern. And again, looking at within the region, East and Central Africa, it is only Kenya that, Joe Biden's administration has chosen to make its first maiden U.S. visit. And that is really a high-ranking official that is coming over to Africa. And so the President Uhuru Kenyatta's visit to Ethiopia therefore presents a very important reason as to why probably he would be interested in picking intelligence and gathering information. And also remember that our president has also been quite vocal about the issues that are happening in Ethiopia and even the positioning of our country and, the interest that Ethiopia has around here and around Kenya and Kenya's interest in our cross-border relatives, rather neighbors who are much more of relatives to Kenyans. That really, in my view, would present opportunity for the president to be able to gain a clear understanding before he comes over and reports, if I could use that word, to the U.S. Secretary of State. But much more fundamental is to note that among this first visit, the U.S. Secretary of State is only going to meet with 3 presidents, the president of Kenya, the president of Nigeria, and the president of Senegal. And therefore, all the other, regional leaders would be interested in, sending in a piece of paper or some comments that would then be able to give them a much more softer landing diplomatic influence insofar as engaging with the U.S. government is concerned. So I am quite clear that the president is going to get effective information that then would be much more fundamental in terms of his brief to the U.S. Secretary of State when it comes to Kenya.
Yeah, Blinken's visit also comes just days after the COP26 summit ended in Glasgow, Scotland. And how much of this discussion on climate change do you think will feature when Blinken visits or has discussions with these three presidents in Africa? Because in as much as it is a global discourse, when it comes to Africa, it is not something that we talk about much.
Yeah, quite interestingly, and probably to take it down to the grassroots is to talk about the upcoming devolution conference and how those issues are going to be broken down to the people. And as you rightfully said, it's a conversation that is not quite talked about much because of the dynamics and probably the distance between the actual climate change narratives and the terminologies around it to the actual, practices and human life activities, because all the things that we do every day affect climate and how it responds to our living as humans. And so it would be very important for the conversation to narrow down on how we intend as a country to combat climate crisis. And probably the conversation, in my view, should narrow down on making it easier to understand, particularly when it comes to citizens and how our actions then affect the climate. And that probably would be able to present in some of the development agencies of the US, such as USAID, the work that it's doing around here with communities and non-governmental organizations, such as where I serve at County Governance Watch, because the challenge, Fred, would be that these conversations are taking place at very high level, boardrooms and summits and conferences, and then the trickle down, which is expected to make it much more easier for citizens, is not being followed through. So I honestly do not expect a lot of climate change conversations in this particular setting with the U.S. Secretary of State and our President, but much more of probably the commitments that have been made, particularly in the conversation that the President had with President Joe Biden in October, where some of the issues around climate change and how the U.S. government intends to engage with Kenya were also discussed ahead of COP26. But I believe that probably a lot of the conversation should be narrowed down, as I said, on how the U.S. government can be able to support our government and institutions that engage with the citizens, so that the recommendations and the outcome documents of COP26 are much more brought closer to the people, so that we see how then the cooperation between these two governments can then be enhanced. Remember that again, Fred, this is not the first time this kind of a conversation is taking place, because President Obama had a very big and robust program for Africa, which was called the Africa Power Initiative. And we rarely even hear about some of the conversations that the former president of the U.S. had. And you remember that he came to this country almost twice when he was a senator and also as a sitting president. And many of these things that were talked about, you only hear about them in press conferences between the two presidents, but then the fruits which are supposed to be, eaten or should be bearing elements where people can be able to relate closely with them at the level where the actions are, is never emphasized.
Well, thank you so much, Kevin Osido, Regional Affairs expert, helping us understand what is at stake with the impending visit of the U.S. Secretary of State to Kenya, Nigeria, and Senegal, which kicks off today. Moving on, dozens rallied on November 13th in the Serbian capital Belgrade to demand the removal of a mural celebrating former Bosnian Serb commander Ratko Mladic. The police cordoned off the protest as Mladic's supporters gathered nearby. Mladic is serving a life sentence after a UN court at The Hague convicted him of war crimes and genocide in the Bosnian town of Srebrenica, where more than 8,000 Muslim men and boys were rounded up and killed by Bosnian Serb forces under Mladic. Serbia eventually extradited Mladic to The Hague in 2011, but never accepted the verdict that genocide had taken place in Srebrenica. Now, the different diaspora groups that make up the United States inevitably have fought for representation through the voting process. VOA is profiling a group of emerging politicians with direct ties to Africa, changing the face of American politics. One is Oye Owolewa, whose parents came from Nigeria.
This is Dr. Oye Owolewa. I live in Washington, D.C., and I'm the first Nigerian American elected as U.S. representative. I took my oath of office on January 2nd in front of the Martin Luther King Memorial in D.C.
Preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the District of Columbia Home Rule Act.
Everybody who were with me from day one was there. My younger brother, who's my best friend, who also served as my treasurer, my right-hand man, they were able to witness me give my commencement speech to becoming D.C.'s first Nigerian-American federal official. I just thought about everybody that got me to this point. My parents, who were born and raised in Nigeria, who taught me about community, about selflessness, giving back to others. Also, all the people who invested in me, whether it's teachers, whether it's my current neighbors, just everything that brought me to that point. It was a very overwhelming experience.
Together, we will fight for change and finally achieve D.C. statehood.
When I first ran for U.S. representative, it was all about bringing equality for D.C. residents. Right now, we pay taxes. We pay our fair share as American citizens, but we don't get back what everybody else is. So I was born and raised in Massachusetts. I didn't realize coming into D.C., I'll be forfeiting my rights. And there are people who were born and raised in D.C. who never had the rights that our neighbors in Maryland and Virginia have. My other message was being a representative to people who share my perspective. The Nigerian Americans, the millennials, black people, Muslim Americans, anybody who sees themselves fighting to see themselves represented, I shared that voice, and that's what I bring to the lawmaking process. USA! The Capitol siege had a huge consequence, not only physically for D.C., but our spirit as well. It also highlighted the importance of D.C. statehood, the ability to defend ourselves, create our own laws, create a budget to prevent this from happening again. Unlike other representatives of other states, this seat is a non-voting, non-seated U.S. representative. So I don't get any federal funding or a budget for my office. So because of that, I still continue my day practice as a healthcare professional. And what that has done is inspired me to also focus on healthcare just as much as D.C. statehood.
So it's the first shot of 2.
So once I'm able to become a seated voting member of Congress, I'm going to work on changing our healthcare system, make sure it's fair and affordable for every American. Being a healthcare worker, I really believe that there's an opportunity for me to educate the community about vaccines, especially the COVID vaccine.
My name is Dr. Oye Owolewa, U.S. Representative. I'm working with the mayor's office to make sure people are vaccinated. Have you gotten vaccinated already?
I hear a lot of lawmakers saying trust the science, but being a healthcare provider and elected official, I feel like I have the perspective and the opportunity to really educate the community on a mass level. And it's really good to do your part and make sure that the country is safer. And I believe getting vaccinated is a step to making our country safer and ready to open again.
All right, guys. And like I said, thanks for doing your part to get us past the pandemic.
Thank you.
And if you know anybody else who needs to get one, they can do the same thing.
Awesome. Thank
right,
you.
guys.
My family back in Nigeria and extended friends, they are extremely proud of this accomplishment. This is the first time a Nigerian American has been elected to such a position. And they see this not only as a win for me, but also an opportunity for the younger generation to get more inspired in the political process. And not even just Nigerian Americans, but just people from all the diaspora. Because we come here, we excel academically, we achieve a lot, but right now there's not a lot of political capital in our communities. So this is an opportunity for us to really get involved in a lawmaking process. But as a black man as well, I feel like this is also an opportunity for young black people to understand that this is our opportunity to take our energy in the streets and bring it to a lawmaking table. This is an opportunity to really be involved in the solutions of what's going on in our community and just make life just a little bit more comfortable and a little bit easier for the next person. And that's an opportunity that I take very, very seriously.
Well, that's it for this edition of Bottom Line Africa. Thank you so much for keeping us company. On behalf of the entire team behind this broadcast, good afternoon.
This is KTN News.
For 3 years, Boaz Metal Art has been perfecting the art of sculpting from metal.
And we are able to use scrap, old metal, the metal that an ordinary person will dismiss and throw away as waste.
Initially, the business used to do normal gates and other conventional metal fabrication works.
But when we started making those, we noted on their own they were beautiful and they can be good product to sell. So we did not merge our sculpture with the gates. We started developing sculptures on their own.
Sculpting for a long time has been synonymous with wood, though metal is offering an advantage.
To make an elephant this size, using wood, you need to cut a very huge tree. Even if you are allowed, the physical size of this animal, if you use wood, it will be more than 20 times weight. So it will be very bulky and very heavy.
To many individuals, these sculptures are exciting. But does that translate to a purchase?
For individuals at homes, compounds, the concept of art has not grown to that level. They have come here to see the animals. They are very impressed. They want to take photos. But when we come to discuss about the price, it has become very tricky because to make an elephant like this, you take 2 months. It's being done by 2 artisans or 2 artists. The price of this, the riba concept is very high. And the price ended up becoming 200,000.
The workforce at Boaz Metal Art is young.
Na venye wewe mwenyewe unajiweka. Ukiamua hakuna job, utasema hakuna job, lakini ukienda kwa grao job ziko. Depending sana venye wewe utajitorea.
Falling under the SME category, Boaz Metal Art needs support to survive in the local market.
We only need to get the market. For example, our product, which is unique, also to get recognized so that we can nurture the art from the artist.
This is a board meeting, a business trip, a negotiating table. This is growing your assets, future-proofing, work attire, a social network. This is an apprenticeship, a business partner, the night shift. Discover business news that's relevant to you with Money Daily from the BBC.
When we started this show, News Hour, we wanted to create a platform where anybody and everybody would come and talk about whatever they wanted to say without their voices being silenced, except by the deep content of their brains. And we wanted to balance opinion. In a country where news flies faster than light, newsmakers need to be accountable. Policymakers need to be responsible. And that's what we do on News Hour. We base the show on one core foundation of journalism, the truth.
A loved one is never easy. The lingering memories, the what-ifs, but in all the gloom, we find ways of celebrating them. And here at the Standard Tributes, we aim to give your loved ones that befitting send-off. Visit www.standardmedia.co.ke/tributes today and post your loved one's tribute. In addition, get access to funeral services from our trusted vendors. The Standard Tributes, keeping memories alive. Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, in conjunction with the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, and the County Government of Laikipia, welcomes you to the Africa Industrialization Week celebrations to be held in Nanyuki Town, Mount Kenya Road, from 15th to 18th November 2021. The theme is Industrializing Africa, Renewed Commitments Towards an Inclusive and Sustainable Industrialization and Economic Diversification. Come all, let us celebrate our micro, small, medium enterprises, MSMEs, innovations together. We value your feedback and welcome any comments, queries, or complaints regarding our news content. You can get in touch with us on SMS 22155, call 0719 012 450, or you can send us a letter on Post Office Box 30080-00100, or deliver it to our offices at Standard Group Center, Mombasa Road, Nairobi.
Boniface Mwangi, Kenya's daring political activist,
topple the government,
runs for office.
My heart is made up that I'm going to vie.
But soon, he runs into trouble.
The letter was a threat to me, and the same that happened to Jacob Juma is going to happen to me.
And is torn between country and family.
I'm going to leave for my country. It means me die for going to be better for my kids than like that.
BBC Africa Eye, Softy.
Express Visawa Sawa. Sawa na Sawa Liquid Hand Wash inapatikana katika variant tatu: original, strawberry na aloe vera. Sawa Liquid Hand Wash yenye harufu ya kuvutia, uhakikisha mikono yako inabaki kuwa laini. Bidhaa bora kutoka Pwani Oil Products Limited.
Today is a door that opens to infinite possibilities. Today is the continuation, leading you to where you need to be. The beginning of a partnership that profits you, because we understand that your growth uplifts your network. When you take advantage of opportunities today, you will confidently step into a smarter tomorrow. SBM Bank, for a smarter tomorrow.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
A very good afternoon to you. A very beautiful week we've started, actually mid-November, and we're just counting slightly over a month to the end of this year. The question is, what is happening in the business world? And today on Business Today, we have great content for you, especially touching on agriculture, but also being actually a Monday, we have the special feature that is the Innovator, and it will be highlighting something quite important. My name is Nokip Kimboy, and great content ahead. Actually, we start off with our markets before we take a look at the big stories. Shall we take a look at the markets? Well, and talking about the big stories this afternoon, we start on the agricultural front. We understand there was a self-imposed ban by the country 8 years ago on mango export to the European market. That ban was recently lifted. What is the impact of that, especially to local mango farmers? We'll be getting a report from the ground in regards to this particular issue, but also not forgetting the automobile industry, where when the lifting of the curfew happened, there was sort of an injection in the automobile industry, and there is actually a bullish outlook in the sector. We're seeing partnerships coming, especially at this particular time where we call the rebound or the recovery, area of post-pandemic for COVID-19. And finishing off, we have one of our segmented features. Of course, I'm talking about the innovator, and the focus is on cybersecurity. Are you safe online? That is the big question. Kenyans are innovating not only to make your online space safe, but also to boost that innovative culture and creating more solutions for the Kenyan people. With that said, let's begin with our first item on matters agriculture. The reopening of the economy spells big opportunity for vegetable and horticulture sector, especially in the export market. Avocado, for example, is gaining much popularity, and export farm AvoVeg now says there's need for more support to gain entry into the European market, as mango fruit also gains export potential. While still talking on matters export market, the lifting of the self-imposed ban on mango exportation to the European market came as a reprieve for mango farmers. The lifting of the 8-year ban has opened a wider market, with competition creating a rise in the price of mango, which had stagnated. KTN's Moiga William reports.
Mango farmers are looking forward to reaping big this season after Kenya making a comeback into the international mango export market. The prices are expected to shoot from the price of 1 shilling to 3 shilling per mango recorded in the previous years up to about 15 shillings. Pest infestation led Kenyan authorities to impose the 8-year ban so as to tackle poor quality.
Mambo ya export imeanza kufufuka tena because we have so many buyers wanakuja kuangalia vile tunaendelea, promising that some exporters wanatuambia wanatumanga mzigo nje. So tunaona ni kama soko imerudi tena. So we are hoping for the best.
In preparation for the harvest, mango farmers in Karurumo, Runyenjes constituency held a field day to plan how to further tap the international market.
Kuna mingi restrictions mingi ndio qualify for such whatever. Yeah. So hizo ndio tuzuia. So kama restrictions maybe zinaweza to favor kidogo, definitely we can do it ourselves as farmers. Hata sisi tunaweza anza kutuma mzigo yetu.
Mango farmers have been depending on the Middle East market for their produce, with the European market expected to boost competition.
Maembe ambayo ilikuwa inanunuliwa shilingi 3 na 2 kwa moja, tumeona embe moja linafikisha shilingi 15, na hiyo ni improvement kubwa sana kwa mwaka mmoja. Kwa hivyo mimi naangalia mbele, naona hii biashara tukiendelea vile tunaendelea, Hii maembe itasaidia watu wengi sana, na watawacha kulima mimea ingine ambayo haiwapatii pesa, wa concentrate na hii, wale ambao wako na nafasi.
Eastern region leads with 61% of mango production in the country, having most of its counties in mango farming, which includes Kitui, Machakos, Makueni, Meru and Embu. Embu County is estimated to have over 200,000 mango trees. And as mango export improve, Kenya is positioning herself as a key hub. Moige William, KTN News.
Now let's talk climate solutions. Indigenous chain of hotels Pride Inn has welcomed the Glasgow Declaration on Climate Action in Tourism, terming it as pivotal step in aligning the tourism sector on UN's Race to Zero campaign's goal of halving less emissions by 2030 and achieving net zero by 2050.
Declaration is one of the most important actions that governments, hospitality and tourism industry players need to embrace. It now calls for tourism operators to reset operations to make them more environmentally sustainable. Climate change mitigation must be at the heart of a responsible recovery of the tourism sector, as the resilience of tourism will depend on the sector's ability to balance the needs of people, planet and prosperity. Some of the initiatives we as Pride Inn hotels and resorts have in place is to mitigate the climate change. For instance, is doing away with single-use plastics, beach cleaning and conservation, and working closely with KWS in marine conservation on our coastline by hatching sea turtles on our beachfront. Therefore, accelerating climate action in tourism is of utmost importance for the resilience of the sector.
Well, now let's talk matters. Fuel prices. It is a reprieve for Kenyans for the second month in a row after the Energy Regulatory Authority maintained fuel prices at 129 shillings and 72 cents for second month in a row. This after the government opted to utilize the Petroleum Development Levy to cushion Kenyans against high international oil prices. The palm prices were said to go up by 13 shillings and 76 cents for super, 15 shillings and 68 cents for diesel, and 11 shillings and 57 cents for kerosene. In the latest price review by EPRA, the regulator has slashed fuel marketers' margins to 0 shillings, with the government expected to compensate them through the Petroleum Development Levy. As a result, motorists in Mombasa will pay the lowest price of 127 shillings and 46 cents for super, 108 shillings and 36 cents for diesel, and 101 shillings and 29 cents for kerosene. Motorists in Mandera will pay the highest price at 142 shillings and 75 cents for super, 123 shillings and 64 cents for diesel, and 116 shillings and 58 cents for kerosene. Well, when you talk about fuel prices, we can't, put aside matters automotive industry. Talking about recovery in this sector, German automobile manufacturer Mobike is upbeat about the lifting of the curfew to boost its sales in the Kenyan market. With the festive season, the manufacturer now is saying that they are making a private move of making lorries for bulk transportation and is now partnering with passenger transporters and coaches to venture into bus manufacturing.
So what is the event today? We are ending the 2 first buses of the new presence of MAN in Kenya to a very reputable client that is Anna Coaches, and it's why we are here together. It's a very relevant event for us because it's our first 2 buses delivered in Kenya to a client, and we are very happy.
MAN is a European market, specifically from Germany machine. So we want to try it. We've been using Scania buses before, also from Europe. And we want also to try the MAN buses and do the comparison, because in transport we after making money. So we want to see which one of the two products is going to enable us to make money.
The very capable and decent buses on the road, and which can take care of all the requirements of the customer. This bus has got good safety features, like this bus has got some anti-roll cage. Even if the bus rolls, the roof will never collapse. This bus has got some charging sockets, because now the world is for the gadgets.
We have been organizing our own events over time, and our members, in particular the MAN, Mobiki, so this as an opportunity for us to do for them something unique like this. The business is picking up slowly but surely, though we still need some more support from the government in terms of cushioning the manufacturers, so that they can have tax exemptions from manufacturing materials.
Well, that is what is happening when you talk about recovery in the automotive sector, and we're seeing more of these partnerships actually as we recover from the pandemic, where bringing totally different, sort of playing in the same arena but in different corners, coming together to collaborate, to forge forward past the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic that we have seen in our economy and different sectors. And now let's talk matters offering solutions. Africa's integrated digital payment and e-commerce company, InterSwitch Group, has today announced entering a strategic partnership with Gusii Mwalimu Sacco to allow teachers make seamless transactions through a highly secure chip and PIN payment card. Effectively, InterSwitch's Valve debit card opens its Pan-African payment network to over 31,000 members of the Sacco, enabling them to transact from 185 countries across Africa.
That we've witnessed and experienced is a situation where members could wish to withdraw hard cash from their savings accounts and go and do purchases here and there. Sometimes they withdraw huge amounts of cash to go and deposit in other commercial banks for the purpose of paying their school fees for their children. So when we looked at that scenario, because some of them will always come complaining that money has been stolen in between here. You see there's a distance from our office to the commercial bank. So in between here, money is stolen. So because of that, and to counter that kind of problem, we thought it wise that we should have an extra channel which members can actually use without necessarily carrying cash.
Please take note that Verve is accepted in over 27 countries across Africa. Verve is a product that was built for Africa to be used to solve the problems that we have in Africa today. An effective and affordable debit card that your customers can use.
Wow, 185 countries. So as a teacher from that Gusii, you can transact seamlessly from all those areas, and this is, I think, one of the goals that even while we're talking the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, it's breaking barriers and using such innovations such as that particular one that we've just seen. It's breaking sort of a financial and transactional barrier to make sure that it's easy to transact. Now let's talk something different. British Trade Envoy Theo Clark was in Kenya to follow up on the economic partnership agreements between Kenya and the United Kingdom. KTN's Bar George had a chat with her at the British High Commission here in Nairobi.
Let's talk about the EPAs that Kenya signed with the UK. Let's take stock of 1 year since inception. How has it been like?
Well, first of all, I really congratulate Kenya for all the work that they've done with our government on getting the EPA over the line. I've just had a bilateral with your Cabinet Secretary, Betty Minor, to talk about the next steps. And some of the things we're looking at, firstly, is to make sure that the EPA Council is set up, and we're very hopeful that we'll have very soon, in the next few months, the first meeting of our officials to ensure that we are implementing the EPA. So for me, that was a priority of my trip, to meet with your Trade Secretary and ensure that the implementation of the agreement is going ahead. And I'm very positive about what benefits that can bring both for the UK and for Kenya.
What are some of the opportunities that traders in Kenya can take advantage of in the UK?
Well, I've met so many entrepreneurs in Kenya on various visits to the country, and there's tremendous opportunities for you to sell your goods to the UK market. On my previous visit as Trade Envoy, I visited Lake Naivasha, and I went to see some of the fruit and flower farms for myself, to see literally package some of the green beans and fantastic produce that was being sent back to London. And for me, that really is a great example of how excellent Kenyan goods are being sold and exported back to the UK. And for me, that's a win-win for both countries, as it's creating lots of jobs here in Kenya, but also creating jobs back at home in my constituency and across the UK.
Finally, you are at COP26. Talk to us about your biggest take-homes there.
Yeah, so I've literally just come to Kenya, having been at the Climate Change Summit. It was fantastic to be in Glasgow for several days. In fact, I did meet the Kenyan delegation, which was one of the largest at the climate change negotiations. I think I'm right in saying the largest delegation in Africa to have come to Glasgow. And I think we've made tremendous progress already in getting global agreements on things like deforestation, reduction in methane emissions. There's lots more to do. I know my Prime Minister has gone back to COP to make sure we get those final agreements over the line. And if I could just commend Kenya for the work that you've done, particularly on your commitment to zero carbon emissions. I've just been today at the British High Commission at an event on electric vehicles. And for me, that's a fantastic example of where Kenya is taking the lead on green energy, and that's something we want to work and partner with you on going forward. So I hope this is the start of a great new partnership on green energy, and we can support Kenya in its ambitions to transition to be a net zero economy.
Brilliant. Many thanks once again for your time right here on KTN News. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Very important Kenya-UK relations on the economic partnership agreements that we had with the UK clarified there by Brian George Otieno. And you know, do you know that the 2022 budget policy statement is out, the draft version of it? If you go to Treasury's website, you'll find it there, and quite some interesting projections in regards to the way we are moving forward as a country, especially going into an election year. This BPS is out. That is a fact, actually, why it's out this early. And they're giving some interesting projections here. In terms of fiscal policy, they're saying that going forward into the medium term, the government will continue with its revenue mobilization and expenditure prioritization policy geared towards economic recovery. And some of the issues that we're seeing, we saw, restructuring of state-owned enterprises. They say that will continue. But another thing in regards to revenue performance, they're saying that, looking at a table that they have put forward here, actually our revenue projections are quite positive, given the expenditure rationalization and the revenue recovery measures put in place. Fiscal deficit, inclusive of grants, is projected to decline from, that is 1 trillion and 290 billion to actually 862 billion. And that is quite bullish, so to put it. So if you get time, go to Treasury's website, grab a copy of the draft 2022 budget policy statement and see where Treasury is taking the country in terms of its performance economically. With that said, Business Today takes a short break. We'll return with BBC Money Daily, and thereafter, the innovator on cybersecurity will be waiting.
This is KTN News.
For 3 years, Boaz Metal Art has been perfecting the art of sculpting from metal.
And we are able to use scrap, old metal, the metal that an ordinary person will dismiss and throw away as waste.
Initially, the business used to do normal gates and other conventional metal fabrication works.
But when we started making those, we noted on their own they were beautiful and they can be good product to sell. So we did not merge our sculpture with the gates. We started developing sculptures on their own.
Sculpting for a long time has been synonymous with wood, though metal is offering an advantage.
To make an elephant this size, using wood, you need to cut a very huge tree. Even if you are allowed, the physical size of this animal, if you use wood, it will be more than 20 times weight. So it will be very bulky and very heavy.
To many individuals, these sculptures are exciting. But does that translate to a purchase?
For individuals at homes, compounds, the concept of art has not grown to that level. They have come here to see the animals. They are very impressed. They want to take photos. But when we come to discuss about the price, it has become very tricky because to make an elephant like this, you take 2 months. It's being done by 2 artisans or 2 artists. The price of this, the river concept is very high. And the price ended up becoming 200,000.
The workforce at Boaz Metal Art is young.
Depend na venye wewe mwenyewe unajiweka. Kama hakuna job, utasema hakuna job, lakini ukienda kwa grao job ziko. Depending sana na venye wewe utajitorea.
Falling under the SME category, Boaz Metal Art needs support to survive in the local market.
We only need to get the market. For example, our product which is unique, also to get recognized so that we can nurture the art from the artist.
Seventh and final annual Devolution Conference is back. The conference will take place from the 23rd to the 26th of November 2021 at Makueni Boys High School, Makueni County. The theme of the conference is multi-level governance for climate action with the sub-theme Sub-National Mobilization in Unlocking the Full Potential of Climate Action During and After Pandemics. The conference will be officiated by His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya. To register as a delegate or exhibitor, visit www.devolutionconference.cog.go.ke or call 0718 242 203. Be there. A loved one is never easy. The lingering memories, the what-ifs, but in all the gloom, we find ways of celebrating them. And here at the Standard Tributes, we aim to give your loved ones that befitting send-off. Visit www.standardmedia.co.ke/tributes today and post your loved one's tribute. In addition, get access to funeral services from our trusted vendors. The Standard Tributes, keeping memories alive.
Kenya is a superpower in the world of sport generally. We have first-class athletes. There is absolutely no reason why Kenya should also not be a superpower in soccer. We eat the same food, drink the same water, go to the same schools. What has been lacking is just efficient, transparent management.
When we started this show, News Hour, we wanted to create a platform where anybody and everybody would come and talk about whatever they wanted to say without their voices being silenced, except by the deep content of their brains. And we wanted to balance opinion. In a country where news flies faster than light, newsmakers need to be accountable. Policymakers need to be responsible. And that's what we do on News Hour. We base the show on one core foundation of journalism, the truth.
This is the Opportunities Are Here Project X. This is the third and final live selection. I'm going to remember so many words. Let me hold you. But today was really amazing, and thank you so much, contestants, for showcasing what you have.
Be sure, check out for a KDIC sticker in your banking hall. KDIC, protecting your deposits.
Beyond. Ahead, after COP26, the hard work begins. We have the outtakes from Scotland. Also, Africa is talking business. What the loss of AGOA may mean for Ethiopia. Plus, South Africa's Human Rights Commission to begin hearings into what led to the unrest in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng in July. We are coming to you from Nairobi. Let's do this. I'm Peter Mwangangi. Money Daily starts now. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has said that the planet is hanging by a thread and that the climate deal reached at COP26 in Scotland is not enough. Despite his pessimism though, the Glasgow Climate Pact is the first ever climate deal to explicitly plan to reduce the world's reliance on coal, which is responsible for about 40% of annual carbon dioxide emissions. As a result of this pact, South Africa is set to receive $8.5 billion from the US and European powers to help the country move away from its reliance on coal. During the summit, poorer countries called for funding through the principle of loss and damage, which is the idea that richer countries should compensate poorer ones for climate change effects they are unable to adapt to. Now, the New Deal has, however, promised more money for developing countries to help them adapt to impacts of climate change. But the pledges don't go far enough to limit temperature rise to about 1.5 degrees Celsius. Earlier on, I had a chat with Ibrahima Sheikh Diong, United Nations Assistant Secretary General and also the Director General of African Risk Capacity Group. I started by asking him, what is the biggest outtake from this year's conference?
I think a couple of things. Africans came to Glasgow to make the message loud and clear. We can do three things at the same time, and that is resilience, adaptation, and mitigation. I think on the adaptation, the big takeaway is that we need to invest more in adaptation to support developing countries, Africa included. I think on mitigation, given that Africa contributes less to greenhouse gases emission, it is important to recognize with increased temperature, the global increased temperature of 2% not being met, we need to mitigate. And I think last but not least, extremely important to the Africans, is loss and damage. Ultimately, while we're adapting to climate change, we need to fix the impact it has on many African countries, particularly when it comes to loss and damages, so we can make Africa more resilient.
You spoke about investments, and there seems to be commitment in putting in place cash to enable Africa to create resilience in climate change. How can these funds be best spent?
Well, let's start by recognizing that the commitment that was made of $100 billion annually by 2020 has not been met. So I'm extremely pleased to see that developed countries have made some renewed commitment in investing more into adaptation, mitigation, and resilience. I think a different way of spending the cash. Number one, in adaptation fund across Africa, they're setting up adaptation fund so we can invest more. So hopefully some of this funding will go to those funds that allow Africa to afford actually the investment required for adaptation. I think second, when it comes to risk transfer, particularly to make Africa more resilient, an organization like mine, the African Risk Capacity Group, is heavily involved in helping Africans who desire to transfer the risk to the insurance market to raise additional funding. We should be able to actually provide premium financing support so they can afford those funding. I think third, last but not least, many development banks are availing what we call concessional financing so that Africans can actually afford this funding for adaptation investment as well. I think the most important part to mention here is the importance of affordability, accessibility, and availability of funds.
African women and children always seem to bear the brunt of any crisis. What measures can be done to stop this?
Well, first of all, by recognizing that the most vulnerable communities in Africa that are affected by climate change happen to be women. So therefore, when you design your mitigation, adaptation, and resilience plan, let's make sure the woman is not just a lip service in the way we actually intervene in making Africa more resilient. I think second is to make sure also we advocate for women and youth when it comes to climate change in our policy discourse, but also the funding is available to support Africa.
Now a quick look at other stories making headlines. The U.S. Secretary of State is making his first visit to sub-Saharan Africa as Washington's top diplomat. Antony Blinken is expected in Kenya on Monday, where he is slated to discuss the Sudan and Ethiopia crisis with President Uhuru Kenyatta. U.S. diplomacy is yet to make its mark on the war in Ethiopia and the recent coup fallout in Sudan. Saif al-Islam Gaddafi, the son of the late Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi, on Sunday announced his candidacy for the country's presidential election next month. Despite years of pressure by the UN for democratic rule, Libya's election faces unresolved issues with election laws and infighting amongst many armed groups. Africa's Human Rights Commission will begin hearings into what led to the unrest in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng in July. The commission says that the unrest aggravated the inequality between certain communities, unemployment levels, poverty, and food insecurity. Police, defense, justice, and state security ministers are among the government leaders set to appear before the commission. You're watching Money Daily from the BBC. Coming up, what the loss of AGOA may mean for Ethiopia. International pressure is mounting on the Ethiopian government to find a peaceful solution to a year-old war that saw the killing of thousands and unleashed a massive humanitarian crisis in the northern part of the country, Tigray. Earlier this month, the United States announced it planned to suspend Ethiopia from a trade agreement that allowed the East African country duty-free access to its market. As the BBC's Kalkidan Yibeltan reports, the move could hamper an economy already weakened by the war.
For about a decade, Ethiopia boasted one of the fastest growing economies across Africa. But a year of a bloody war which started in the Tigray region in the north and has since spread south is draining resources and slowing growth. Deteriorating security and the unpredictability of the war has prompted IMF to withhold its forecasts for the country. And as the international community continues to put pressure on Ethiopia, including threatening sanctions, many fear things could get even worse. This fear is especially felt in the southern city of Hawassa, which is hoping to become a textile manufacturing hub thanks to the trade benefits of the U.S. African Growth and Opportunity Act, or AGOA, which allows tariff-free access to manufacturers as long as some criteria are met, such as eliminating barriers to the U.S. trade and investment and increasing political pluralism. One of the earliest beneficiaries of the deal was Epic Apparels, a subsidiary of the Hong Kong-based Epic Group. But with US President Joe Biden's administration announcing its plan to remove Ethiopia at the beginning of next year from this agreement, the company that exports all its products to the US is fearful about the future.
We started business in Ethiopia with the sole incentive of this country or the sub-African countries having the benefit of duty-free access to the US. So we are definitely concerned. If AGOA is no longer existing, we would have to move out to another country. It would no longer be beneficial for us to, survive in Ethiopia.
Terwork is one of the 2,000 employees in the factory, a mother of two who has supported her family for the past 4 years with the income she gets here.
If this factory is to be closed, I will have to return to being a stay-at-home mom. If it wasn't for this, I sometimes ask myself, what would happen to all of these young women? All of these people would have to return to their mothers and fathers. They would have to be a burden again for their mothers and fathers.
This industrial park houses more than a dozen similar factories that sells in the US market. Ethiopia has been the 5th top exporter under the deal and called the decision dismaying and asked the US to reconsider it. AGOA generates more than $100 million for the Ethiopian economy every year and directly creates work for 100,000 people, mostly for women in textile factories. As the war continues to rage with rebel forces advancing, many here hope that a peaceful settlement is still possible and that their jobs and livelihoods can still be saved. Kalkidan Ibeltal, BBC News, Hawassa.
Now, the first international air show since COVID-19 is taking place in Dubai. Top global aviation and defense companies have gathered there to take stock of the recovery. Now, on Sunday, Airbus notched a mega order for 255 A321 aircraft valued at more than $30 billion before typical industry discounts. Can we expect more mega deals during the 5-day event? The BBC's Middle East business correspondent Samia Hashmi reports.
After nearly 2 years, the aviation industry is back on the tarmac with its latest offerings. Dubai is hosting the first international air show since the outbreak of COVID-19. And you have here more than 160 commercial and military aircraft on display, and more than 1,000 exhibitors are taking part in this 5-day event. Now, usually, the Dubai Air Show is known for record-breaking multi-billion-dollar aircraft deals. But this time, the focus is different. It's more towards the recovery as the industry emerges from the pandemic. Much of the attention during this air show is on this aircraft, the Boeing 777X, which is making its international debut. Now, this is a test flight, that's why it doesn't look like a complete finished aircraft. But according to Boeing, once it's ready, it's going to be the world's largest twin-engine jet, delivering 10% better fuel use, emissions, and even operating costs compared to its competitors. But the problem is that this aircraft has been at the heart of a raging controversy. It was supposed to go into service by the end of 2019, but its development was hit by several delays, forcing Boeing to push the rollout date towards the end of 2023. Now, the air show is not just about commercial aviation. There's a huge presence of defense firms with many fighter jets and military helicopters on display here on the tarmac. 20 countries, including Brazil, France, Germany and Israel, which is taking part in the air show for the very first time, have set up their own country pavilions. For the global aviation industry, the Dubai Air Show is an opportunity to regroup and reflect on how to build back better. But it's not just about the financial recovery. The conversation here is also about how to make aviation greener and to work towards achieving net zero carbon emission goals by 2050. Samir Hashmi, BBC News, Dubai.
And that's it from BBC Money Daily today. On Twitter, I'm at Pete Mwangangi. See you next time. Thank you for watching.
Welcome back to Business Today. This week on The Innovator, there is a focus on cybersecurity and innovation therein, even as both online engagements and the risks associated with the online platforms increase proportionately. Here's KTN's Brian George Otieno.
In the recent past, there has been an influx of online activity, with lots of people taking their businesses online. And while all this was happening, some unscrupulous online predators had a field day. Hacking and phishing are just some of the risks they put online users to. Crystal Tech CEO Abubakar Yusuf saw the need to develop a 6-stack cybersecurity innovation to counter any online risks.
The biggest concern is about security. But now, world have moved from the physical security to the cyber security, because everything now is about data, and data is the goal thing. So everything is about the data, and of course not all the data is important. Of course, every company have got different levels of data. Like, for example, your financial data is very important and you don't want it to lose. You have confidential data, you have business data, and you have just your own photos. Maybe even if they get provided, they're in good shape. But if they get leaked, you don't care too much. But so it depends. So cybersecurity is one of the big areas and the most important unit that we have internally.
And so how does the 6-stack cybersecurity innovation work?
The most important actually aspects of about why even cybersecurity exists about actually protecting your digital
assets.
Yes.
Okay.
So we are protecting our digital assets, and every hacker and everybody outside there, everybody just wants to reach to this data. But before we reach to this data, we use something called cybersecurity stack, so that we look at every angle before you reach to this digital asset. So the first one you normally call the data layer.
Okay.
Data layer. In the data layer now, this is where your data sits. Your data sits. This is where now we do the backups. We try to look at the policies around your backups. Is your backup set right? Can you actually restore your backup? And do all that. So there are a lot that is happening here. The second level is actually the application layer. The application layer. The application layer now, this is where now the company's applications sit. Be it the ERPs, be it their different applications that different industries run. And we have security measures that needs to be implemented here in terms of user access, the audit trails that we hear about. You see, and most companies actually do a lot in this space, because they don't want anybody who is not authorized to access their actually applications, not to access them. So there is a lot of solutions in this space, but many people are doing very well in this application layer. But now where the problem starts becoming is where now we have the endpoint layer. In the endpoint layer, this is where now
people have antiviruses.
This is where you have your antiviruses, and if your antiviruses are really working for Crystal. So the other layer that is also very important is the network layer. The network layer. So this is where now our switches, the routers, the different local area networks actually sit. One that we normally have here is the perimeter. The perimeter. So the perimeter majorly is where our firewall sits, and this is what interfaces the outside world. So that before, very important is the human. Yeah, is the human layer. You see now, if you don't protect the human layer in terms of awareness, trainings, and the likes, then you'll be having maybe a user just clicking on anything because he's not aware of what is happening.
So, how badly is the risk of not being cyber secure?
You don't want even to imagine what will happen if a cyber breach happens. For example, if you look at the medical space or the healthcare, you'll find out that what will happen if a major healthcare is hit. You see, this could even cause death, because what happens is all those machines, all the processes that run there, will actually, all these are data and interconnected networks. So what will happen is one day you just wake up in the morning, go to your computer as a receptionist and you say, wow, this thing is not working. So which means a patient who was in a bad shape or who was supposed to be admitted cannot be admitted.
Abubakar says that while all the effort should go into structural and software backup, perception is also key in addressing cybersecurity concerns in the country.
When you hear of a cybersecurity as a layman or as a person, I'm sure in your head is a hacker, someone who is sitting somewhere in a dark room, be with some specs, trying to see where they can get access and try to do some few things. But it's good to understand also hackers are in business. The way you are in business, they're in business of actually with your data and try to actually figure out how we can capture this data in terms of ransom and monetize it. So basically, that is what they do.
It's also important to know that your information and digital assets, and so no one is safe, as he observed, in data shared by developed countries on ransoms sought by hackers.
The biggest problem now we have internally, when you look at the numbers, by the way, and statistics, you'll find that even the developed world, being the US market, you'll find out that in 2017, there was around $2.3 million ransom payment that happened. But look at 2019, 2 years down the line, that figure jumped to around $7.5 billion in terms of ransom payments.
For The Innovator this week on KTN News, I'm Brian George Otieno.
Well, as we wrap up the business today, actually remember to grab a copy of the Standard newspaper. I believe tomorrow we'll get a story touching on the draft budget policy statement 2022. While I'm Nokip Kimboy, enjoy the rest of your viewing.
This is KTN News.
For 3 years, Boaz Metal Art has been perfecting the art of sculpting from metal.
And you are able to use scrap, old metal, the metal that an ordinary person will dismiss and throw away as waste.
Initially, the business used to do normal gates and other conventional metal fabrication works.
But when we started making those, we noted on their own they were beautiful and they can be good product to sell. So we did not merge our sculpture with the gates. We started developing sculptures on their own.
Sculpting for a long time has been synonymous with wood, though metal is offering an advantage.
To make an elephant this size using wood, you need to cut a very huge tree. Even if you are allowed, the size, the physical size of this animal, if you use wood, it will be more than 20 times weight. So it will be very bulky and very heavy.
To many individuals, these sculptures are exciting. But does that translate to a purchase?
For individuals at homes, compounds, the concept of art has not grown to that level. They have come here to see the animals. They are very impressed. They want to take photos. But when we come to discuss about the price, it has become very tricky because to make an elephant like this, you take 2 months. It's being done by 2 artisans or 2 artists. The price of this, the riba concept is very high. And the price ended up becoming 200,000.
The workforce at Boaz Metal Art is young.
Depende na venye wewe mwenyewe unajiweka. Ukiamua hakuna job, utasema hakuna job, lakini ukienda kwa grao job ziko. Depending sana na venye wewe utajitorea.
Falling under the SME category, Boaz Metal Art needs support to survive in the local market.
We only need to get the market, for example, our product which is unique, also to get recognized so that we can nurture the art from the artist.
A loved one is never easy. The lingering memories, the what-ifs, but in all the gloom, we find ways of celebrating them. And here at the Standard Tributes, we aim to give your loved ones that befitting send-off. Visit www.standardmedia.co.ke/tributes today and post your loved one's tribute. In addition, get access to funeral services from our trusted vendors. The Standard Tributes, keeping memories alive.
When we started this show, News Hour, we wanted to create a platform where anybody and everybody would come and talk about whatever they wanted to say without their voices being silenced, except by the deep content of their brains. And we wanted to balance opinion. In a country where news flies faster than light, newsmakers need to be accountable. Policymakers need to be responsible. And that's what we do on News Hour. We base the show on one core foundation of journalism, the truth.
Looking for a business starter pack to get your business off the ground? Spread the word on your product or service offerings, reach a wider audience, and recruit clients and customers with bulk SMSs courtesy of Standard Group Value-Added Services. For only 10,000 Kenya shillings, you get a sender ID plus complimentary 10,000 bulk SMS units with an option of a free API integration to enable you to grow your client base and expand your business through effective targeted messaging. Visit vas.standardmedia.co.ke to sign up and find out more about how you can add value to your business with Standard Value-Added Services. Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, in conjunction with the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, and the County Government of Laikipia welcomes you to the Africa Industrialization Week celebrations to be held in Nanyuki Town, Mount Kenya Road from 15th to 18th November 2021. The theme is Industrializing Africa, Renewed Commitments Towards an Inclusive and Sustainable Industrialization and Economic Diversification. Come all, let us celebrate our micro, small, medium enterprises, MSMEs, innovations together.
Please deposit this money into my account real quick.
May I know your account, please?
Michael Bakayoko. My account is 01826.
Thank you for banking with us.
It's my first time to bank. Could I ask how safe is my money? Or maybe I should just continue with my mattress banking. I think I should go back.
How are you, Mr. Bakayoko? How may I help you this time?
Well, I have come back to confirm the safety of my money. The one that I deposited earlier today.
Oh, I guess you haven't banked with us for some time. Now listen, whenever you deposit your money, be rest assured of its safety because you're a responsible bank, which is a member of the KDIC. See that sticker there?
KDIC?
KDIC is mandated by law to provide insurance for your deposits.
Now I know. No more mattress banking.
Be sure. Check out for a KDIC sticker in your banking hall. KDIC, protecting your deposits.
Today is a door that opens to infinite possibilities. Today is the continuation leading you to where you need to be. The beginning of a partnership that profits you because we understand that your growth uplifts your network. When you take advantage of opportunities today, you will confidently step into a smarter tomorrow. SBM Bank, for a smarter tomorrow.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
Idara ya upelelezi wa makosa ya jinai DCI yataka kumzuilia rais wa shirikisho la soka nchini FKF kwa kipindi cha siku 14 zaidi ili kukamilisha uchunguzi kuhusiana na madai ya ubadhirifu wa fedha za umma. Mwakilishi wa kike kaunti ya Kirinyaga Wangui Ngirishi amsuta gavana wa kaunti hiyo Anne Waiguru akisema hatua yake ya kujiunga na chama cha UDA haitampa ushindi.
Kama uko na unahitaji kupewa tena miaka 5 kuja kwa UDA haitoshi.
Kiongozi wa ODM Raila Odinga aendeleza kampeni yake katika eneo la Pwani kwa kuzuru kaunti ya Kilifi. Ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaba mpenzi mtazamaji, natumai mzima wa afya popote pale ulipo. Karibu kwenye taarifa za mbiu ya KTN ni kujuzi yaliyoibuka na kugonga vichwa vya habari. Jina langu ni Hadia Mwasiwa, lakini kwanza hivi hapa vidokezo. Na tukianza taarifa zetu ni kwamba rais wa shirikisho la soka nchini FKF Nick Mwendwa ameachiliwa kwa dhamana ya shilingi milioni 7 baada ya kukamatwa Ijumaa kwa tuhuma za ufisadi. Kadhalika mahakama imempiga marufuku kufika katika afisi za FKF wala kujihusisha na shughuli zozote za soka. Awali polisi waliwasilisha ombi la ziada mahakamani kutaka kuendelea kumzuilia kwa kipindi cha siku 14 zaidi ili kukamilisha uchunguzi. Mkurugenzi wa upelelezi wa makosa ya mshtakaji naye aliwasilisha ombi hilo na kutaka Mwendwa aendelee kuzuiliwa katika kituo cha polisi cha Gigiri. Mwendwa ambaye alikamatwa siku ya Ijumaa kuhusiana na madai ya kujihusisha na ufisadi anafanywa uchunguzi kuhusiana na matumizi ya FKF ya kima cha shilingi milioni 430 zilizotolewa na Wizara ya Michezo mwaka 2016.
Then I told you she's a nice, she's on.
Just before we proceed, since I've seen
the respondent opposes the application by the state, and in opposition
to be fair, to be allowed to have documents, and also have statements of the witnesses.
Council alluded to a report table at the Senate, which is not the case.
Sorry. I think we are all aware of what procedure says.
No, I thought that would be nice for the record because I was not going to say anything.
In addition to the written response, which is the replying affidavit, councils will make oral submissions in opposition to that application.
A powerful letter. This is a letter I have stating very clearly that FIFA is opposed to what has happened and has issued a firm threat to the Kenya government that unless things are put right, there will be consequences. Mwendwa has to be set free. In default, there will be consequences. Your Honor, football is not part of government at all. Football is a free enterprise venture.
The elections, I delivered the ruling on the application by the prosecution on the 17th of November. That is on Wednesday.
Na mtazamaji, Mwendwa ambaye alifika mahakamani ama mahakama ya Milimani dakika chache baada ya saa 3 akiwa na mawakili wake ikiwemo aliyekuwa mwenyekiti wa LSK Eric Mutua na vile vile seneta wa Makueni seneta wa Makueni Mutula Kilonzo Jr. wakiwa wamejihami tayari kujiandaa kwa kesi hiyo, na sasa hivi atakuwa anasubiri hatma yake baada ya agizo hilo kutolewa ama ombi hilo kutolewa na upande wa DCI. Na tukisonga mbele ni kwamba wanafunzi wa shule ya upili ya Kakamega wanarejea shuleni hii leo baada ya shule hiyo kufungwa kufuatia moto ulioteketeza bweni majuma kadhaa yaliyopita. Mzozo huo umezuka baina ya muungano wa wazazi wa shule hiyo na usimamizi wa shule hiyo baada ya wazazi kuelezwa kwamba wanahitaji kulipa jumla ya shilingi milioni 21.6 kufidia uharibifu ulioshuhudiwa. Wazazi hao sasa wanataka kufahamu ni nani aliyekadiria gharama hiyo na kudai kuwa hawakuhusishwa, na hivyo shule inataka kuwafilisi.
Shule imechomeka, alafu wamehaya askari wakuja kupelekea kuangalia mambo ya shule. Na sisi hatukutarajia ati mahali mtoto wangu anasoma inafaa asome kwa mazingira safi. Sasa askari ndio tunaona. Tukiona askari tunashindwa ni nini mbaya, na mtu wa shule yenyewe hakuna watoto. Shilingi mingi elfu karibu 10. 9,800. 9,823. Hii pesa hata mimi mwenyewe sina kitu ya kukula nyumbani kwangu. Kitu kitokea saa hii ilikuwa natakana hata kama wanataka kulipa nilipeko nusu. Alafu waache mtoto yangu afanye nini? Asome. Wenye walikaa kwa pote ilikuwa natakana kuite meeting ya wazazi. Tuangalie madarakani yenye kwa shule. Sio wanakuja alafu wanakufukuzia kwa gate.
It's unfortunate that this happened, and we understand that a few of the students of Form 2 are the ones who set the dome ablaze, and it's unfortunate that all of us have to pay the cost. And when I brought my child this morning, I didn't have the whole amount. I have completed the whole fees. I have paid even for remedials, as we agreed together with the parents. And I was told I have to complete the whole amount for my child to be allowed. So I had to go back to town and borrow the extra 6,822 that I had a balance of. So my child, fortunately, has been allowed in after clearing the whole amount. So it's unfortunate that this happened, and the parents have to bear the consequences.
Na mtazamaji, tukiachana na hayo sasa tuzame kwenye siasa, ambapo kiongozi wa chama cha ODM Raila Odinga ameendeleza kampeni zake katika eneo la Pwani kwa kuzuru kaunti ya Kilifi, kuwasilisha ama kuwashawishi wenyeji kumuunga mkono katika azma yake ya kugombea kiti cha urais katika uchaguzi mkuu wa mwaka 2022. Mapema hii leo Raila alipokea wanasiasa kutoka eneo la Malindi waliojiunga na chama cha ODM. Na huku shule za humu nchini zikiendelea kushuhudia utovu wa nidhamu miongoni mwa wanafunzi, ambapo shule kadhaa zimeteketezwa, shule moja katika kaunti ya Elgeyo Marakwet imebuni mbinu ya kuleta utulivu miongoni mwa wanafunzi wake. Kwa mujibu wa walimu wakuu ama mwalimu mkuu shule humo kwenye shule ya upili ya wavulana ya Tambach, viongozi wa wanafunzi wametafuta siku mahususi ambapo watajishughulikia na kujiburudisha vile vile kwa matembezi, michezo na hata kupata fursa ya kutangamana na wasanii wa humu nchini kama njia mojawapo ya kutafuta dawa ya kujaribu kupunguza joto linaloshuhudiwa shuleni.
I've actually maintained the high level of discipline which is actually expected from us, from the county, and we are also encouraging the other students from other schools that they copy our example and take us as their actual role models, because what we are doing is actually not done in almost all schools.
Students have been under pressure since we began the term, because we had a lot of academic programs, because the term has been shortened, and we decided that we have it today so that we can also ease that pressure from academic and even discover ourselves in terms of the talents that we have. Through such events, we normally discover that our students are very endowed with a lot of talents, and when we give the opportunity, they actually explore them and for their future. So I think this is very important activity that most schools should embrace, so that we discover the talents of our young students when they're in high school before they go to the field of work. They are outside there.
Na huku kiangazi kikiendelea kuathiri wengi katika kaunti ya Turkana, kundi moja la wakulima katika mradi wa kunyunyiza mashamba maji linalojulikana kama Nanyi, eneo la Loima, wanajivunia kilimo chao cha viazi tamu. Wakulima hao ambao sasa wanavuna zao lao la viazi tamu wamefanikiwa kupata hata ya kuuza kwenye soko na vile vile kujaribu kuweka baadhi yake. Zao hilo lina manufaa mengi haswa kwa kina mama wanaonyeshewa pamoja na watoto walio na umri wa chini ya miaka 5, na wataalamu wa lishe bora wanasema kuwa manufaa yake yatakabiliana na utapia mlo katika kaunti ya Turkana.
It is really assisted the children in terms of enrollment, in terms of health, because sweet potatoes, children are really gaining a lot of nutrients. And we want also to urge the partners to come together with the child fund and at least to assist children in food.
We harvested over 256 bags, and this has been sent to the market. On average, one bag would fetch about 6,000. And the few people have sold the potatoes, tubers, have been able to get money, and some of them have already said they use that to pay school fees. It's also good for ensuring that digestion is done well. It is also good for people who have diabetes because it reduces diabetes. It has sugars which are very low. It cannot affect you. It is also good in putting up weight, especially for children. When you want to put up weight to increase your growth, you can easily do it by eating this potato and many other health benefits which are associated with it.
Na kutoka kwenye kaunti ya Turkana sasa tuzamia hili ambapo waendeshaji magari wanaotumia barabara ya Ngong wameitaka serikali iweke alama za barabara na taa katika mzunguko uliopo karibu na daraja la Dagoreti ili kuzuia ajali zaidi za barabarani. Hii ni baada ya ajali nyingi kutokea katika eneo hilo hususan nyakati za usiku.
Watu wakitoka huko Panda Town kufika hapo usiku, mara mingi watu ukislow down unapata mtu wa nyuma na kugonga kwa urahisi sana. Kitu ya pili, itakana iwekwe hapo sign ya kuonyesha hii ni U-turn, mtu akitokea huko anajua mapema.
Wangepanua kidogo, juu wamewacha hii space ya katikati kubwa na barabara wameipatia space kidogo. Magari zikitoka huko zikifuatana, ikifika pale juu unapata zinakaa kugongana sababu barabara inarudi kikuwa nyembamba. Yet wameacha hii very big space yenye wange expand hizo lanes ndio iweze kufit pale juu. Kuna stage pale ukifika lazima wale wenye wamesimama kwa stage uchange lane immediately. Now it becomes tricky for mwenye anatoka nyuma yako, ni rahisi sana anakugonga pia.
Wangefanya tuseme waweke barabara ikiwe straight na waweke signs ambazo zinahitajika ili dereva aone mbele au akiziona hizo signs ajaribu kuepuka ajali. Simenidhuru juu kila wakati vitu zinagongwa naenda hasara na sipati mtu wa kunilipa.
Na sasa tuone moja kwa moja hadi kwenye kaunti ya Kitui mtazamaji, ambapo baada ya mvua za vuli na za masika kukosa kunyesha katika kaunti ya Kitui na kaunti jirani, maeneo hayo sasa yanakabiliwa na makali ya njaa, huku baadhi ya familia pia zikikosa pesa kutokana na makali ya COVID-19 iliyosababisha watu wengi kupoteza ajira. Hata hivyo, ili kuwastiri wakazi hao kutokana na makali hayo, shirika moja lisilo la serikali limewagawia chakula zaidi ya familia 2,000 na vile kuwalipia wanafunzi. Familia kutoka vijiji vya Kilungwa, Mivukoni na Mutomo ni miongoni mwa familia ambazo zimenufaika na msaada huo, na vile kuweza kupewa msaada wa mbuzi na mifugo mingine ili kuimarisha hali yao ya kifedha kupitia ufugaji.
Leo tulikuwa na mkutano Mivukoni, tukapatiwa chakula. Lakini Mivukoni tuko na njaa nyingi, lakini tumeshukuru kwa ile tumepata. Kwa muda wa miaka 2 hivi mvua inanyesha, lakini tunapatanga chakula kidogo. Chakula ile mlikuwa mmepatiana sisi imetupikia, lakini haijatosha. Tunaomba serikali muendelee na kutupea chakula.
Drought in Kenya is a disaster, and the NGO, which is Fisher Together Foundation, has come timely to help us, to help our people, to help the flock in the church, to get the donation, food donation, which they have now received. We are glad to the NGO. We are glad that they have heard our call, and now we are responding to the government, the central government and the county government, to reciprocate what the NGO has done and come also in place to help this area.
Na kundi moja linalowashughulikia wagonjwa wa kisukari cha Coast Diabetes chenye makao yake mjini Mombasa kinatoa wito kwa wananchi kutilia maanani vyakula wanavyokula pamoja na kubadilisha mtindo wa maisha ili kukabiliana na ugonjwa wa kisukari. Kundi hilo limeeleza wasiwasi kutokana na kuongezeka kwa wanaougua maradhi hayo haswa katika eneo la Pwani.
This is manageable. Watu wameishi miaka mingi wakiwa na diabetes. Hata hivyo katika ulimwengu mzima watu wengi sana wamekufa. Kufikia statistics za sasa, around 537 million people have died of diabetes. And kulingana pia na utafiti ni kwamba kila 1 out of 10 people wako na diabetes. 44% of people, the population in the world, hawajajidiagnose na hawajui kama wako na diabetes. Na katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, kulingana na utafiti ambao umefanywa, ni kwamba around 4% ya watu wamekuwa diagnosed na diabetes, na ukicalculate 4% of 40 million, around 40 million, hao ni watu wengi sana. Worldwide wanasema kwamba 1 person dies every 5 seconds of diabetes and related diseases. So wetu kwa serikali ni kwamba tunataka watengeneze policies ambazo zinaweza kufanya kila mmoja access dawa ya diabetes. Kama vile serikali yetu ilivyochangamkia wakati wa HIV mpaka ikafikia mahali ambapo watu ambao wameathirika wanaweza kupata dawa for free. Tunaomba pia hizo policies, tunaitisha Parliament itengeneze policies ambazo zinaweza kusaidia watu wa sukari.
Ni muhimu watu wajitokeze ili tuweze kupigana na kisukari. Maana kisukari si maradhi ambayo umeambiwa sasa ni death sentence, kuwa umepatikana na kisukari sasa ndio basi tena wafa. Kwa hivyo watu wajitokeze, tukutane, tuwe kitu kimoja, tuweze kupigania haki zetu, tuweze kupigania matibabu ya chini, na tuweze kusaidiana ili ambao hawawezi kujiinua tuweze kuwainua.
Na kwingineko, wakazi wa eneo bunge la Bobasi wanalalamikia hali mbaya ya barabara inaunganisha vijiji vya Nyamache na Nyangusu. Wakazi hao wakisema kuwa barabara hiyo ya kilomita 25 imetatiza usafirishaji wa bidhaa zao shambani, uwezo wao wa kufika hospitalini na usafiri wa kawaida. Aidha, wanadai kuwa mwanakandarasi aliyeanza ujenzi wa barabara hiyo kutoka kijiji cha Nyamache aliwaachia katikati swala hilo, swala lililowafanya barabara hiyo kuwa mbaya zaidi. Sasa wanamtaka mbunge wa eneo hilo kuingilia kati na kuhakikisha ujenzi huo unakamilishwa.
Mepata shida kwa upande wa kuchuna chai, kupeleka kuenda soko, kuuza ndizi, kuuza mboga. Ninapoongea hivi niko na ndizi, ninataka nipeleke soko lakini hakuna njia ya kupeleka. Mheshimiwa Innocent, tunakuomba, tumelia, tumesumbuka. Aswa wa mama wenye wanaenda hata kujifungua kama mimi, tunasumbuka. Wakati mama anaanza kuumwa, anazalia hata njiani, kupitia barabara hatuna. Tunakuomba ukuje utumalizie barabara, tuweze kufainika na sisi pia watoto wetu na hata maisha yetu si wenyewe.
Hii barabara ipitiki kabisa. Tunateseka sana. Sijui serikali itatusaidia namna gani. Ombi yetu ni kuambia serikali itusaidie kwa hii barabara, itengeneze ndio hata sisi tufaulu kupita.
Kama mama mboga analeta mboga kwa barabara, anataka kuchukua Nyangusu, hakuna barabara mahali atapanda. Bwana bota hapana pita wakati mvua inanyesha mingi, wanakuwa kwa njia. Ndizi ile mama anatoka kwa shamba na kuleta kwa barabara hapa. Hakuna barabara ile atachukua mpaka Nyangusu ili auze ndizi yake. Hata miwa ile inalimwa sehemu hii zaidi, hakuna gari itafika huko kuja kubeba hiyo miwa.
Na sasa tuzame kwenye taarifa inayofungamana na masuala ya siasa, ambapo baadhi ya viongozi wa vijana wa chama cha ODM katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu wameanzisha zoezi la kuhamasisha wakazi kuhusu umuhimu wa kudumisha amani wakati wa kampeni za uchaguzi wa mwaka 2022. Viongozi wa kidini wakiwataka wanasiasa kuendeleza kampeni za amani wakati wanapotafuta uungaji mkono kutoka katika maeneo mbalimbali humu nchini. Wakizungumza mjini Eldoret wakati wa sherehe za Maulid kwenye msikiti wa viongozi hao wamewataka vijana kutokubali kutumika na wanasiasa kuzua rabsha, huku wakikashifu rabsha zilizozuka ama zilizoshuhudiwa wiki iliyopita katika eneo la Kondele, kaunti ya Kisumu, wakati wa ziara ya naibu rais.
La kutukera sisi kama viongozi wa kidini, mambo yaliyotokea Kisumu, Kondele. Wanasiasa wetu wanakuwa na ngome. Hii ni ngome yangu. Kwa hivyo mwingine akija inakuwa ngumu. Tungeomba hizi ngome zivunjwe, ziwe zote Kenya iwe ni moja. Haina ngome. Wa Kenya wawe wamoja, tuendelee na utaratibu uliokuwa mzuri.
Si Waislamu. Tuwaomba viongozi wa kidini na wengine wote viongozi wajaribu kuzungumza na wafuasi wao vipi wadumishe amani baina yao. Zile siasa ziendelee za kushindana kisiasa, lakini amani ibaki pale pale, watu wasichafuane.
Mimi nataka kuwaomba vijana kwamba tuwe na kitu inaitwa free society. Sisi ni Waafrika, sisi ni watu weusi. Hakika nisiamini kama Kenya ina Mjaluo, ina Mkikuyu. Mimi naamini ndugu zangu Wajaluo, ndugu zangu wa Kalenjin, ndugu zangu Waluya. Tuwe na moyo ya undugu na tuwache fujo. Tusitumiwe kufanya fujo. Mimi kile nimesema, vijana, kama upendi mkutano ya Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, hakuna haja uende, jipe shughuli zingine. Kama uhitaji kumuona naibu rais, kama naibu rais akienda Kisumu, mimi ni mwana ODM, lakini ninakashifu kitendo hiyo. Inanyima watu uhuru wa kujieleza, inanyima watu demokrasi. Wacha watu waombe kura. Sisi vijana tumependa sera za Raila na tumesema Raila for justice. Raila ataleta haki katika taifa la Kenya. Na hiyo ndio sisi tumeona, na hiyo ndio sisi tutauza. So kama mtu ameona atoke Sugoi, haenda auze wheelbarrow kwa Wajaluo, let him have a freedom. Kuna mtu hataki majungwa, anataka wheelbarrow, wacha apewe.
Na kutoka Uasin Gishu tuende Kilifi, ambapo wanafunzi wa vyuo vikuu katika kaunti ya Kilifi wamenufaika na mafunzo ya kuwapa motisha na mbinu ya kuanzisha biashara zao binafsi. Shirika moja lisilo la serikali linasema kuwa mafunzo hayo yanalenga kumaliza kasumba ya vijana wengi kutaka kuajiriwa ila kuwapa mbinu za kuanzisha biashara zao. Afisa mkuu wa shirika hilo Patricia Moia analalamika kuwa licha ya kundi la vijana kuwa kubwa nchini, limesahaulika na viongozi wengi, na wengi wakihangaika kusalia na ukosefu wa ajira.
Jioni saa 8 kutoka
Our call to action today is to government, private sector, everybody around coastal Kenya to try and emulate this module and empower the youth through bursary programs, empowerment programs, attachments, or even job opportunities. We do realize we have a lot of capacity and human capital within our county, and it's up to us to understand how we'll manage this for the future generations.
It is the formalities and the paperwork that is required for one to start a company. We have issues of the CRB, we have issues of the KRA. Once these young entrepreneurs, you find that they have not filed these returns, and once they want to start a company or a startup, they really require to pay for these penalties. They really require to pay for certification to be cleared from the CRB. So you find this as a major block that is blocking them, despite the fact that they really need finances and they want cash to register these companies.
To us, we thought of bridging the gap. To bridge the gap is whereby we bring in practitioners so that they can talk to the students and tell them what their expectations are, so that they can match it with what the students are getting from this end to see how best they fit in. That aside, we have been able to note that the students do not necessarily have to go out there to look for jobs. There are many ways in which they can engage themselves still in the same hospitality and tourism industry.
Na 26 dakika zimekatika baada ya saa 10 majira ya saa za Afrika Mashariki. Nachukua pumziko fupi mtazamaji, nitakaporejea nitakuwa na taarifa zaidi. Usibanduke ulipo.
This is KTN News.
Express visawa sawa. Sawa na Sawa Liquid Hand Wash inapatikana katika variant 3, original, strawberry na aloe vera. Sawa Liquid Hand Wash yenye harufu ya kuvutia, uhakikisha mikono yako inabaki kuwa laini. Bidhaa bora kutoka Pwani Oil Products Limited.
Boniface Mwangi, Kenya's daring political activist,
topple the government,
runs for office.
My heart is made up that I'm going to vie.
But soon, he runs into trouble.
The letter was a threat to me, and the same way that happened to Jacob Juma is going to happen to me.
And is torn between country and family.
I'm going to live for my country. It means me die for going to be better for my kids than like that.
BBC Africa Eye, Softy.
7th and final annual Devolution Conference is back. The conference will take place from the 23rd to the 26th of November 2021 at Makueni Boys High School, Makueni County. The theme of the conference is multi-level governance for climate action with the sub-theme Sub-National Mobilization in Unlocking the Full Potential of Climate Action During and After Pandemics. The conference will be officiated by His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya. To register as a delegate or exhibitor, visit www.devolutionconference.cog.go.ke or call 0718 242 203. Be there.
When we started this show, News Hour, we wanted to create a platform where anybody and everybody would come and talk about whatever they wanted to say without their voices being silenced, except by the deep content of their brains. And we wanted to balance opinion. In a country where news flies faster than light, newsmakers need to be accountable. Policymakers need to be responsible. And that's what we do on News Hour. We base the show on one core foundation of journalism, the truth.
A loved one is never easy. The lingering memories, the what-ifs, but in all the gloom, we find ways of celebrating them. And here at the Standard Tributes, we aim to give your loved ones that befitting send-off. Visit www.standardmedia.co.ke/tributes today and post your loved one's tribute. In addition, get access to funeral services from our trusted vendors. The Standard Tributes, keeping memories alive.
This is KTN News.
Na mtazamaji, shukrani kwa kuendelea kusalia nasi kwenye taarifa za mbiu ya KTN. Niendelee tu kukujuza baadhi ya mambo yaliyoibuka na kugonga vichwa vya habari. Na tukisonga mbele kwenye taarifa zetu ni kwamba Rais mstaafu Mwai Kibaki ameadhimisha miaka 90 ya kuzaliwa hii leo. Mwanahabari wetu wa kaunti ya Nyeri Clement Masombo amezungumza na baadhi ya wakazi katika eneo bunge la Othaya ambalo alihudumu kabla ya kuwa rais, na walitoa jumbe wao kwa rais mstaafu. Hebu tuwasikize.
Naam, aliyekuwa rais wa tatu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya Mwai Kibaki anasherehekea miaka 90 leo hii. Na juu ya hiyo tulichukua nafasi tukaenda kuzungumza na wakazi wa Othaya, eneo bunge la Othaya ambao waliwakilisha kutoka mwaka 1974 hadi mwaka 2013 alipotoka mamlakani akamwachia Uhuru Kenyatta. Na bila shaka wakazi wa Othaya wakapata nafasi ya kumchagua mbunge mwingine ambaye aliwawakilisha, na kwa sasa pia wana mbunge mwingine ambaye anawakilisha. Huyu ni mbunge wa pili toka Mwai Kibaki alipoachia hatamu. Hebu tuwasikize wana yepi ya kusema kuhusu rais na mbunge wao wa zamani.
Hii vile ninajivunia kwa Kibaki, alitengeneza uchumi hii ya Kenya na ikakuwa mzuri. Sababu tumejivunia, tunaona hapa bodaboda ni wingi. Hiyo ndio kitu ile maana tumejivunia, sababu tumeona sijui kama tutapata president kama huyo, sababu ili alitengeneza barabara, katengeneza majani chai na kahawa na kila kitu. Tutawahi kusikia maneno kama hii ya kukomba. Akiondoka kwenye hii kiti, tuliona kama aliondoka kama hajakuwa na nini, hata hii makombo tumesikia trilioni 7 ama trilioni 6. Hiyo ndio maneno tumejifunia.
Mimi hiyo maneno ya mzee Kibaki hata sijui naweza ongea namna gani. Maana yake hata mkiangalia hapa Udhaya, magari zimejazana juu ya ile vile huyo mzee alitufanyia pale ile hospitali level 6. Watu wanatoka Bari wanakuja huku, na pia ukiangalia kuna mijengo mingi sana inaendelea hapa Udhaya. Tunaweza ombea yeye akae miaka mingi, tuwe tukimuona, hata kusikia tu ati bado ako. Hiyo ni kitu moja ya muhimu sana. So mzee Kibaki, our former president and MP Udhaya, hatutaona mtu mwingine kama huyo. Labda Mwenyezi Mungu ndiye ataleta mtu mwingine kama hiyo. So tuko na furaha sana kwake, na kama atasikia, tungetaka asikie na dunia nzima isikie ati Udhaya hakuna mtu kama Kibaki.
Majina naitwa Wiki Maina na ni mkazi wa hapa Udhaya. Ni asanti kwa sababu rais wetu wa mstaafu Kibaki alikuja ametufanyia mazuri, tunakumbukaga hata wakati wa leo. Igarao tunamulisaga pali yako, lakini tunasikia kama mtu ako area, tunashukuru tukimuona. Na sisi watu wa Udhaya kama tutaweza kuona mtu ataweza kutupeleka karibu na yeye, tutashaga. Hata sisi tumpatie birthday yake ya kabusi moja na tufurahi. Barabara huko ni sawa sawa na tunashukuru sana, hakuna makosa tunaweza toa, hata wakati tunamkumbukaga, na ndio tuko hapa.
Hivi unamaanisha kwamba ungepata nafasi ya kumpatia Kibaki mbuzi kama zawadi, ungempelekea?
Ningempelekea mimi. Niko na kuku kama jogobini. Mimi binafsi niko na jogobini mzuri sana ya kumpatia nikipata nafasi.
Okay, ujumbe wako kwake leo hii anaposherekea miaka 90. Ujumbe wako kwake ni gani?
Ni shukrani tu kwake. Na niseme kwa vile ametupeleka vizuri, tunampenda tu, lakini angalau kuja Udhaya tena tumsalamia. Kama baadhi itaweza kubali akuja hapa, tutashukuru sana.
Retired President Mwai Kibaki was a hero. He has done a lot to us as the people of Udhaya and Kenya in general. And in this celebration ya birthday yake, we wish him well.
Me, Boniface Gidenji Geshoke, a nephew to the former president, wish him a happy birthday in his 90th birthday. I'm the son of her sister, the existing sister Esther Waidero Ishuke, who has turned 105 this year. So we, though she is not able to speak for herself, we wish Emilio Mwai Kibaki a happy birthday as he turns 90. As a family, we can remember him from ages because he has been the Udhaya MP from 1974. Udhaya that we can now see is his making, because in all fields he has excelled and made us proud. We stand a chance in a country as people who have developed far. On roads, schools, hospitals, and almost everything. We cannot mention a single item without recognizing his presence or his part that he has played in that.
Naam, hayo tu ni baadhi ya maoni ya wakazi wa eneo hili la Othaya ambao wanasema kwamba wana mengi ya kujivunia na mengi ya kumkumbuka aliyekuwa rais wa 3 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya Mwai Kibaki. Kumbuka Kibaki alihudumu eneo hili kutoka mwaka 1973 hadi mwaka 2013 alipoachia Uhuru Kenyatta hatamu za kuongoza nchi, na wakazi wa Othaya wakapata nafasi ya kumchagua mbunge mwingine ambaye aliwakilisha kutoka hapo. Na pia wanasema kwamba wangepata nafasi bila shaka wangemrudisha uongozini, kwani wanajivunia kazi nzuri ambayo aliwafanyia, na pia wanaomba kwamba wakipata nafasi wampelekee zawadi yao anaposherehekea miaka 90. Mwingine ametaja kwamba hawezi kuwa na shida kumchinjia Mwai Kibaki mbuzi akule tu wanaposherehekea miaka hii. Na vile vile sisi kutoka shirika nzima la Standard Group pia sisi tunamtakia mzee maisha mema na heri njema. Kutoka kaunti ya Nyeri ni hayo tu kwa sasa.
Na mtazamaji, nami kutoka hapa studio ninachukua fursa hiyo kujiunga na wakazi wa eneo bunge la Othaya na vile vile Wakenya wote kwa jumla kumtakia heri rais mstaafu Mwai Kibaki kwenye siku yake ama anaposherehekea siku yake ya kuzaliwa. Naam, maeneo mengi ya kazi siku hizi yana sehemu maalum za kina mama kuwanyonyesha watoto wao. Kina mama wanaofanya biashara ya rejareja hata hivyo huwa na ugumu kuwashughulikia watoto wao wakiwa kazini. Lakini katika soko la Chuka katika kaunti ya Tharaka Nithi mambo ni tofauti. Eneo maalum lenye kuta za vioo limetengwa katikati mwa soko hilo ili kuwawezesha kina mama wanaouza bidhaa kuwanyonyesha watoto wao wanapokuwa kazini. Alan Ochanda anaarifu zaidi.
Na mama wanaonyonyesha aghalabu huwa na wasiwasi kuhusu usalama wa wanao, wengi wakiwaachia vijakazi manyumbani mwao kuwachungia wanao, wengine hata hivyo wakihofia hilo. Lakini hapa katika soko la Chuka mambo ni tofauti. Kina mama ambao ni wafanyi biashara hapa wametengewa eneo maalum ambalo limejengwa kwa kuta za vioo ambalo wanaweza kuwafuatilia wanao wakiendelea na majukumu yao. Ni wakati wa mankuli na Dorcas Wanja mwenye umri wa miaka 27 ambaye ni muuzaji wa nafaka katika soko hili la Chuka amefika kumjulia hali mwanawe katika chumba hiki maalum. Awali angelazimika kuketi na mwanawe mahali pake pa kazi, amlishe, ambadili nguo huku akiwahudumia wateja. Ujenzi wa chumba hiki maarufu kama kreche hata hivyo kilimrahisishia kazi.
Sometimes kuna customer hauna nafasi ya kumserve, mtoto anasumbua, analia, anataka hii, anataka mcheze. So unapata uko na time enough ya kuserve customers wako to the fullest.
Na lakini mbona asimwache mwanawe nyumbani mikononi mwa kijakazi?
Unajua unaweza pata kama mtoto umemwacha peke yake kwa nyumba imechomeka ama ameanguka kwa maji. Yaani mtoto ako safe, ako protected, na hii daycare iko na benefits mingi sana.
Lucy Maathai mwenye umri wa miaka 63 ni muuzaji wa mboga na ana wajukuu 3 ambao wamewalea, akikiri haijakuwa rahisi. Ujenzi wa kreche hii ni afueni kwake. Amefika kumwona mjukuu wake, kwani pindi tu baada ya mwanawe kujifungua alirejea shuleni, majukumu ya ulezi akijitwika yeye.
Panji mbeleni tukua tunasumbuka na watoto, na wakati huu tukuleta watoto hapo banakuwa basuri kabisa. Sika mambo mbeleni kwa njini kuandika mfanyikazi kwa nyumbani au kwa anaatilisha mtoto wangu vizuri. Tafadhali nikuwe na watoto wangu hapo na muangalia vizuri.
Kwa malaika hawa ni mandhari sawa na ya nyumbani, na licha ya magodoro kuwepo huishia kulala kwenye mazulia bora usingizi. Wanapoamka runinga ipo kutazama vibonzo. Inakuwa vigumu kuamini ni mandhari katikati mwa soko. Ikizingatiwa iliko kreche hii, usalama wa watoto unatiliwa maanani. Ni yule aliyemleta mtoto hapa na maelezo kumhusu kunakiliwa, anayeruhusiwa tu kumchukua jioni ifikapo.
Wewe unamleta ndio utamchukua, sababu huwezi ukaseme kama ni wewe sasa ukiwa baba umlete asubuhi alafu jioni mama amkujie. Sisi hatujui mama yako, lakini asubuhi mkiwa njaa wawili utuambie yeye ndiye atamchukua jioni, sawa, hapo tutaitikia.
On average every day we receive between 15 to 20 children who are kept here under the care of the nannies, and their mothers take time to sell their wear. And when the time comes to circle their children, the mothers walk there at the time they want so that they can breastfeed their children.
Japo wanawake husifiwa kwa kuwa na uwezo wa kuendesha majukumu kadhaa kwa wakati mmoja, ulezi huenda waupe kipaumbele. Kumbukumbu mbaya kuhusu vijakazi na visa vya watoto kutekwa nyara, kando na mapenzi ya mama kwa mtoto, wanasema ndio sababu iliyowasukuma kushinikiza ujenzi wa kreche hii. Alan Ochanda, KTN News.
Na asante mwenzangu Alan Ochanda, na bila shaka ni afueni kwa kina mama kwenye soko la Chuka walio na watoto wachanga wanaonyonya. Na sasa tuzamia hili mtazamaji, ambapo ugonjwa wa saratani unaogofya. Mbali na gharama ya juu ya kutibu au kudhibiti makali yake, saratani huwaua wengi na kuzua unyanyapaa kwenye jamii. Hata hivyo, baadhi ya wale wanaonusurika ugonjwa huo kule kwenye eneo la Nyeri sasa wameungana na kuunda kundi la kwenye jamii ambalo sasa wanalitumia kujiendeleza kimaisha. Taarifa ifuatayo imeandaliwa na mwanahabari wetu kutoka eneo la Nyeri, Lydia Nyawira, na kutafsiriwa na kutiwa sauti na Beldin Waliaula.
Aliugua ugonjwa wa saratani ya matiti. Ingawa amepona, kumbukumbu za yale yaliyompata zingali akilini mwake. Mwasemavyo, mwenye kovu usidhani kapona. Ugonjwa wa saratani umemhangaisha yeye na jamii yake sihaba. Babake mzazi alifariki mwaka 2010 kutokana na saratani. Kisha mamake mzazi akaaga miaka 2 baadaye kutokana na saratani ya njia ya uzazi. Mwanzo kubainika kwake kuwa na saratani ya titi kulimwacha kwa mshangao, kwani kwa mujibu wake saratani hii sana sana huwaathiri wanawake.
Cancer is not a death sentence, and men can also have a breast cancer. So it is good for anybody. Once you feel you are not comfortable with that disease, please go and be checked by our hospitals here in Kenya.
Ili kuhakikisha kuwa haukuwa uongo, alitafuta mawaidha ya madaktari tofauti waliothibitisha ukweli alikuwa na saratani ya titi. Wote wakapendekeza upasuaji. Kama sadfa, mapema mwaka huu mkewe John pia alihisi uvimbe katika titi lake la kushoto.
My wife also the same problem, or the same side, that is left side breast, and by May this year it was operated, and now she is just under medications.
Wakati nilipata mimba ya kwanza, nilikuwa na mzigo sana kwa roho yangu. Hii ni matiti ilienda, sasa ni mimba. Nikafikiria kunyonyesha mtoto matiti moja, nikaona kama hiyo ni mzigo kubwa sana.
John si mwathiriwa wa saratani pekee. Teresia Mudhoni mwenye umri wa miaka 62 pia alijipata na saratani ya matiti akiwa na umri wa miaka 35. Ila leo hii anaishi maisha ya kawaida baada ya kupata matibabu na kupona.
Nikiwa hapo tu na ugonjwa wa kansa, nilikuwa na bwana. Kwa hivyo sikutoroka kwangu sababu niligojeka. Hata bwana hakuniona kama mimi ni mzigo. Tuliendelea kukaa tu kwa hiyo mboma yetu.
John na Mudhoni wamenufaika na mawaidha na jumbe za tumaini wanazozipata katika kundi la Slopes Cancer Awareness Network au SCAN huko Nyeri.
We started going out to churches, women groups, slowly by slowly, and other survivors. We started visiting them at the hospital. That's where we got most of the survivors. And some of them felt they would like to join us.
Shirika la SCAN pia limewahusisha manusura wa saratani katika biashara kama kutengeneza na kuuza nguo na vikoba ili wajikimu kimaisha na pia kuliendeleza kundi lao.
Na sasa tuvuke kwenye rubaa za kimataifa, ambapo waziri wa mashauri ya nchi za kigeni wa Marekani Antony Blinken anatarajiwa kuwasili nchini hivi leo katika mwanzo wa safari yake ya kwanza barani Afrika katika wadhifa huo. Blinken kadhalika anatarajiwa kuzuru nchi ya Nigeria kabla ya kukamilisha ziara yake nchini Senegali baadaye wiki hii. Akiwa humu nchini, Blinken anatarajiwa kufanya mashauri na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta kuhusu mzozo unaoendelea nchini Sudan na Ethiopia. Kabla ya kwanza safari yake, alikuwa na haya ya kusema kuhusu nchi ya Ethiopia.
I am very concerned about the potential for Ethiopia to implode, given what we're seeing, both in Tigray, but also as we have different forces and different ethnic groups that are increasingly at odds.
Na mtazamaji, taarifa hiyo inatutamatishia taarifa za mbiu ya KTN alasiri ya leo. Shukran sana kwa kuendelea kusalia nasi hadi tamati. Kumbuka kikosi kizima cha Kivumbi 2022 kitakuwa kipo tayari kuendelea kudadavulia masuala ya siasa wakati ambapo tunaelekea kwenye uchaguzi mkuu ujao mwaka 2022. Nimekuwa wako hadi ya Mwasiwa. Hadi wakati mwingine tena, kwa heri.
This is KTN News.
The much-hyped quail eggs, which were claimed as highly medicinal, had also lost market when consumers failed to see immediate changes in their bodies after they ate them. But in Western Kenya region, the wild quail business began decades during the ancestral period, and even after the collapse of quail farming in Kenya, in Western region, the business never experienced any challenge, and it has been thriving on daily basis.
Nateganga usiku. Kama pati iko mzuri inashikanga zaidi ya 40-30 kwa kila siku.
Aswani grew up watching his grandfather and his father harvest wild quails in Mundeku village, Husero in Western Kenya.
Babu ndiye alikuwa nayo, kachia baba naye akaniachia.
The birds, which were harvested twice every year following short and long rains, were available in plenty between May to July and November to February. These childhood experiences will drive him to quail farming in 2014. Interestingly, it was around this time that most commercial quail farmers who had jumped on the project abandoned the business when they couldn't find market for the birds.
Watu wenye kununua ni wengi. Customer wanakujanga hata wa magari wanachukua.
In Western Kenya, quail farmers keep indigenous quails that are harvested from the fields. Farmers capture and keep them in these special weaved buckets.
Pale penye nategea, natengenezanga tu njia, alafu niweke vijiti, alafu niweke kamba. Hizo ndizo nyumba zake, huwezi weka pale pengine. Weka pale pengine inaenda.
They hang them in trees and use their songs to attract other wild quails to their homesteads. The birds are locally known as a sindu and have been part of meals in many Western Kenya dinner tables for decades.
Hii haichinjwi. Hii inavunyungwa tu mbawa zake na miguu, alafu unachoma tu.
They are fed and kept like chicken, but they cannot be released out of these buckets until they are sold.
Moja wanauzanga tu shilingi 50. Sio pesa mingi.
But there is a rare kind of quail buyers who are not welcomed by any quail farmer because of their repercussions.
Sasa mganga akija akitaka kununua moja mkataze. Anataka kuenda kumalizia mtu.
According to Aswani, changing times have made it impossible for farmers to rely on wild quails, which only appear seasonally, underscoring the need for the country to establish a sustainable breeding program that will ensure quails are available every time.
Kishika nikiuza, nanunuanga makuku. Hata nikipata mingi siku za watoto kwenda kwa shule zinasaidia kwa fees.
There was a time there was a big boom in the market of quails in the whole country, but later things went south. But here in Western region, these birds, also known as isindu, are still marketable and plays a bigger role in the birds industry.
Is no strange phenomenon in the lives of Nairobians, with many reports indicating that it takes an average of 57 minutes to move from one point to another. With over 1.5 million vehicles going into, through and out of Nairobi, Traffic jam is inevitable, and oftentimes you will see hawkers sell their fast-moving goods to motorists. Eric Maina Mungai started hawking sweets and masks on Uhuru Highway last year.
Kwangu mimi nilikuwa nafanya kwa bakery, nilikuwa napikia mashule, kekis, mandazi, ma-KDF, hiyo ndio ilikuwa kazi yangu. But for now, mambo imechange sababu wenyewe hakuna venye utapata hakuna venye unaweza kaa chini chakula jilete hapo.
On a decent day, he is able to take home 400 shillings.
Hii mask box moja nanunua na 220 na mimi naiuza na 500, in which kuna msee mwenye atanunua 10 na kuna msee mwenye atanunua mbao. Naweza pata 200 ama 250. Ama ikienda sana naweza pata hadi 400.
On the other side, as cars stay bumper to bumper, Dan Borogo is working to finish his in-tray of grapes, a trade he's been plying for 2 years.
Sasa hii unaweza kuja hata na pisi 50 ukashindwa kuuza hata 1 hour inaweza isha hujauza kitu.
Eric says to help him expand his small business, access to credit is not as easy as people can imagine.
Nilichukua ID 2017. Bado unajua loan limit yangu bado haijapanda, iko chini sana. Hata unapata nimeangalia juzi kwa mshwari kaniambia iko 0 yenye naweza kopewa. Ukiangalia kwa bank bado iko 0.
Another challenge they face is lack of permits to operate.
Hakuna place yenye unaweza enda hapa town uuze. Sasa wanatufukuza tu hivyo kwa sasa hatuna kitu yenye tunaweza fanya na sisi tunarudi tu hapa ndani. Wakikuja tunatoroka, wakirudi tunarudi kazi.
The Nairobi City County Pop-Up Markets and Street Vendors Bill 2019, which is currently at the City County Assembly, has proposed a raft of measures aimed at regulating how hawkers and small-scale traders conduct their business.
Waache kusumbuliwa na manispaa.
Tupatiwe barua tukua tunafanya kazi kama wale watu wengine.
This is KTN News.
Kenya is a superpower in the world of sport generally. We have first-class athletes. There is absolutely no reason why Kenya should also not be a superpower in soccer. We eat the same food, drink the same water, go to the same schools. What has been lacking is just efficient, transparent management.
This is the Opportunities Are Here Project X. This is the third and final live selection. I'm going to remember so many words. Let me hold you. But today was really amazing, and thank you so much, contestants, for showcasing what you have.
When we started this show, News Hour, we wanted to create a platform where anybody and everybody would come and talk about whatever they wanted to say without their voices being silenced, except by the deep content of their brains. And we wanted to balance opinion. In a country where news flies faster than light, newsmakers need to be accountable. Policymakers need to be responsible. And that's what we do on News Hour. We base the show on one core foundation of journalism, the truth.
Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, in conjunction with the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, and the County Government of Laikipia, welcomes you to the Africa Industrialization Week celebrations to be held in Nanyuki Town, Mount Kenya Road, from 15th to 18th November 2021. The theme is Industrializing Africa, Renewed Commitments Towards an Inclusive and Sustainable Industrialization and Economic Diversification. Come all, let us celebrate our micro, small, medium enterprises, MSMEs, innovations together.
Express Sawa Sawa. Sawa na Sawa Liquid Hand Wash inapatikana katika variant 3, original, strawberry na aloe vera. Sawa Liquid Hand Wash yenye harufu ya kuvutia, uhakikisha mikono yako inabaki kuwa laini. Bidhaa bora kutoka Pwani Oil Products Limited.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
Lionel Messi with the free kick. Under the wall! To the back of the net! He's done it again! Messi magic again! He hits this ball like an autumn bunny. It's a beautiful daisy could have a strike. And it could...
Now we're ready. Messi has the ball where he likes it. He's got the ball where he absolutely loves it. In the back of the opponent's net. It's a glorious free kick from the master. Barcelona 1, PSV 0. Lionel Messi on the board on match day 1 in the Champions League.
Del Cerro with the whistle. 5 in the wall. Messi to the corner. Absolutely brilliant.
Awesome, awesome Messi. The way he bends it, the way he gets a lift, the way he gets it into the top corner gives Diego Lopez absolutely no chance. And you know what, Phil? He does it time and time and time again. He is a genius when it comes to free kicks, amongst other things, and he's proved it yet again today.
From 20. 5 in the wall. Messi drives and pings it off the post. He went to the keeper's side. It's 4-3. Miraculous! Simply magisterial again from Lionel. And it may be too late, but who knows with him on the field.
Saves in the second period. Messi. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Just when you think he's done everything, he comes up with something even more special. It's the best player we've ever seen. Wow, look at that. The god of the game.
Naam, ni kumbukumbu tu ya mchezaji mmoja ya wachezaji nyota duniani Lionel Messi, ambaye hapo alikuwa shamiri sana akiwa na klabu ya Barcelona, vigogo wale wa ligi ya Uhispania maarufu kama La Liga. Lakini sasa amegura, manake jina hilo bwana halipo katika stakabadhi za Barcelona, bali sasa anacheza soka yake safi sana na vigogo wa Ufaransa, Ligue A ile Paris Saint-Germain maarufu kama PSG. Naam, ni katikati ya mwezi wa Novemba mwaka 2021. Hujambo na karibu siku ya leo ambapo rais wa shirikisho la soka Nick Mwendwa amefikishwa mahakamani na kutoka kwa dhamana ya milioni 4. Kwa hivyo sasa yupo huru, lakini kuna baadhi ya mambo ambayo hafai kufanya, hususan kwa sababu kesi hiyo bado inaendelea. Nitakujuza tu mawili matatu kuhusiana na yale ambayo mahakama imemtaka asiyafanye, aswa baada ya kuachiliwa huru kwa dhamana. Studioni mpenzi mtazamaji na mgeni ambaye si mgeni sana, lakini japo amepapeza sana hapa kitambo sana katika makala zilizala viwanjani, Andrew Mudibo ambaye ni rais wa shirikisho la mchezo wa tennis
ndio
nchini.
Yes,
au sio? Alafu pia ni naibu rais
wa Afrika. Alafu pia niko kwa International Table Tennis Federation. Mimi ni director huko.
Haya basi endelea kupata CV manake
CV ni refu. Sitaki show ishe nikiongea juu ya CV.
Karibu sana bro, tutazungumza mengi kuhusiana na mchezo huu wa tennis nchini ukoje. Tugusie kidogo kuhusu Afrika, na kuna huu uchaguzi wa kamati ya Olimpiki nchini. Sijui kama utajitosa. Ulikuwa umejitosa uchaguzi uliopita?
Niko ndani.
Uko ndani ya debe?
Wacha hata ndani ya debe. Kiti nishakalia.
Ushakalia.
Vile nimekalia Secretary General wa NOC yuko hapa.
Na mtazungumza mawili matatu kuhusiana na hayo, maana kitoka kujua je, uchaguzi ni lini, maandalizi ni yapi, je mikakati ipi ambayo imewekwa kuhakikisha kwamba uchaguzi huu utakuwa huru na haki. Maana ni vizuri kuwa na uhuru na haki, au sio?
Ni lazima. Kila mtu akisimama mahali unataka lazima iwe uhuru, haki lazima ionekane, lazima itendeke. Umejihusisha
na nini hivi? Mara ya mwisho tulikuwa naye studioni bwana, ulikuwa na meza ile ya mchezo
na meza ya table tennis. Nakumbuka nilikufunga wewe. Hiyo siku nilikufunga.
Hapana.
Au kushinda hata point moja hasa.
Ulisikia wapi?
Turudishe meza.
Bro, rudisha meza bana.
Tutarudisha.
Ulishinda?
Ama tuingie ndondi. Tuone.
Lakini ni kwema.
Ni kwema. Nimeshukuru, nimefurahia kurudi KTN. Siku mingi najua sijakuwa kwa niseme runinga ama kwa isho. Lakini sasa nimerudi nyumbani.
Umerejea nyumbani. Hapa nyumbani bwana wewe. Ukitaka nini, kama una mdahalo unataka tuzungumza tu.
Kweli.
Pale mtazamaji, ni mgeni wangu wa leo Andrew Mudibo, ambaye katika utangulizi wangu nikwambia kwamba yeye ni rais wa shirikisho la mchezo wa tennis nchini. Hali kadhalika pia ni naibu wa rais wa shirikisho la mchezo huo barani Afrika. Kwa hivyo basi tutazungumza, maudhui leo ni tennis. Mchezo huu ukoje hapa nchini na pia barani Afrika kidogo tu, alafu tuzungumzie azimio lake la kutoka kwa katibu wa kamati ya Olimpiki nchini. Naam, Harambee Stars wanacheza hivi sasa, manake nilipokuwa natoka chumba cha habari matokeo yalikuwa mabao 2 kwa nunge dhidi ya yani kwa faida ya timu ya taifa Harambee Stars dhidi ya Rwanda katika mchuano ule wa kufuzu kwa kombe la dunia. Sijui tutakwenda kujuza tu kuhusiana na mchuano huu ambao unaendelea kwa sasa katika uga wa Nyayo. Kama ada basi tupate kimbwanga cha siku.
Cristiano Ronaldo في قنبلة في انتظاره ألفونسو أريولا. رونالدو سلطان السلاطين لدوري أبطال أوروبا. رونالدو جول. كريستيانو رونالدو في قنبلة في انتظاره ألفونسو أريولا. رونالدو سلطان السلاطين لدوري أبطال أوروبا. رونالدو جول.
Naam, ni vimbwanga tu, ndio vimbwanga vyetu tu hapa. Jamaa acheza soka yake katika ufuo wa bahari. Naam, tuchukue taarifa kwa ambapo rais wa shirikisho la soka nchini Nick Mwendwa alipelekwa katika mahakama hii leo baada ya kukamatwa siku ya Ijumaa. Hii leo ilikuwa siku yake na jaji ambapo ameachiliwa huru kwa dhamana ya milioni 4, na kuna baadhi ya mambo ambayo ameambiwa asiyafanye huko akiwa na huo uhuru, kwamba hato wasili katika afisi za FKF, hatazungumza na wafanyikazi wa shirikisho hilo, hali kadhalika hata kuwa na kikao chochote na wanahabari. Kwa hivyo, na pia hatarajii kujihusisha na masala yote ya soka nchini. Hivyo basi, kwa sasa taarifa tulizonazo ni kwamba rais wa shirikisho la soka nchini FKF Nick Mwendwa yupo huru, ameachiliwa huru ya dhamana ya milioni 4. Songe jo. Na timu ya KPA, Kenya Ports Authority ya mpira wa vikapu, hii inajiandaa kwa mashindano ya zoni ya 5. Mashindano yanaandaliwa kule nchini Tanzania, na wanasema kwamba wapo tayari kufanya vizuri, kuhifadhi taji katika mashindano hayo yatakayong'oananga kesho kutwa nchini Tanzania. KPA walitua Tanzania leo na tayari washaandaa mazoezi kuhakikisha kwamba angalau wapo katika hali nzuri ya kushiriki katika mashindano haya ya kanda hii ya vilabu, kanda hii ya Afrika Mashariki. Watatoa upinzani na kuangalia kutoa taji la mashindano haya.
On our final stretch in our preparations to represent the country in the Zone 5 competition that will be in Dar es Salaam, and we have had a good 4 days of training, and we are in good shape, and we expect that we are going to do well in the championships. We know is we have teams coming in from Burundi, we have 2 teams from Rwanda, we have 2 teams from Tanzania, the hosts, and they were expecting confirmation from Ethiopia. So the draw will be done on Wednesday. You cannot underrate any team, but I believe one of the strong regions is, countries rather in this region is Rwanda, because they normally have a long stretcher period of training before such championships, so probably we expect a lot of competition from Rwanda.
Kenya should expect the best from us because we've prepared well. It has been short, but it was worth it. We made use of those 3 days that we were given. We were fully in camps, fully taken care of, and we were here we came all the time. We were here to train. We trained well for 2 sessions. We trained so well. Our biggest threat, we can say, is JKL, because they beat us in the previous season, but I'm not so sure whether they are coming. That's the biggest threat because they beat us. And any other team that is going to come, we are going to compete because we are going for a competition.
Na tuende mjini Kisumu, haswa tennis za mashinani. Kuna kijana huyu Agwanda ambaye Collins Agwanda ambaye ameandaa mashindano kwa timu vijana chipukizi na kujaribu kuwafunza tu mawili matatu kuhusiana na mchezo wa tennis, haswa maeneo mashinani. Sema kwamba changamoto kubwa ambayo wanakumbana nayo ni ukosefu pengine wa miundo misingi michezo. Naomba kwamba angalau Wizara ya Michezo na wadau wafadhili wajitokeze kuwapatia baadhi ya vifaa ambavyo wanavitumia kufunza talanta chipuka katika maeneo ya mashinani.
we lack equipment, and we also lack tennis balls, tennis clothes, tennis shoes for the kids. You've seen some of them does not have proper shoes, and we are also in a dire need of a tennis court or a tennis center. So we are asking and requesting our partners across the world, especially our partners in the US and also Australia and Europe, you can join us in developing for us a tennis center which these kids will be able to nurture their talents.
Na nilikuwa naangalia simu yangu hapa nake hadi sasa Harambee Stars timu ya taifa katika michuano ya kufuzu kwa kombe la dunia, timu ya taifa Harambee Stars mabao mawili, jirani zao Rwanda hajapata bao hadi sasa. Inaonekana mcheza kwa utunzwa manake timu ya taifa vijana nyumbani wana asilimia kubwa ya umilisi wa mchuano huo. Kwa hivyo hadi sasa Harambee Stars mabao mawili, ilhali Rwanda bado hajapata bao hata moja. Naam, kwa haraka tuende katika michuano mingine ukanda huu wa Afrika ambao ni michuano ya kufuzu kwa kombe la dunia, ambapo Mali walitoa ushindi bao moja kundadhi kwa nunge dhidi ya Uganda. Mali wametoa ushindi bao moja kwa nunge dhidi ya Uganda na kufuzu katika raundi nyingine ya michuano hii ya kufuzu kwa kombe la dunia. Kumbuka kwamba Mali walikuwa kundi moja na Uganda, Rwanda na timu ya taifa ya soka nchini Harambee Stars. Kwa hivyo ushindi huo ni muhimu sana kwa timu ya Mali ambayo imefuzu katika raundi nyingine ya michuano hii ya kufuzu kwa kombe la dunia. Wamefuzu katika mkondo mwingine wa muondoano.
The shot across goal and just wide of the upright, fizzed across there by Ibrahim Orit. Here comes the corner. This time they go for the far post, and it's just over the upright. Well, where was the marking? Swung into the back post, headed in and down, but wide, I'm afraid, from Fahad Bayo. Over the
Naam, katika matokeo mengine ni kwamba Ghana walitoa ushindi sawia huo, manake walitoa ushindi bao moja kwa nunge dhidi ya Afrika Kusini.
Ghana player goes down, it's a penalty. Daniel Amarte fouled in the box and the referee reaching for his pocket. It's a yellow card for Rushin Daruk. Ayew scores. Coolly slotted home by the skipper. Ghana take the lead. And what a precious lead it is, because if it stays this way, then Ghana will top the group. Cleared by Ronwin Williams. Brilliant take.
Ni kweli manake Ghana walitoa uongozi wa kundi hilo lao baada ya ushindi muhimu sana huo bao moja kwa nunge dhidi ya Bafana ya Afrika Kusini. Katika matokeo mengine, Tanzania walitoka sare ya 1-1 na Madagascar. Kwa hivyo Tanzania 1, Madagascar 1. Ni michuano hii ya kufuzu kwa kombe la dunia ukanda huu wa Afrika.
Here is the chance. It's a fantastic opportunity. It's in the back of the net. They found their goal. Simon Stuva does the damage there. The through ball just ripping up the Madagascar defence. And there he is, the Wydad Casablanca forward, scoring. Plenty of movements in the penalty box. Anybody on the end of it? There's the header. Oh, it's a wonderful save there. Parried away by Matasha. It will be a corner. They are still moving constantly. Ball comes across. Is there a chance for a shot? The shot comes in. It's in the back of the net. They've scored their goal. There it is. Finally, Madagascar are jumping with joy. The fans are enjoying this in a big, big way. They needed to get a goal. And look out, Msuva's about. He's very fast. He's very dangerous. That will be a free kick. He's already got a yellow card. It's a red card. It is a red card, and that is a big blow for Madagascar. It's Novatus who takes it. Oh, it comes off the crossbar. I think it was tipped by the goalkeeper, Melvin. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have, well, been blessed with quite an extraordinary game here. Finishes Madagascar 1, Tanzania 1.
Na katika mchuano mwingine Senegal ambao walikuwa washatia guu moja katika mkombo maondoano walitoa ushindi, walidhibiti uongozi wao baada ya kutoa ushindi mabao 2-0 dhidi ya nchi ya Kongo.
Bring you up to date with that in a second. The Senegal come forward, lovely strike, and in off the crossbar for the opening goal for Senegal. Ismail Assar. He's been in good goal-scoring form for Watford in the English Premier League. Goes for goal, actually, and it's off the woodwork. Fairly sure he was going for goal. Was not too far away. Saliou Ciss. Maybe a great opportunity for a second, it is. Almost walked it by Ismail Assar. 2 for him, 2 for Senegal. Good run from the Nancy left back. Diallo gets it back to Dia, and Dia's there. And he got the shot away, and Mafumbi with his legs. Might be an opportunity for Congo.
Tusalia huko katika michuano ya kufuzu kwa kombe la dunia ukanda huu wa Afrika ambapo Zimbabwe bao moja, Uhabeshi bao moja. Wale wanauliza Uhabeshi ni wapi? Ni Ethiopia.
A look to break, and this is dangerous. Well, would have been if Utesa had had a little bit of support. Bebo under pressure from Wadi. Balcha did well, but maybe there's an opportunity here. Great strike, lovely goal. Well, he was played into trouble, was Balcha. Got to the ball first, but couldn't direct his clearance. And it fell beautifully. Tessa. And the strike comes in, it's off the bar from Kabede. That's well done, very well done indeed. Great opportunity for a leveler here, and Nasir will grab it.
Naam, Jamhuri ya Kidemokrasia ya Kongo wakiwa nyumbani mcheza kwa utuzwa na utunzwa, maana kalitoa ushindi mabao 2 bila jibu dhidi ya Benin.
Decent ball in. Referee pointing at the infringement and a yellow card. Oh, it's more than that. It's actually a penalty, would you believe? Jamerse Mbokane. And he does brilliantly. Perfectly placed penalty. The home fans are delighted. Good head up. Oh, my word. Goalkeeper was at full stretch and still couldn't get near it. That could so easily have been 2-0. Whipped in. Good delivery. Over the bar. Well, they went to sleep there, did the DR Congo defense, as I'm sure Kiasombo is reminding them. Moses, stab control, still comes to a teammate, goes wide, trying to get the shot into the side netting. Dosu. Well, he's their danger man, in my book. Good ball in, and that's it. 2-0. That could well be game over.
Michuano hiyo ya kufuzu kwa kombe la barani, kombe la dunia kunradhi, lakini awamu ama michuano hii ya barani Afrika. Kwa hivyo michuano ya kufuzu kombe la dunia awamu hii ya Afrika ambapo kuna baadhi ya timu ambazo zinacheza kwa sasa. Kwa haraka tu kujuze kwamba Terere Afrika leo Niger wanachuana na Djibouti, kwa hivyo Niger kwa nyumbani. Kenya mchuano huo unaendelea kwa sasa, timu ya taifa Harambee kwa mbele 2-0 dhidi ya Rwanda. Namibia, Togo watagaragazana leo, na Guinea Bissau na Sudan pia watachuana leo. Kwa hivyo ni michuano ya kufuzu kombe la dunia ukanda huu wa Afrika. Mpenzi mtazamaji, awali kwa udokezi wangu tu kidogo kwamba na mgeni studioni Andrew Mudiwa ambaye ni rais wa shirikisho la soka la kunradhi shirikisho la soka. Wewe shirikisho la soka, wewe shirikisho la soka. Unaona mpaka limesalia akilini. Si la soka bwana, huyu ni rais wa shirikisho la mchezo wa tennis nchini. Bro, ni katizi bwana, niacha tu
kuteleza si kuanguka.
Asante. Sasa hali ya mchezo wa tennis kwanza ukoje?
Kwa tangu mambo ya COVID ianze Kenya, si michezo mingi imeweza kuendelea. So kwetu ni polepole tunajaribu turudi. Na si Kenya peke yake, ni dunia nzima. Kwa hivyo hapo awali serikali ilikuwa imetoa maagizo ambao mpaka sasa kwa upande yetu ya federation ni kitu ambao tunafuata.
Baadhi ya maagizo haya pengine ambayo pengine yanaathiri mchezo wa tennis?
Kama saizi ukisema wale watu wanaweza kukua mahali ya kucheza ni wangapi? Na unajua yetu inatoka paka kwa watoto wale wachezaji wachanga kuendelea paka juu. Sasa pia lazima uweze kuwachunga. Na nafikiri kitu muhimu ni kukuwa na maisha. Kwa hivyo kwetu tumesema wacha tuangalie maagizo yote ile ambayo serikali inatupatia. Na hiyo tutaendelea kufuata.
Kuna muda pengine ama mpaka serikali ikiamua michezo irudi kabisa?
Serikali ikiamua tutarudi. Na ni vizuri kufanya kazi na serikali na vile mnaagizwa. Hatutaki tuende kando na vile serikali inasema.
Kwa nini mashirikisho mnaanza kuogopa nyinyi?
Hatuwezi kusema ni kuogopa. Ukisema kuogopa, heri niogope muizi kushinda kuogopa serikali. Serikali ni rafiki yetu.
Nauliza hivyo kwa nini? Kwa sababu mkiona mwenzenu tayari kanyolewa, uona tayari nywele zake zinaanza kuzitia maji bwana.
Unajua kwa nyumba pia kuna, wacha tuseme kama leo hapo awali nilisema nimerudi nyumbani leo. Leo mimi nataka tuongee kama tuko ndani ya nyumba, si nje.
Sio nje.
Si nje. Hata shida ambayo imemfikia ni shida pia inaweza kukupata.
Bila shaka.
Kwa hivyo sidhani tuko hapa kupiga mayoyo na vigelegele. Ile iko ni wacha tutatue hizo shida ambazo ziko. Na hizo shida ambazo zinakuja paka kwa ambayo imeangukia ndugu yangu ama watu wengine ambao walikuwa hapo mbeleni. Ndio kitu ambayo mimi leo nataka nitatue na niseme hii ndio njia ambayo itatusaidia. Hiyo ni shida ambayo iko kwa Kenya. Hiyo ni shida yetu ya familia hii yetu ya Kenya ya sports. Kwa hivyo leo acha tutoe.
Na sio ukisema shida ya familia manake mashirikisho yote
ndio.
Pengine labda moja mawili ambayo yanazozana, lakini mashirikisho yote yako chini ya mwavuli ule wa kamati ya Olimpiki nchini.
Iko Olympic Committee. Iko Wizara ya Michezo.
Wizara ya Michezo.
Iko Kenya National Sports Council. Lakini hao wote hawawezi kutembea kando kando. Lazima sisi wote tutembee pamoja.
Kwa kauli moja na pia mkuwe na uwiano ule.
Ndio nimesema leo mimi nimerudi kwa nyumba. Leo nataka tuongee kinyumbani.
Kulikuwa na mabadiliko yaliyofanyika katika kamati ya Olimpiki mwaka 2017.
Ndio.
Sio kama nakumbuka mabadiliko.
Naikumbuka
kidogo kuhusu mabadiliko.
Hiyo wakati tulikuwa na shida wakati ya Rio Olympics. Na ile shida ambayo tulipata ilikuwa ni katiba ya NOC. Ilikuwa kama wewe uko ndani na umechaguliwa, hakuna mtu mwingine anaweza kuingia. Juu ilikuwa ni shida. Wale walikuwa wamekalia hizo viti walikuwa na
waliweka hicho kipengee maksudi.
Kulikuwa na kipengee ambayo inawasaidia kabla hata kura yako irushwe, yao tayari wako na 13 mbele. Sasa hiyo kipengee tukapigana ikatolewa. Ndio sasa ile iko ni kila federation wako na hiyo kura yao moja kabla warushe. Lakini hiyo wakati ilikuwa tu hiyo ni sehemu tu moja ya upande ya katiba ambayo ilikuwa imeangaliwa. Hata Kenya ukiangalia nchi ya Kenya, si tulileta katiba mpya. Lakini kwa upande ya development na hiyo tutasema ni katiba ama ni sisi sasa wenyewe lazima turudi tujiangalie tuseme ni nini ambayo inafaa iangaliwe. Na tupeleke mbele.
Maana katiba ni mwelekeo tu ambao unafaa kufuatwa, lakini huu mwelekeo ni hawa binadamu tu, sisi tu ndio ambao tunafaa kufuata mwelekeo. Na pia sisi ndio pia tukavunja hiyo katiba.
Ndio sasa mimi nimekurudisha leo tunaongea kinyumbani. Hii ni zile shida za nyumba. Ile ambayo nasikia hata wewe kwako unasema hebu tuongee na sauti ya chini. Jirani wetu asisikie. Ndio tuweze sasa kusonga vizuri. Tutengeneze hii nyumba yetu vizuri. Tukitoka nje tumetoka na kifua mbele.
Shida zetu
na shida tumeziziba. Na si eti kuingiza shida chini ya carpet hapana. wacha leo tutatue shida na tuonyeshane mwelekeo ile ambayo itafuatwa ni gani. Leo ndio leo mimi nataka leo niongee.
Haya, mtazamaji, ni Andrew Mudibo, rais wa shirikisho la mchezo wa tenis nchini. Tutazungumza manake anasema anataka kuwania katibu mkuu wa kamati ya Olimpiki nchini katika uchaguzi utakaoandaliwa nafikiri tarehe 9 mwezi wa Disemba. Je, ni yapi? Je, sera zipi ambazo atazitilia maanani angalau kuwatongoza hawa wajumbe kumpigia debe huyu Andrew Mudibo? Usicheze mbali, na rejea baada ya muda usoko mrefu kunradhi. Ni makala ya Zilizala Viwanjani. Usicheze mbali.
Express visawa sawa. Sawa na Sawa Liquid Hand Wash inapatikana katika variant 3: original, strawberry na aloe vera. Sawa Liquid Hand Wash yenye harufu ya kuvutia, uhakikisha mikono yako inabaki kuwa laini. Bidhaa bora kutoka Pwani Oil Products Limited.
Miaka yangu iliyoliwa na nzige, narudisha miaka yangu iliyoliwa na nzige, narudisha kwa jina la Yesu. Jina langu ni Gloria Muliro. Umekuwa unausikiza huu wimbo kwenye redio. Sasa unaweza kujionea wewe mwenyewe. Kwa shilingi 10 tu unazipata hizi nyimbo zinazokubariki pale YouTube na Safaricom.
Changamkia burudani kemkem na YouTube. Pata vipindi vipendavyo, vichekesho, mziki, habari za utendeti na mengine mengi kwa shilingi 10 tu. Piga *544*20# with the fastest 4G popote. Mwelekeo ni internet.
You mess with mother, you are finished!
She expressed the Sawa Sawa with new Sawa hand wash range in white, green and red. Hand washing has never been more fun. Sawa leaves you feeling fresh for longer.
She expressed the Sawa Sawa.
Looking for a business starter pack to get your business off the ground? Spread the word on your product or service offerings, reach a wider audience and recruit clients and customers with bulk SMSs courtesy of Standard Group value-added services. For only 10,000 Kenya shillings, you get a sender ID plus complimentary 10,000 bulk SMS units with an option of a free API integration to enable you to grow your client base and expand your business through effective targeted messaging. Visit vas.standardmedia.co.ke to sign up and find out more about how you can add value to your business with Standard value-added services. 7th and final annual Devolution Conference is back. The conference will take place from the 23rd to the 26th of November 2021 at Makueni Boys High School, Makueni County. The theme of the conference is multi-level governance for climate action with the sub-theme Sub-National Mobilization in Unlocking the Full Potential of Climate Action During and After Pandemics. The conference will be officiated by His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya. To register as a delegate or exhibitor, visit www.devolutionconference.cog.go.ke or call 0718 242 203. Be there.
Naam, karibu tena mpenzi mtazamaji. Studioni mbashara nazungumza na Andrew Mudiwa ambaye ni rais wa shirikisho la mchezo wa tennis nchini, na pia ni naibu rais wa shirikisho la tennis barani Afrika. Tukazungumzia kuhusiana na mabadiliko ya katiba hii kamati ya Olimpiki nchini mwaka 2017. Pengine kulikuwa na mabadiliko mengine pengine?
Ile ambayo ilikuwa tu hiyo ya katiba. Na unajua wakati umeleta mabadiliko kwanza kama kwa sheria. Ile ambayo sisi wote ama Wakenya wote wanataka kuona ni matokeo nzuri ile kuendelea. Lakini tukiangalia kutoka hiyo wakati kamati ya saizi iliingia, na saizi tukiangalia matokeo ambayo imetokea katika Olimpiki, Wakenya tumeridhika nayo ama bado? Kwa hivyo sidhani tulikuwa tunapigania tu kutoa hiyo kipele pekee kimoja. Lakini kwa upande ya vile tunacheza ama zile results, matokeo ambayo inatokea inabaki chini ama iko hapo.
Matokeo haya hayaambatani na
mabadiliko ile ambayo ilikuwa imefanywa. Na ndio leo nimesema, leo mimi nimerudi kwa nyumba. Hii nyumba, mimi naita watu wote tuingie kwa hii nyumba. Tukae kwa kikao. Wacha tuongee. Tutawhisper, tutapiga ile mdomo ya chini tukiongea hii shida yetu iko wapi. Hata kwa nyumba ukipata ndugu ako na shida ama dada ana shida, si tutaongea kama familia, tutarekebisha. Kwa hivyo tusianze kudanganyana huko nje, ndani ya nyumba yetu ni nzuri na nje ni mbaya. Ukweli ni kuna shida kubwa hapa hivi. Kwa nini hatufanyi kazi pamoja? Wacha niongee, mtoto wako ama mtoto wa mtoto wangu akianza kucheza hii michezo, ataanza kwanza kucheza na jirani, wataelewana. Kutoka hapo mimi kama mzazi ndamshika nimpeleke kama ni Ngong Road kucheza mpira huko ya academy, atacheza. Tupate ako na talent mzuri. Swali ni mbona saizi wako na talent mzuri, lakini by the time anafika huku juu kuchezea timu ya national team, inakuwa vitu zilibomoka. Kwa hivyo ile ambayo mimi naangalia na ile ambayo mimi naleta ni nataka tuangalie yote mpaka huku juu shida iko wapi.
Ni kauli nzuri, manake si mara ya kwanza wewe kuwania kiti hiki cha katibu mkuu, Secretary General wa kamati ya Olimpiki. Miaka iliyotangulia ulikuwa unawania, mambo yalikuwaje?
Nilipoteza na kura moja. Lakini katika uchunguzi kuna federation moja haikuwa inafaa ipige kura na ilipiga. Kwa hivyo niliibiwa kura. Kwa hivyo unajua, na hisi ile ya kusema eti wakati kuna kura watu wote useme wanaibiwa.
Sasa Mudibo, unajua usema unaashiria nini kwamba kuna muozo fulani ukisema uliibiwa? Unajua hilo jina tu kuibiwa, hilo jina nzito sana bwana.
Ni nzito, lakini ni ukweli. Kama ni ukweli ni ukweli, tusijifiche. Ndio nimesema leo tuko kwa kwa hii nyumba, leo tutaongea ukweli.
Sasa na wakati huo wasemaje kwamba unaweza kwamba pengine uchaguzi utakuwa huru na haki iwapo haya yalifanyika?
Tunatarajia. Unajua saa zingine ukiingia hata ukienda nchi vile wanasemanga kwa Kiswahili, kuku mgeni haiwikangi. Lazima ijue kwanza surrounding inakaa aje,
alafu afungue kamba.
Ndio sasa afunguliwe kamba anze kutembea. Hiyo wakati nafikiri nilifunguliwa kamba nikapotea njia. Lakini saa hizi hii kamba ndaishikilia, sitaiachilia mpaka ndazoea hiyo nyumba inakaa aje. Ndio ndio kitu tunafanya. Lakini ile ambayo iko ni tunatarajia hii uchaguzi haitakuwa na mambo ya kuvurutana, haitakuwa na mambo ya kufichana.
Itakuwa ni huru na haki.
Itakuwa ni huru na haki. Na wacha ionekane vizuri. Lakini mimi sitaki tu niongee kuhusu hiyo mambo ya hiyo uchaguzi. Mimi shida yangu, na nafikiri ni shida ya Wakenya wote, ni kwa upande ya sports ama michezo inaelekezwa aje. Juu vile imekuwa ni tumeacha, niseme kama watu wale wanaongoza federations ama hiyo kamati.
Wazungumza kamati ya Olimpiki.
Wanaongea peke yao.
Kamati ya Olimpiki.
Yes. Ni watu wanaongea peke yao.
Wasemaje kwamba hawajumuishi nyinyi mnaoendesha shughuli za mashirikisho? Manake ni mashirikisho alafu timu zinachukuliwa na kamati ya Olimpiki.
Ndio sasa mimi napali na kurudisha ni katika ile katiba. Hiyo katiba kutoka mwaka wa 1955 imeelekeza watu ni kambo nguvu zinapewa watu 13. Mimi sitaki watu 13 wawe na nguvu. Mimi nataka hiyo nguvu yote iwe katika kila federation. Kitu ya kwanza, kutoka kwa federation nataka kuwe na wale watu wataongezwa. Kama leo nimeuliza swali moja, timu za jeshi ama jeshi, wanariadha wengi wametoka hizo jeshi, polisi, wametoka polisi, wametoka prisons,
soka pia wako pale.
Walimu wetu wa shule wametuletea watoto. Sasa wote nikikwambia saa hizi hakuna mali yoyote tunawashirikisha katika hii kamati ya Olympic Committee. Na bado tunasema tunataka tushinde medali. Hatuwezi. Hii Olimpiki ya Tokyo tumepeleka watu gani?
Kina Hellen Obiri wakishinda si
Hellen Obiri ametoka wapi?
Hivyo.
Lakini katika kamati ya jeshi ya upande ya michezo ni nani ambaye amekaa shughulikia hapo? Lakini yangu hata si kukaa. Ila mimi nataka, nikisema nataka kila mtu ndani. Sasa hizi si tunaongea zile shida iko katika hii nyumba. Watu wa jeshi wakikaa hapo, polisi wakae hapo, walimu wakae hapo, NYS wakae hapo.
Manake talanta hizi changa
yes,
lazima walimu wakuwepo. Manake si watoto wote
katika hii talanta yote kila kitu. Mimi nataka tuongee. Na ni nini ambayo mimi naleta kwa hii meza ama kwa hii nyumba? Juu mimi nimekaa huko nje, nimezunguka dunia, nimesema ile shida yetu tuko nayo hapa Kenya. Ni kila mtu anafanya vitu zake. Lakini sasa mimi nimesema acha tukuje tukae.
Talanta ipo lakini kana kwamba hatujetilia manani.
Sasa ile kufanya hii talanta itoke kutoka chini, mashindani huku chini, na uweze kuifuata ili hata tukisema hiyo mwaka 4 inakuja ama mwaka 8, najua huyu kijana wa Hassan Juma kwa upande ya michezo ya table tennis huyu ataenda Olympic na atashinda na atafanya hivi. Kwa hivyo ile ambayo iko ile solution ambayo mimi nimeleta kwa hii nyumba ni watu 30, tuseme federation 30, na paka wale wanapiga kura, wale ambao ni members of Olympic Committee. Nimeweka kiongozi ule ambao atachaguliwa. Huyo kiongozi nataka kuwe na komiti yake ambao watakuwa wanamsaidia. Hiyo ni mweka hazina, treasurer, katibu, huyo secretary general, wacha niseme mimi. Yangu ni kucoordinate. Na kwa hiyo pande ingine nataka kuwe na mkubwa wa michezo ya Paralympics. Unajua mara mingi tukiongea Paralympics watu wanawatoroka. Lakini hawa si ni ndugu zetu na madada zetu. Kwa hivyo lazima tufanye kazi nao pia. Na lazima tuwasaidiane na tusaidiane.
Ni kauli nzito, manake katika mashindano wengi fikira zetu tuangazia tu haya Olimpiki. Lakini hawa wana Olimpiki maalum hawa nikana kwamba tunawatenga sana.
Wako na yao maalum, lakini hii ambayo mimi naleta
lakini hapa
ni solution sasa ya kila mtu. Hata wakienda games zao lakini tumesaidiana. Hiyo ni level ya kwanza ile tunaongea. Katika hii level ya pili tuko na first deputy president na second deputy president. Hao watasimamia kamati 3. Hizo kamati 3 kila moja wako nayo 3 huku 3 huku. Hizo ni ngapi? 6. Kwa hizo kamati 6 tuko na hizi federation zote ambazo ziko. Tutagawana kila federation 4 huku 4, alafu 4.
Hizi sera zako
yes,
huo mgao huo ukizungumza na mashirikisho unasemaje?
Sasa si ni sera nauza. Mimi nataka wale ambao wanaona, nataka tusiangalie mambo ya kununua kura. Tuangalie shida yetu iko wapi. Mimi nataka judo ikienda Olympics wacha turudishe medali. Volleyball akienda Olympics wacha warudi. Hii mambo ya kusindikiza lazima ishe pia. Kama ni athletics hawa na riadha wanakimbia ndio wanashinda, inafaa pia tujiulize mbona ni hao peke yao ndio ushinda? Kwani hizi zingine tunapoteza pesa ya umma? Hata pesa ya umma ikitoka lazima tujue inatoka ya nini. Sasa hizi kwanza shida zetu ambao ziko tunataka vitu zifanywe na vitu zionekane. Kwa hivyo ukiniruhusu nimalize, nilisema katika hizo komiti
hata kabla umalize niko nataka kujua na huu mwongozo wako huu wa kuwaleta wote pamoja, nilikuwa nakuuliza kama mashirikisho wamekubaliana na kauli hizo, na pia mashinani kule, pengine je, ni kauli ambayo pengine ungependa kuitilia manani haswa sasa, kwa sababu kuna serikali za ugatuzi pia?
Hiyo yote yanakuja. Ndio nilikuwa nasema nikimaliza utaona mali nimetoka ama mali naelekea. Juu katika hizo komiti 4 kuna sehemu ambao tutaweka kama ni wanajeshi wataingia, kuna sehemu polisi wataingia, kuna sehemu daktari wataingia, kuna sehemu walimu wataingia, kuna sehemu ambao kama ni watu wa kutoka hizo makaunti wataingia. Pia kuna sehemu ambayo inakuja paka chini, inashika paka mafamilia huku chini. Ndio ile talent ikitoka chini unaweza kuifuata hadi paka mwisho. Saizi hawezi kuniambia ukichaguliwa nimechaguliwa tu kwenda kufuata allowance ya Olympic, ya kamati ya Olympic. Lakini huyu kocha ama huyu mtu yuko chini haoni hiyo pesa. Na katika katiba ya Olympic Committee hii mambo ya kulipwa allowance, hatufai kulipwa allowance. Sisi ni volunteers. Imeandikwa kwa katika hiyo katiba. Kwa hivyo hizi pesa watu wanalipwa, marupurupu wanalipwa, watu wanafaa washikwe. Wanafaa kamatwe. Juu hiyo marupurupu, ule mtoto ambaye anacheza mpira hana kiatu. Si tupeleke tupatie hata ule kocha ambao kila siku ameng'ang'ana kuamsha watoto waende wacheze, anatembea nao. Mimi nilicheza mpira nikiwa mtoto mdogo. Nilikuwa natembea kutoka Isili hadi Toy Market ama inaitwa hii uwanja wa Kiko Cup kucheza huko mpira. Na unarudi tena unatembea. Lakini kuna watu wamekula hiyo pesa. Sasa tukubali iendelee. Ndio nimesema acha tukae kwa hii nyumba na tukubaliane.
Haya ni madai.
Madai wewe uko umezaliwa nikicheza bana wewe Hassan.
Kuna uchaguzi wa table tennis, shirikisho la table tennis duniani, ile International Table Tennis Federation. Mwezi huu tarehe 20
itakuwa tarehe 24.
Utatetea wadhifa ama
hiyo iko. Hii uchaguzi ya Yarishu hii iko.
24
itakuwa tarehe 24. Bado mimi nagombea kurudi kama mkubwa kwa upande ya board of directors wa hiyo shirikisho.
Hicho kiti peke yake.
Ni hiyo kwa dunia ni hiyo tu.
Na basi na ukitoa hicho kiti na maana kama utakuwa Mkenya wa pekee katika wadhifa huo.
Wacha tuseme kama saizi vile iko. Labda mimi ndio labda Mkenya pekee ambao niko katika ambao nimeshikilia viti mbili ya Afrika na dunia. Lakini si eti tu kusema ni Mkenya nimeshikilia. Kitu muhimu hiyo kiti nimeshikilia ya Wakenya inasaidia vipi Wakenya. Na hiyo ndio nimesema wacha niilete hiyo katika shirikisho ya Olimpiki. Mimi yangu ni kukuja na nisaidie. Nimeona mali shida iko. Hii ndio shida mimi nimesema wacha tuitatue. Hii shida tutaitatua hivi. Na vile umeuliza hiyo swali, hao wengine wamekubaliana na yako? Si hao pia walete yao waiweke kwa meza tuseme hii yao ndio hii. Ni mzuri ama si hii?
Mimi na huu mfumo, nyinyi mna mfumo gani?
Na wewe hata nikikuuliza kama tunaenda sherehe ama kukula harusi tuko watu 30. Lakini tukifika hapo kwa harusi wewe unasema wacheni sisi wa 13 tuingie tukule, alafu tutarudi tukwambie vile hiyo chakula iko. Alafu anarudi wanakuambia hiyo chakula ilikuwa tamu lakini haikumalizika. Simu niwache turudi tumalize alafu nyinyi mtakuja siku nyingine. Wewe ungependa hiyo ama tuingie sisi wote na tukule ile ndogo iko tukule na tugawane. Kwa hivyo kama mtu hataki hii ya kufanya kazi pamoja, ni nia gani uko nayo kwa huyu mtoto ambaye yuko hapo? Kwa huyu mwalimu ni nini ambayo unatuambia? Unataka kutuambia that jeshi ya Kenya haifai kukua na decision inatengeneza katika hiyo kamati ya Olimpiki? Nao ndio wanatupatia wachezaji wote wale wanakimbia wanashinda mamedali. Hawezi kuwa hapo kuna kasoro kubwa sana.
Ni kauli nzuri, lakini sasa kitu kinachonifanya na mwana kitu kidogo, hakuna kipengele chochote ambacho kitawafungia.
Unajua nikisema wanaingia katika kamati hizi makomiti. Komiti nimeangalia wale ambao wamekuja na kura yao kurusha. Ile mimi nasema mtu wote ule ambao atakuwa delegate
akiwa na kura
ile una kura umepatiwa na federation yako. Wewe utakuwa kwa kamati, utakuwa kwa kamati ambayo hiko. Hiyo kamati moja inachukua watu 4. Kutoka hapo nimekuwekea wale ma experts. Kwa mfano, labda tunaongea ni kamati ya security. Mimi sijui mambo ya security. Kuna security ya wanariadha, iko security ya information, iko security tukiongea labda atasema hii kamati tuongea about hii mambo ya welfare wachezaji, wache kuuana ama hizo zote vitu zimesonga. Sasa ukiweka hao na niongeze nimeweka experts nimekuja nimeweka community. I mean kutoka experts unaingia kwanza federation. Federation pia kwa hapo wanafanya hiyo kazi. Federation watashikana chini na community. Kwa mara ya kwanza sasa tumepiga kutoka juu mpaka chini. Ama ni kutoka chini hadi mpaka juu. Mpaka tunajua ni mwelekeo gani ile tunaenda.
Mdibo, kwa kawaida kuko na uchaguzi hizi huwa kuna mrengo. Sijui kama Mdibo ana mrengo wote ama yeye asimama kibinafsi tu. Maana kuna watu huwa labda hata uchaguzi mkuu ona haya mwingine ako hapa ana mrengo wake line up huyu mwingine
Mdibo ana kiti moja tu anafuatia. Ni kiti ya Secretary General. Na mimi nikisema sisi wote tuingie pamoja tukae. Hata wote ambao wanataka viti. Si tuingie ndani ya nyumba na tukubaliane vile kazi itafanywa. Tukianza kukubaliana tuseme hii ambao naongea ambao nasema tufanye hivi na hivi na hivi na tukubaliane, hata hakuna haja ya uchaguzi. Juu tumeelewana vile itasonga. Hata wewe kwa nyumba yako huwezi kusema sasa tupige kura.
Kwangu
hautapiga kura.
Kwangu hakuna kura kwangu.
Kwa nini? Hakuna demokrasia.
Mimi dictator.
Hata mimi naona.
Haifa najua mimi si dictator.
Haya najua sasa leo utaona.
Kauli ya mwisho pengine parting shot Mdibo, kwa wapenzi sio wa tennis peke yake bali mashirikisho, jamaa ambao wanakutazama, unawaambia nini Mdibo? Jiuze kwa sekunde kama 30 tu.
Yangu sijakaa hapa leo kama mtu wa table tennis. Nimekaa hapa kama kiongozi wa michezo. Nimekaa hapa kama Mkenya ambao anafikiria sports ya Kenya. Na nimekaa hapa kama niko tayari kufanya kazi na watu wote na kuelekeza na kuonyesha ni njia gani ile wanafuata. Inafaa wafuate. Na kwa hayo mimi naamini kiti tayari nishakalia. Ile nangojea sasa ni ile wewe ni siku gani unaniita. Ndio niweke ile title vizuri ya Secretary General wa Olympic Committee.
Asante.
Na nikwambie Hassan Juma, niko na hii mkutano ya wanahabari ambao wanasema wanataka mtu wa KTN akuwe hapo wa Kiswahili. Nikwambie Hassan, situende?
Naam. Kila laheri. Tutafuatana maana safari ndio imeanza sasa.
Ndio imeanza.
Tutakuwa tunawasiliana, je tujue kama labda fikapo tarehe 9 labda huenda hata kusikua na huo uchaguzi, labda utakuwa umewatongoza hawa wajumbe wakaingia kwa box lako na wakamua wakupatie
hii box. Wacha hata tusiite box, tuite sanduku. Hii ni sanduku ya hii nyumba. Mimi ndio nimebeba. Ndabeba sanduku lakini tutasaidiana kubeba hiyo sanduku. Hii mzigo si yangu peke yangu. Hii ni mzigo ya Wakenya wote. Hata wale ambao atakuwa wameingia mwala wamebeba hiyo vote. Hiyo vote wamebeba si yao, ni ya Wakenya.
Ni Wakenya.
Kwa hivyo tukifanya hii kazi, tufanye kazi na Wakenya. Tusitenge Wakenya kando ikae ni sisi. Hapo ndio napata hii tabia ya hii federation ni yangu. Mimi sitaki hiyo mambo hii federation ni yangu. Mimi nataka hii federation ni yetu.
Ni yetu. Asante. Ni Andrew Mdibo ambaye ni rais wa shirikisho la mchezo wa tennis nchini, ambaye pia ni naibu rais wa tennis barani Afrika. Sema kwamba bado atakuwa anawania kiti ama atakuwa anatetea kiti chake katika uchaguzi wa dunia ambao utaandaliwa tarehe 28 kama hajakosea mwezi wa Novemba, na halikadhalika pia anatafuta kiti kile cha katibu mkuu wa kamati ya Olimpiki nchini. Mpenzi mtazamaji, sina la ziada. Asante sana kwa kuniazima macho na masikio. Tufanye vivi hivi hapo kesho majaliwa kwa Mwenyezi Mungu. Mie ni wako Hassan Juma, na haya ni makala Zilizala Viwanjani.
When you walk around Western Kenya, you are likely to meet men chewing this yellowish root. Ask why they love nibbling on the root, and you are likely to receive a wild stem. The famous root has a mother plant which coils on other trees, and it is not just folks in Western Kenya who believe that it has herbal benefits for men's health.
Ukipanda hii mmea wa mikombero na upate soko, mkombero inaweza kulisha kuliko miwa ama mahindi.
Mukombero is said to increase men's sexual stamina, and it is gaining traction in France.
So most of the people have actually been taking mukombero to be for the purpose of actually increasing the libido. As I have mentioned, mukombero does a lot of things.
Through the Kakamega Natural Forest Catchment Conservation Organization, KAFCO, mukombero farmers now believe in a few years they will be smiling all the way to the bank. KAFCO has signed an export agreement with Manfields, a company in France, to supply 100 tons of commodity per year. Together with the Ministry of Agriculture, county government and ward administrators, KAFCO has been mandated to ensure that enough mukombero is being planted across the region ahead of the first export batch.
So far we have about 45,000 stems have been planted, and we are sensitizing the farmers within the county to ensure that they plant this particular mukombero because it has already a ready market for it.
The project is said to be halfway through to meeting the requirement of the exportation agreement, including value addition of the flavored herb. Farmers have now mastered how to make and package powder, mukombero, and even wine.
Once only the flavor from the mukombero. But now we have decided to do some value addition, and currently we are packing into powder form, preparing what we call Mondia tonic.
Herbal doctors have also been involved in working on the right dosage for both men and females and coming up with the right dosage to offer benefits such as treating other ailments.
Mukombero ni dawa mzuri kwa sababu ina boost. Ukitumia itachemsha damu yako. Itaenda kwa damu, sasa utakuwa na insia.
The roots have been reported to also act as appetizers, immune boosters, and also improve memory and blood circulation.
Hata mtoto kama hana appetite, mpe yeye atumie, utaona sasa anakuwa na appetite ya kukula.
Farmers of the new Western Green Gold are calling on the government to help offer more land to plant more herbs.
Very soon we shall be having an exchange visit to take some of our farmers to Cameroon for exchange visits so that I can actually learn from them because they have been doing it for quite some time.
This is KTN News. Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, in conjunction with the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, and the County Government of Laikipia welcomes you to the Africa Industrialization Week celebrations to be held in Nanyuki Town, Mount Kenya Road from 15th to 18th November 2021. The theme is Industrializing Africa, renewed commitments towards an inclusive and sustainable industrialization and economic diversification. Come all, let us celebrate our micro, small, medium enterprises, MSMEs, innovations together. A loved one is never easy. The lingering memories, the what-ifs, but in all the gloom, we find ways of celebrating them. And here at the Standard Tributes, we aim to give your loved ones that befitting send-off. Visit www.standardmedia.co.ke/tributes today and post your loved one's tribute. In addition, get access to funeral services from our trusted vendors. The Standard Tributes, keeping memories alive.
Kenya is a superpower in the world of sport generally. We have first-class athletes. There is absolutely no reason why Kenya should also not be a superpower in soccer. We eat the same food, drink the same water, go to the same schools. What has been lacking is just efficient, transparent management.
Express Visawasawa. Sawa na Sawa Liquid Hand Wash inapatikana katika variant 3, original, strawberry na aloe vera. Sawa Liquid Hand Wash yenye harufu ya kuvutia, uhakikisha mikono yako inabaki kuwa laini. Bidhaa bora kutoka Pwani Oil Products Limited.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
Mtazamaji, ni saa 12:01 saa za Afrika Mashariki, siku ya Jumatatu hii ya tarehe 16 mwezi ukiwa ni wa Novemba 2021. Unaona hivi sasa mtazamaji ni kichumba hichi cha habari cha hapa KTN News ama ukipenda Standard Group makao makuu, ambako shughuli za uandazi ama kuandaa zile taarifa tayari kwa zile ambazo zinakwenda kwenye chumba cha habari kutangazwa ni kwenye TV na pia kwenye gazeti zinaendelea kwa sasa. Lakini kwa upande mwingine Kivumbi 2022 ndiyo kinaanza hivi sasa shughuli zake, ambapo leo tutakuwa na mada moja nzuri sana ambayo inao ama ungependa kusikia. Mtazamaji, mitandao ya kijamii imekuwa sehemu ya maisha ya watu wengi hapa ulimwenguni, hususan katika karne tulionayo hivi sasa. Kuimarika kwa teknolojia ikiwa ni pamoja na kuwepo kwa vifaa vya elektroniki vinavyozidi kuimarishwa kila uchao, kama vile simu za kisasa ama ukipenda smartphones, ambazo zinavyoitwa kurahisisha mno mawasiliano kupitia njia ya mtandao au ukipenda kidijitali. Tukirejea kwenye uchaguzi mtazamaji, katiba kupitia sheria inaipa jukumu tume ya uchaguzi na mipaka nchini yani IEBC kutumia teknolojia na mbinu ambazo zinazofaa katika utendakazi wake ili kuhakikisha uchaguzi huru na haki. Sheria ikisisitiza kuwa mifumo ya teknolojia ambayo inayotumiwa ikihitajika kuwa rahisi, sahihi, ambayo inaweza kuthibitishwa salama na pia vile vile yenye uwajibikaji na uwazi. Je, haya yameafikiwa? Kivumbi 2022 kinaanza hivi sasa na bila shaka na wenzangu nikianza na Zubeda.
Naam, barabara Manzu, lengo kuu la teknolojia katika uchaguzi ni kurahisisha utendakazi au mawasiliano kutoka kwa hatua ya usajili wa wapiga kura hadi kwa ile ya upeperushaji na ujumuishaji wa matokeo ya kura. Hata hivyo, mifumo ya dijitali ikiwemo mitandao ya kijamii imejitokeza na pande mbili. Upande mmoja ukiwa ni kurahisisha mawasiliano kwa kuifanya dunia kuwa makijiji kidogo, ingawa upande mwingine mitandao imetumiwa visivyo kutoa habari za kupotosha na kuwa jukwaa la propaganda. Ni vipi mitandao ya kijamii imetumika kueneza habari zisizo sahihi? Na je, mifumo ya kidijitali inastahili kutumika vipi na tume ya uchaguzi nchini ili kuboresha utendakazi wake wa kuhakikisha uchaguzi wa huru, haki na ukweli? Na je, ni vipi inahakikisha usalama wa habari au matokeo kwenye hifadhi kuu maarufu kama Sava? Isitoshe, ni hatua zipi za kisheria zinaweza kuchukuliwa dhidi ya wanaoeneza habari zisizo sahihi mitandaoni? Ni baadhi ya masuala tutakayoyajadili hii leo kwa kina kwenye makala ya leo ya Kivumbi 2022 Ken.
Masuala mengi kabisa, na bila shaka tutapata majibu ama jawabu kwa swala hili usiku wa leo ama jioni ya leo. Lakini bila shaka it's about 9 months. In about 9 months you will be going back to the ballot to pick your next leader who will be at the helm of the country for another 5-year term. Now, this civic duty is as important as the leaders that are produced in the process, but it's also as controversial as every other political issue within the country. Now, this in particular involves election disputes. Losers often claim plot to rigging, and of course leading to flawed outcome. Now, the 2010 Constitution and the subsequent enabling legislations demand the transmission of results be done electronically. However, there are sticky issues: lack of network coverage, for example, failing equipment, complacent staff. Can this be mitigated? We will be speaking to a web and security expert who knows one or two things about technology. Bright Gameli will be joining us and how it applies to our election. I am also on data tonight, so look out for that. But first, Akisa.
Right, Ken, and the mitigation will depend on the implementation of the existing laws. It is said Kenya is a very litigious country. It is also very active in the enactment of new laws. But the absence of laws is not our problem. We actually have enough legislation to address every situation we find ourselves in. There are 5 laws minus the Constitution applied in the management of elections. Yet in every general election, most are abused, misused, or disused. Majority of the instances, shortcuts are made, eventually ending up in the Supreme Court or the Constitutional Court. Will 2022 be any different? That's the big question. Will we see unfettered commitment from political parties and the players? How do we seal the loopholes and brighten the grey areas present? Tonight we speak to Willis Otieno, who's a constitutional lawyer and has vast experience in elections management across the region. Joshua Kipto, who's a lawyer and the Speaker of the Nandi County Assembly, as well as Alphonse Shundo, who's a country editor for Africa Check. We'll be having them on our round table at 10 p.m. But of course, at 9 p.m, I'll be bringing you what is big in the news and of course what's making headlines in the country. But first, Manzo.
Thank you very much, Akisa Ondera. Mtazamaji, bila shaka basi hayo ni baadhi tu ya mambo. Leo tutakuwa tunaangalia hii mifumo ambayo ipo, ambayo inaangazia sana masuala ya dijitali. Maana yake tuko kwenye ulimwengu ambao uko haraka sana. Kwa hivyo pia IEBC wanajaribu kuingia kwenye kasi hiyo ili kuona iwapo uchaguzi utafanyika leo. Tunauliza, je, utakuwa ni uchaguzi wa huru na haki, na vile vile matokeo ambayo mara nyingi unakuta kwanza yale ya awali yamehakikiwa vyema na kupitishwa kabla ya kuwa matokeo rasmi. Hapa mjini Nairobi tutakuwa na mwanahabari mwenzangu Kimani Githuku, ambaye pia atakuwa ni mwenye kuangazia ama kuchukua hisia zenu watazamaji ambao ataweza kupatana nao katikati mwa jiji la Nairobi, na atatuelezea yale ambayo ametuandalia. Kimani, nadhani unanipata vyema.
Na mnakupata vyema Manzu, na kama ulivyoeleza mitandao ya kijamii ni muhimu sana, hasa tunapokaribia uchaguzi mkuu mwaka ujao. Na wengi, kila mmoja naamini kwamba ako na simu ambayo inaweza kupata ile kuingia katika mitandao ya kijamii kama ulivyosema smartphone. Wengi wako nazo, na ni muhimu sana swala hili liangaziwe, manake wengi hutumia kwa njia mbalimbali mitandao ya kijamii kuweza kufikisha ujumbe ama kufikisha hali fulani ambayo ungependa kuwasilisha kwa jamii kupitia mitandao hii. Ningependa tusikie maoni moja kwa moja kutoka kwa wakazi wa hapa jijini Nairobi. Tueleze, je, kwa matumizi ya mitandao ya kijamii inafaa kushughulikiwa vipi ili tuhakikisha kwamba uchaguzi ujao umeweza kufanyika kwa njia inayofaa. Nitazungumza na mmoja wao. Tueleze jina lako. Je, ni katika kinafaa katika kudhibiti uchaguzi mkuu?
Okay, kwa majina naitwa Jacob Omondi Odhiambo, National Coordinator Bunge la Mwananchi Kenya. Kuna swala hatuwezi epuka kwa maneno ya mtandao na teknolojia ya kisasa. Tunaweza tukaangalia madhara zake na umuhimu zake. Na tunaona kuna umuhimu wa kutumia teknolojia ya kisasa na mtandao kwa njia ya kupitisha ujumbe na kwa njia ya kujaribu kujua yale ambayo yanatendeka maeneo mbalimbali Kenya. Lakini sasa mimi kama kiongozi ama coordinator wa Bunge la Mwananchi, ningependa tu kusema kuna umuhimu wa kuelimisha wananchi kwa njia ya kutumia teknolojia ama mtandao ya kijamii ili inufaishe binadamu badala ya kuathiri. Na tungependa kuomba serikali jinsi wawezavyo waweze kuweka mikakati kabambe tukielekea uchaguzi ili watu wasiweze kutumia mtandao ya kijamii kuleta uhasama ama kueneza ile uhasama kati ya jamii fulani na jamii fulani. Na tena tungependa CA Communication Authority ambayo wako kwa mikakati ya kujaribu kuangalia utendakazi na yale ambayo yanafanyika katika mtandao ya kijamii, wajaribu kuzuia yale post those bad posts that can be posted on the social media to incite or to try to tell the public about negative contents. We are requesting the government and we are requesting the Communication Authority also to come up with ways, because we are moving towards general election, and general election is very emotive. And politicians can also use the media platforms to really taint the image of their opponents. So we really need a responsible country. We really need a responsible citizen where people can really know what to post and what not to post, so that whenever people see this post, they are good for public consumption. And the media also should take a lead in trying to educate people on the importance of using social media positively, not negatively. And the media also should try also to not to hear, because that is also part of mtandao ya kijamii. They should not hear the stories that can incite the public.
Je, hofu na wasiwasi wako ni upi katika utumizi wa mitandao ya kijamii tunapoelekea katika uchaguzi mkuu?
Hofu yangu ni moja tu. I think that there are those crooked politicians that are going to use their bloggers to try and post negative contents to the public, so that a particular group can be sidelined or can be hated by another group, like we've seen, like what was happening in Kisumu recently. You can see yesterday I saw somebody campaigning in Kiambu and saying wale jamaa wa kurusha mawe hatuwezi tukawapatia serikali. Unajua hiyo content kivyake ni kuchochea. Sasa ni kama kuweka Wakikuyu wakuwe wajue ati Wajaluo ni wale wa kurusha mawe. Sasa wachukue Wajaluo, na wale Wajaluo pia vile vile wataona huyu anasema wale jamaa wa kurusha mawe, wao pia wamchukue. So akirudi huko Ujaluoni atapigwa hiyo mawe. Na sasa akiwa huku pia wale pia wanachukia Wajaluo, na ilhali hawa vikundi viwili hawana utofauti ama hawana difference. The difference is brought by politicians, and so the politicians also should take responsibility not to be negative when they are giving their speeches. Thank you.
Naam, baadhi tu ya maoni wakazi hapa jijini Nairobi kulingana na utumizi wa mitandao ya kijamii tunapoelekea katika uchaguzi mkuu. Tutaendelea kuzungumza na wengine katikati mwa jiji la Nairobi, lakini kwanza narejesha kwako Zubeida.
Naam, shukrani sana Kimani. Tutakuwa bila shaka tunapokea maoni zaidi kutoka kwa Wakenya, na ndiposa leo tunakushirikisha tukikuuliza hofu na wasiwasi wako haswa ni upi kuhusiana na matumizi ya mitandao ya kijamii humu nchini, na unadhani ni mikakati ipi inahitajika kudhibiti matumizi ya mitandao ya kijamii hasa kipindi hiki cha uchaguzi. Mtazamaji, tunakuuliza, je, hofu na wasiwasi wako ni upi kuhusu matumizi ya mitandao ya kijamii hasa kipindi hiki cha uchaguzi, na unadhani ni mikakati ipi ambayo inahitajika ili kudhibiti namna ambavyo Wakenya wanatumia mitandao ya kijamii hasa kipindi hiki cha uchaguzi? Kushiriki ni rahisi, tuelekeze kauli zako kupitia nambari 22155 bila malipo yoyote, 22155. Kwenye mtandao wa Twitter ni @ZubeidaKananu, @Alimanzu_, ukitumia #Kivumbi2022. Tutakuwa tukijadili swala hili hapa studioni tukiwa naye aliyekuwa naibu mwenyekiti wa tume ya uchaguzi nchini IEBC, Lilian Mahiri Zaja. Shukrani sana kwa kuwa nasi hii leo. Wewe uko kwenye mtandao?
Mimi si mtu sana wa mtandao.
Kwa hivyo hujakuwa ukifuatilia yale ambayo uko kwa WhatsApp peke yake, hauko kwa Facebook, Twitter, hautaki?
Sitaki.
Kwa nini?
Na sababu zangu.
Haya, sawa. Mtazamaji, na vile vile mwendo wa saa 1 tutakuwa naye Stephen Musyoka ambaye ni mtaalamu wa mfumo wa dijitali katika chuo kikuu cha Aga Khan University. Tutakuwa tukiangazia masuala ya propaganda, uchochezi, habari potofu katika mitandao ya kijamii. Ni vipi tunaweza kudhibiti? Wewe pale utasema ni haki yako kikatiba kuandika kile ambacho unataka, lakini ni vipi ambavyo tunaweza kuweka mipaka ili kusiwe na vurumai wakati wa uchaguzi mkuu ujao? Huku kivumbi cha uchaguzi wa mwaka 2022 kikiendelea kukaribia, macho yote yanaelekezwa kwa tume ya uchaguzi na mipaka nchini IEBC kuona iwapo itasimamia uchaguzi ulio huru na wa haki. Tume hiyo kwa mara ya kwanza itafanya kazi kwa ukaribu mno na tume iliyobuniwa hivi majuzi ya kuhifadhi na kumiliki habari au data. Mwanahabari Grace Ng'ang'a ana taarifa hiyo kwa kina.
So help me God.
Novemba mwaka jana, Rais Uhuru Kenyatta alimteua Bi Immaculate Kasait kama mwenyekiti wa tume ya kuhifadhi na kumiliki data hapa nchini. Hivyo basi kuanzisha safari ya tume hiyo kuhusika pakubwa katika uchaguzi mkuu ujao. Tume hiyo ina majukumu ya kikatiba kuhakikisha kuwa data itakavyotumiwa katika usajili wa kupigia kura haina makosa yoyote. Vile vile, tume hiyo itafanya kazi na tume ya uchaguzi kuhakikisha kuwa matokeo ya uchaguzi yatatumwa na kuhifadhiwa salama kutoka maeneo yoyote humu nchini. Kubuniwa kwa tume hii mpya kulichochewa pakubwa na uamuzi wa mahakama mwaka wa 2017 kutupilia mbali uchaguzi wa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta kwa madai kuwa matokeo ya uchaguzi hayakutumwa na kupokewa kwa njia salama. Akizungumza juu ya umuhimu wa uhaki na uwazi kwa kura, aliyekuwa naibu mwenyekiti wa tume ya uchaguzi Lilian Mahiri Zaja alisema kuwa uongozi bora wa tume hiyo ndio njia mojawapo ya kuhakikisha uhuru na uwazi wa kura humu nchini.
The public needs to be informed all the time of what is going on, because anything small will really bring in unnecessary suspicion. I recall there were issues of procurement. When you have late procurement of strategic materials for the electoral process, then that means the materials will come in late, there won't be adequate training for the officers, and again, remember that pressure that is put on the commission is not good at all.
Remember that in 2007, the reason why the violence began was because of lack of proper communication. 3 days before the election results were announced, there was already anxiety and violence had already erupted in some areas because the question was, why are they taking too long?
Katika warsha ya kufungua usajili wa wapiga kura wapya wiki chache zilizopita, mwenyekiti wa IEBC Wafula Chebukati alisema safari hii tume yake itaruhusu mawakala wa wagombea wa urais kuangalia matokeo hayo jinsi yanavyopokewa kwenye hifadhi kuu ya tume, yani sava, kama njia mojawapo ya kuhakikisha uwazi wa shughuli nzima ya upigaji wa kura. Lakini ni zipi faida ya kufunguliwa kwa sava hizo?
The server being open might not be for the layman that is you and me. In terms of what maybe Chebukati might mean by opening the servers this time around is that they might give professionals access to the server logs and access to the data and verifying the data integrity in actually those servers. So it's an advantage in terms of every candidate can actually look at the real logs of what is happening in the server.
Huku ikihofiwa kuwa zaidi ya vituo 224 havitoweza kutumia matokeo yao ya kura kwa njia ya kiteknolojia. Mbiu anasema kuwa serikali inafaa kujizatiti kuhakikisha vituo hivyo vinatuma matokeo yao kwa njia ya kidijitali.
The impact of course is delayed results. The integrity of results is also compromised. CAK can actually help to set up masts that are multi-vendor in terms of it might allow different telcos to use the same mast. Also on the day of the poll can mobilize mobile access points.
Aidha, mwenyekiti wa zamani amewataka Wakenya wasite kuilaumu tume ya kusimamia kura kila kipindi matokeo ya kura yanapotangazwa.
When it comes to the presidential election results, we are up in arms. We were expecting one of the big horses. Now we are already being told it's a 2-horse race. Sometimes it's 3-horse race. So now you start focusing on your candidate. And when it's not your candidate, you start chaos.
Confirm, confirm, confirm. Huku kura ya mwaka ujao inavyozidi kuzongea, macho yote yataelekezwa kwa mwenyekiti wa tume ya uchaguzi kutizama kama ataweza kuiongoza nchi katika kufanya uchaguzi wa huru na wa haki. Grace Ng'ang'a, KTN News, Nairobi.
Naam, shukrani sana Grace kwa taarifa hiyo tendeti ambayo inatukunjulia jamvi katika mjadala wa leo. Na kabla hata kuangalia yanayojiri, yanayofanyika katika mitandao ya kijamii, kwanza kabisa tuangazie teknolojia katika uchaguzi wetu. Na ndiposa tuko naye aliyekuwa naibu mwenyekiti wa tume ya IEBC Mahiri Zaja. Shukrani sana kwa kuwa nasi. Naona pale kwenye taarifa ukiwa unapendeza kweli kweli.
Asante sana.
Na bado unapendeza.
Asante.
Kwanza kabisa tunapozungumza kuhusu teknolojia, hasa teknolojia katika uchaguzi ina nafasi gani?
Teknolojia kwa uchaguzi ina nafasi kubwa sana ikitumiwa kwa njia mwafaka. Na teknolojia ni njia ya kurahisisha maneno, njia ya kufanya mambo yaonekane kwa uwazi, na vile vile kufanya mpigaji kura awe na imani zaidi na ule utendakazi wa tume ya uchaguzi. Kwa hiyo nafasi yake ni kubwa sana.
Hasa kuleta uwazi, uaminifu na kadhalika. Haswa kama tume, wakati wenu unajua ndio mlianzisha mfumo wa teknolojia katika uchaguzi. Haswa nini ambacho kiliwapatia huo msukumo? Nini ambacho mliona? Ni mapungufu gani ambayo mliona katika uchaguzi wetu nchini?
Unajua kuna ile tume ya kivuitu ambayo ilibanduliwa. Manake tulikuwa na ile vurugu ya mwaka 2007, 2008. Na wakati huo tume ikibanduliwa, kukawa na ile tume ya Krigla ambayo ilikuja kuangalia jinsi tunavyofanya uchaguzi Kenya. Sio kuangalia matokeo, lakini kuangalia kila process ya uchaguzi, kuona ni makosa gani yalijiri ili tuweze kuwa na demokrasia ambayo inakuwa hata kutumia teknolojia, kufanya mambo ambayo yako ya kisasa ili watu waweze kuwa na imani zaidi kwa uchaguzi. Kwa hiyo ile tume ya Krigla ndio ilikuja ikatoa mapendekezo. Hayo mapendekezo baadhi yao ndio bado tunatekeleza, hata sasa ninajua yanatekelezwa. Ndio tulianza kuyatekeleza tukielekea kwenye uchaguzi wa 2013. Kwa hiyo hapo ndio ilianzia hiyo reforms, hizo reforms za electoral systems, electoral processes zilianzia hapo.
Na haswa katika kuangalia hayo mapendekezo, huo mfumo wa kuleta mabadiliko katika mfumo wa uchaguzi humo nchini, umetueleza ni mapungufu ya awali haswa yaliyosababisha machafuko ya mwaka 2007 ambayo yalisababisha kutaka kuleta teknolojia katika uchaguzi. Lakini tunapoangalia mfumo mzima wa uchaguzi, ni mapengo gani haya ambayo mliona kwamba yatasuluhishwa kupitia teknolojia ambayo yapo katika uchaguzi?
Mengi sana. Kwanza tukianzia, tulikuwa na ile njia ya kusajili wapigaji kura. Na njia iliyokuwa zamani ilikuwa ni ile inajulikana manual, yani haikuwa inatumia teknolojia. Ilikuwa tu ni usajili wa kawaida wa kuandika kwenye register za kawaida. Sasa wakati tumechukua hiyo mfumo mpya wa teknolojia, ikawa ya kwamba tunatumia ile biometric voter registration. Yani tunachukua fingerprints, tunachukua ID namba ya kwako, na pia picha inapigwa ili siku ya kupiga kura ukienda unatoa kitambulisho ambacho ulitumia kujisajili, alafu inaonyesha ya kwamba hapa Zubeida ni kweli umekuwa umesajiliwa kama mpigaji kura halisi ama halali. Kwa hiyo ilikuwa ni njia moja. Njia nyingine pia ilikuwa katika hizi mchujo wa vyama vya wanasiasa, vyama vya kisiasa, yani nomination process, jinsi wanavyoteua wale ambao wanawania viti kadhaa kwenye uchaguzi. Kwa hiyo pia teknolojia ilitumika hapo na bado inatumika. Na pia wakati wamesha fanya hiyo nomination mchujo, ile register ama hayo majina ya ambao wamekuwa nominated yanapelekwa kwenye tume kwa njia ya kutumia teknolojia. Kuna chombo ambacho kinatumika kwamba hao ambao wanawania wanaweza kuwasilishwa katika tume ya uchaguzi kwa njia ya kiteknolojia. Na pia teknolojia ilitumika pakubwa zaidi katika kuwasilisha matokeo. Na hiyo ni siku ya uchaguzi ambapo watu wanakwenda wanapiga kura kwenye njia inayoonekana kwa uwazi, alafu kisha baadaye matokeo yakianza kumiminika yalikuwa tunayapeperusha kwa njia ya kiteknolojia kutoka kwenye ile kituo cha kupigia kura kule chini kwenda kwenye wadi, kwenda kwenye eneo bunge, kisha kwenye county, alafu mwisho kwenye kituo cha kitaifa cha kupokea matokeo. Kwa hivyo njia elektroniki imetumika sana pakubwa.
Kwa hivyo hizi ni namna 4 ambazo umetueleza ambazo teknolojia inatumika kuwasilisha labda matokeo na kadhalika. Haswa katika ule mpango na mapendekezo ya awali yale mautatajia ya Kriegler, je, haya pekee ama njia hizi pekee ndio zilidhamiriwa? Kwa sababu awali umetutajia kwamba kuna mengi ambayo labda mfumo marekebisho bado yanaendelea, hayajakamilika. Je, hizi njia 4 pekee yake ndio zilidhamiriwa ama kuna mengine zaidi? Wakati huo hizo ndio zilikuwa zimetolewa kwenye hayo mapendekezo ya Kriegler. Lakini unaona kama tulipotoka tume ya Isaac Hassan mwaka 2016, ile joint committee ya bunge iliweza pia kutoa mapendekezo ya kwamba ikiwa teknolojia itatumika iboreshwe zaidi ili tuwe na njia ambayo iko kwenye English tunasema integrated, yani inaunganisha hizi processes nyingi za kusajiliwa, za kupiga kura, za kupeperusha matokeo, ile KIMS. Na hiyo ambayo ilipendekezwa iliweza kuwekwa kwenye sheria kama reforms ambazo zilipendekezwa na hii joint committee zikaweza kutekelezwa kwenye uchaguzi wa 2017 na hii tume ya Chebukati. Wewe binafsi kama ambaye ulihudumu, kama ambao mlianzisha matumizi ya mfumo huu, unapotazama kutoka nje sasa hivi, unaridhika na yale ambayo yameafikiwa? Unaweza kusema kwamba kuna matunda ambayo Wakenya wanafurahia sasa hivi, ambayo tume inafurahia, ambayo nyinyi pia mnajivunia, ambayo yametimizwa kupitia mfumo wa teknolojia? Ningesema kuna matunda, lakini kazi bado ipo. Manake teknolojia ni kuboresha kila wakati. Ukiitumia leo kama ina mapungufu, kumbuka mwaka 2013 tulikuwa na mapungufu mengi ya kwamba wakati wa kuwasilisha matokeo, yale matokeo hicho chombo kikawa tena hakipeperushi matokeo. 40% tu ndio yalipokewa, lakini mengine hayakupokewa. Na hiyo ni kwenye uchaguzi wa rais peke yake. Yale matokeo mengine hayakuwa na shida. Na tunaona vile vile huu mtambo wa KIMS pia kulikuwa na shida mwaka 2017. Kwa hivyo kuna kazi. Unaona ya kwamba teknolojia inahitaji kuwe na kazi wakati wote kuweza kuboresha matumizi yake. Usipofanya hivyo basi hautatarajia kwamba matunda yataonekana. Lakini kuna zile success tunaona kidogo, lakini lazima tuweke bidii zaidi. Na labda niko tempted hata kuuliza, wewe binafsi unadhani hayo mapungufu yanatokana na nini? Kwa sababu kila wakati tunaona bajeti kitengwa pesa fulani na kadhalika. Haswa hayo mapungufu yanatokana na nini? Ukosefu wa uwekezaji, au ni mitambo tunatumia ambayo haistahili, au haswa mapungufu hayo yanatokana na nini? Nafikiri mambo ni kadhaa ambayo yanachangia kwenye hili swala la hizi changamoto za teknolojia. Na kumbuka ya kwamba teknolojia haiwezi kukupa matokeo 100%. Lazima kutakuwa na jambo mahala fulani ambapo utaona kuna upungufu. Kwa hiyo maneno ni mengi ya kwamba unaweza ukatumia huu mtambo
kama ni wakusajili, utaweza kuona labda watu kadhaa hawakuweza kusajiliwa inavyotakiwa, na hao lazima watapiga kura. Ikifika wakati wa kupeperusha matokeo pia utaona ya kwamba hii mitambo haiendi sawa, kwa sababu pia kuna changamoto za network. Kuna sehemu ambazo tume imesha dokeza ya kwamba hazina ile 4G network. Kwa hivyo coverage kwenye nchi yote sio sawa. Kuna sehemu nyingine ambazo ziko karibu kama Kajiado zilikuwa na hizo changamoto za network. Na inabidi tena tume izungumze na kampuni kama Safaricom, Airtel waweze kuboresha hizo mitambo zao ili waweze kufikia nchi nzima na pembe zote ili matokeo yaweze kupeperushwa. Manake unakumbuka kulikuwa na ripoti kwamba maafisa wa tume ilikuwa inabidi wanaondoka kwenye hizo sehemu hazina hiyo network, wanakuja kwenye ile sehemu wanaweza kupeperusha matokeo. Kwa hivyo hiyo pia ni changamoto kubwa sana ambayo inachangia kwenye hizi changamoto za kutumia teknolojia. Na pia unaona ya kwamba wakati wa kungoja matokeo kuna changamoto. Wananchi wana matarajio makubwa sana. Na hayo matarajio lazima tume iangalie ya kwamba ndiyo katiba inawapatia siku 7 ambazo wanaruhusiwa kutangaza matokeo. Lakini kwenye hizo siku 7 baada ya upigaji kura unaona watu wanakuwa hawana subra. Wanakuwa ni kama matokeo yako wapi? Mnaficha kwa nini? Na lazima tume iangalia kwamba imezipitia hizo matokeo, imehusisha vyama vya kisiasa, wale maagent kulingana na sheria, waone ya kwamba hakutakuwa na changamoto ya kuwa ya kwamba hii matokeo haikubaliki. Kuna hizo changamoto nazo. Kwa hivyo hayo ndio mambo ambayo yanachangia kwenye hilo swala umeuliza.
Na bila shaka mtazamaji, ndio sababu tunataka kujadili swala hili kwa mapana, tuweze kuelewa changamoto ziko wapi, zinaweza kudhibitiwa vipi au zinaweza kurekebishwa vipi kabla ya uchaguzi wa mwaka 2022. Na tunakuuliza baadaye mwendo wa saa 1 tutakuwa tukiangazia matumizi ya mtandao wa jamii. Unadhani ni mikakati ipi inahitajika kudhibiti matumizi ya mitandao ya kijamii hasa kipindi hiki cha uchaguzi? Unadhani ni mikakati ipi inahitajika kudhibiti matumizi ya mitandao ya kijamii hasa kipindi hiki cha uchaguzi, na hofu na wasiwasi wako ni upi kuhusu namna ambavyo mitandao ya kijamii inatumika hasa kipindi hiki cha uchaguzi? Endelea kututumia kauli zako, muda usio mrefu tutakuwa tukizisoma. Muda usio mrefu pia tukirejea kutoka mapumzikoni, Ali Manzo atakuwa akitupeleka katika historia na sheria zinavyosema kuhusu matumizi ya mitandao humu nchini, na kusihi usiondoke.
This is KTN News.
This is the Opportunities Are Here Project X. This is the 3rd and final live selection. I'm going to remember so many words. Let me hold you. But today was really amazing, and thank you so much, contestants, for showcasing what you have.
Seventh and final annual Devolution Conference is back. The conference will take place from the 23rd to the 26th of November 2021 at Makueni Boys High School, Makueni County. The theme of the conference is multi-level governance for climate action with the sub-theme Sub-National Mobilization in Unlocking the Full Potential of Climate Action During and After Pandemics. The conference will be officiated by His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya. To register as a delegate or exhibitor, visit www.devolutionconference.cog.go.ke or call 0718 242 203. Be there.
When we started this show, News Hour, we wanted to create a platform where anybody and everybody would come and talk about whatever they wanted to say without their voices being silenced, except by the deep content of their brains. And we wanted to balance opinion. In a country where news flies faster than light, newsmakers need to be accountable. Policymakers need to be responsible. And that's what we do on News Hour. We base the show on one core foundation of journalism, the truth.
This is KTN News.
Karibu tena mtazamaji, shukrani sana kwa kuendelea kuwa nasi. Leo tunaangazia matumizi ya mitandao humo nchini. Iwe ni mitandao kuhusu data wakati wa uchaguzi, mitandao ya kijamii. Tunaweza kudhibiti vipi jinsi ambavyo mitandao ya kijamii inatumika? Sasa hivi watu wanapigana kule kwenye mitandao. Je, ni vipi ambavyo tunaweza kuweka mipaka? Una uhuru na haki ya kujieleza, lakini pia usikiuke haki za wengine. Je, ni vipi tunaweza kudhibiti hilo? Kimani Githuku anachangamana na wakazi wa Nairobi. Naomba nimpishe sasa hivi tusikize maoni zaidi kutoka kwao. Kimani.
Na asante Zubeida, tunazidi kuzungumza na wananchi hapa jijini Nairobi, tueleze ni mikakati gani inafaa kuwekwa ili kudhibiti utumizi wa mitandao ya kijamii tunapokaribia uchaguzi mkuu. Tuwasiliana na watu, tueleze tu jina lako na tueleze je, mikakati ipi inafaa kuwekwa ili kudhibiti utumizi wa mitandao ya kijamii. Karibia tu hapa.
Kwa majina kamili naitwa Touchman Prophet. Katika bunge la mwananchi mimi ni waziri wa mazingira. Mtandao ya kijamii ni chombo muhimu sana katika maisha ya binadamu. Manake siku hizi tunatembea na vitu viwili mkononi, simu ikiwa na bundles. Isipokuwa kuna jambo inatokera ambapo hata mimi kabisa nataka serikali ichukue hatua. Wananchi wanatumia vyombo vya habari vibaya, sana sana social media. Manake maneno na vitendo ambao wanapeperusha zingine hazifai. Tafadhali. Kwa hivyo isipochukuliwa hatua, serikali wasipokuwa macho, kuna mambo mengine yatazidi kuharibika. Ukosefu wa nidhamu unazidi. Hiyo ni ya kwanza. Ya pili, watoto wetu tunaharibu. Ndio maana ni changamoto kuu na ningependa sana kuomba serikali wachukue hatua kabambe na haraka iwezekanavyo. Mwenye anatumia social media vibaya, ya kwanza naomba serikali kama wanaweza tilia manane apewe first warning, second warning, line yake ifungwe, that cannot access social media. Hata kwa WhatsApp atolewe, Facebook atolewe, Instagram atolewe. Hatua ya kwanza, na ya pili apewe nidhamu aina hiyo. Serikali wa kusema kwamba tutachukua hatua kwa wale wanatumia vyombo vya habari vibaya, alafu sheria hiyo inasemekana lakini hatua inachukuliwa, uchunguzi unafanywa kwa muda wa miezi 6, haifai. Hatua ya kusaidia wana Kenya ni hatua ya kuchukuliwa saa hiyo na ni mara hiyo hiyo. Manake nikitumia line yangu, nikipeperusha kitu vibaya hapa hewani, si ni line yangu. Hatua ikichukuliwa dhidi yangu, si nidhamu kwangu na wale ambao hiyo habari ingewasumbua.
Na shukrani sana kwa maoni yako. Tuweze kusikia mwingine, tuongee na vijana hapa. Karibiani tu hapa, karibiani hapa, mtueleze jina lako na maoni yako kuhusiana na matumizi ya mitandao ya kijamii. Na mimi vijana sana, haswa tunatumia mitandao sana. Je, mikakati gani inafaa kuwekwa ili kudhibiti utumizi wa mitandao tunapokaribia uchaguzi mkuu?
Kwa majina naitwa Josephine Osura. Maoni yangu kutokana na utumizi wa mtandao, naweza sema ni kuwa serikali angalie kuwa yote chochote tunaweka katika mtandao yetu, iwapo ile kitu inaweza leta vurugu ama isambaratishe wa Kenya, itolewe ili kuweze kuwa na hiyo amani wakati wa uchaguzi.
Na asante sana. Tusikie huyu wa mwisho, tueleza tu wewe maoni yako kama kijana kuhusiana na utumizi wa mtandao ya kijamii.
Jina langu ni Geoffrey Wadegu. Ni ukweli kabisa. Matumizi ya mtandao imesaidia sana, lakini kuna wale ambao hawatumii mtandao vizuri. Kumaanisha kile ambacho wanapeperusha hewani inaweza leta vita. So mimi jambo lenye naweza sema ni kwamba serikali wachukue hatua kali kabisa. Kama ni kublock hizo line wa block, ili hao watu wabaya wasifanye nini, wasipeperushe mambo mabaya ambayo yanaweza kuleta utengano ama yanaweza kufanya watu wafanye nini, wafanye mambo mabaya. Asante sana.
Na shukrani sana. Ni baadhi tu ya wale ambao tumeweza kupatana hapa mtaani. Tutazidi kuzungumza na wengine zaidi watueleze maoni yao kulingana na utumizi wa mitandao ya kijamii tunapokaribia uchaguzi mkuu, maana hii ni kitu ambayo ni muhimu sana tuweze kuzingatia, tuweze kudumisha amani katika taifa letu la Kenya. Kwako Manzu.
Asante sana Kimani kwa kutuweza kutuunganisha na baadhi ya Wakenya ambao wako katikati mwa jiji la Nairobi kuhusiana na mada ambao tunayozungumzia, hasa tukiangazia masuala ya kidijitali. Hivi sasa tuingie kwenye sheria, tuangazie sheria nayo inasema nini. Kumbuka kuanzia mwaka 2010 hadi mwaka 2016 kumekuwa na sheria mbalimbali ambazo zinaangazia zaidi masuala ya uchaguzi. Sheria ambazo nitasema mtazamaji zimenakiliwa vema kupitia katiba tulionayo, ingawa kuna baadhi ya vifungu ambavyo vimefanyiwa mabadiliko. Sheria ya uchaguzi mwaka 2011 imezungumzia zaidi masuala ya katiba hapa na kuangazia namna usimamizi wa uchaguzi unafaa kuwa. Kuna ile sheria ya marekebisho ya sheria za uchaguzi mwaka 2016, sheria ya makosa ya uchaguzi pia ni mojawapo wa sheria mwaka 2016, na kuna ile sheria ya vyama vya kisiasa mtazamaji ya mwaka 2011, bila kusahau sheria ya tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka. Hii ni sheria ambayo inaupa fursa tume ile kuendelea na shughuli zake mwaka 2011, na pia kwenye katiba ya mwaka 2010. Haya ni baadhi tu, ama hizi ni baadhi tu ya zile sheria ambazo zinaangazia zaidi. Ni nukuu ambazo nimezipata kwenye sheria ambazo zinazoangazia zaidi masuala ya uchaguzi hapa nchini Kenya. Tukiendelea kwenye teknolojia mtazamaji, nadhani tutasonga mbele. Hizi nishazitaja. Teknolojia inasema nini kuhusiana na masuala ya uchaguzi? Teknolojia inasema kwamba usajili wa wapiga kura kwa njia kibiometriki, yani BVR, nadhani kama hujasahau wakati ule wa uchaguzi litajwa sana hili neno, kutumiwa kabla ya siku ya uchaguzi. Hii ni lazima lifanyike, ndio sheria inavyosema mtazamaji. Pia teknolojia ya uchaguzi inaendelea kusema kwamba utambuzi wa mpiga kura kupitia elektroniki, yani EVI, hili ni jambo la muhimu sana kutumiwa wakati wa zoezi la kura, ikiwa ni siku ile ya uchaguzi. Usambazaji matokeo kielektroniki, hapa tutumia ETR maarufu, usambazaji wa matokeo baada ya kujumlishwa. Haya ni yale matokeo ya awali. Alafu vile vile kuna ule mfumo wa kusimamia uchaguzi wa Kenya, yani KEMS. Hapa ndio pia kulikuwa na utata wakati mmoja, wakati ambapo matokeo yalikuwa yashapatikana. Kuna uchapishaji kwenye mitandao, usajili wa wapiga kura, hii ni lazima ichapishwe, na vile vile kuchapisha fomu zile zenye matokeo na kuchapisha fomu za matokeo ya urais. Hapa ni muhimu sana kupitia mitandao. Hizi ni fursa ambazo ziko kupitia teknolojia na zimewekwa vizuri sana kupitia hizi sheria ambazo nimenukuu pale mwanzo za uchaguzi hapa nchini Kenya. Basi iweje, ama ni kwa nini usambazaji wa matokeo lazima iwe kwa kupitia njia ile ya kielektroniki mtazamaji? Hapa ni kwa sababu kwamba kulikuwa na yale madai ya wizi wa kura na ukosefu wa imani katika tume ya uchaguzi, mambo ambayo bila shaka yanapelekea kuwepo kwa ghasia baadaye kutokamana na wizi wa kura, kulingana na vile ambavyo imetolewa, na ikapelekea ile tume ya Krigla, kama unakumbuka, wakati mmoja ikabuniwa na iliweza kusimamiwa na jaji ambaye ni mstaafu Johan Krigla, Afrika Kusini kule, na ilianzishwa mwaka 2008 ili kufuatia yale machafuko ambayo yalishuhudiwa baada ya uchaguzi wa mwaka 2007 hapa nchini Kenya. Tume ile pia ilikuwa na mapendekezo kadhaa, na baadhi yao mtazamaji ni kwamba tume ya ECK wakati ule ilikuwa inajulikana kama ECK ije na kubuni ule mfumo wa jumuishi ambao utakuwa ni salama na kujumuisha na kuchapisha matokeo yake. Lazima achapishwe na kuwekwa nje ya kituo. Mfumo ambao ulikuwa unaruhusu uingizaji taarifa kupitia tarakilishi ama ukipenda kompyuta ile na kujumlisha katika maeneo bunge hasa, na vile vile uwasilishaji, nitasema ndio uwasilishaji salama wa moja kwa moja wakati ambapo unapeana taarifa hizi. Na pia baadhi ya mapendekezo mengine ni kwamba kuruhusu muda mtazamaji, kuruhusu muda wa kutosha kuhakiki matokeo yote yale awali ili yatangazwe ya kuwa matokeo ya mwisho ambayo yanakuwa ni matokeo rasmi. Unajua kwanza yanapokewa lazima hakikiwe, ndio baadaye atoleo rasmi kwamba hayo ndio atakuwa ni mapendekezo. Tume shikilizi ya uchaguzi ya IEBC mtazamaji ilikuwa pia na mfumo wa usimamizi wa matokeo, na tume ile ambayo ilianzishwa kufuatia machafuko yale ambayo nilikuelezea pale ya uchaguzi wa mwaka 2007, na ilipewa jukumu la kubuni mfumo ule wa kisiasa kwa kukusanya, kuhakiki, kusambaza na kujumuisha taarifa zote mtazamaji. Hii ni sheria ambayo inayosema kwamba hivi ndivyo hali itakavyokuwa. Tukisonga mbele tuangazie pia katika nukuu kwenye katiba ya mwaka 2010 inasema nini. Ilibuni tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka nchini IEBC ambayo ndio tuko nayo hivi sasa, na vile vile kifungu cha 88 chaipa jukumu yani ile tume ya IEBC mtazamaji kutumia teknolojia ya leo yani na mbinu ambazo zinazofaa katika utendaji kazi wake, na hii inafanya kuwa inakuwa rahisi kupokea, kuhakiki, kutangaza rasmi matokeo ambayo mwanzo yanakuwa ni awali, alafu baadaye baada ya kuhakikiwa yanakuwa ni matokeo rasmi, na baadaye kama nilivyokuelezea hapo awali kwamba unapiga picha ile na inabandikwa mahali ambapo inakuwa rasmi. Hii ni kulingana na katiba. Naachia hapa namrudishia mwanahabari mwenzangu, lakini tutakaporejea tutaangazia masuala ya usambazaji wa yale matokeo. Hapa tukiangazia zaidi yale matokeo ya awali. Sheria inasema nini? Zubeda kwako.
Naam, shukrani sana Alimanzu kwa kutupeleka katika historia hiyo, kutueleza sheria inasemaje kuhusu matumizi ya mitandao, peperushaji, usajili wa wapiga kura na kadhalika. Na ndipo leo tuna ukiuliza yule mtu ambaye alistahili kuketi katika jopo hili kuzungumzia masuala haya ni wewe. Kwa sababu umekuwepo, umetumia mfumo huo, umeona jinsi ambavyo umetumiwa, umeona mapungufu ambayo yamekuwepo, na tunafurahi sana kuwa nawe. Tunapoangalia, wengi usema Kenya, hakuna nchi ambayo ina sheria nzuri kama Kenya. Mara nyingi watu usema utekelezaji ndio tatizo. Kwa sababu tumeleta mfumo wa teknolojia ili kuzibadile pengo la ukosefu wa imani katika uchaguzi wetu na kufunga yale mapungufu ambayo yalikuwepo ya awali. Lakini minunguniko bado ipo. Wanasiasa wanateta kila wakati, wafuasi wao wanateta kila wakati. Licha kutumia teknolojia wanasema hatuamini. Hizi walikuwa wakisema nini wakati ule? Vifaranga vya kompyuta na kadhalika. Je, kwa nini bado hiyo imani ya Wakenya haijarejea, licha ya kuwepo sheria nzuri kama hizi, licha ya kuwepo matumizi ya teknolojia, bado ile imani bado haipo katika uchaguzi wetu?
Zubeda, umesema kweli ya kwamba sheria zipo na utekelezaji pia ni mzuri. Lakini kuna kule kutoamini utendakazi wa tume ambacho ni kitu ambacho siwezi kueleza, lakini ni kwa sababu ile hali yetu ya siasa, jinsi tunavyo ifanya siasa yetu ni hali ya malumbano, ni hali ya utata saa yote. Kwa hiyo saa yote kama kuna jambo lolote hakuna imani. Leo ukawa mgonjwa, uende ukapimwa damu yako, ukaambiwa na daktari una malaria, utakubali na atakuandikia dawa, utaenda umeze na utapona. Lakini tunatumia teknolojia, tunasambaza zile matokeo, zinawasilishwa, lakini yakija kutokea hapana, sio hivi. Na ndivyo tunaambia wanasiasa waweze kuzingatia zile kanuni ambazo zinatolewa wakati wa uchaguzi. Manake kumbuka, uchaguzi hufanyika, tunasema sisi wale tunajua mambo ya uchaguzi, unafanyika katika kituo cha kupigia kura. Kama una swala lolote, liulizie pale kabla hayo matokeo hayajawasilishwa kwenye constituency ama ward ama county, na kisha baadaye kwenye national tallying center. anza pale chini ya kwamba matokeo hapa kwenye kituo cha kupigia kura yanaridhisha. Hapo kama kuna tashwishi, ulizia pale. Ulizia kwenye maafisa wa kufanya uchaguzi. Otherwise itakuwa ni ngumu ya kwamba hukubali matokeo yamesha kwenda, yamewasilishwa kwenye National Tallying Center na unanungunika. Na ndio maana hayo manunguniko yako. Na unaona ya kwamba wakati matokeo yanatangazwa, lazima wale maagent, na hili ni jambo tunafundisha wakati wa uchaguzi, electioneering time, ya kwamba agents wote kwenye sehemu zote wanapaswa kuwa pale mpaka pale yule afisa wa uchaguzi anapotangaza yale matokeo. Manake saa nyingine ukiona yule mgombeaji wako anashindwa na maksi nyingi na unajua si yeye atatangazwa, unaondoka. Ilhali wakati ule kuna mapungufu na mambo yakienda kotini, baadaye utaulizwa ya kwamba umeleta kesi fulani, agent wako alikuwepo, hakuwepo. Ukisema jambo fulani, kuna makaratasi yaliwekwa pale, ballot stuffing, uliyaona, una uhakika, hauna ushahidi, manake hakuna mtu alikuwa pale. Kwa hivyo lazima tujue demokrasia inayo majukumu kwa sisi sote. Yule ambaye anafanya uchaguzi atafanya kazi yake kulingana na katiba. Na wewe ambaye ni agent, wewe ambaye ni mgombeaji, lazima uelewe hizo kanuni ili uweze kuzifuata, na matokeo yatakapokuja uweze kuyakubali ya kwamba yamekuja kwa njia ya uwazi na usawa na hakuna mahali ulinyanyaswa kama mgombeaji.
Na tumeona nyakati nyingi baada ya uchaguzi kuandaliwa, wengi ukimbia kotini kwenda kupinga, wanasema uchaguzi huo haukuwa wa haki na huru. Na ndio sababu inaturejesha hata kwenye uchaguzi wa mwaka 2017 ambao ulibatilishwa na mahakama. Na hapo ndio tukasikia mambo kuhusu sava ifunguliwe isifunguliwe, iko wapi na kadhalika. Hasa hii sava ni nini? Inastahili kuwa wapi? Wewe binafsi kwa maoni yako nadhani inastahili kuwa wapi? Labda ndio watu labda wawe na imani kwamba hakukuwa na muingilio, hakukuwa na kuhitilafiana na matokeo na data. Ikiwa nje ndio bora ama ikiwa nchini ndio bora? Na tunaposema ifunguliwe, inafunguliwa vipi? Nani anafungua? Nani hastahili kufungua? Ni wakati gani inastahili kufunguliwa?
Kuwa nchini, kwa sababu kumbuka huu ndio mtambo ambao unapokea matokeo yote. Na kama kuna shida mahali fulani, huu mtambo unafaa uonyeshe ya kwamba kuna shida mahali fulani, ili watu waweze kuelewa ya kwamba tutangojea mahala fulani kuna shida, haya matokeo yaje. Na huu mtambo ndio utatupatia uhakiki wa mambo ya kwamba haya matokeo yalipokelewa kwa njia inayofaa kwenye huo mtambo. So ninaona ya kwamba lazima tuweke imani ya kwamba hizi mitambo zikiboreshwa zinaweza kufaa, kuleta mwangaza, kuleta uwazi, ili wale ambao hawana imani kwenye utendakazi watasema ya kwamba basi mtambo ukifunguliwa tutaweza kupatia wataalamu. Manake sio kila mtu anajua huu mtambo mimi si mtaalamu wa teknolojia. Kwa hivyo siwezi nikasimama niseme ya kwamba huu mtambo hapa haujakuwa sawa. Itabidi wale wataalamu wa teknolojia waje, waangalie, watoe uhakika ya kwamba haya matokeo yaliwasilishwa kwa njia inayofaa na ya kwamba yataweza kupeperushwa na watu wayakubali. Na kama kulikuwa na hitilafu, hiyo hitilafu inageuza hayo matokeo, ama matokeo yanabakia vile vile hata ingawa kuna hitilafu fulani.
Na tukirudi katika awamu ya pili tutakuwa tukiangazia, je, huu mtambo ukiletwa nchini Kenya, tuseme kwa mfano tuweke hapa, hatutegemei mataifa ya nje, itasaidia katika kuleta imani miongoni mwa wanasiasa, au ndio watasema sasa hapa ndio imepikwa vizuri? Tutakuwa tukirudi katika awamu ya pili. Tuko naye Mahiri Zaja ambaye alikuwa naibu mwenyekiti katika tume ya uchaguzi. Katika awamu ya pili tutakuwa tukiangazia matumizi ya mitandao. Je, ni jukumu la nani kudhibiti jinsi hadi inavyo jisheheni katika mitandao ya kijamii? Na kusihi siondoke, Alimanzo atarejea na taarifa za KTN leo, kisha tutaendelea na mjadala wa siku. Usiende mbali.
is no strange phenomenon in the lives of Nairobians, with many reports indicating that it takes an average of 57 minutes to move from one point to another. With the over 1.5 million vehicles going into, through and out of Nairobi, traffic jam is inevitable, and oftentimes you will see hawkers sell their fast-moving goods to motorists. Eric Maina Mungai started hawking sweets and masks on Uhuru Highway last year.
Kwangu mimi nilikuwa nafanya kwa bakery, nilikuwa napikia mashule, kekis, mandazi, KDF, hiyo ndio ilikuwa kazi yangu. But for now, mambo imechange sababu.
This is KTN News. Landowner in Nairobi County. The Nairobi City County Government NCCG, in collaboration with Nairobi Metropolitan Services NMS and the Kenya Revenue Authority KRA, has granted 100% waiver on outstanding penalties and interest to those who will pay all outstanding principal arrears between 1st November and 30th November 2021. Take advantage of the waiver by visiting us at any of the following service centers. Alternatively, send us an email on landrateswaiver@kra.go.ke or call 0709 014747 for more information. Nairobi City County, the city of choice to invest, work, and live in. This is KTN News.
Uko sawa? Ama nikupe muda? Poa. Haya basi. Hebu sikilizeni. Nafahamu sana kuhusu kuangamizwa. Hili siyo jambo bayana. Wacha niwaambie. Kuangamia siyo jambo njema. Kisha mnajiangamiza wenyewe. Kwa miaka milioni 70 ni jambo la kustajabisha sana nilowahi kusikia. Angalau tulikuwa na vimondo. Kipi kisingizio chenu? Mnaelekea jangani sababu ya mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, lakini kila mwaka serikali zinatumia mabilioni ya fedha za umma kuruzuku vyanzo chafuzi vya nishati. Hebu tafakari kama tungetumia mabilioni kila mwaka kuruzuku vimondo. Hivyo ndivyo mnavyofanya. Fikirini ni mambo mangapi ya manufaa mnaweza kufanya kutumia hizo pesa. Watu wengi duniani wanaishi katika hali ya umaskini. Hamoni kwamba ingekuwa jambo la busara zaidi kuwasaidia wasiojiweza kuliko kulipia uangamizaji wenu? Wacheni niwaambie kinaga ubaga. Mnapopambana na janga la COVID-19, kuna fursa kubwa zaidi, haswa mnapoboresha uchumi wenu. Hii ni nafasi adhimu kwenu. Wazo langu ni hili. Msichague kujiangamiza. Jiokoeni, isije ikawa majuto. Huu ni wakati mwafaka. Wacheni visingizio, fanyeni mabadiliko. Asanteni.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
Popote ulipo, natumai jioni yako inakuendea vyema, ikiwa leo ni siku ya Jumatatu tarehe 15 mwezi wa Novemba mwaka 2021. Hiki ni Kivumbi 2022. Moja kwa moja tumekuandalia taarifa kuu. Tuanze na vidokezo. Rais wa shirikisho la soka nchini FKF Nick Mwendwa aachiliwa kwa dhamana akisubiri kufunguliwa mashtaka ya ubadhirifu wa fedha za umma katika shirikisho hilo. Kampeni kuelekea uchaguzi mkuu ujao zinazidi kunoga. Naibu wa Rais William Ruto akizuru Meru na kuwakosoa wanaompigia debe kiongozi wa ODM Raila Odinga.
Ati sisi watu milioni 8 tumekosa mtu ya kutuongoza. Mpaka tunaenda kukodeshewa mtu ya kitendawili atuongozi.
Na baadhi ya wanafunzi katika shule ya upili ya Kakamega walazimishwa kurejea nyumbani baada ya kushindwa kulipia gharama ya uharibifu wa bweni lililoteketezwa moto.
And we understand that a few of the students of Form 2 are the ones who set the dome ablaze, and it's unfortunate that all of us have to pay the cost.
Mtazamaji, karibu kwenye taarifa kamili za Kivumbi 2022 jioni ya leo. Mtazamaji, tumepokea taarifa jioni ya leo kwamba kuna washukiwa wa ugaidi watatu ambao wametoroka, lakini kwanza tuanze na rais wa FKF Nick Mwendwa ambaye ameachiliwa huru kwa dhamana na hakimu mkuu wa mahakama ya Milimani Wandia Nyamu. Hii ni baada ya kufikishwa kizimbani mapema hii leo akikabiliwa na makosa ya matumizi mabaya ya fedha. Rutuno Konyike anaarifu.
Nick Mwendwa alifikishwa mahakamani baada ya kuzuiwa kwa siku 3 korokoroni kituo cha polisi cha Gigiri kwa makosa ya ubadhirifu wa fedha.
I hereby direct that the respondent, Mr. Nicholas Mwendwa Kithuku, be released on a bond of Kenya shillings 7 million with 2 sureties of similar amounts, or a cash bail of Kenya shillings 4 million and 2 contact persons.
Hata hivyo, bado anakabiliwa na changamoto katika uamuzi unaotarajiwa kupeanwa tarehe 17 Novemba. Kwa sasa ana uhuru ingawa umevingirwa na matakwa kadhaa.
He is further bound by the following terms. Number 1, no access to his office or the building that houses FKF offices. Number 2, no access to all the workers of FKF. Number 3, no address to the media at all. Number 4, not to attend any football-related activities until the ruling of 17th November 2021 is delivered.
Alipofikishwa Milimani, upande wa mashtaka uliomba aendelee kuzuiliwa kwa siku 14 zaidi ili kukamilisha uchunguzi wao, wakisisitiza kuwa kuachiliwa kwa Mwendwa huenda kukaathiri uchunguzi.
And that is why my 2 grounds for break
fees that we are referring to be paid is basically interference, which have demonstrated is real, and also to obtain the relevant documents which are of interest in this investigation.
Ombi lililopata shutuma zaidi na pingamizi kwa mawakili wa Mwendwa, haswa baada ya kubuniwa kwa kamati ya muda walioitaja haramu iliyowakinga maafisa wa FKF kando na usimamizi wa afisi.
It is therefore contradictory in our respectful submission for the state to now allege that the respondent who is not in office, who cannot access the office, whose docket is under the management of a third party, that if he is released, he will interfere with documents.
Zimekuwa siku nzito kwa Nick Mwendwa, lakini makabiliano hayo hayajaisha, huku akikabiliwa na mashtaka kutokana na matokeo ya uchunguzi. Rutuno Kunyike nikiripotia KTN News.
Naam, na kwenye taarifa ambazo tulizipa kipaumbele pia jioni ya leo ni kwamba wafungwa watatu ambao ni magaidi waliopatikana na hatia ya kujihusisha katika visa vya ugaidi wametoroka jela ya Kamiti katika mazingira ya kutatanisha. Polisi sasa wametoa zawadi ya shilingi milioni 20 kwa mtu yoyote ambaye atakayetoa habari zitakazowezesha kukamatwa kwao. Wafungwa hao waliotoroka ni Mohamed Ali Bikar ambaye alipatikana na hatia ya kupanga shambulizi la kigaidi katika chuo kikuu cha Garissa mwaka 2015 ambaye polisi pia inadai amejihami na ni hatari kwa usalama. Wengine ni Joseph Juma Odhiambo almaarufu Yusuf na Masharaf Abdallah Ahulunga almaarufu Zarkawi. Hadi sasa haijabainika ni vipi wafungwa hao walitoroka kizuizini. Mtazamaji, wanafunzi wa shule ya upili ya Kakamega wamerejea shuleni hii leo baada ya shule hiyo kufungwa baada ya bweni kuteketezwa. Wazazi wametakiwa kulipa kima cha shilingi milioni 21.6 kama gharama ya uharibifu. Baadhi ya wanafunzi walilazimishwa kurejea nyumbani na wazazi wao baada ya kushindwa kulipa ada ya shilingi 9,000. Mwanahabari Willy Lusige anaarifu zaidi.
Hili ni bweni la high rise, bweni kubwa zaidi katika shule ya upili ya Kakamega ambalo liliweza kuteketezwa tarehe 6 mwezi Novemba, na sasa wazazi wametakiwa kulipa kima cha shilingi milioni 21.6 ili kuweza kurekebisha bweni hili na kulifanya liweze kutumika. Wanafunzi wa kidato cha 4 wakirejea leo na kutakiwa kulipia kila mwanafunzi shilingi 9,823. Baadhi ya wazazi waliofika bila hela hizo wakirejeshwa nyumbani na watoto wao.
Ilikuwa natakana hata kama wanataka kulipa nilipeko nusu, alafu waache mtoto yangu afanye nini? Asome. Sasa itabidi nikae na mtoto nyumbani kidogo nikitafuta pesa.
So my child fortunately has been allowed in after clearing the whole amount.
Baadhi ya wazazi wakilalamika kuwa kiasi kilichotozwa kila mwanafunzi ni cha juu na wala hawakuhusishwa.
I think no parent was involved at all, just the bomb.
Ila usimamizi wa shule hiyo ukiongozwa na mwalimu mkuu ukisema kiasi hicho kilitokana na gharama ya kukarabatiwa kwa bweni hilo kama ilivyokadiriwa na mkaguzi wa serikali wa mijengo.
The figures that we have given, they are very reasonable. They are very reasonable. We have not exaggerated. There is no exaggeration at all. And they were arrived at, it is not the principal who sat in his office and decided the amount to be charged. The board of management is the legally mandated body in a school to make decisions on behalf of the minister or of the Ministry of Education at school level. In the board of management, there are normally 6 members from the Parents Association. They were there.
Mkuu wa muungano wa wazazi akisema walikubaliana kulipa hela hizo baada ya majadiliano na wale wanaopinga wanachochewa na wanasiasa.
Any figure that you give out, the general trend has been that everything, nobody will take it like it is a right figure. But I just want to caution our stakeholders that whichever figure is given, take time to interrogate instead of just talking of it without prior information.
Usimamizi wa shule hiyo ukipuuzilia mbali madai kuwa baadhi ya wazazi wamefika kotini kupinga malipo hayo pamoja na kufunguliwa kwa shule hiyo.
This amount 9,823 is not a punishment to any child or to any parent. It is a collective responsibility to put our school together.
Masomo yamerejea kama kawaida. Wanafunzi 600 waliokuwa wanalala bwenini humo sasa watakuwa wanalala kwenye chumba cha maankuli hadi mwanakandarasi ateuliwe kukamilisha ukarabati wa bweni hilo.
We have received 230 out of 400 that have reported.
Livestream KTN News katika shule ya upili ya wavulana ya Kakamega mjini Kakamega.
Bado kwenye masuala ya elimu, mtazamaji, ni kwamba serikali imezindua mpango mpya kuwasajili na kuwasambaza wanafunzi katika vyuo vikuu hapa nchini. Kwenye mpango ambao uliotangazwa na kituo cha kusambaza nafasi za vyuo vikuu kwa wanafunzi KUCCPS, baadhi ya vigezo vya kuhitimu vimepunguzwa kwa ajili ya masomo ya degree. Afisa mkuu wa KUCCPS Masi Wahome anasema hatua hiyo imetokana na malalamiko ya mara kwa mara kutoka kwa wanafunzi na wazazi. Shadrack Miti anaarifu zaidi.
I want to take this opportunity.
Kituo cha kusajili na kusambaza wanafunzi katika vyuo vikuu nchini KUCCPS kinasema kwa muda mrefu kumekuwepo vilio vya wanafunzi kufungiwa nje ya taaluma walizokusudia kusomea kutokana na ukosefu wa uainishaji wa hitimu za masomo na matakwa yanayohitajika. Mabadiliko haya yanayosubiri kuidhinishwa na wakuu wa vyuo na wadau mbalimbali yametokana na michango kutoka kwa wadau waliotaka serikali kuchunguza na kufanyia mabadiliko matakwa na hitimu za kujiunga na vyuo vikuu. Kwa mfano, chini ya mapendekezo haya mapya, mtu anayepania kusomea ualimu wa chekechea almaarufu ECD hatahitajika kuhitimu katika somo la hisabati, ila hatahitajika tu kupata alama ya C+ katika masomo mawili anayostahili kuyafunza.
It is my wish also that among other things, this forum will consider, number one, filling up the available spaces in our public universities first, going by the students' choices.
Kumekuwepo na vuta ni kuvuta baina ya tume ya elimu ya vyuo vikuu na baadhi ya taasisi huru kuhusu hitimu za taaluma. Hata hivyo, inakusudiwa kwamba taratibu hizi mpya zitatuliza mivutano hiyo. Iwapo mapendekezo haya yatazingatiwa na kutekelezwa kikamilifu, wanafunzi wanaosomea masomo ya kiufundi kama vile